Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Abigail. She's in for Dell. Hopefully, Dell, I don't know if Dell will ever come back again. I'm not sure whether or not Dell will ever be back on the show.
We'll see if he gets Wally pipped.
He could. You know what? You're absolutely right. Lou Gehrig. Abigail is Lou Gehrig. And Wally Pipp may never see the producer booth again.
Abigail, here's a story. Wally Pipp was this starting first baseman, and then he was out with an injury. And then Lou Gehrig came in, his backup, and played so well that Wally Pipp not only never got his job back, but Lou Gehrig set a record for the most consecutive games played in the history of the major leagues. So what John's basically saying is if you do a good enough job, you can slay.
Well, I don't even care. What's that standard? Dell? Okay. So
That's fair.
So you could do whatever, Abigail. Just sit there. Okay.
He's like screaming.
Well, I did get here before Dell, and Dell was like 10 minutes. He got here at 6:50.
Slay, Queen. She's already slaying, Queen.
First time ever that a producer has beaten me here to the
Slay,
station.
Queen.
Ever. Okay? But first time ever.
And look,
Abigail's sitting here. The lights are on.
Yeah.
She's sitting
That's
there
a pro's
ready
pro.
to go.
That's Hall of Fame activity.
That's a pro.
That's
He
not what
literally
Dell.
comes up to me. He was like, "Oh, you're gonna do all the work. I'm gonna just sit back." I was like, "Okay."
Okay.
Yeah, trust me. He says that to everyone.
Lazy. That's what. Oh, just come in and do my work. That's what he's saying, right?
Dell's I'm just going to lay here. You just do all the work. Way to go, Dell. That's what you said? What a dirty, filthy, dirty animal.
Dirty, filthy.
She didn't know where that
Sorry,
key
guys.
is.
I gotta find it.
Okay. You know what? Don't worry about it, Abigail. We'll do it. We'll just do them, okay?
I just saw Kyle Tucker on the celebration. He was standing there.
Yeah, he was actually hopping.
Was he hopping up? He was doing hopping up and down?
Yeah. No.
After the Einer home run?
No.
Oh,
His
well, they were
exercises.
all jumping up and down.
No, I know, but he's out there in the outfield hopping now.
Good.
So we're getting close to where he could be
closer.
the
Nice.
Easter Bunny.
Nice, because yesterday what we found out is that all that, hey, when McCullers gets back and Garcia, then it's like, all right, well, we knew McCullers wasn't going to get back. When Garcia gets back, who goes to the pit? Garcia's not coming back.
I kind of knew
Luis
Garcia wasn't coming back.
I know, I started to
Right,
feel that way too. When they had him pitch and then they scratched him, I don't know what the hell's going on. Basically, it's turned into Tommy John is a 2-year injury now. So Garcia, I was like, wait, Garcia pitched last year, right? No, he didn't.
No.
Two games.
Yeah.
2 games.
Yeah.
That was it. So Garcia, I was like, wait a minute, he's not missing 2 years, is he? Oh yeah. Lance McCullers is missing 2 straight. We know he's missed way more than that. Garcia's missed 2 years. Should we be concerned about Javier not coming back next year?
Probably.
Should we work off that assumption?
Yeah.
Now that when you get a Tommy John, it's now a 2-year injury, at least with the Astros. Everybody has setbacks with the Astros.
Yeah.
Name a pitcher who doesn't have a setback.
Everybody who comes here gets better, gets tighter spin rate, and it just is better. Throws a higher percentage of stuff that is working. It just happens. And it also happens that they get Tommy John and they're out for 2 years.
It takes longer to get better.
Verlander was gone for almost 2 years.
Verlander was gone for 2 years.
Yeah.
He pitched. Look, it was a weird year, 2020, but remember he pitched that first game. He tried to get through the first game, and then, boom, he was out, and then he was out the next year.
Yep.
So, and then he was out a long time. He's been out a long time with this neck.
Yeah. See, I've got it too. I've got it again.
You do, but you're here.
Right. But I'm actually here. And so Verlander is going to be here on Wednesday. Like we broke this last Friday. We were breaking it down. When is Verlander going to come back? We saw he was going to pitch on Saturday in Sugarland. And then so we decided, Wednesday's the day. Wednesday's the day. Well, he was Friday.
The discussion was, does he pitch? Does he get in the last game of Red Sox, or does he go pitch the next game in Baltimore?
Why not? Why not just go and why not just pitch against the Red Sox? And he did, as opposed to making another minor league start. He's only thrown 57 pitches. He will be on a strict pitch count. But the good news is that he's going to be out there, and it gives some relief to the rest of the rotation. Now, last night. Holy crap, what a terrible game. What an abomination of defense by both teams. That was awful.
On both sides.
They were terrible.
There were terrible defenses on both sides.
So, just so everybody knows, that's right. The Tiki Boys versus the Astros.
The Chowdas.
The Chowds against the University of Virginia. It was awful. I mean, Pena with a simple ground ball, DeCenzo missing that ball, the throw by Altuve leading to a questionable. Now, it was funny. Chandler Rome, if you read Chandler Rome last night during the game or after the game, Chandler Rome said, man, curious decision by Espada in the fifth inning. Boston has benched Masataka Yoshida all season against left-handed pitching, but is quick to use him whenever a righty enters. Yoshida has a 960 OPS across his past 157 plate appearances. Kikuchi had handled Wong all night. Instead of letting Kikuchi finish the fifth inning, he brings in Taylor Scott, and boom, gone. And immediately, the Yoshida against the righty is a bad matchup. 960 OPS against righties. Not the best. That's not the best use of analytics. I know we're going away from it. I know we're going away from analytics, but we ought to look at guys who are on the bench and whether or not that's going to be a good matchup for us.
Yeah, well, they're not. They say they're not going away from analytics. They're just trying to
Jeff
look at
so.
some. Yeah, they're trying to look at just be attuned to the baseball stuff too, which it's all the same now. I don't think there's no difference. Joe Madden, he's a baseball guy. He used to dig in with all the numbers and analytics. You're just looking for the best matchups.
Yeah,
that's all you're doing.
Well, Joe Madden also complained. Did you see he was doing an interview and he said, "Yeah, they come in and they said your center fielder was running a lot last night. I know he was 3 for 3 with 2 homers, but he should rest tomorrow."
Yeah, see, that's
he was
trying
like,
to that's try hard stuff.
He's 22 years old.
So they do that in football. That's why they manage load management. One of the things that the
that's
NFL
why they put those sports bras on.
Yeah, it's the catapult system.
Right.
And it measures like in soccer is where they run the most.
Right.
So sometimes when you see a player come off his work rate, they call it work rate, has been really, really high. And in football, when they see it getting high, and it measures heart rate too and things like that, your work rate, they will say, "Hey, coach, we probably need to rest this guy. This guy's at this level," and they're doing that to avoid injuries. If you're an outfielder,
Yeah.
you're not running like a soccer player.
Well,
you're not running like a football player.
Well, apparently Jake is. Jake Myers' night last night. Holy crap. He's up with second and third and 1 out, strikeout. He's got a runner on first, double play. He's up with a runner on third and 1 out, strikeout. He was an abomination. Jake Myers came up every time he was Maldonado last night.
Yeah.
Every time it was a game situation, Jake is up, and he looked terrible. I know Chaz came up right after the double play, got a knock, stole second. Dubon singles him home. We're tied at 4. And I know Chaz has been terrible. I know it. But Jake needs to not be. I don't know what Espada, he batted him 4th the game before, and now he's in the 5 hole all the time, or the 6. I mean, it just is.
Right.
He's not good.
Yeah, but how about the game turning on the 2-out bloop, and it was a bloop single by McCormick.
By Chaz, yeah.
And by Chaz. Chaz bloops it off the end of the bat.
Yep.
And then it's run manufacturing. I'm like, he should steal here. Sure enough, he
First
takes
pitch.
off. He takes off. He gets in. And then you get Dubon with the base hit. Chaz was hauling. Chaz was not going to stop.
No.
And they were rolling him home.
If Pettis was like this,
Yeah,
if
no,
Pettis was dragging him,
he
would have scored.
You had to take your
if
shot.
If he was dragging Pettis along.
Puddin was moving.
Yeah.
Puddin's thick now.
Oh, yeah, Puddin is
I say
thick.
he's a thick boy.
Yeah.
But
wow.
But then, after that, you just say, okay, well, wait a minute. And then you have Dubon, then what's his name hits into a double play. And you're thinking, okay, well, so much for that. And then you get another
Well,
what
he hit
happened?
into the double play before Chaz.
Oh no, that's what
That
it
was
was.
Myers.
Yeah,
Jake.
that's what it
Yeah,
was.
Jake
He
did.
hit into the double play
Right.
there.
So 2 outs. Listen, Mauricio Dubon comes up with another big hit.
Mhm.
The dude, I mean, he went through a lull. He was great at the beginning of the season. He went through a lull, but lately he's been back and coming up with some big hits, some really big hits. That was a game. Winning games that you should lose, because they should have lost that game.
Yeah.
The winning games that you should lose is really huge, really huge.
Did you see the distance on Yiner's home run? Well, and then of course the capper was Yiner Diaz gets in. Let's shout out. Let's shout out some of the performances. You had 3 base hits, 4 times on base for Jordan. They didn't get him out, and they don't get him out. He's been on base 8 straight times against the Red Sox, and his lifetime average is over 400 against the Red Sox. You had Caratini.
Caratini was awesome.
With 3 base hits, 3 singles, and then he had a walk, so he's on base 4 times.
Yep.
Then you have Yiner Diaz, who had stepped out early in the 7th inning, where he stepped out of the box a couple times and got called for a strike and was eliminated. Then he comes back.
Eliminated is a tough word, but okay.
Yeah. Well, I want to make.
Well,
the
he
point
was
with
out on an automatic strike, they say.
Yeah.
That's what they say. He wasn't eliminated per se.
Well,
But,
I think we should start saying that. And elimination when you strike somebody out.
yeah.
I mean, let's maybe update some of the terms.
And
And then you have Yiner going he gets up to the plate and then hits it over the train tracks with a bomb.
Did you see what Jordan told him?
No, is that who he was talking to when he was
when
in
he
the,
was well,
No, when he was
as
after
he was
the home
going
run.
up to the plate, he said something to Jordan, and Jordan said something back to him as he was walking to the plate. And the question was, after he hit the homer, what did Jordan say? What did Jordan tell him? So Diaz asked Jordan as he was walking up to the plate what the pitch was doing. And according to Diaz, Alvarez replied, just focus on the timing. Don't let his timing mess up with your timing. So
'Cause he's got
a funky little.
It's Kenley Jansen who hasn't beaten.
How much do you love that?
I love this.
17 Dodger.
I love it.
Was
Love it.
unsuccessful.
Here we are 7 years later, and he's still giving up game-winning home runs. It's awesome.
It's awesome. But the bad things would happen to the 17 Dodgers.
Yeah.
I just love that. That's my favorite thing. Anytime if Joe Kelly is, I don't want to say. I'm not going to say.
But his delivery is so funky.
Yeah.
And that's, what Jordan's talking about with the timing. But it was a bomb.
Yeah, it was a bomb. He crushed it.
Hey,
Crushed
the power's coming back with Yiner.
Oh.
He's been creeping back. What's he up to, 14 home runs now, or is it 15?
15 now.
Yeah, 15 home runs now. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where we were sitting on 5 with him.
Yeah. No, that was 14. That was 14. I thought he had 14 going in. That was 14 off Jansen. And, yeah, it's, he did have 23 in half a season.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody sent, after he hit the homer, somebody tweeted Dusty Baker
I saw it.
throwing his hat down.
And then somebody right after that posted the meme where Dusty's quote about "you're going to thank me."
You're gonna thank me.
Somebody made that into a quote.
Yeah.
And the same person said, "Thank you, Dusty."
Yeah, so
I can't believe we found a catcher. Like, this is a great example of what you always talk about with the minor league system. We don't have a robust minor league system full of stars, but then guys become better players than expected with the Astros. Like, Diaz is a great example. Corey Lee was the guy.
Yeah.
Corey Lee in the minor league system was the guy. And then we noticed in Sugarland, Diaz was killing it. Diaz was hitting a lot of home runs, and Diaz was out playing Corey Lee. They were both playing. I think one of them played, was it first or DH or whatever it was, because they were both playing Corey Lee. Corey Lee was in AA, and then he came up to AAA. But Yiner's numbers were great. And we're like, well, that's Corey Lee's position, but maybe they'll trade Yiner Diaz. Here we are. We're going to have an all-star. Yiner Diaz is going to be an all-star.
Oh, yeah.
He's too good a hitter. We're a 300 hitting catcher with pop.
yeah.
This is all-star material right here. So he didn't go through the system with any real fanfare, and yet he is on pace to be an all-star as a guy who was not highly regarded.
And can we stop with his defense? Can we stop? Because it seems like he's behind the plate on most every time we've got a great outing from
But isn't
somebody.
he going to be a first baseman?
I don't. That doesn't bother me in the least.
No, it doesn't
I would
bother
love
me
to
either.
see Jordan at first base, but if it's going to be Yiner, then
Well,
that's
whoever's
fine.
better digging stuff out.
Yeah. Well,
I don't care if Jordan ever plays in the
Yiner
field
is
again.
not there yet, but he's got a lot of work to do in this offseason. A lot of work to do.
And I'm sure that's what
Yep,
what they're going to have him do.
All right, we got to talk about Proximo.
He's
right
up, by
now.
the way, he's up to 70 RBIs this year too.
Yeah.
He's up to 70 RBIs after a relatively slow start and without having the same home run numbers as last year. I mean, that just goes to show you though, we've gone through it before. When runners are in scoring position, or sometimes when he's by himself at the plate in a big situation, bang.
Mm-hmm.
Yiner Diaz. Today is Yiner Diaz Day.
It really is. In
The
America.
former Mayor Turner said
Do you think
today
that
he
it's
declared
in America? Or is it just in Houston?
no, it's not in
celebrating?
Boston.
Who cares? You know what?
But
Boston's
here-
probably like, what? Did you see the guys all watching the video? They knew Kenley Jansen was giving it up. Kenley Jansen is how old is he? And you're depending on Kenley Jansen
know, so
to get you to the postseason.
So stupid.
You guys are stupid. You suck, Boston. All right. Yeah, Yiner with 70, Jordan 66. Yiner leading the team in RBIs this
I
year.
mean, how incredible is that?
That's great. Time for you, right, my friend, to talk about your peeps over at Proximo.
Yeah, yesterday would have been a good time to I didn't do this, but it would have been a good time to celebrate, have a celebratory sip of Maestro Nobel, which is a tequila, which is a top-notch tequila. It's made in Tequila, Mexico. 14 generations of tequila makers have been at it for a long time. So their process, the ingredients, the distillery that they have, the aging process in the barrels, it's really incredible. And every sip that you get is a smooth, delicious sip. It doesn't matter. It's a sipping tequila that can be used for cocktails anytime you like. And so whether we're talking margaritas or we're talking something other than that, I think Abigail would really like this. We may have to have her. I know that Sam, our what I call social media engineer, she loves margaritas, she said. So I'm going to have to make sure she has the next one with Maestro Nobel, because this is where all the flavor comes from. It's a top shelf tequila without having a ridiculous price, and you need to experience it for yourself. Reposada, Añejo Extra, Cristalino, Silver, Smoked Silver, they're all available at Maestro Nobel.
So this is a really good time to talk about HR&P because, I'm probably HR is going to be calling Lance very shortly because he's trying to get all of the young women who work here drunk. Abigail,
That's
he wants
not
you
at all
to
what happened.
to drink this the tequila.
No.
Sam, what are you doing? Let's start drinking.
No,
I mean,
that's
we're
not what's
here to
happening
work.
here.
It's a professional environment, and Lance is trying to get everybody drunk, which is time for you to call HR&P. HR&P will probably be giving him a call anytime now because this is not appropriate behavior at work. But if you have inappropriate behavior at work, you need HR&P as well because they'll handle the situations like Lance going forward. And here's the deal. Is you don't want to do that. You do not want to be messing with HR because you don't know. And oh, by the way, there's a lot of times the EEOC will step in and say, you made a mistake, buddy. Well, don't make that mistake. Let HR&P do the right thing for you and your business and do the payroll as well. Perfect. The technology can't be better. I'm telling you, you will love the guys over at HR&P, the guys and the ladies over at HR&P. It's just the perfect way to bring. It doesn't matter how many branches you have. Doesn't matter what states you're in. It doesn't matter. Their technology is awesome and just does not fail. So if you're looking for the best way to get that payroll and HR to your people, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
So, Abigail, do you feel threatened at all when Lance is coming at you with an open bottle of tequila, trying to force it?
Has that ever happened? Have you ever seen that happen, Abigail?
It actually happened last week.
That's a lie. She's lying. She's lying. Dell! Dell, get back in. Dell!
Oh, my God.
Dell!
Oh,
You've trained these liars well.
I love that, Abigail. That's so funny. That is so good. Actually happened last week. Yeah. Abigail is on. So Dell is going away next week. I don't know if he's going to prison or something. He might have some kind of short-term prison something. But Abigail will be on the board all week next week. And she's running the board today. He said that's it. He's not even working, right?
Yeah, he said he wasn't working.
He said he's just going to sit
That's
there.
why he's going to jail for a week next week.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's I don't know what the incarceration is about. Probably. But here's the deal is Abigail on the board today, and then she will be on the board all next week as Dell pays his debt to society. I don't know what it is. We don't ask stuff like that. Otherwise, HR will be probably calling. Mm-hmm. So here's the deal is if you want to watch us on Twitter, you can do that. You can watch us on Twitch. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us all over the World Wide Web. So here are some questions. We talked to Astros baseball, and if anybody wants to join in and contribute to what you saw last night, the team now 12 games over 500, 68-56, and I'm telling you, this ain't about this division. This is about getting one of those first two spots so you don't have to play in the wild card, and I believe that will happen. I think that they got a shot. Especially you're playing Baltimore 4 games coming up here. You take care of that business, you win 3-1. Now all of a sudden you're just a couple of games behind them with a month to play. There's no reason that this Astros team can't have the best record in the American League by the time this is all said and done. You know the Yankees always collapse. Cleveland is Cleveland and will always be Cleveland. So this is the Astros year, the greatest year in Astros history. That's what this is.
We're going to find out.
Yep. Well,
you were sitting there on a loss yesterday, and Yiner flipped that script, which was a really big deal.
Yeah.
Like it's a big deal. You've got 7 tough ones in a row. Well, I mean theoretically, you got Red Sox 3,
and then you got Kansas City,
and then you got Kansas City, who's a 66-win team.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you do have a challenging stretch, but the way that you're playing and the way that you're getting late game, the way that you're getting late game. Heroics is something that has really changed.
Yeah,
this year it's something we didn't see earlier in the year, and something we see pretty frequently now.
Actually, Kansas City's a 70-win team. They have a better record.
They're 70. Oh,
69
yesterday.
They are tied right now with Minnesota at 70-55.
There's another
Cleveland 72-52.
God, they're already to 70.
You're 4 games behind Cleveland for not to be in the wild card. 4 games. So this ain't scary. what's scary is for the rest of Seattle now 5 games back. And they lose yesterday. 5 games back. The Rangers 11 games back. Astros going to dominate this division and win by double digits. Win the division by double digits, and they're going to have the wild card off. They're going to take the wild card off, and this is with all these injuries. And here comes Justin Verlander to the rescue, right? Puts on his cape, and here comes Justin Verlander on Wednesday. And Kyle Tucker is hopping along now. So we'll see whether or not he can get there. Let me ask you this question. You didn't like what you saw, according to Pro Football Focus, the worst Houston Texans performances against the Giants. You didn't like what you saw out of Blake Fisher.
He was okay.
He was just all right.
Yeah, he was okay. I thought Juice Scruggs was just average. Blake was okay. I think he's Nick Breakers, who I really didn't care for, number 64, but he was a guard at Ole Miss, and now they're playing him at right tackle. I'm like, man, what are we doing? But it's not really going to matter. I don't think he's going to make the team. Jared Patterson, I thought, actually has played pretty well. Yeah.
Patterson accounted well for himself last year when he was thrown into duty.
And he did. And
really
Kendrick
did.
Green really looked good yesterday. I really focused. I watched all of Kenyon Green and all of Kendrick Green. They both played well.
So you got them straight now?
Yeah. Yesterday I was having issues with the Kendrick and the Kenyon and the Green.
Your
and then you want to
was-
throw Perkins in there, but just because randomly you just think of Kendrick Perkins. But no, Kendrick Green had a lot of really good snaps. He's just a good run blocker. I like in zone scheme. He's like a perfect fit. But what's really been impressive for me is that Kenyon Green up to this point looks so much better in pass protection. His technique is so much better. It really gives me hope. That's the guy I really was focused on. But the things that popped, I thought Blake Fisher was okay. I've got no problems with Blake Fisher, overtaking Charlie Heck as your swing tackle. No problem at all. What really popped out when I watched the entire offense yesterday with both angles is that, number one, Stroud was really
good.
In midseason form.
He's really good.
You look at him versus Case, and it's like night and day. And I know, some things are different, obviously, but just the timing, his command of the offense is just really exceptional. And then it was Dameon Pierce. After I watched British Brooks, who's an undrafted free agent out of North Carolina, who's 225 pounds. I watched did George Johnson play? Yeah, he played. I watched J.J. Taylor. You had Agumbawale in. These guys were all better than Dameon Pierce. And what I mean by that is it's not that it might be a 3-yard gain, but they recognized hole development. They changed their timing and the pace of the outside zone. Like, Dameon Pierce, somebody said, well, Dameon may just snap out of it. This isn't a snap out of it thing. He just fundamentally doesn't have a feel for outside zone. Outside zone is watching. It's just movement. You're reading the block. You're on the move. And then you just kind of have to have instinct and feel for when the blocking lane, when a block is going to develop. And then you plant your foot down and you go with one cut, a sharp cut. That's not the kind of back he is. And I was hoping he would get better, but it's not happening. I don't think he makes the team. And in fact, I would say Agumbawale is definitely better, is definitely a better option right now. And, Jawar Jordan is, I think I said Johnson. Jawar Jordan has a chance to potentially make the back end of the right. Cam Akers is going to be the number 2. So you're going to have Joe Mixon, Cam Akers. Then you got a battle between Jawar Jordan, the draft pick, and Dare Agumbawale, who is a pretty good runner in this system and plays special teams. I thought British Brooks looked pretty good yesterday in the game.
Probably
number
44. Hide
44.
him on the
he's probably a cut and stash guy.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a running back. You may not even stash him, but at 225 pounds and with a little pop between the tackles, there's definitely a chance that he could. And
J.J. Taylor getting caught by. Did you see ESPN made a huge deal out of the defensive lineman catching
tackle
with a defensive tackle, running him down on the sideline.
So I looked at J.J. Taylor. He ran a 4.61 at the combine, and that's not fast for a little guy at all. And then, but he looks quick out there. He looks pretty quick. But man,
he had a nice run before the guy ran him down.
How fast was the defensive tackle going?
Really.
He was running him down.
Yeah. Well, he had an angle, but still,
Hey, they have angle. You know what? Are you complaining about angles when you're watching track and field with staggered start? No. No one talks about the angle there.
There's no angle.
Well, you get to start way in front of somebody else.
Well, I get that, but that's not an angle.
It's kind of like an angle.
Well, here's the deal. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776 is the number. And you mentioned,
I'm going to predict he's getting. If you could trade him for a seventh, I would. Like Cowboy fans want Dameon Pierce. They really want Gallant. I think they can have him. I'm to the point realizing I loved him coming out of college.
And
loved him his first
rookie.
year.
Yeah.
This is not a good. What's best for Dameon Pierce is to get a chance somewhere else.
Yep.
Not here.
All right. When we come back, we'll talk about that backup quarterback situation. There's rankings out as far as, and we'll see where the Texans rank their backup quarterback room. But first, we're talking about Chastang Ford. I was there yesterday. As a matter of fact, I went by and I picked up the Bronco, and I'm driving that around right now. And I wanted to see how that is, because the pickup is just too big for the driveway that we have in California. And so I said, let me go test up, and it's awesome. It is awesome. The whole car buying experience that you get at Chastang Ford is second to none. And they don't treat me any differently than they're going to treat you. They treat you every single step of the way. They want to make sure that they're giving you all the rebates that they can. They're getting you the best. They're getting you the best bank, or the best way for you to get the best loan that you can possibly get. That's what they do. I'm telling you, they had Ford financing. And they said, well, no, because we can get you a better rate with a bank over here. You think Ford was happy with Chastang Ford because they went with a bank over Ford financing? No. But you know what? Chastang said, I don't care. We're going to get you the best financing because we want you to get the best car buying experience that you could possibly have. That happened to me. It'll happen to you. They're going to find the best way to get you into that Ford car or truck or pre-owned vehicle as well, because they got a bunch of them out there. They got cars right now. They're dealing. They've got $4,500 off here. They've got nothing down. They got $299 for the Bronco Sport on a lease. It's thing after thing after thing that you're going to benefit from at Chastang Ford. You're looking for the Ford car or truck, there's one place to go. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, looking at the backup situations, ranked here on this article on, it was the Yardbarker staff who ranked them.
Those guys suck.
What? I don't know why you think that. Trubisky and DiNucci for the Bills, they have them the worst. It's 1 through 5, and they think they're a 5. I don't understand that, because Trubisky actually had a little bit of success in Chicago. He's got experience. If he had to go in, listen, it's a disaster if Josh Allen goes out for the Bills, right?
Right.
They're not winning anything. But that's the case with every situation. Mike White and Skylar Thompson, Dell, they've got them as a 4.
One is the best?
One's the best, 5's the worst. Thompson has thrown for 156 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 47% of his passes. They've got Drake May, Bailey Zappi, and Joe Milton as a 3. It's okay. Tyrod Taylor for the Jets, okay, 3. Jared Stidham, 4, not good. Carson Wentz, a 2. Pat Mahomes would be devastating for the Chiefs, but it appears they're prepared for the worst-case scenario. Former Pro Bowler Wentz has looked dependable throughout 2 preseason games. I
don't know, man. I'm not sure I'm ready to give him a 2. I mean, it's one of the craziest falls for a quarterback I've ever seen.
Right.
Where you go from an MVP contention to like.
But he looked okay in these 2 preseason games.
Yeah, so I told you they sucked. You didn't listen.
Yeah, no, you're right.
They're just a bunch of like people who don't really. They're not good. They're not good.
They're not serious people.
No, they're not.
Well, for our Houston Texans, we got a 2. Between Mills and Keenum, the pair have 92 NFL starts, offering the Texans plenty of experience behind second-year quarterback C.J. Stroud. While no one has secured the number 2 job, Texans should feel comfortable with either option. I think Davis Mills has probably secured that job.
I did too.
Yeah.
I did too, but you talked about the fact that we had the sound from Mechie, John Mechie said, the Case Keenum's been invaluable in working with him on the position of becoming a better football player. And for a quarterback to take that time for Mechie, it tells you that, number one, Case is just a really good teammate. But he's also a very smart player, and he knows this offense. He was with Gary Kubiak in Minnesota, so he knows the offense. He's a good teammate. He's a good leader. He's been around. Right now, he's changed from trying to be a starting quarterback to his entire process, his entire existence in the NFL is to help others. And I think that's who he is as a person anyway. He's a big Christian guy, but not that it matters one way or another, but he has a predilection for being a helper and a teammate and somebody who's really, I think, great in the locker room. And that's just another example of it. That's why you probably keep 3 quarterbacks, because you want Case Keenum on that team. But I do think right now Davis Mills is the younger player. He's more physically gifted, and Davis Mills has looked pretty good when he's played.
Yep.
So
he's got experience. I mean, I would probably feel more comfortable with Davis Mills in there.
Honestly, I would, if I'm an NFL team. I'm looking at. You remember how the Texans moved Drew Hansen when they drafted him? And Charlie actually flipped him like from a 6th round pick into a 3rd round pick, and he didn't get anything for it, but he drafted somebody who wasn't any good. But I think with Davis Mills, if I'm an evaluator on another team, I'm looking at Davis Mills. I'm saying, hey, coach, let's go after Davis Mills next season. Let's see about adding him as a backup here, and maybe he's still got some developmental upside. If you're somebody who really liked him coming out of college, you might think, hey, Davis Mills' second act with a better team, a better offensive line, not the goofballs at coach that he had. Not that Lovey was a goofball, but come on, Davis having to go with David Culley and that whole mess that they had. It wasn't even fair to him. So I'm not sure the script's been written on Davis Mills yet.
No.
I'm really not. I don't know if he's going to be a serviceable NFL starter, but I think he's going to be a lot better than we saw his first 2 years on as a rookie in a bad organization.
Yeah.
A second-year player in a bad organization.
If he gets another chance, because sometimes that's all you get. I mean,
this is year 4. He's going to be a free agent after this year. It'll be interesting to see what he signs for. He may get I don't think whatever Jarrett Stidham got, I'd give Davis Mills that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that's pretty comparable. But Davis Mills didn't have any chance. He didn't have any chance whatsoever. He had no chance. It was one of the worst team. It was historically bad. So maybe with another team, Davis Mills is, and with experience.
Stidham signed a 2-year, $10 million deal. So $5 million a year for the Broncos.
That's not a bad gig.
It's not a bad gig, but a lot of these guys are getting $7 and $8 million.
Yeah, but you know what? Give me 5.
Well, I want him to get
Give
as
me
much
5.
as possible, and here's why: it puts you in contention for a compensatory pick.
Yeah.
When he goes, and if he gets like a $10 million deal, that's going to put you, $10 million per year. Maybe somebody views him as a potential. Who knows? Maybe the Raiders would take him. Maybe they get rid of Minshew mania and they're done with Minshew, or there's a team like that, or maybe it's not great over there in Carolina, and they say, hey, year 3 with Bryce, let's bring in Davis Mills as his backup, and let's see maybe what we have with Mills in practice. Very quietly, we'll see what we have with Mills. Who knows? But something to keep an eye on.
All right, 740 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We were talking about Carson Wentz, and lo and behold, Carson Wentz gives us a call here on the show. Carson Wentz joining the show on ESPN
mobile
97.5 and 92.5. Hey, Carson.
Hey, guys. Love the show. Appreciate the love. Doing well here in KC, backing up Mahomes. I'm here to win a Super Bowl as a backup. I'm capable. I've got these receivers. I've got Pacheco. I'm pulling for my guy Ryan Tannehill to land. I think he could be a great fit, in Buffalo or Pittsburgh or even the Vikings, obviously, because Lance is a Jaron Hall guy. Said he was good when he's not. But doing well here in KC. Excited to learn from Mahomes. If he goes down, I'm capable to be his backup and win games.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we
thank you for that.
we
Carson.
have we've wondered that in the past, if you were, and then I realized, why am I thinking about Carson Wentz? There's starters I got to be considering.
Yeah.
And I realized I am blowing this day already. I've been watching rope swing fails. I've been watching kangaroos fighting humans, and now I'm thinking about Carson Wentz. Where is the day going?
Yeah.
I've been caught up in that. By the way, speaking of where is the day going, are you watching? Do you watch Industry
I have not.
on HBO?
No.
Young Abigail, do you watch television at all, or do you just lift weights?
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I haven't watched Industry. What is it about?
It's about like the financial sector, but it's younger people, and sometimes they do things.
They're doing things?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what kind of things?
Just things that
That
you
involve-
might see on Euphoria.
Mm.
You watch
See,
Euphoria?
no,
I don't
I
watch
don't watch
Euphoria, but
Euphoria.
I know that things happen on there
Oh, how would you know that if you didn't watch it?
because
there are scenes
because Twitter somebody will cut
Sydney
a scene.
Sweeney will assault us with her body.
Assault us.
Yes.
Assault.
Yeah.
I assault. We didn't ask for it. She's
She's just
assaulted.
putting
okay.
she's assaulting
And
us.
somebody
just
on
turn
Twitter will cut a scene out
Yeah.
and put it on
Yes.
Twitter. I'm like, hey, I didn't ask for this.
Hey, stop sending
Get my
this stuff.
consent before you put this on Twitter for my eyes to see.
Right, right.
Yeah, that's how.
Right, and that's what has happened in an industry
So
too?
an industry, well, what they do, it's like with any show on HBO, they
Mhm.
have to hook you with, like the Khaleesi when she was in the
Yeah.
bath and all that stuff. They hook you in
Hooked.
season what? What's
Got
that?
me.
What? Yeah.
Good save, good save.
Season 1 and 2 of any HBO show that they plan on lasting for a while, they go the sex angle.
Right.
Like they know what they're doing.
Right.
They try to hook you
It's-
in. They did that with
It's a formula.
Entourage. Oh no, it's a long lasting formula
Right,
that
it
HBO
works.
has used, and it works. They bring you in, and we're talking from a guy's perspective.
Right.
I don't know about you. Don't worry, you'll get some full frontal though,
Yeah.
whether you're asking for it or
Oh
not.
no, I don't need that.
Whether you're asking for it or not. Game of Thrones even was hitting you with that. Like,
Yeah.
hey, Game of Thrones,
Hey, put that
what are
away.
you doing here?
Right.
not
So
right.
that's what's happening with industry.
So industry, well, I mean, it's the financial sector. It's in London, but I think you will like it.
Yeah.
I think you will like it.
Yeah. Is there even a storyline?
Oh yeah, no,
Oh,
there's
there
good
is? Okay,
storylines.
good.
Writing's
Good.
good. There's some good
Not just
storylines.
frontals, just a
No,
storyline.
not just,
Okay.
not just a bunch of frontals, as Abigail called them. No, not just full frontals. There's actually, there's storylines like season
they
3.
talk about money or something.
Yeah, season 3. This company was doing their IPO, and it's oh yeah. But
All right.
sometimes there's blow. I mean, in the financial industry,
Yeah, sure.
young people, financial industry.
Oh yeah, there'll be drugs.
There's going to be
and sex.
blow, and there's I mean,
That's what happens.
yeah. I mean, you watch Wall Street way back in the day.
Oh,
Charlie.
Did you ever watch that movie?
Yeah, same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Only this is happening with accents.
Okay. All right. Do you
Industry is worth your
do
time.
the subtitles? Do you use the subtitles?
Yeah, I try to. This is a true story. I'm trying to wean myself off of them because I've gotten lazy. I read an entire article on why Gen Z all watches stuff with subtitles. It was never a thing in my house until my mother-in-law stayed with us after she had gotten injured, and or actually she had been injured. She also came and stayed during COVID. And then she was watching stuff. She doesn't have great hearing in one of her ears, so she watches stuff with subtitles on. So my kids now, everything is
I
watched with
watch
subtitles.
everything except
Me too, but don't you feel like that's like putting cheaters on the glasses? Don't you make
I don't care.
Doesn't it feel like your eyes are getting weaker?
I want to understand everything that's going on.
Well, that's unfortunately what I have
So
to
the
do,
second thing though is it'll take away from some of those scenes that you were talking about.
Well, you can always turn your subtitles off.
Well, that's true. That's
So
true.
you get-
It seems like a lot of work while their
Watch
scenes
this.
are going on that you
I'm
were
just
talking about.
I'm gonna type in, and this is the NFL computer, but I'm gonna type
No,
in
don't do it.
sex scenes from
Wow.
industry.
I wouldn't do that. What I would do is talk about Access Vascular Health. Actually, Lance was talking about this a little bit earlier. If Doc Manavis could help me because I'm having trouble sleeping.
Oh my God! I
It's
didn't realize that. By the way, was Kit Harington from Game of Thrones. Oh my gosh, that's who that was that I was watching. He's on
With the
season
frontal?
3 now.
With the frontal stuff going on?
We don't get a frontal with
All
him. We're only 2 episodes in.
Well, we're actually talking about Doc Manavis,
That's a
and there's
backle.
none of that going on.
Well, the back.
or the back, yeah, but she doesn't do the stuff.
She didn't do the back.
No, she doesn't do the back. What she does is she just takes an MRI, she takes an ultrasound, and she's going to see whether or not
No gloves.
whether or not your prostate is enlarged. No gloves.
What
no
about this?
sticking
The
of
squeeze?
the
Where they
finger.
go,
Nothing. No, none of that.
None of that?
None of that stuff.
Good.
You don't need that stuff anymore.
I'm glad.
Doc Manavis is like, nope, we're not doing that. What we're doing is we're seeing technologically if your prostate is first of all if it's cancer free, and secondly is if it's enlarged. And if it is, and it's cancer free and it's enlarged, then Doc Manavis gives you an IV and you are cured. And it's like 100% of the people are cured this way. So if you're somebody right now that you feel like you might be going to the bathroom too much, starting and stopping, you get this, the flow, all these things that you figure could lead to that may be an enlarged prostate. There's only one way to fix that, and that's 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com.
Hey, guys, the Red Bull Show Run is coming. This is going to be really cool for you F1 fans because this is a great chance. It's free to the general public, all ages, no tickets required, a lot of family fun. For more information, you can go to redbull.com/showrun Houston. But they are bringing the sport of F1 racing to Houston on September 7th, and the show run is meant to be admission free. They want everyone out there. You are going to get to experience the sights and the sounds, just how fast and powerful and loud these vehicles are as they, a couple of the vehicles are going to, with professional drivers, are going to be running around the streets of Houston. It's not a race, but it's a great exhibition for you to get a great feel in this pop-up event. They want you to come out there so aspiring racers can put their driving skills to the test on their Red Bull racing simulators that are out there. Learn to spin some tracks at the Red Bull Turn It Up with the DJ table. There's so many things going on. This is going to be a great chance for you to experience F1. If you've gotten caught into the furor of F1 racing and you've got some family members or some kids who really love it as well, bring them out there. It's going to be at Discovery Green. It is September 7th. For more information, once again, go to the website, which is redbull.com/showrun Houston.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Yiner walks it off last night. 5-4 was the final. A crappy game filled with errors. 3 unearned runs the Astros gave up. 3 unearned. 3 unearned. Actually, Taylor Scott gave up 1. He gave up 1 earned run, 2, and they scored 4, so it was 2 unearned runs. We shouldn't have been. Taylor Scott shouldn't have been in there at that point. Taylor Scott got the earned run because he gave up the home run, but the inning should have been over. So this is it was unfortunate for the way that worked out, and it was because of Jose Altuve with the throwing error. But it was Pena, it was Whitcomb, same thing. It was guy after guy after guy that just couldn't even catch the ball. And for them too. The Astros had 2 unearned runs and off of their error.
It was basically
Catcher
what do you
throwing
think
the ball
we
right.
haven't really talked about Kikuchi.
Kikuchi looked good.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks fine again.
ERA
5 2/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned,
I think
and
he's got a
7
2.4
strikeouts and 1.
I think he's at 2.4 ERA with the Astros.
So
Been everything you could ask for.
So he's I was listening to, who was it? I think it was
Killer Bees.
I don't know who it was. It was
Killer Bees?
It might have been the Killer Bees, or
Sean
maybe
Mapes?
maybe it was Gallant. That his ERA is 3rd best of all the pitchers that were traded. His ERA is the 3rd best since the trade, since he was traded to that team.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, those other guys must be really good because Kikuchi's been awesome. He's been awesome
Yeah.
here. And now everybody's going to get a break because Justin Verlander's coming. Justin Verlander will be here tomorrow afternoon in the getaway game. And you know what? Take care of this business tonight at Minute Maid, and beat them for the 5th straight time this season. And let's go. After sweeping them in Boston, here we are with a chance to keep that going. Isaac wants to talk about his Astros. Hey, Isaac, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas? First off, just want to say, Abigail, welcome to the machine. Finally got a replacement for DJ Dale. Good for you.
Yeah.
Dale, he can stay on the 10 o'clock. A little bit of Dale, ole goes a long way.
Wow.
So last night, just talking about looking at the Astros, you got to give Joe Espada credit. We beat him up early in the year here. A lot of people just was upset about, him taking over and not doing right. But he can make some good calls, pull some good strings. So I'll give him his due. He deserves it. But I tell you what, man, ever since his debut, every time they put in Turk Ferguson, man, I get nervous. So, I just never know what's going to happen ever since that debut. But, Astros, they got the lead and they keep it going. It's good to see. We're back on it, and we're going to make this run, baby.
Yeah. It's Caleb Ferguson. He calls him Turd Ferguson. He didn't exactly get started off great. 2-run home run in his first appearance. Wasn't what we were hoping for. I don't know what I was hoping for. I was just hoping for. I knew that Yankees fans famously. There was a tweet I said that, oh my gosh, I can't believe we got something for him, and I thought, ugh.
A human.
The Yankees are.
They said we got a human.
Yeah,
for
we
him.
got a human for him, and the Yankees are dealing somebody to us like they clearly do not believe this player is going to come back to haunt them.
I just hope we're in a playoff game against the Yankees, and in comes Ferguson, and he strikes out Judge.
I just hope that Judge versus Ferguson is the thing in the postseason.
Wait, I'm not sure.
You sure you want to say that out loud, Beetlejuice? Say it 3 times and it happens. I'm not sure. I'm not sure a playoff roster's in the offing for him.
I'm gonna rethink that.
Yeah,
that my wish there.
Man, I hope Caleb Ferguson's in against Aaron Judge in the postseason. What? Who said that? Was it Brett Boone?
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said that out loud. It wasn't Brett Boone. Aaron, you mean?
I mean Aaron Boone, yeah.
Yeah.
Not Brett. Well, Brett probably is saying it too.
Yeah, I want my brother to win.
I think all the Boones are saying, they want their brothers to do well.
Yeah. This is something that's happening. See, what is this happening in this show? We don't need stuff like this. How about the hook be?
I'm just showing John something from industry.
Yeah.
What?
How about the hook be?
Because this is what happens off. This isn't at work. She's at her apartment talking to Skyping with her boyfriend in America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's wrong with that? You can't.
Yeah, I don't see. This is a work. This is and he's doing stuff too. All right.
You're gonna watch this show.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
So anyway, it's 7:56 now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. How are what's going on with the new rules in the NFL? Let's we'll talk about that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Everything's going great. We're doing a great job.
Well, we'll see. Aqueduct Plumbing is doing a great job. I know that. Yeah. I know Billy Brown is doing a great job. It's what Billy Brown does. Billy Brown does a great job in making sure that your sinks are working properly. He makes a great job. Make sure that your water is flowing properly. Make sure that your pipes are all working in working order. If you got a repipe, if you got an older house, you haven't done it, you haven't repiped your pipes, then this is maybe a time to call Billy and say, maybe you should take a look at what we've got going on underneath our house.
Yeah, Billy Brown will make sure that you have whatever issues. If there are issues, they can do the hydrostatic testing and check all of to see if there's any problems with leaky pipes underneath. But it also, if you've got a clogged drain, if you've got water pressure that's low, if you're tired of running out of hot water, these are all things that Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company deal with on a regular basis. So make sure that you give them that call. This is the website for you to go check out for all the services they offer, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Abigail, we don't turn on our microphones here. We turn our own microphones on
No,
here.
she
We don't
turns
need
mine on.
you turning on these mics when I'm trying to show John some of the storylines from the show, the hit
that's my
HBO
bad.
show industry.
The storyline is a odd term.
The hit HBO series industry.
Well, let's move on from industry to NFL kickoffs. So so NFL teams combined to return 22% of kickoffs and allowed 73% to end in touchbacks in the 2023 regular season.
Yeah.
3/4 of the plays of the time it was basically a non-play.
This is something that's really started happening over the last 6-7 years, where the touchdown rate, the legs on kickers are pretty incredible. Like I'm aware of it more because of what I do with the draft stuff. Are you aware of how? I'm sure you are. How 50-yard, isn't this kind of crazy? How many 50-yard field goals are just gimmies now?
Yeah. I mean, it's no, they're getting people are getting better when there's a lot of money out there to be had. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, Kyrie Fairbairn made $16 million over the last 4 years, and he's making more now. So if you're good at something, you're going to get paid, and I think that would definitely lead a lot of people to try to do it. So this preseason through two preseason games, 78% of kickoffs have been returned. 19% of kickoffs have ended in touchbacks. It's basically a reversal, and a complete reversal of what went on in the regular season. Now, there is this that's happening though. It went from just 30%. Let's see, where is it? 30% in week 1 of balls hit into the end zone, which means it comes out to the 30.
Uh-huh.
The following in week 2, it was 40%. Coaches are saying we're okay with taking the ball, giving them the ball at the 30, as opposed to.
Do you think that's what coaches are saying, or the kickers are having a hard time placing it? Because I don't think that statistically, I haven't seen guys return kicks very far. I would think you want to pop it as high as you can and just cover. I think maybe kickers are not
nearly
having a hard time.
2/3 of kickoffs have landed in the area between the 20-yard line and the goal line, known as the landing zone. There have been a handful of missed kicks that resulted in a penalty and the ball being spotted at the 40-yard line. 7 kickoffs have landed short of the 20, and 1 has gone out of bounds.
Because remember, in the week 1 with the Texans and Bears, the Hall of Fame game, there were kicks that would have barely landed inside or in the end zone that they just caught and ran out because they're trying to get a feel for that. So I know from a analytics standpoint, taking the ball at the 30 is not going to be a great measure.
I was watching Commanders Dolphins, and the Dolphins have 2 guys in a competition, their punter and their kicker, for the job. And what they're doing is kind of a pseudo squib where they want the ball obviously on the fly, landing in the 20 and then bouncing into the end zone so that the ball comes out to the 20. They've done that's what they're working on. So they're trying to get the best of both worlds, where they don't get penalized for a bad kick, but it still bounces into the end zone.
It's going to be interesting because what's going to happen
And that
is
goes out to the 20.
Yes, if it hits in the landing zone and then goes in the end zone for a touchback, it comes out to the 20.
you're going to have a lot of teams. Right now is a perfect example of everyone's going to be messing around trying to find out what the best way, and then someone is going to find something that worked like that if they can figure out what, and then everyone's going to try to copy that.
Right.
Everyone will try to copy whatever the most efficient route is.
So Dawn Aponte is the league's chief administrator, said
It's awesome.
Monday that it is unlikely the league will move the touchback further up to further disincentivize kickoffs and touchbacks.
Donna Ponte, just so you know, she is considered, had she come up in a different time in the NFL, she may have been the first female general manager. Like she is, or even the first female commissioner. Like she's considered razor sharp. I don't know her age. I think, I don't know, late 50s, early 60s, but she is, I know Scott Pioli was talking about her one time. We were at the Combine, and he's like, I don't know if you have any idea how influential she is. What a big time. She was with the Raiders.
She was with the Dolphins. used to be their contract money person
Oh,
until
was
she
she?
got until she went to the NFL head office. But she used to do all their contracts for them.
Yeah. I think she may have come up with the Raiders and Al Davis. But she is considered Donna Ponte when you mention her, just as a little bit of trivia here, she was well ahead of her time. Would have been a huge executive had she come up like now. She would have had much more opportunities.
Okay. Yeah, she's actually. I guess she's pretty smart. I guess she was with the Chargers as well. She's been around the league, and now she's in. Now, see, this is stuff that we're
just do the show.
I'm trying to do a show, but here's the deal: is we're getting more action. We're getting a lot more action on the field. On the field.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot more action.
A lot more action is going on the field. It's actually a really, really, really good. It's a really good way to go about this. I know that. Okay, he's a bad person. He's showing stuff, and it's unfortunate for people that they have to watch that. You're assaulting with their eyes. Anyway, so just an FYI, we actually have a play now with a kickoff. Okay, Dell wants to. Dell wants to. Yeah. No, there's a lot of stuff that happens on that show. Oh yeah, she does.
Did?
Hip drop tackle.
Ugh. Everyone had a
Hissy fit.
Everyone had.
And you know what? There's been no calls.
It's not going to be. Well, the league said they're going to have to really it's not going to be everything's not going to be called. The idea that everything's going to be called, it's going to be called with the idea of intent or potential injury. They're not going to there's a difference between tackling low and then swinging your weight forward to pull down. I didn't think it would be.
Oh, it could be.
You know, the thing that they never called that supposedly they were going to call that they almost never call now, because I think sometimes they'll have rules and they'll just be like, "We ain't calling that."
Yeah.
Is running backs who lead with the helmet in a collision.
That never happens.
They never call.
Never
it.
happens, right? Right.
And yet that's in the rule book.
Right.
But they never call it because they know that that's not feasible.
Right.
You can't eliminate that.
The slow process of replay officials, two new aspects of the game can be whether a passer is down by contact or out of bounds before a throw, and if the game clock has expired before a snap. We haven't really seen that yet. But the game clock expiring before the snap may be something that will come up and bite somebody if you can review it.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I could see that.
I could see that, too.
Look what happened to Jordan Childs.
What happened to Jordan?
Well, she got her medal taken away. You've only got a certain amount of time when it comes to reviews and time clocks and stuff like that.
Well, but this is let's say there's a big play that happens and it was after the play clock expired. I could certainly see the opposing coach going, "Hey, no. Well, we got to review that," and then that play taken away.
But you only have a certain amount of time that you can call for it, or Romania wins.
Well, yeah, that was a different sport. And,
but we need to look at all sports.
Totally different. But I think they got in with the rule.
That is a very specific rule, by the way. That's such a niche rule about the expiration of the play clock, and that, that's kind of a niche little situation there.
Well, it's
not going to happen.
Plenty with that
Has it happened plenty?
That it's expired, yes. But here's the thing. Is it expired when it goes down to zeros, or because there's actually a controversy of whether or not when it goes to double zeros, if that's when the play clock expires, or if there is still time on.
So there's something I've heard this discussed on TV where it's not what we think, that as soon as it hits zero, it is. There's, I think the league looks at the officials look at it different, because it seems like you see it all the time happen, that it expires. But I think the officials look at it differently. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think it's basically the zero has to finish out. Well, how would you know if the zero finishes out? In other words, if you say 1 and then it clicks down to, I don't know. We'll see if it matters.
To me, it's the same as the quarterback being over the line of scrimmage. If his toe is still on
Okay,
the line.
That's one of the dumb. Can we talk about some of the dumbest rules? One of them is, I know you don't like some of the offside stuff that you see in, and that's an example. That's the exact opposite. So which one do you like? Offsides in soccer, where they get so precise that if your toe is passed, then that's offside. In the NFL, a quarterback's whole body can be basically across the line except for his heel on
I think the football should always be behind the line of scrimmage. If you're throwing it, the football should be. That's how. I obviously didn't play at this level, but I always thought that you had to be behind the line of scrimmage to throw the football. And you know what? You have a sense when you're a quarterback where the line of scrimmage is. You absolutely have that sense. If you don't have that sense, like Orlovsky running out of the end zone and throwing the ball, it was like, dude, really? You don't have any sense of where you are on the football field?
Daniel Jones just did that.
Yeah, I know.
Gave us a touchdown.
Thank you. So I think you should the football needs to be out of your hand before you hit the line of scrimmage, but that's not the case. It's not the case. So, we'll see if any of these new rules come into play. The only one that has so far is the kickoff rule. 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here, Peter, he wants to talk about the kickoff rule. What do you say, Peter?
Morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good.
I just wanted to ask, I've been watching the preseason, and I like the rule, and I was thinking to myself, like, with the whole landing zone and all, I was wondering, and maybe it specifically has to be kickers, but it seems to me a punter would be better equipped to put the ball high and in the landing zone instead of a kicker. Just y'all's thoughts.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's legal to kick off with a punter.
No, it's not.
It's not. You have to kick it off a tee.
Off the ground, yeah.
Off the ground.
I mean, if you could, then that's what everyone would do.
Yeah,
Just
right.
hang it.
Well, but it doesn't matter hanging because the play doesn't start until the ball hits.
Well, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's
But
right.
would it be easier for a punter
Yes.
to hit that 20-yard area?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so because they're used to doing that from a pooch standpoint.
Right.
So yes, I think it would be. Well, yeah. I mean, it'd be a
These
little
guys
bit of a kick.
These
It'd be
guys
a
are good
kick.
enough to hit that 20-yard area though.
No,
they were
they'll-
doing it in the XFL.
Yeah, they'll do it.
They can do it.
It's just figuring out. They've just gone from blasting and trying to just get it, into a touchback situation to now they've got to just change the drop angle. That's all. It's like taking a little bit off a pitching wedge.
Yeah.
If you don't want to hit a gap wedge, like taking a little bit off a 9-iron. You don't want to club down, so you just have to say, okay, I got to figure out how to hit 85% of this club. That's all they're doing.
That's it. That's all. Oh yeah, they are not hitting.
They're going to figure it out where they can land it inside the 20, but you don't want to land it you want to land it inside the 5.
Yeah.
So that's what they're going to try to do.
Yep. They'll get really good at it. Time to talk about my bookie. You can bet on it. I don't know if you can bet on the kickoff per se, but I know you can bet at my bookie. I heard Dell singing in one of these. It's the most wonderful time of the year, Dell.
My God, that's
I know
right.
he's singing in a, and Dell is not a singer. Okay, that's just not him. So he's putting out there for my bookie. You need to too. Okay, you're putting out for him. You're putting it out there for him. Your singing voice, you're putting it out there for him, I think. So here's the deal. If you're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid, you're looking for the best way to enjoy the football season. The football season is here. You know football. You love football. You, my friends, are going to benefit from my bookie, who gives you a sign-up bonus, okay? But you need to get in soon. Because if you want to bet on the number of wins, 9.5 wins, or you want to bet on MVP races or Rookie of the Year races, whatever the case may be, there's one. You got to do it now. You got to go now. Otherwise, you're not going to get in time. If you start after the season starts, then sorry, you're too late. Here's the deal. MyBookie.ag's got all the bets you could possibly want. They got casino gambling. They got everything you could want at one place. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776 to get in here with us to hang out on the show. You're more than welcome. Our Astros win in walk-off fashion. It's Yainer Diaz Day today as he walks it off. Alex Bregman's sitting there watching, taking notes in the did you see that in the dugout? He's got a sweatshirt on and he's just taking notes. He said he wanted to play. Joe Espada said, no, you're not playing. Not even sure that he'll play again today. Not sure he'll play again today. Could have used him when Whitcomb dropped that ground ball. Could have thought, well, Alex Bregman probably has that. Probably takes care of that business. Never know, but probably takes care of that business. But apparently he says he's better and wants to get out there, but Joe Espada said, no, you're not ready yet.
You know what? We're all gonna thank him for that. We're gonna thank Joe Espada for not playing.
Like we thank
Dusty for not playing Yainer.
Yeah. Maybe
would that home run have even been possible by Yainer Diaz last year or yesterday without Dusty holding him back last year?
Well, it might have been
holding it back from a rookie of the year.
It might have been possible last year if he'd have put him in.
Yep.
Maybe we would have won another playoff game and gone to the World Series.
Yeah,
Never know, do we?
Well, he was was he playing?
No, he didn't.
Oh man, that's right.
He didn't play at all.
It was like a battle just to get him into playoff games.
No, he didn't. He didn't play in the playoff games. He didn't play at all in the Rangers series.
He didn't?
No, it was
all Machete?
Well, I'm pretty sure he started.
That guy's out of baseball.
Oh, he was awful.
Oh my God.
Awful.
The Astros, how about that? We've got 3 guys who've been DFA'd over, within 365 days. Abreu DFA'd, Montero DFA'd, and then a guy we had starting in the playoffs, Machete, is DFA'd. Yeah. 3 players who were on your team last year are no longer in baseball.
Crazy. Yep. And pay them. And pay those men.
Those are some lyrics right there.
Yep. Pay those men their money. Kikuchi looked good. Caleb Ferguson looked good. He came in, struck out a couple. Taylor Scott came in, gave up the home run. Josh Hader has been really, really, really good. Josh Hader has been really good. He gets the win now. He's 6-6 overall. His ERA is down to 3.36. He's got 27 straight saves, which is an Astros record. After a slow start, Josh Hader is back to being to what we thought he would be. And Presley, we haven't even talked about Presley being on the IR, on the IL. I don't want to say it's a good thing. I think it's much needed. He's getting a break right now. When he comes back, I assume he gets back right into his eighth inning role.
I assume.
Although I would really wouldn't you really like to see Brian Abreu just stay there?
Yeah, I'd prefer that.
Yeah.
I'd 100% prefer that. But you know what? I'm not convinced it doesn't happen, actually. Because I think Espada, look at how he moves his lineup around.
Yeah.
And changes his lineup. Why not? Why not if Abreu can pitch consistently, why wouldn't you do that?
Well, Presley has vested, so he's going to be back again next year. It's a matter of respect. It's a matter of baseball etiquette. He was the closer. He took a lesser role by going into the 8th inning. I think it's affected him. I don't know. I mean,
when you're getting paid millions, there's no such thing as baseball etiquette. You're not doing this for his feelings. You're doing it for the team.
Yeah.
Give the team the best chance to win. Best chance to win is probably with him in fewer high leverage situations. I mean, he's going to be in plenty, but I'd rather see 8th inning be Abreu. I have much more confidence in Abreu than the numbers tell you that Abreu, the eyeballs tell you that Abreu is much better in that situation than Ryan Presley. What's the problem here?
Yeah.
That shouldn't be. I mean, you move people up and down the lineup based on performance. It's a meritocracy in the lineup. Why not in the bullpen?
It should be. It should be, but there's a certain way that you go about this, and it's dangerous to mess with, because look at how is that why Ryan Presley isn't as good? is because he got demoted out of the closer role,
or
is he not as good because of his pitches?
I think it's a combination. I think mentally he's not. I don't think he handles adversity as well as you would want, because he is more prone to funks that last a little bit longer, and that to me is mental. But also, I'd be shocked to see if the spin rate, if the way he snaps off. I think his slider, his breaking pitch, his curveball has landed in the zone in a little more hittable spots. He used to do a good job, and it seems like people are spitting on some of those out pitches that he's trying to kind of hop up there that he would get people to swing on. It doesn't seem like they go for that quite as much.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think that it would be when you're facing the Orioles in October and it's the 8th inning and you got a 1-run lead. It's going to be awfully difficult to watch Ryan Presley coming in from the bullpen. It's just going to be awfully difficult. And I know, there is certain ways managers have to approach this, but if you want to do what's best for your organization and best for your team, because nobody's dumb. They see what's going on out in the field. They saw what was going on with Jose Abreu. They saw what was going on with Montero. And if it continues with Ryan Presley, then you got to, you got to do what's best for your baseball team.
I mean, my gosh, his numbers. Holy crap.
It's bad.
Max exit velocity, he's given up a hit that was 119 miles an hour this year. 119 max exit velocity. Last year's 109.8. The year before that, 108.8. The average exit velocity of the ball off the bat this year is 90.4, but last year was 91.3.
He wasn't great last year either.
No, the barrel percentage the last 2 years has been way higher than any time in his career where they're hitting it on the barrel. The hard hit percentage has been way higher the last 2 years. Like, just everything that you would think would be the case. I haven't found the spin rate, but it's everything that you think would be the problem. The amount of soft contact hits. What we're seeing is the medium contact hits versus the hard contact. A lot more medium and soft have gravitated into hard contact from where it once was. And that's just, it's not like Ryan Presley has been beaten by, some bad luck. Ryan Presley is just, people hit him hard. They just hit him hard. Amount of line drives is highest this year that it's been in 66. Let's see, in how many games? Way fewer games, because this year he's given up 31 line drives. You got to go all the way back to 2019 where he gave up 35 line drives, but he pitched a lot more in that season. There was a lot more innings pitched, I believe. Pitch type, fastball, he's throwing 34%, but his velocity's dropped. He's throwing
that slider a lot.
This velocity is the lowest it's been since he was in 2014. It's 93.9 miles an hour. Last year, 94.7. The year before, 94.5. The year before that, 95.4. 94. His fastball doesn't have as much hop, not even close to as much hop as he used to have on it. And the slider, he's only throwing the slider 1.7% of the time. The curveball, no, I take it back. That's sinker. Yeah, the slider's down. Last year it was 40%. This year it's as low as it's been as a Houston Astro, 29%.
Seems like it's every pitch.
He's throwing more changeups this year. This is the highest percentage of changeups, and it's the lowest. For his curveball, it's down a little bit, but I don't know. We can look at all that stuff we want. The bottom line is people are seeing him and they're hitting him harder, and he needs to be out of that 8-hole role.
Mm-hmm.
The setup man role needs to be Brian Abreu.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you and good night.
Or Renel Blanco in the postseason.
Well, or bring in.
What about Luis Garcia?
Bring in Presley when you got your 6, 7, 8 hitters up, or your 7, 8, 9 hitters up.
For those who missed it, by the way, Luis Garcia very quietly is going to miss this season also. So he joins Lance McCullers as Astros. I really, I hope internally we're looking at this and making sure, is this normal? Why are so many pitchers getting setbacks? Like, what's going on here? Why are Astros pitchers having more ACL, more Tommy Johns? And why is their recoveries taking so long? Is this a new standard in baseball? Are we not getting to the surgeries early enough? Like, what's going on where you're missing 2 years of baseball? Because now McCullers, we know, is famously missing just a tremendous amount of time. But now we're going Luis Garcia 2 years. He had 2 games last year, and now he's going to miss all of last year and all of this year. Like, Luis Garcia was supposed to pitch this year. What happened? What was the setback? What happened? Is there anything we need to be looking at with strength and conditioning side with the Astros? You know, there are some teams in different sports and in baseball where if you have these consistent issues, they switch to different sports science. They switch to different strength and conditioning. You know, is there something going on internally that is causing this to be a big issue with the Astros? That's a real question you have to ask. Luis Garcia's not back. McCullers, I'm like, whatever. I don't know that McCullers pitches again. Luis Garcia, I thought for sure would be back this year.
Yep. 828 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, come on. We're halfway through the show. 713-780-3776.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You know what we haven't even mentioned was the new University of Houston athletic director, Eddie Nunez. He was at LSU, and then he went to New Mexico, and now he's here. You see his contract? He's getting $1 million a year.
Is that good by 80 standards?
I don't know. I don't know what
I don't know
AD
AD
I think
contracts.
probably Alabama's and LSU's are making more, probably. But how about this? He gets a courtesy car for business use or a monthly car allowance of $1,000. He gets reimbursed from moving from Albuquerque, which is great. Initiation fees and annual dues for one mutually agreeable country club family membership.
This is all you cared about.
That's it. You get a country club membership.
Sure.
How come I don't have that in my contract?
Do you run a college athletic program?
Todd, if that is your name.
Do you run
country
college
club?
athletic program?
What's that?
He doesn't do that. He would be terrible at it. Drunk all day.
No, all of the donors would love me.
I'm sure.
'Cause we're partying.
Which country club does he get? Does
We
he
already
get to choose?
did that with 50.
Well,
60.
I did get a country club here. I got Highland Pines. I did
Yeah.
get
So what
that.
are you whining about?
Well, not the monthly dues. I don't. Let's go, Todd.
Oh, Todd.
If that is your name.
I believe that is his name. Did you see? We
Who
talk
would
about.
name themselves Farquharson?
Well, he doesn't control his
Will you stop
surname.
going after people's family lineage.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Dell's got something important to say.
I was going to mention. You mentioned the Cougs are paying their AD $1 million. Alabama's paying their football general manager $850K. That's a story now that they had to fight off other teams to keep him away. $850K for the
Who is
football. Alabama's paying their football general manager $850K.
What's his name? Is that Courtney?
I think that might be his name.
Yeah.
But apparently some schools came calling. Now it's a story where some guy who's like I don't want to say glorified, but he runs their front office type stuff, and they're like, hey, $850K. They're reporting on that because apparently it was a bidding war. So the Cougs might be. So let's just put it in perspective.
Yeah, Courtney Morgan.
The Cougs are paying their AD $1 million. This guy $850K. So I don't imagine it's at the top of the list.
That's
as
my
far
son's
as numbers.
big boss. His big boss is Courtney Morgan.
That's not unusual. The football general
No, I'm not talking
manager
about him.
makes $1 million.
Just to point to the Cougs and what they're paying, I imagine the top ADs around the country are getting more than that.
More than that. Yeah, absolutely.
It was USC that tried to get him. Well, that's become one of the really interesting jobs is that GM position in college.
That's what Zoe had until he went back to the NFL.
He really didn't. Or he wouldn't have
Well,
left.
Mario was.
Mario was just.
Yeah, you got it. GM it's different. Like on the football side, they're in charge of the head coaches are in charge of the team. But on personnel, like you do, I mean, Courtney is talking to my son about him. He, you run the recruiting and you run all that stuff. It's really you're a front office personnel guy, and I think that's a really interesting job. I know a few of those guys, and it's a lot. You got to manage the portal. You've got to manage recruiting. You've got to manage some of your own players that are on the team. Now you're going to have to figure out salary cap stuff for these players. By the way, did you see the article that came out and we'll get to the phone calls 1 second. The article that came out that showed how low people are actually how low the money is for NIL right now, that the average person is making about $100 a year or whatever. And they showed, they're taking every athlete in college athletics, but it was an article that was done by Sports Illustrated that in conjunction with somebody else, it showed how low the deals actually are for NIL for players. First of all, I read this and I thought, okay. Now, I know the true NIL deals are lower than people think. The agents report on these crazy stuff because they want to look good. The numbers are actually lower. However, players are getting paid by these universities. They call them NIL deals. So I don't know, I've heard about how much quarterbacks are going for. I know the going rate for quarterbacks, and it's gone way up. We're talking, $1 million. There's deals being done right now where it's being done on an annual year. A offensive lineman may cost $140,000. So what are we talking about? We don't have revenue sharing. This is literally like blatant cheating right now. You know this is the NCAA basically. They call it NIL, and all it is a group fund. So this article was so stupid to even come out because now people are using it. See, these players aren't getting paid. The NIL, all the players are getting paid right now.
Yeah.
All of them are. They just have to raise a bunch of money to put into the coffers to pay the players their salaries. There's salaries that they're getting paid. And agents are trying to negotiate their salaries with teams, and if they don't get what they like, they go to the portal and go try to get a bigger deal. But this idea of NIL now is being used to supplement. So you try to get an NIL deal for a player if you to supplement the other money that you're raising from your donors. The only teams that are going to really thrive with this are going to be, it's going to help to be in a really good conference like the SEC and Big Ten, obviously. But if you've got deep pockets, like Georgia and Alabama can't stand up to A&M and Texas. They don't have the depth of money, the amount of donors and the amount of high-end donors. They don't have it. They can't just whip up the money like A&M and Texas can. They have huge advantages, and they're willing to pay. Notre Dame has some, Stanford has some, but they're not willing to give, they're not willing to just finance the athletic departments with blank checks. So it's college. In talking to some of these teams, they're like Georgia will tell you flat out, we got to be smart with our money. We're not just going to just write open check, blank checks out. We can't do that. We got to be smart with how we do this. And in Alabama, they're not just going to wallet whip everybody. They still feel like they have to evaluate talent better than the other guys who
They
are
still
just
got a name brand too. They still got a brand.
Yeah, no, it really helps.
838 ESPN 97.5.
Guess what kids care less about now? Name brand. You know what they care more about? Bags.
Yep.
Name brand doesn't carry it like it used to.
Yeah. Can't buy groceries with name brand, right? Can't buy.
Well, you don't have to because you have all your meals.
Well, but
taken
I
care
still
of.
want to buy. I want to buy. Well, you can't buy any bling. Can't buy any bling.
Yeah, no, you can't buy Lambos.
No, you can't buy Lambos. Not with name brand.
No.
But you can with money. What you can with money.
Yes.
Let's
well,
get-
if you're in Texas, you don't have to buy them.
Let's get John in here.
Get 'em.
Abigail, young Abigail on the board today. What do you say, John?
Hey guys, love your show. I had a theory and kind of a question on the Astros and all the injuries, specifically the pitching. We've been to 7 straight ALCSs. How much of this, and I know it's a league-wide problem with pitching injuries, but how much of this is some of these guys are just tired from a shorter off season for 7 or 8 straight years, and just stressful innings going longer into the season consistently than other teams. I know McCullers is an outlier, but Garcia played in the World Baseball Classic. These guys are pitching a lot more innings than most other teams. How much of this is just these guys are tired from a shorter offseason and playing more games than anybody else in the league for 7 straight years?
I think it's a good point. I think it's a fair question. World Baseball Classic is one thing that we know that that's additional time that I think Major League. Well, there's nothing Major League teams can do about it. You can't tell a player he can't play, especially Latin American players. They're all going to play for their teams, and that's that. What do you think, John? Postseason, your pitching
Probably has an effect.
Yeah,
Probably
I would
has
think
some
so.
effect, but I don't know. I don't know.
It takes longer to
you've had
rest the arm.
Yeah, you've had a whole off. But listen, Eric Getty hasn't been through this. Hunter Brown scuffle. He didn't even use him in the postseason last year. The Kikuchi, all of these guys. I mean, is it more at bats for Alex Bregman? Is that why he's breaking? He broke down. It's because he slept wrong. Altuve's been doing this forever. I don't know. I think you got plenty of time off in between, and these guys, they give their bodies a rest. I don't know. It definitely could play into it. More innings. Brian Abreu has pitched more innings than most relief. Brian Abreu still does. Brian Abreu is one of the leaders in innings this year and every year because you got to keep on putting him out there because he's so good. Could have a bit of an effect, but I don't know if I want to overstate it. It's 841 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's go over Texans cuts. So right now, because you got one game left, and then we got to figure out a roster. The Chronicle put their cuts out there. See if you agree or disagree. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But first, let's talk Proximo.
Let's talk about my friends over Proximo Spirits is the company that distributes Maestro Dobel. Maestro Dobel is the tequila that is made in Tequila, Mexico. I want to focus on the Reposado for a second. Reposado is a really great tequila for an opportunity. If you like your añejo, you've had the añejo and you like mezcals, I think Reposado is one that you really need to try if you haven't tried it. And for a lot of you, you've tried it, you like it, you order it at bars or whatever. You'll get it either as a sipping tequila or you may get it as a shot. But I know this Reposado has a lot of flavor. It has a lot of body to it, and it's a tequila that I think tequila drinkers really love Reposado because it's not one of these things. It's not a drink that tries to a tequila that tries to just smooth it out on the back end, nice, easy. If you want some bold flavors, Reposado is going to be for you, and Maestro Dobel is going to be for you. They are the premier. They're the leaders coming out of Mexico in tequila making, and they're big in Mexico. If you ever go, you'll see them all over the place, and they're getting bigger and bigger here in the States as they market more because more people are trying them and are aware of them. And once you've had Maestro Dobel, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a great tequila. It's got a very fair price point, and it is available all over the city of Houston. If they don't have it at your favorite restaurant or liquor store, ask for it by name. It's Maestro Dobel.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Chronicle has their cuts out. Some of them are a little bit surprising. They think they're going to keep two quarterbacks. No Case Keenum.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's possible if they really, really love a player at another position.
It's easy to now. The new rules allowing teams to promote a quarterback from the practice squad to the game day roster an unlimited number of times likely means most teams will carry two quarterbacks on the 53.
Yeah, but Case is a veteran. He could just quit. Like, does he want to?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, does he want to show up every day for a practice squad salary?
Well, you can put him on the practice squad. You can't put Davis Mills on there.
Why not? Oh,
somebody
he's
pick
not
him
a
up.
veteran. Yeah.
Somebody grab him.
Well, somebody could still grab Case.
Yeah,
but you don't.
It's a lot less likely they grab Case.
Well, no, they can't just put him on practice squad. If they cut him, he's a free agent. He could go to any team.
Right. No,
go to any
absolutely.
team. So if you cut him, he's either going to go to a team where he's not. But my question, though, John, is his salary's not the same on practice squad.
Yeah.
So would he want to keep going? Would he want to keep the grind up when he's been around doing this forever, or would he just retire?
That's a good question. Running backs 4: Joe Mixon, Damian Pierce, Dare Ogunbowale, and Cam Akers. Predicted cuts: Jawar Jordan, J.J. Taylor, British Brooks.
Okay. I think they're playing it safe. I think that they'll go cheaper with keeping Jordan. If they keep 4, I think they'll keep Jordan instead of, or maybe even British Brooks. But I think they'll keep one of those backs instead of Damian Pierce, who will make a little bit more money than
Here's what they say. There's been a lot of talk about Pierce's status on the roster from fans and other observers after rushing for only 9 yards on 8 carries, blah, blah, blah. But Pierce's spot isn't in jeopardy. Just his status as the number 2 back. Akers just seems to have a better feel for the zone running scheme. Pierce still has value on special teams and talent as a near 1,000-yard rusher as a rookie. The toughest part will be parting ways with young players like Jordan. I don't think they get rid of Jordan. I don't. They just drafted him. I don't think you get rid of a draft pick that, especially a guy in a position that you can, I think you can be a little bit more.
1,000-yard rookie season is irrelevant. Like, that's 2 years ago.
Yeah, right.
Running backs run out of time quick in the NFL.
Right.
So I don't know. Like, I can tell you if I were running that team, he would be in some trouble on the roster. But so they got him staying there. Who else? Who else do we have? Who are we cutting?
Cutting British Brooks and J.J. Taylor.
British Brooks. No, but a wide receiver.
Okay, Andrew Beck is the only
fullback
predicted starter at fullback. Yep, that's
I
it.
like Troy Hairston. I thought he had a good game last game. But you can't keep
He's
two fullbacks.
performed well in training camp and the preseason, but Beck is the incumbent, and you'll only keep one fullback. Offensive tackles: 4: Tunsil, Howard, Blake Fisher, Nick Breaker.
Nick Breaker?
Yeah. David Sharp.
That guy was getting run
David
into the
Sharp
backfield.
gone. Charlie Heck, IR.
I think they keep 3 tackles.
Well, it depends. Can Breaker play other positions too? That's a question.
Yeah, he's a guard. I don't know why they're playing him a tackle. He's a guard at Ole Miss.
Well, then maybe he can with us. I mean, we're using him outside.
But this is why they also had Kenyon Green taking snaps out there.
Yeah.
Because if Kenyon Green can take some snaps out there, then let's look at him. Because Kendrick Green can play. So both Kendrick and Kenyon will make it. Patterson will make it. Juice will make it. Shaq Mason will make it. Who do they have as the other guard?
At guard, they've got Kenyon Green, Shaq Mason, Kendrick Green. Cuts are Cam Irving and Chris Reed.
Yeah,
that's
Cam
just
Irving.
3.
Cam Irving
And Breaker can swing. I could certainly see that.
Maybe Breaker at guard.
Yeah, he can
I
swing.
can see. No, the swing is Blake Fisher.
No. I mean, he
play
can
an
swing
emergency
both
tackle.
plays.
Well, you're going to get
both
you're
places.
going to be in a lot of trouble if you're playing him at tackle.
And you got Killian Zier, an international player.
No good.
He doesn't count against the roster. So
great, he doesn't get on the roster.
Well,
he will get you murdered. That guy was not good yesterday when I was watching.
Well, Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson at center.
Yep. So tight ends? I'm going to guess 3 or 4 tight ends.
Tight ends, they have.
Tell me if there's 3 or 4, and I'll know if Catoriano made it.
The tight ends, they have 3.
Okay, so he got cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably Brevin Jordan stays in. Oh, I could see Jordan getting cut too.
Why?
And Catoriano staying.
Why Brevin Jordan?
I don't know.
I think Brevin Jordan makes it. Brevin, I think, is kind of a lock, actually. And then Cade Stover for sure, and Dalton Schultz for sure. 3.
Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, John Mechie, Noah Brown, and Steven Sims. The predicted cuts are Woods, Hutchinson, Johnny Johnson, and Quintez Cephas.
Well, the battle is going to be between Sims, a special teams player, and Hutchinson. I think Hutchinson makes it over Sims. Because
Sims returns kicks.
He returns kicks, but it's easier to find it. But who's going to run the jet sweep?
Well, that is
Hutchinson
true.
is the official jet sweep
They
guy.
love the
He
jet
also
sweep.
blocks on the outside in the running game when
They
he's in.
love
He's a
the
bigger
jet
body.
sweep.
They love jet sweep with Hutchinson.
Yep.
Love it.
They've got for whatever reason they've got an asterisk next to, maybe because they'll put him on the practice squad. I guess Hutchinson could go on the practice squad. We'll see. Hutchinson and Cephas could go on the practice squad. They got Ben Skoranek as an IR candidate. Yeah, I could see them. I don't see Skoranek probably making the team, but I could certainly see where they wouldn't want to get rid of him. Put him on the IR for a while.
Yeah, he's the guy that you want on the team.
Yep. Defensive ends, 5. Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes, and Ali Gay. Predicted cuts, Solomon Byrd, Feldarius Payne. Suspension, Danico Autry. Non-football illness, Dylan Horton. So he will be on that list. Defensive tackles, 4, Foley, Mario Edwards, Khalil Davis, Marcus Harris. Predicted cuts, McTelvin, Akeem, and Kurt Heinisch. Although Heinisch, I guess, they'll push him to the practice squad. IR candidate, Tim Settle. Yeah, Settle just hasn't done anything. Hasn't been around. Linebackers, Aziz, Henry Toto, Jake Hansen. Depth, Neville Hewitt, Delshawn Phillips, and Jamal Hill. Predicted cuts, Tariq Barnes, Maxwell Tooley, and IR candidate, Christian Harris.
Did you see what Aziz Al-Shair said yesterday? You see what he said?
No, yeah, he was.
It was something like, it was something very ominous. Like, basically, you're not tough enough to play with us, probably. In all likelihood, if you're not ready to, like, it was something really ominous. I'll see if I can find it, but I get the feeling he is not one to trifle with. I don't think, and we've heard other players talk about the fact that he lets you know in no uncertain terms that he's not a big fan of any tomfoolery. So I think there's a reason the Texans went after him. I'm going to see if I can find exactly what he said, but man, it was aggressive. It was aggressive, and basically talked about the Texans' culture. What they believe the culture is an ass-kicking culture.
Yeah. He brings that. Yeah. Somebody did a long piece. Was it our guy from here, Bienemy? He did a long piece, and I think it was in that.
It probably was.
Yeah,
it was. Because
it was. Yeah.
DJ, yes, it was a quote that DJ Bienemy had from his article.
Cornerbacks, 5, Stingley, Lassiter, Okuda, Desmond King, and D'Angelo Ross, with Chris Boyd on the practice squad, cutting Miles Bryant and C.J. Henderson along with Mike Ford. This is I'm not sure that it ends up that way. Jeff Okuda, we'll see. Mike Ford didn't have the best game the other day. We'll see. Safety, 5, Jalen Petrie, Jimmy Ward.
Got an extension?
Yeah.
Jimmy Ward got an extension
another year.
Does that surprise you?
A little bit. I mean, be on the field. Wouldn't it be great if he...
I was a little surprised.
Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, Eric Murray, Lonnie Johnson Jr., and Kalen Bullock. They'll lose M.J. Stewart and Brandon Hill. That's interesting, because M.J. Stewart's been around a bunch. So to see him lose him, they think Brandon Hill will go to the practice squad. Kaimi Fairbairn, Tommy Townsend, and John Weeks. Nothing surprising there. Practice squad candidates: J.J. Taylor, Jawar Jordan, Tim Boyle, Chris Boyd, Brandon Hill, Maxwell Tooley, McTelvin Akeem, Solomon Byrd, Dalton Keene, Dieter Iceland, Xavier Hutchinson, Chris Reed, Quintez Cephas, Feldarius Payne, Kurt Heinisch, and Troy Hairston. That is a possibility. Some guys, some pretty good players getting cut. That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
It is a good sign.
No.
It's weird to hear you say that.
No.
But you're right. It is a good sign.
It's a good sign that you're moving in the right direction when you have really tough decisions and good football players. Players in italics are rookies. Players with asterisks, candidates for the practice squad. So, yeah, that's what we were doing. So, interesting list. Yeah, I would change a few things.
I would too.
We'll see. I don't know that their running back situation is correct. We'll see. That they're out there every day, though. I don't know, and maybe they have some insight with the coaching staff. I doubt it, though. Cuts are always there's always surprise cuts, always. So we'll find out whether or not that's the case. We got one more game, then a week off, and then the football season is here, brother. Let's go. It is fun. It is time.
You count week 0? I mean, we got college football this. I told we're not going to start with 5-star until next week, and I'm still working on Phil Steele. Josh Pate's going to start for sure with us next week. And so Josh Pate will be with us every week talking some college football. I'm looking forward to that.
All right. Good. Yeah, can't wait for Josh Pate. He's awesome. Josh Pate every week. What, every Thursday?
I think we're doing Wednesdays.
Wednesdays.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk right now about Doc Manavise again. Somebody asked me, well, where does the IV go? In a bad place? And the answer is no, it doesn't go in a bad place.
Who asked you that?
One of our silly listeners. And he said, and here's the deal is, so if you have an enlarged prostate, you could have surgery with another doctor, which is one of the worst things that you'll ever do in your life. The most painful and terrible things you'll ever do in your life is get surgery for an enlarged prostate when you can just get an IV that will take care of that prostate and make you not go to the bathroom as much, not have urinary tract infections, not have liver problems, kidney problems. All of these things can happen if you've got an enlarged prostate. But if you go with Doc Manavise, you get an IV that takes care of that. And that's it. About 45 minutes in the chair, and it's she's going to put the IV in the groin area, but not in the really bad place. So here's the deal, is if you're looking for the best way to take care of an enlarged prostate, to me, there's only one place to go, period. You go to 975prostate.com. Don't get surgery. 975prostate.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Yeah, the Twitch is getting its perv on this morning. We got Abigail and Sam both in the production.
Abigail's done a great job today. She has not
has.
played the Kikuchi song.
No, but can you play the Kikuchi song, Sam?
Dell won't tell me where it is.
Abigail?
Dell kind of is in the building, so once he's not in the building, maybe I'll play it.
Beat it, Dell. We want to hear the Kikuchi song.
Yeah, one of our listeners.
Yeah.
He tightened it up to where it's ready to go. You were getting it yesterday.
Yeah.
We just had Kikuchi
Oh, did
pitch.
Kikuchi, did he pitch yesterday? Yeah. Did we win? Yeah. Okay. Did we win another Kikuchi game? Yes. Do we need to play a song, a Kikuchi song? Yes. All of those things. And Dell the curmudgeon, ruining it for everybody. Ruining it. You're a bad person, Dell. No wonder Twitch really wants you gone and Abigail in there every day. Right?
Dell is the Magic Johnson late night show of radio? Why?
What?
Why would somebody say this?
I don't even know why they're
You know why?
laughing.
'Cause you crap
They've
on
never
people,
seen
so
the
they
Magic
crap back on
Johnson
you.
show before.
Abigail has no idea what
No.
that show is, and she's still laughing.
She's just laughing. She's never seen that show.
She laughs at it
I know, I
because it's
noticed-
funny.
Okay, I thought it was Magic Mike. That's what I.
Oh.
No, Magic Johnson has a historically bad talk show that he did.
Oh.
You are the Magic Mike of producers, Dell, of
Yeah.
hosts?
No, I am not. That's probably a Paul Gallant thing to be. He likes to dress up and stuff.
Wow. Wow. Putting
He's
it on
genuine.
Paul.
Well, he does like to dress up for Halloween.
He does dress up for Halloween, that's
Magic
for sure.
Paul, do you think
For
he's
a
going to
week.
come in shirtless with just a bow tie?
Oh,
If
A
it wasn't
Chippendales
if it
look?
wasn't inappropriate, he would. If he
He-
thought he
I
could
can't
get away with it.
completely rule it out.
no, I can't rule that
Because
out.
Paul's fearless,
Yeah.
and he
And
will,
he's proud of his physique.
yeah, he stays in shape.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a former MVP of the touch football game.
Flag football.
Yes.
Flag football.
Yes.
He wants you to be clear about that. MVP of flag football.
Why?
The Texans
is touch
media.
football different?
Yeah, it's different. The Texan media flag football. He's an MVP of that.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we
why
had
is
guys
that-
here who love to be for the Rockets. They love talking about it. Paul just likes talking about that too.
What's going to happen with your little radio show next week?
I don't know. First of all, don't insult the show with
I'm
little.
not insulting the show.
Yeah, little radio show.
It's only 2 hours. It's a little
Disrespectful.
radio
National?
show.
Shorter radio show than little is disrespectful.
How about Sam and Abigail do a show? They're friends.
Why?
They've got life experiences.
Who's going to produce the show?
Sam's a former college athlete.
Mapes. Mapesy.
How about we
Sure.
get an athlete on? How about she would be you too, college athlete. Sam is our second college athlete on the show.
Yeah.
I don't know if like Joel ever was.
Joel was a pitcher,
Yeah,
right?
Joel was a pitcher.
Joel was
at, Whitewater? I wanna
Was
say
he really?
Whitewater,
Oh,
yeah.
Wisconsin Whitewater.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think so.
I never knew that.
Well, I don't know what the plan is. I know there's talk of Raheel doing a day or so next week.
Really?
Yes. But I'm not sure if that's a thing because Raheel always says
Well,
he'll do
it's
it, then doesn't do
because-
it.
Well, it's
He always
and
says he can,
insults
and then
the station.
something comes up.
Well, he was
like
on last week with me and found a way not to insult the
He
station.
did? That's
Yes.
nice.
Yeah.
That was nice.
So I'm not sure, but it's a possibility. But there will be probably some national too, from 10 to 12. I don't know who does the national stuff, but yeah, I'll be gone, and maybe Abigail and Sam could do a show. Maybe Raheel can do a show. It's 10 to 12. It's just a place where we just throw trash anyway. So right, that's how you treat those 2
Wow.
hours.
What
That's
low
how he talks
self-esteem
about it.
you have.
That's how he talks about it.
Yeah, you do. See how you've made Dell feel?
Yeah.
We just throw trash there anyway. Low self-esteem. Dell is the
Yeah, you're
worst,
the
Dell.
Brian Flores of this station.
Yeah. How am I supposed to feel? All he did is said it show's crap and I'm terrible.
I never said it was that you were crap.
You talk about the show like
He
this.
is a
What
Brian
are you doing on your
Flores.
little radio show?
There it is.
That's it?
That's the Brian Flores version. If you don't belong here, you didn't earn it.
No, you earned it. All these years producing.
I mean, dealing with you
Yeah.
and Salisbury
Dealing
and
with this show.
Pendergast and all the
girls
others.
will have their own show in no time now.
Oh, yeah.
Dealing with us.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, it won't be because of that, because of the views on the Twitch and the
That
Twitter
is
and
true.
the YouTube.
The comments. Oh, pity party, Dell.
See? And of course, no one can understand a joke either, dumbasses.
Oh, wow.
And then we got this throw some, make
Wow.
some trash.
Wow.
I don't know if we could do an IQ test for the Twitch people, but I bet you that a lot of them don't break 100.
You know what that means.
Yeah. I'm kind of tired of talking about sports this morning. I want to ask the girls a question here.
Okay.
We lasted a full 2 hours.
We did.
Primarily sports.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a fat guy in Taiwan. Okay.
Oh, we're news of the weird already.
Well, I was just looking through. And,
Yeah, no, obviously.
Well, we should just do an hour of news of the weird. So the guy got too fat. He was married, and he got too fat. And apparently he got so fat that his wife started charging him to have sex. If your husband got too fat, would you charge him?
I can't believe you asked these questions.
Okay, where did you find this?
This is a story on NDTV. A man in Taiwan has filed for divorce after his wife demanded he pay her a fee each time they had sex. But he was kind of disgusting. So she was like, if I'm going to do this, you got to pay me.
But it's not technically.
Oh, I have no comments for this question.
I didn't figure you. It's probably best you don't. But if you.
Sam, what do you think?
If Sam's a coward too, that's fine.
Excuse me. We're getting feisty this morning. Okay, no, listen. I wouldn't pay my husband to have sex with me. I just wouldn't let him get to that point.
You'd make sure that he stayed in shape?
Of course. If I saw him get a little chunky, I'd be like, hey, let's go for a run this morning. Like, let's eat a salad this afternoon. He's not
What if
getting to
he
that
just
point.
Go for a
run?
Let's go for a run and have a salad today. Well, that seems awfully lifestyle oriented.
But he's filed for divorce now. It's unhappy.
Yeah. Well,
but you shouldn't have gotten that big, right?
I mean, listen. It's not like
according to
it's
his wife.
different than the negotiations. There have been other negotiations that have gone on in marriage. She's like, look, if I get this, then you've heard that kind of stuff before. This is different. This is like a toll.
Well, and not only that,
you cannot go on this bridge without a toll being paid.
His wife told relatives that he was too fat and incompetent.
Wow,
so he's the Brian Flores of wives. She's the Brian Flores of wives.
Yeah, she
You're
called
too
him
fat and incompetent.
Was that a personal shot at him? Just in a general sense, he's incompetent?
He should have filed for divorce a long time ago, right?
Was he banned from like family gatherings too?
Well, no, I guess. I don't know.
Her family maybe.
Maybe he just
or his family.
She was so disgusted by him, she didn't want to bring him around. But I mean, he did get heavy, so I don't know.
So she charges him.
What would you do, John? Now we're turning it back on y'all.
What
would you do?
That's why I try to stay in shape. I'm not
what would you do if it was Wendy?
Your wife.
Are you charging Wendy?
If Wendy got really big, she would know. That's it.
See,
she wouldn't.
He just that's how easy he gets.
She wouldn't
that.
know.
It wouldn't happen.
Just like
Porky,
Sam.
hog,
Sam would go
fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Sam said, "No, we're going for a run. We're eating salads. Okay, no, that ain't happening. Okay,
we're gonna even watch people work out for TV. We're getting motivated.
Yeah, you're gonna watch people work out.
Yeah, so it can motivate him.
Or he go,
watch
I ain't
like,
never gonna do all that.
You wish you'd look like this.
Give me more Cheetos. I'm not doing all that. Okay, that's what that.
Well,
it could backfire on you, Sam. It could backfire.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah.
Could backfire.
Watching other people work out makes you feel like, I already worked out. Look, I watched other people. Right? So, no, I don't want to do that, Sam. Sam, the salad idea. That was a good one. The salad idea. 713-780.
What kind of salad? Chicken salad?
No, not chicken salad. Not the one with mayonnaise.
Chicken salad on ciabatta?
Yeah. And everybody thinks, a salad is so great. Go look at the calories in the dressing. Before you,
dressing's the heckler.
Dressing is,
or also if you get fried chicken and bacon in your salad.
Well, right, but the ranch and the blue cheese dressing.
Oh yeah,
you might as well eat a Big Mac.
Oh, it's 320 calories. I guess I'll but then I'm lighter with the salad. I'm okay. Ooh, that's like 2 tablespoons.
Yeah, right.
This is not like.
Exactly.
You think when they come with your ramekin of salad dressing, that's 2 tablespoons? No.
Yeah, and I like a lot of dressing on it. Anyway, so I wanted to get away from. We've
created a different pathway for you.
And I would like to do just the entire hour every 9:00 hour, just news of the weird, if you want to know the truth. So we don't have to talk about. Well, I want to talk about our Astros. 68-56. 2 months ago, they were 10 games out of first place. Now they're 5 games up. Seattle has totally fallen apart. They're 64-62, 5 games back now.
Yeah.
And the Astros now are just 5-7. They're just 5.5 games out of actually 6.5 games from being in the having the best record in the base in the American League.
Yep.
And they're only 4.5. They're only 4 games right now behind Cleveland. 4 games behind Cleveland for second place.
It's pretty incredible.
It's
a great
incredible.
job, and you're right. Joe Espada, I don't know if he's going to get – I mean, he's an Astros manager, number one. The Astros are not going to – the Astros should finish first in the division. The Astros may finish behind 4
I
or
misspoke.
5 teams. Yeah.
They're only 4.5 games away from the Yankees. 4.5 games from being the best record in the American League.
Yeah, but you still have teams who are still ahead of them.
You got Baltimore, the Yankees.
You'd have to overtake the
Cleveland,
teams.
Minnesota, and Kansas City.
You got to win all those head-to-head games.
Yeah. Well, you got them coming up. You got Baltimore coming up for 4.
Yeah, Baltimore's big.
Yeah, you got Kansas City coming up for 4. You got Cleveland at 3 at the end of the year. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time. They are going to not. Will not be in the wild card. They went from not even being a wild card team to when this is all said and done, the Astros won't even be in the wild card games because they'll have the best record in the American League. That's my prediction. 4.5 games back of the Yankees now. That's how good this team has been. It has been without a doubt. And Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez have been 2 of the best pitchers in Hunter Brown is in first. Did you see the stats of Hunter Brown's stats since May 22nd? He's first in the league in 4 different categories.
Yeah, Hunter Brown has been unbelievable.
Fabulous.
I mean, there's barely even a stumble in there. You go look at his game log, he had 1 stumble, and that was it. Everything else has been top notch.
Maybe maybe May 22nd is the best of record. Hunter Brown over the last month and a half or so has been the best.
Yeah, you want to know how
baseball.
bad he was to start with? He still has a WHIP of 1.3 and an ERA of 3.82. Like, he's been incredible, and he hasn't been able to get his. Yeah, he hasn't been able to get the ERA down. And what 3.82 is still a very serviceable ERA.
That's pretty good.
Right. Would you guess that he is at home? He's 342 away. He's 423. But in March, we won't count March. In April, his ERA was 11.84. But it's funny. You're right. Like, it seemed like it was more than just April. But May, it was 342. June, 116. 31 innings pitched, 21 hits, 4 earned runs. 4 earned runs
and he
31.
didn't win pitcher of the month.
And 36 strikeouts and 8 walks. He was even better. July, he was a 353. 353. He actually allowed more hits than innings pitched in July. And then in August, he's back on it, 18 1/3. He's given up 12 hits, 4 earned runs, 19 strikeouts. He has had more strikeouts than innings pitched in basically he was tied in April, but his strikeouts and innings pitched has been good. His his June was terrific. 4-0.
Yep.
4-0.
And didn't win player of the month.
In June with a 1.16.
Ridiculous.
4-0 with a 1.16 with a 189 batting average against. In August, his numbers aren't as good as June, but in August, they're pretty damn good. Pretty damn good.
You know who else is pretty damn good? My man Matt Hogue over at Hogue Landscaping Services. Hogue, Hogue, HOGUELS.com. What is it that you're looking for? And listen, you can make your home, well, not only more livable and more fun and just the place to be, but you can make it more valuable. When you add a basketball court, when you add a pickleball court, when you add a pool, when you add an outdoor kitchen, when you add, AV center where you've got TVs out there, I mean, you can make your home so much more valuable. And, oh, by the way, so much more livable and so much more fun, so much more people, this is the place for people to have parties. And this is the place where your guys are going to be out on the back porch eating your dinners and barbecuing out there. And I mean, no more than barbecuing. You'll have it. Hogue doesn't do anything halfway. It is going to be the best that it could possibly be. That's just the way they do it. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. It's more than landscaping services. It's full service. Make my backyard the best damn backyard in the whole world. If you're looking for outdoor fun, if you're looking to improve and increase the value of your home, Hogue, HOGUELS.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You got about a half hour to get in here before we hit News of the Weird. So you're more than welcome to do that. If you've got a weird story that you want to bring to the table, you can do that as well. We've already started News of the Weird, so we can continue to do that. If you'd like. Teams that will get better this year. Every year, last place schedules always rise up, right? The Texans were one of those last place schedules last year, rose up, won the division. I don't know that they'll win the division, but I fully expect the Washington Commanders. Mama didn't call them the Commanders, but I'm going to call them the Commanders. The Washington Commanders to be a better football team this year. And in large part because of Jalen Daniels. Every year, Bill Barnwell has 5 football teams. Washington is one of his. I don't know if I agree with all of his. They will improve this year. I got Washington. I think Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta will.
Atlanta will be better.
And Carolina almost has to, but should I jump the gun on that?
They
lost Brian Burns.
They added some wide receiver help. Deontay Johnson is there now. We'll see if he's a good boy or not. Yeah, I can
oh my God. Breaking news also.
What's breaking news?
Hector Neris has just been DFA'd.
Another one?
Another Astro has been DFA'd. Neris is so There it is. Nerese was so bad that the Chicago Cubs DFA'd him, and he's already cleared waivers.
Wow. We don't need him, though. We're good. We got Caleb Ferguson. Did you see him last night? He had 2 strikeouts. We're good. We're good. We don't
Isn't
need.
that crazy, though?
Yeah.
Nerese, Montero, Abreu, and Machete. All of them played for the Astros. Well, Nerese didn't, so you had. But 3 of them were World Series. Key cogs in the World Series.
Yeah.
And now they're all out of baseball.
Crazy. He's got the Kansas City Chiefs as being a better football team this year. They were 11-6 last year. You know what? There was a time last year that they weren't very good. They were not very good offensively last year.
Yeah.
And then they turned it on, obviously, in the postseason.
I know. People forget that the Kansas City Chiefs were kind of an average team for a lot of the year. They've got that rare ability to flip a switch. And when they flip it, and especially when, Pat Mahomes flips it, it's a real thing. They're able to flip a switch. Teams who flip switches typically, though, eventually get caught because you can't do it forever. You think you can, but you can't do it forever. And so that's what's going to be interesting, is seeing how long they can continue to do that. Is eventually, are they going to get caught up with? I mean, I feel like they will. I feel like eventually things are going to catch up with them.
Well,
where they're not going to, this inability, I believe Kelsey is done after this year.
Well, is Kelsey going to be, that was my question, is Kelsey going to be really, really good this year?
I don't think he's going to be really, really good. I think he'll be good, but he's physically declining, and he's getting older. And I think there's a reason they drafted a playmaker in the first round and Xavier Worthy. Yeah, I guess the question, John, would be, what do you believe that Pat Mahomes can be the same quarterback without Travis Kelsey? One thing we saw is Tom Brady was not the same quarterback without Gronk. Can Pat Mahomes be the same without Kelsey? I don't he's going to be good. We know that.
Yeah.
But is he going to be the same guy without Travis Kelsey?
Kelsey was somehow, some way, Kelsey gets open a lot more than he should.
All the time. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
Let me see. I would say better than last year. Jets will be better than last year, obviously. Patriots are going to go through tough times.
He's got the Patriots as one of his teams. That'll be better.
He's got 5 teams better than last year?
5 teams.
And so he's
Patriots,
what
Chiefs.
Jets have to be.
No, he's got the Commanders. They were 4-13 last year. I think they're going to be better. They have to be better.
He's got Falcons?
He does not have the Falcons, and he doesn't have the Jets. Those are 2 obvious ones.
Oh, Broncos?
He does not have the Broncos.
Not Titans.
He's got the Cardinals as
Oh.
being better. They were
they were feisty last year.
And he's got New England, and he's got the Chargers.
An immediate Jim Harbaugh effect.
I believe that too.
I did move the sticks with Bucky Brooks yesterday, and Bucky is in. So he's not a sideline reporter, but he does a lot of stuff with Jacksonville. He does podcasts. He knows all about Jacksonville. We were talking about Jacksonville a little bit. How about this, John? They've got Gabe Davis. He said Brian Walker Jr. has looked really, really good. They've got Brian Thomas Jr. So you got Brian Thomas Jr. out on one edge, the rookie out of LSU, who's bigger and faster and more explosive than Malik Neighbors as an athlete, and that's saying something. He had 17 touchdown catches his senior year. On the other side is Gabe Davis, who is, a more linear receiver, gets down the field. Then you got Evan Ingram, who had a resurgence last year at tight end, and then you got Christian Kirk. And not to mention, you got Travis Etienne. Like, when you really look at it, man, they've got some weapons around Trevor Lawrence this year.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the entire thing was that they realized they got to score with Houston now. They have to score. Houston's going to be a team that's going to start scoring a lot, and they've got to be able to score. You look at the Chargers, and we were talking about Ladd McConkey as a fantasy option or whatever, and he said, his belief is that they're really going to lean into running the football more. It's going to be a lot more running game
Yeah.
from the Chargers because that's what Jim Harbaugh does. And while McConkey is probably going to get targets from, his quarterback Justin Herbert, he thinks Herbert's numbers could really, from a fantasy standpoint, come way down because he's like, if they can run the ball, Harbaugh is very intent on establishing.
Well, taking Alt as
an
opposed
identity.
to Malik Neighbors is telling you that what is exactly what Jim Harbaugh wants to do.
Yep. And he basically told people how important having an offensive lineman. That's why headed into the draft, everyone's like, is he telling you he's going to draft an offensive line? He told you he was going to draft an offensive line, basically. If you read, you didn't even really have to read between the lines. Now, would that have been what I did with Justin Herbert? No, but also building an offensive line. They've got a great left tackle in Slater, so basically they wanted a good one with Alt, and it's Jim Harbaugh saying, no, this is what I do. I did this at Stanford. I did this in San Francisco with Colin Kaepernick and the running game, the way we built that. I did it with Michigan, where our offensive line won the Joe Moore Award 2 years, and we're going to do it with the Chargers. We'll see if this way can win in the NFL. Like I'm still not convinced you can go retro and become just a thick running team like Tennessee Titans were with.
Yeah, but you got
Derrick
Justin
Henry.
Herbert. You're going to be able to fling it too.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
You can. Well, it's got to be a mix. It's got to be a blend.
But people are going to be up in the box trying to stop that run, and that's when Ladd McConkey gets a little bit behind you.
Yeah.
But
It's gonna be fun to see
They
how
need
he
more
does.
weapons, though.
What he's not doing is going back to college anytime soon.
No, he ain't. No.
He's not allowed to.
No, he won't be. It's 928 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. On the other side, what teams will take a dip? What teams will take a dip? But first, John.
He better be keeping our team's name out of his mouth.
Well, I'll let you know.
Okay. John Daspit's not taking a dip. John Daspit is doing the same thing month after month. He is getting new clients and it's amazing how many injuries there are just in look, we've got millions here in the city, but people at their workplace, they're in dangerous work environments. They're injured. You have people who are in not as dangerous work environments who get injured due to someone else's negligence. Sometimes these things happen. Sometimes it's an issue out on the roadway. And, unfortunately, he has to deal at times with loss of life for people or loss of limbs or severe injury. And there are other times where he's just dealing with people who are just like you or I would, where we have to go to the hospital, have something broken, you go get it, you get an x-ray, you get the CAT scan, the MRIs. These things cost a lot of money. You have to see this doctor, this specialist, then you have a surgery, then you got physical therapy. You can't work because you're physically unable to. Who's making up all that money for you of your bills and the work that you're missing? John Daspit is. John Daspit's going to make sure that the insurance from the other guys is going to pay all of that and take care of you for your pain and suffering because you didn't ask to go through all that, and yet here you are having to deal with that. John Daspit will fight for you. He's on your side. He is the personal injury lawyer here in the city of Houston, has the biggest firm, and he does big cases all the time. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One segment, the News of the Weird. I really like that. I like when Abigail's here and we do News of the Weird because it makes her uncomfortable. Makes you very uncomfortable, doesn't it, Abigail?
Very much so, because it's about. What did you bring up last week? OnlyFans?
Which what?
Didn't you bring up last week OnlyFans?
Oh, God.
Well, yeah, in a way.
Yeah, but you said you don't have an OnlyFans. Young Abigail doesn't have an OnlyFans
I just
account,
pointed
right?
out that you don't have one.
No, I don't have one, no.
That's
But then
what
you
I
also
said.
ask her about
Gen
Gen
sex.
Z. Yeah.
I guess that's a curious question.
Well, the study came out that Gen Zers would rather have a house than sex.
Well, having a house is a big deal.
Well, I know.
It's a big accomplishment.
Abigail, you didn't answer the question.
What question?
What question was it?
Are you one of those Gen Zers that would rather have a house or sex? Which
I was
one?
hoping you would go off the topic. I said house last week.
Yeah.
Right?
You said house?
Yeah.
No, you said I don't want any part of this is what you said.
But then she ended up saying house.
$3.4 million
Oh, she did
house.
say
Yeah,
house?
she eventually
Yeah,
said
house.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
I mean, a house is, look how expensive houses are.
I know, but if you have an OnlyFans page, then you can have
Well,
both.
we're not combining stories. That is true.
That
Drea
is
De
true.
Matteo
You can have both.
from
you can have your
from
cake
Sopranos
and eat it too.
is still on OnlyFans, and she's like, "Yeah, when I have to,
Yeah.
I'll pay off my mortgage or whatever."
Yeah. I mean, that's just saying. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say. I'm just saying. The 5 NFL teams that will take a drop this year. Who you got dropping?
That will take a drop. Hold on. I'm gonna get this right. Well, I'm trying to get into the mind of Bill Barnwell. So let me see. The 5 NFL teams that are going to take a drop. Let me bring up my team so I can think about them. I am going to say for sure, and if he doesn't have this, we cannot trust Bill Barnwell anymore. The Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills are not one of his teams.
Okay, well, this list is irrelevant, but I'll keep playing. I will say the Steelers.
Yes.
Okay.
The Steelers are on his list. They were 10-7 last year. They'll probably finish with a winning record because they have Mike Tomlin, but they will not be 10-7 this year.
I will say he says the Texans.
Texans are not on his list.
Oh, you tricked me.
Yeah, he tricked you. Yeah,
You're
I
the
tricked
worst. Okay, you tricked me. Let's go with
One's
he
pretty
thought
obvious.
the Chiefs would be better. Seahawks?
Not the Seahawks,
Who
who
would be-
finished really poorly last year.
Well, you said finish worse.
Yeah, but this will be worse. They finished really poorly, but this will be even worse.
Not the Vikings.
No,
They finished really poorly. Let me look. Not the Jets. Cowboys, Eagles, Commanders, Vikings.
well, you already
Packers.
said it. Eagles. Remember, they were 10-1, and they finished 11-6, and they got killed in the playoffs.
Yeah, so he thinks the Eagles are coming down. So that means the Eagles are going to really regret that Jalen Hurts contract.
Well,
I mean, if they're
Jalen
coming
will
down.
still. You know what?
No, Jalen didn't
Fantasy
play well.
people, no.
Jalen didn't play
Fantasy
well.
people still have Jalen as their maybe.
Yeah,
in
that's-
a lot of
that's-
instances, they're tough.
That's because he
quarterbacks.
does the tush push.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts was not good as
No, he
a
wasn't
passer
good.
last year. Remember, the talk was his shoulder hurt, and then somebody mentioned maybe he like Dan Orlovsky or somebody said maybe he should sit down, and then he got accused of being a racist. No,
Yeah.
was it Orlovsky or was it somebody else on ESPN who said maybe he should just sit?
Yeah, it was.
Kurt Bankert, who was on ESPN. Somebody said last year he had 23 touchdowns, 15 interceptions.
That's
passing.
bad.
Now, I know he has rushing touchdowns, and that's great.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. Like, God, I forgot how bad he was.
They were
down the
bad at
stretch.
the end of the year.
They really were.
Sirianni is
And I wasn't
one
sure-
of the favorites to get fired first.
Yeah, I wasn't sure Jalen was healthy. In December last year, he completed his lowest percentage, 62.8%. He had 5 touchdown passes to 4 interceptions. Yeah, it just wasn't great last year for him. I hadn't really thought about them but that's actually a pretty fair. How many is that? What
That-
about the Giants?
The
Can't go
Giants,
lower.
yes.
God,
You got the Giants.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be.
I don't think you're going to be good.
See, here's what's going to be different with Jalen Hurts. I think Saquon Barkley's going to have a big year. I would stay away from Jalen Hurts. I think, although Jalen's still going to get his short yardage touchdowns, but I'm a big fan. Is that 5? Or
That's
is that 4?
no, you got 3.
I've only
There's
gotten
2 more.
3.
Yep.
Say the 3 I've got.
Pittsburgh,
Yep.
Eagles,
Yeah.
and the Giants.
And the Giants. So 2 in that division. Does he say Packers?
He does not.
Okay. Does he say Saints?
He doesn't. He says none of those things.
He didn't say Niners, does he?
He does not say that either.
Well, he must say Raiders.
He says Ravens.
Ravens. See, I think Ravens. Okay.
Their offensive, no, I think it's very underplayed. They lost 2 starters off that offensive line to free agency. And you know what? That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
That's kind of a big deal. And they were 13-4. You can see them taking a drop.
Yeah, yeah. Just from a pure win standpoint, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think they're the favorite to win that division because I just don't know what to expect from Cincinnati.
Well, the other team, there's 3 teams that are going to take a drop in that division. Cleveland.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Cleveland won more games than you think.
With that quarterback
With
play.
no quarterback play.
Okay, are they going to get better quarterback play this year with Deshaun?
I'm just going to say yes. I mean, I just can't believe that Deshaun's career is basically over. That's what you would think. Based on this amount of money, Deshaun would be a cap cut if you were able to cut guys for performance and money. You would say, this guy's killing us. I'm just going to play the odds that he comes back and has a decent year at some point. Maybe it's this year, a full year, where we're not doing, if he stays healthy, there's no suspensions. There's all the rust should be shaken off of him. I don't know if he's serious about football the way he used to be. That's a big question. He's got some talent around him, but David Njoku was good with Joe Flacco. He wasn't good with Deshaun's not a guy who finds tight ends.
They were 5-1 when Deshaun started. Now we debunked that it was because of Deshaun. I mean, he threw 5 passes, and 3 others in which he had a passer rating below 75. Threw 5 passes against the Colts in their win, and 3 games he had a passer rating below 75. It wasn't because of him. It was in spite of him that they won football games last year. He wasn't good. He just wasn't good. So I could see them not. And yeah, they were 11-6.
Yeah.
Although their defense isn't getting worse. Their defense is pretty damn good.
Their defense is great. And that's the thing that for me,
their defense was great at home.
Well, they were unstoppable at home.
Yes. Their defense was great at home, but remember, on the road, I think there was a big discrepancy in their defense on road and home. So, yeah, I could certainly see that. Yeah, you thought the Texans aren't going to be in there. Although,
you tricked me.
I tricked you. I asked the question, are the Texans going to be one of those teams?
Who are the current favorites to win in the AFC East?
The AFC East? It's got to be Miami.
They're plus 180. The Jets are plus 170. So
yeah,
they're and the Bills are plus 220. The Chiefs are a big favorite at minus 330, followed by the Chargers, then Raiders, then Broncos. I think Broncos
are
end
going to
up
be
better than the Raiders.
Yeah.
The Eagles are still the favorite, minus 150 in the NFC East. Dallas is plus 190. Now Dallas is kind of, how much of that do you think is because they're unsettled at CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott with contracts?
I think that's got to work itself out. It's got to work itself out.
Giants are the longest shot.
If CeeDee's not in that wide receiver room, it is by far the worst wide receiver room in the NFL.
Do you give the Bears at plus 310 a chance to win that division?
No.
The Lions are plus 110. Falcons are the favorite at minus 140, and then Tampa Bay after that. And that's all they have. They don't have the Texans division.
They don't have the Texans division?
No, and I don't know why.
The Texans will be the favorite. You know what?
They are the favorite.
Talking about all those weapons with the Jaguars, there's a possibility that they're going to be a little bit scarier this year.
Mm-hmm.
Even, you know what? Trevor Lawrence in the same system for a second year, in a decent system for a second year. They might be better this year. That might be a tougher game. The Texans always play them well, though. They always play them well. The Colts are going to be scary, but you said it. They've got Anthony Richardson as the third fantasy quarterback.
Just all because of revenue.
How can you put him as the third fantasy quarterback when you don't know he can stay on the field?
Yeah, I don't know. That would be really scary for me.
Ouch.
He's got a long history of missing a lot of games.
Yeah. And can he throw the football? I mean, I know he can run. We know he can run. And that's a nice quality in a fantasy quarterback. But can he stay on the field, and how many points is he going to get you with his arm? Or is it just going to be all his legs? That will be interesting. I don't think I'm taking him third overall. Not third.
That's his average draft position, though.
Yep. It's third. It's the third quarterback taken.
Mm-hmm. That's what they were showing. ADP.
They got Josh Allen or Hurts first.
Josh. No, Hurts was second. Josh was first.
Josh was first. Yeah. All right. 713-780-3776. Well, I'm sorry you can't get in here now because you know why? We got news of the weird. We are about to embarrass Abigail. That's what will happen.
No,
Abigail, you have to.
That's
be part
not what
of it.
we're shooting for.
I'll be a part of it.
You got to be a part of it, Abigail. Okay. That's a young Abigail is definitely going to be a part of News of the Weird. Otherwise, it's just not any fun. Okay. And she's about fun. You know who's about work and who's about getting it done for you is Kent Jones over Dream Rate. Dream Rate is here for you, and Dream Rate it's just a better experience. Here, you need a mortgage. Here, you're renting right now, and you're like, well, it's a bad time to buy. No, it's not. Here's the deal. You are somebody who needs Kent Jones over Dream Rate. You can buy right now. If you got a little money stashed, you got homes out there that you're going to get that are affordable, and you're going to get rebates from the government because you're a first-time home buyer. Call Kent and ask him for a scenario quote. He'll do that over the phone for you, okay? And then when it's time to sit down and get that mortgage done, there's one guy to go see, and that's my man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate, because he's going to find the best deal for you. He's going to work it as hard as he can. In a lot of instances, he saves thousands and thousands of dollars. But the experience, and it's more than that, though. It's about caring. It's about trying. There's a lot of mortgage companies out there that you're just a number. We got to shuffle through, get as many done as we possibly can. That's not the way Kent does it. Kent's going to spend time, and he's going to work your deal so that it's the best advantage for you. He does it every time. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com. All right, welcome back. Time for News Oh the Weird here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. Apparently, they're banning condoms at BME's freshman campuses, at their freshman camps, to see.
You said BME?
BME.
What does that mean?
BME is.
What is it?
What does that mean, John?
BME camp. I don't know. It's a school. BME. I don't know what BME is. A BME freshman camp.
Okay.
So they're BME is Budapest University, I guess.
But what is the M? Is it BME?
It's BME. It's Budapest University of Technology and Economics. BME. Okay.
Okay.
So they're banning condoms. They're going to find out whether they will have less sex because there are no condoms. How do you think this one's going to work out?
There's going to be more production.
Pardon me?
I don't think there's going to be less sex.
I know, right? All
More
you're doing is
babies?
endangering
Baby?
everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, let's see. Let's do this.
Let's
see.
try it out. Let's try it out.
Let's do a study and see what happens.
I mean,
Okay.
all right, see how
I guess
that's
you
going
can
to
do a
work out
study.
for you. How many more kids are going to be born now, and how many more venereal diseases will be around?
We'll
because
find
of
out.
because of your little test.
We'll find out.
Okay? Dumb. You're dumb. A cartel member is suing Diddy for allegedly ruining the drug business.
How'd that happen?
The plaintiff claimed that after declining these purported offers, he told his life that he would be made hell due to the power Combs has in the streets. He was able to sell less drugs because I guess because Diddy told him no, you can't sell them
I
here.
feel like sometimes you're going to have to read past the headline.
I know, I'm too.
It's a good headline,
It is a good.
but a cartel member sued Diddy.
A self-proclaimed member of the Sinaloa drug cartel filed a lawsuit against the hip-hop member after alleging defamation that he claims ruined his illicit drug business. He was
Can't be a real story. Where did the story
Where
come
did you
from?
get this story from?
Where did you get the
News
story
Nation. It's a reputable. It's
Dot
reputable.
.edu.
The BBC says the public is urged to hand in their zombie-style knives ahead of the ban. They're going to ban zombie-style knives.
What are zombie-style knives? I'm going to look it up.
Zombie-style knives and machetes, I guess they're longer. They're longer. What is a zombie?
Zombie-style knife.
They're defined as weapons with blades over 8 inches and have serrated cutting edge.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, so they're banning
They're
that?
banning them
From where? Just everywhere?
in England. Apparently, they're banning them in England. So,
Oh.
yeah, I mean that looks like something that would hurt you. Yeah.
Well, it hurt a zombie.
Yep.
It definitely wouldn't hurt us, though. Definitely. A
Oh,
zombie.
no,
Yeah.
We'd be fine with this.
We ain't turning ours in. That's for sure.
Yeah, zombie knives.
Yeah. No, we don't need that.
Yeah, they're called zombie hunters.
They're called
These
zombie hunters.
knives
That's
are
what
called
they're called.
zombie
Yeah.
hunters.
Well,
I think Drake had one of these.
he did.
Yeah, I think we found it in his drawer and took it out when he was about 14. Like,
What?
You can't have one of these. Where'd you get this from?
Apparently, massive banks are now accused of cheating customers out of billions of dollars. According to a new report by the Financial Times, several major Wall Street banks, including Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, are accused of defrauding customers out of billions of dollars in interest payments. Wells Fargo, pay up. Okay,
Yeah.
Do you guys use any of those?
I use Wells Fargo.
Yeah.
I do too.
Yeah.
Abigail, they owe us.
Oh, dang it.
What? You're gonna be rich. You're gonna be rich,
Do
girl.
they owe you?
Do they owe me? Do they owe you? For what?
For interest payments.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they owe me. According to a new study, the brain's memory resets every night. Your memory resets every
What's
night.
that supposed to mean? Then it's not a memory. It's memento.
Well, according to this study and published in the journal Science, mentioned that the resetting things help us learn new things without exhausting the brain. How about that?
I can tell you, over the last several months, I have not been exhausting my brain.
You haven't?
Just lay down and watch shows.
I've just been sleeping.
Yep.
Yeah.
No
Nothing
exhaustion
there.
of the brain. I'm not doing Sudoku puzzles.
I'm doing that.
Not doing. I'm not doing any hard reading. I'm not doing. I am resting. I'm resetting my brain for this throughout the summer.
So you can talk with John, basically.
Yeah. Well, he's got to dumb it down. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
He's trying to dumb it all
because
down.
my football season's coming up, so I gotta clear out space in the brain.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So apparently Dover police are on alert for drug use at a Fish concert. PHISH. What is that? What is Fish?
Fish is just like Grateful Dead.
It is?
Yeah, it's like people follow Fish around the concert. Yeah, there's going to be lots of drugs there.
No. Well,
what are they doing?
don't. They're apparently Dover police are on alert. They want to stop drug use at the Fish concert.
Okay, there's already going to be a lot of acid that's already in the systems.
Already took it.
There's going to be a lot of acid that's already in the systems. You're not going to stop drug usage at a Fish concert.
I think that is news of the weird, though.
That is news of the weird.
Yeah. Apparently, Palo Alto Networks execs had to apologize for hostesses dressed as lamps at the Black Hat booth. See this? They put lamps on women's heads, and they got nice dresses on.
Do they light up or
they light? Yeah, they're lit up.
Why are they apologizing? That's clearly like a art statement or fashion statement.
Because they made it just for women had to do it. Their faces obscured and their bodies more or less being ogled. Okay, so they had to apologize for making women and hiding their faces and making them lamps.
Yeah, because we don't want to see their face.
Well, I think they're don't you think they're exploiting women there?
Yeah, I think so. Kind of, in a way.
Yeah, like Twitch exploits you in there.
Yes, great example.
And finally tonight, apparently, okay, that Diddy story didn't work. Apparently, a New Zealand food bank distributed candy made from methamphetamine.
So that had to be an accident.
Do you think that a food bank should give out meth in candy form?
Of course. Why not? No, I'm just kidding.
Somebody donated the candy.
Yeah.
Well, should a food bank be handing out candy? Isn't a food bank for sustenance? You need to help people who don't have food.
Right.
Is candy the food you give out?
Wait.
What?
Poor people can't have candy too?
No,
what if you
but
have diabetes? They need
things
sugar
that will nourish your body that will keep you full.
And they need candy.
They don't need candy.
Y'all
It's meth. It's not candy. It's meth.
Well,
You
that
didn't
was
know
the problem. That was up.
Why do poor people have to have meth?
Each candy was up to 300 times the level someone would usually take. It could be lethal. Okay? So apparently, I don't think they knew they were doing it. If they knew it, if they did it knowingly, that's a bad thing, I think. I don't think you should hand out meth to people and know it.
No, not knowingly.
Not knowingly.
Yeah.
Unknowingly, it's fine, I guess.
Well,
it's not fine, but it's like
unknowingly. How would I know?
Like,
I didn't know.
Sorry.
I didn't know. Of course, ignorance is not an excuse under the law. Just so you know, Abigail, when you're handing out meth, okay? She's taking the side of the meth people.
I'm not taking the side of the meth people, but if I don't know, then it's like...
That's an aggressive choice.
Yes. Nice job, Abigail.
You know what? I'm going to line up pro-meth.
Yep.
Well, you were trying to give...
I'm pro-meth.
You're trying to give people who have hunger issues meth, too.
Yeah, right. Or I'm trying to let them play underdog.
Dell said... let's talk about Underdog. Underdog Fantasy. Did you know that this year you can win 325 times your original play? I heard another radio show doing a commercial for a different company that does 100 times your original play. I'm sorry. We're 325 this year. We've been way over 100 for a while now. Now we're at 325 with Underdog Fantasy. It's the only place you're going to find that. When you play the Pick'em Challenge, you're picking stats for your players that you're watching. It could be your favorite players or just your favorite stats. Use your sports knowledge. Go in, take a look at how a game's going to unravel, and you say, you know what? I'm going higher on the receptions here. I'm going higher on yards rushing. I'm going lower on touchdown passes because I think this is going to happen in the game. You pick between 2 players and 5 players, anywhere between 2 and 5, and you have a chance to win a ton of money based on just going higher or lower and picking it right. You decide how many you choose. When you use promo code Lance on your first deposit, they are going to give you a gimme first pick, basically. They're basically going to give you one where you say higher, and it's going to be an automatic win, so you already have one in the bank. But the other thing they're going to do is give you a deposit special. So make sure that you go deposit, but you use promo code Lance on that deposit. It's fantasy football season is here, and the Pick'em Challenge has never been more fun, and it's available through Underdog Fantasy. Make sure that you're 18 or older in Fresno State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
I watched the condensed version of last night's game with the Astros as they beat the Red Sox. I was watching it as I was taking the morning off. You guys heard a lot of the term Young Abigail. She will be producing the John Land Show next week, all week. So this was a test run where I just sat. I won't say I sat in the corner. That brings up different imagery. But I was sitting there, getting ready for this show while she was doing it. So I was watching the condensed version of the game, rewatching it, and I thought to myself, if the Space Cowboys gave me like 3 weeks, could I play as well or as bad defensively as the guys yesterday? Look, I have no arm, so I could have been that Red Sox right fielder. I could have been him last night, certainly. I think I could have got in position to get there to the ball. Now, the throwing part, I kind of mimicked what he did. What Whitcomb did at third base, Altuve's throw that pulled Pena off the bag. Oh, I wouldn't call it the best defensive baseball game I've ever seen. I think with a month with the Space Cowboys, I could mimic what was going on out there. Like getting in position, but turfing the throw. Duffing the throw. I could do that.
Throwing the ball away.
Yeah, I could do that.
You could definitely play for the Red Sox.
Well, the Astros weren't great either.
Yes, but that catcher for the Red,
he's bad. At least last night he was bad.
Yeah, last night he was bad.
Yeah. I feel like give me a month. Just teach me positionally reading, hey, look to the dugout and go, oh, this is where I need to be for this batter. Looking at my wristband and know, okay, this guy likes to pull the ball 80% of the time, whatever. I could be in the spot. I wouldn't make any of the throws, just like what happened last night. The Astros win in an ugly baseball game, and they gain or they build their lead to 5 now over the Mariners as they continue to fall apart. You'll take it. Kikuchi, another 5 2/3. That's all he does now. And once again, Altuve contributed to him not getting through 6. Altuve's throw that pulled Yiner off the bag eventually led directly to Kikuchi coming out of the game, and then a home run given up by Taylor Scott. So Kikuchi is a 5 2/3 type of guy, but he has been really good. Only gave up the 1 earned run. The Astros commit 4 errors last night and still find a way to win. So while Boston was bad, they weren't, at least all their defensive miscues weren't deemed errors. The Astros, oof, it was rough. Kikuchi made a nice play in an inning, and then on the next batter, Whitcomb botched the ball that led to a run scored. So if you were thinking this wasn't going to go Kikuchi's way, you would have been right to think so. But he fought through some of the defensive issues and found a way to perform really well. And that's what he's been here. He, at this point, I'm not looking throughout baseball, because why would I do that? Because it feels like he might be one of the best deadline, although it wasn't deadline day, he might be one of the best acquisitions for around the trade deadline this year. Who's been better as far as what has been needed from him for his team and what he's produced, and how high above expectations he's been. I can't think of anyone who's pitched or even contributed to the level of Kikuchi, who was acquired around that time. And I don't blame you if you can't think of any either, because at this point, baseball is mostly about your team. Not a lot of us are looking around baseball and going, who did the Orioles acquire? What's that guy doing? It's not how at least that's not how I perceive how people watch baseball anymore. It's no longer a national thing. It feels very regional, and we are a Houston's obviously centric city when it comes to our team, and then we like to laugh at the Rangers and the Mariners. We don't even consider the A's and Angels. I think that's how it is. And of course, when the Yankees are screw up, we laugh at them. And Kenley Jansen was on the mound for Yiner's game-winning homer, so that evokes memories of 2017 and him being a former Dodger. So you'll take that on top of winning the game. The fact that it came at the expense of a former Dodger, that's even better. So 5-4 the win. And you win any way you can. And at this point, we've talked about this before, I think, that the division almost feels like a foregone conclusion. I guess you're one losing streak and one Mariner hot streak away from it becoming a thing again, but it almost feels like that is the past, and all we're worried about is, can we catch the teams in front of us? It's a logjam, but the teams in front of us to potentially avoid the wild card round in the playoffs, which is a crazy thought. We all know the narrative this year. 10 games back, playing poor baseball. Everyone's hurt. And despite that, because guys continue to get hurt, we mentioned yesterday that Presley is on the IL. Despite guys continuing to get hurt, they find a way. And the latest, although he's been hurt all year and most of last year too, Luis Garcia won't be back. It always felt like this, as his ramp up was either halted or simply slowed down. That always felt like something we're going to get to a point where they eventually just said, nope, no Luis Garcia. And that was revealed yesterday, that Luis Garcia, any hopes of him coming back and maybe not being a starter, but maybe being a guy they leaned on, or at least a guy that could possibly get outs for them in a rough spot down the stretch, out the window. He won't be back. He'll continue to play catch, whatever that means for a baseball player. He will play catch, and the focus is no setbacks for 2025. So if you see Luis Garcia out there before the game, just wave hi and say, we'll see you in 2025, Luis. Appreciate you, because that is the final say on him. So at this point, now that we can wipe him off the board as far as potential contributors this year from the pitching staff, the count is at Garcia, McCullers, Christian Javier, Urquidy, JP France. Kendall Graveman is the last one where we're pretending like that's going to happen, I guess. The Astros haven't completely ruled him out, but it feels like he is the next one to eventually be ruled out for the year for by Espada and the Astros organization. And yet, they are getting maybe their most important piece back, at least the guy who has all the pelts in the wall, Verlander. He will pitch on Wednesday here. I imagine if there's a big crowd, and even if there isn't one, he's going to get a pretty big ovation when he's out there. He's been gone quite a while. And the fact that he's going to pitch, you know what it is, Sean. It's like we got a Hall of Famer and Cy Young candidate back. That's our trade deadline acquisition. We get Verlander back.
Yeah, I mean, they already got a Hall of Famer and Cy Young candidate in Kikuchi.
He certainly, if he continues to pitch like this the rest of his career, like he's done the last few starts as an Astro, yeah, he is a Hall of Famer. He's been a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but I mean, no other team is going to get someone who has had as dominant of a career as Justin Verlander back at the trade deadline. No other team did.
No other team can say that they could acquire someone.
Never mind, it's 20 days after the trade deadline, or 21 days after the trade deadline.
And never mind, he's 40+ years old. And are we getting Hall of Fame Verlander? But
doesn't matter, Dell.
The headline is the Astros are getting a Hall of Fame, multiple times Cy Young Award candidate back for the playoff push. And we'll leave it at that. No more context is needed.
No thanks.
We're not looking for, is he going to be the same as he ever was? He's already showing signs of age. Can he possibly be the guy that we would want him to be down the stretch? Never mind all that. Just know we get Verlander back on Wednesday.
Yeah. Never mind that he kind of only goes 5 or 6 innings also, kind of like Kikuchi. Never mind.
Never mind all of that. And be aware that the early inning home run's going to occur. Forget about that.
Kikuchi, I didn't mean to draw so many parallels between Kikuchi and Verlander.
But
Kikuchi takes a little while to settle into the game.
It's true.
If you're in the top 3, top 4 of the other team's lineup, you know you can eat in that first inning.
You might have a pretty good first inning. Now, it wasn't helped by Whitcomb's error, but still, he was in a little trouble. He made a good defensive play to help himself out. Then Whitcomb didn't help his cause. But yeah, early on, get Kikuchi early, because you can't get him. You ain't going to be able to get it late, or him late. Excuse me.
Yeah, late. Yeah.
That's on me. That's my mistake. Or was it a mistake?
He's a man.
You're right. Yeah.
I know you're trying not to put Kikuchi on a pedestal, but
yeah,
he still
has
dignity.
That's right. But get to it early. You don't want to get to Kikuchi late, because he's got no chance. You got no chance.
Yeah, you'll be desperate.
Yeah. Well, you're going to be desperate and swinging at things you shouldn't swing at. He'll be on. The Kikuchi is really great after the first inning, and really just any part of the early portion of a game. He's been really, really good, and that continued as he could have gotten to 6 innings. Would have been his first time doing it for the Astros, but Altuve had to make that throw. Eric, I see you. Whatever you want to talk about, we'll get to, and that stands for everyone else, 713-780-3776. Open forum, as it always is on the show. We've got a lot of college football stuff to get to as well. because Mike Gundy is at it again. He's talking about things. He is done taking calls from his players when it comes to money, which is probably not unique to college sports, but it is in the last couple of years unique for it to be so public and coaches so open to talk about it because of the new rules. And we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans about Kamari Lassiter about Derek Stingley. The Texans were at the podium yesterday, so we'll get to that. Plenty of stuff to get to. But what I did want to talk about before we go to break is the Red Bull Show Run. If you don't know what that is, you should. It is F1 coming to the city of Houston. Now, it isn't a race, but you'll have championship cars out there at Discovery Green doing remarkable things at high speed. So if you're not really fluent in what F1 is, or you're big into it and maybe you watch the show on Netflix, this is the time for you to go out there. They're going to be out there September 7th for the Red Bull Show Run, and it's going to be a big-time event. There'll be a giant pop-up, so it won't just be the cars out there doing cool things. They'll have interactive things for you as well. So you get to learn. You get to learn about what F1 is, what it can be if you want to understand it. So you're going to have events including the Red Bull Fan Zone. You're going to have local vendors out there. The doors will open at 10 a.m. Central that day, and you'll have all the racing action as far as the Red Bull Show Run. Remember, it'll be the two cars going out there showing you the best that F1 has to offer, and the Fan Zone will be out there for you too. So remember, September 7th at the Discovery Green Red Bull Show Run right here in Houston. Go out there and check it out.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
There has been some innovation when it comes to YouTube TV and the NFL package. We'll get to that in a little bit because it affects you guys. Now, the price seems exorbitant. I saw that. I was like, yeah, I'll just watch the Texans and find creative ways to watch other games. I'll just leave it at that when I say creative. But Eric joins us. He wants to talk about what Eric normally likes to talk about. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dale. I'd say a few things. I said, now, who do you think won the trade between the Jays and the Astros? I don't know how Joey Lucifrito's doing. Also, it's always good when the Astros speak to Boston Red Sox because all the Boston people that work there at ESPN Houston, they get so mad. And whatever happened to Forrest Whitley? Is he still on the team?
Forrest Whitley's with the Space Cowboys actually doing pretty well at last check. Will he be a September call-up? It's possible. He is in a relief role with them doing really well. As far as all the Boston guys who work here, there's like one. It's just Paul. So I don't know if Paul cares enough about the Red Sox to get mad about them losing to the Astros in the regular season. That's something maybe Sean would know more than I would. I'm not sure. Sean, does Paul get upset when the Boston baseball team loses to the Astros?
No, he's not even. He's more of an Astros fan than a Red
Okay,
Sox fan.
there's your answer.
He jumped on the bandwagon.
Well, he appears to be a bandwagon fan. He looks it. So that's your answer to that. And your other thing, what did he ask about? Oh, what was the first thing you started with, Eric? Eric's gone.
About Kikuchi.
Oh, Kikuchi.
Who do you think won the trade? The Jays or the Kikuchi or the Astros?
At this point, the Astros. Of course, it appears because Loperfido is as bad as he ever was, as far as not getting on base, that he is not the measuring stick of whether this trade will be a good one or a bad one. It's probably going to be whether Jake Bloss can be a big-time starting pitcher. Will Wagner had a nice debut. I'm not sure what he's done since that opening series against the Angels. If Loperfido is going to be the black hole that he is in the lineup, I wouldn't be pointing to him as how the Astros won. Kikuchi, if he helps them at this point, maybe catch the top of the AL to avoid the wild card, and then if he has giant contributions in the playoffs, then the Astros, at least short term, will win it. Look to Jake Bloss. Maybe the Kikuchi thing is a great run, and if the Astros close the deal, then okay, they win. If they don't close the deal and Jake Bloss becomes a great starting pitcher, then we can have a different conversation. But the mid-20-year-old guys who are playing for the Jays right now, whatever. Although Will Wagner's still hitting over 470. So in his 19 games, 19 at-bats, he has 9 hits. So right now, it's a clear win for the Astros for like the next 2 months or so. We'll see what happens later. Anything else, Eric? I think I've answered. No Abigail Dye stuff. Nothing. I think we're good here, right?
Was Abigail Dye working there at ESPN 97.5? Is she producing the show now?
That's a different Abigail. I'm not going to give you her last name.
Then.
I'm not going to give you her last name.
Yeah.
Thanks, Eric.
So have a good day.
You too, because Abigail's already been, she's already been found on Instagram, but apparently it happened again yesterday. So it is what it is.
You stuck around for one too many questions.
Yeah, I don't know. Because he always hangs on, so I'm assuming I was going to give him an option to keep asking things.
He does hang up when he's done.
Okay, so and he didn't hang up this time,
Yeah.
so I was wondering. Yeah, I gave him an Abigail Dye runway, and he took it. No, she doesn't work here. That's a different one. And she'll be producing the John Land Show next week. So good on her and good on you, people on Twitch and YouTube, if you so choose to watch. That's up to you. All right. So the Texans were at the podium yesterday. And we'll get to some national sound because we will sometimes play the dissenting opinion because it's so few and far between. But there's another national voice, the reasonable Acho, both Texas guys. I'll ask you, Texas guy, Sean Mapes. Who would you say
I'm proud for that guy to be a Texas Longhorn. Sam or Emmanuel, which one?
I mean, Emmanuel, more successful media
He
personality.
has taken a path that has led to a bigger name, sure.
But I'd go with Sam.
Yeah, I feel like you would choose Sam if you had to choose one.
Yeah, it's like, okay, he's written some books, but at what cost? You know?
He
has a lot more Twitter followers, but at what cost?
He's frontline on Fox Sports, but at what cost?
Exactly.
Yeah. Sam on ESPN, a reasonable take mostly on everything. So we'll hear from Sam Acho on the Texans. But D'Amico Ryans talked about Kamari Lassiter. He's talked a lot about Kamari Lassiter this year, this offseason and into training camp. And it's been all positive. It makes sense. The man is the starting corner as a rookie opposite Derek Stingley. So what about Kamari Lassiter makes him, and this is not a joke. It used to be when we used to go Texans worthy. It used to be a joke because what does that mean? You guys stink. What does it mean to be Texans worthy? Although it was a tagline for the Texans. You had to be a certain type of player to play here. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the new version of Texans worthy, and Kamari Lassiter fits.
For Kamari, you can tell like he's built for this. Like when it comes to the mental toughness piece that plays a lot into being a good football player at this level. Like you have to be mentally tough. You have to have that next play mentality. And at Georgia, Kirby's done a great job. You can tell of raising them the right way. Having those guys. Kirby's done a great job with all of his guys, having those guys NFL ready to go. And that's one thing you see from Georgia, like year after year since he's been there, right? Those guys are plug and play type players, and it's a credit to him and his program and how they run things there. You get a Georgia guy, you know you're getting an NFL player.
Tell to Howie Roseman. That feels like his draft model. Did you go to Georgia? You're in. You can be an Eagle. So, yeah, Kamari Lassiter fits. I mean, put on some gloves or something. I mean, I don't need my corner. You can be Texans worthy and Texan and built for this and all this stuff, but if you got no gloves on.
Get some drip?
Yeah, something. A little bit. It can be just gloves. Even that's a little not great as far as the drip, but at least you're wearing gloves.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Kirby Smart. Does a great job preparing them, not only for the NFL, but also NASCAR.
Oh, I thought you were going to be he raises them right. Does he, D'Amico? Does he? As football players, sure. But as far as good citizens and drivers,
he didn't say that. To
I
be
know.
fair, D'Amico
but
Ryans,
he did say he raises them right, but I think that was just strictly for football.
Football only.
Because
they're all great football players.
There's evidence to suggest he doesn't do a great job of instilling any discipline off the field. And the evidence is all the police blotter stuff. It is what it is. Billy Napier feels differently on how to create a good football team, and that's why he has the best odds to get fired. Notice Kirby Smart not on that list, despite what you might think of his players off the field. So Kamari Lassiter, I won't say one of the few, but one of the Georgia guys who didn't get caught up in a speed ring. He somehow avoided it, and now he's a Houston Texan and is going to be your starting outside corner opposite Derek Stingley. We'll hear from Kamari Lassiter when we come back. Speaking of Stingley, Stingley is one of those guys who has a lot of respect. He's a younger player, but all the guys coming up talk about him in a certain way because they all watched him very recently, beyond winning the national title for LSU. Stingley was one of those guys on the camp circuit who was a big name in high school, just dominated. That's why he reached the status that he did. Cam Akers is the same way. You hear the guys talk about Cam Akers, and even CJ referenced it. Cam Akers been out of high school for years, obviously, and still CJ's referencing Cam Akers and what he was as a high school player because Cam Akers was one of those dudes. We're going to hear when we come back Kamari Lassiter talk about Derek Stingley and learning from him and why Stingley is one of those dudes. And it's been Stingley since high school. He's been talked about this way. Before we get to that, I do want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. If you got a leak, they're the place for you. If you got bad water, dirty, disgusting water, and you need a repipe, they're the place for you. If you need a water heater replaced, whether it be tankless or traditional, they're the place for you. You're seeing a trend here. If you have any plumbing issues, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And if you're someone who's not sure what's going on and you need a free price quote, they'll take care of you there too. Just call them, 281-488-6238 for that free price quote. They will make sure they set you up right. They're a local company headed by a local man, Billy Brown, out of the Clear Lake area. He employs local contractors to get you squared away. No matter what the issue is, Aqueduct Plumbing can take care of you. So big or small, and the big jobs are the scariest ones. That's why they have experienced contractors who have done, I mentioned the repiping. They've done over 1,000 of those. So if that's something you're looking into, go to them. They're experienced, they're local, and certainly beyond competent. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Sean, have you ever been or are part of a NFL Sunday ticket family? Like you never had it, or none of your family ever had it?
No one that I ever lived with in my family had it. My parents never had it. I never had it.
Yeah, I've never had it either. Even being someone who is an out-of-market fan, you find other ways if you want to watch your team play. or you just stick with Red Zone if your team sucks that year, so you don't have to make yourself miserable. Well, we know the switch to YouTube TV happened, and Sunday Ticket, if you want it, you got to go through YouTube TV. And they're bringing in something I think a lot of people want it. Now it's not the prefab multi-view. You can set it up yourself. You can do the 4-box. I don't think you can do 8-box, which is something I think DirecTV offered. But you can pick and choose your 4 games and set them up any way you like. At times during the college football season, if someone who had YouTube TV, which I do have, it was a lot of, you can pick the ABC game and then the ESPN game, the ESPN2 game, but you can, and they all have to be together. You could not move them around at your own choosing. So maybe I want to see FAU versus FIU, and then Nebraska versus Colorado. I can't pick and choose. You can't pick and choose. At least you couldn't. Maybe you can for college football coming up this year. But if you're an NFL person and you like Sunday Ticket, this is your year. You can have your 4-box and pick any game you want to watch. So that's changed. And they also are going to have a fantasy football option, way to watch the games as well. So YouTube TV adapting. They might as well. They paid a lot of money to Google. They paid the NFL a lot of money. Google did. So this is their development plan, and it's probably a great way to do it. The forcing the people to watch the box the way you want them to watch it, people weren't fans of. So that'll be new this year.
It seemed like such an easy fix.
Yeah.
To be like, you can watch any game, any NFL game you want in just the noon slate or the afternoon slate. But the noon slate just has more. So you can watch any game you want in the noon slate. And you can watch 4 games at a time. But those you can't choose whichever ones you want. That's where it's like, there's seems to be an easy fix.
Yeah, what are you guys missing here? And they figured it out. So you can pick a la carte what games you want to watch, and then I think even move them around to what particular section of the screen you want as well.
Psycho. You do that.
We do that with Restream with our cameras.
Yeah, but there's a specific reason for that.
There is. Well, you
Host
think
egos. That's why.
Yeah. What if the producer's camera was the one at the top?
On the top,
and all the hosts were at the bottom.
That's a power move.
Yeah, we're establishing dominance from that room. Yeah, you think it's a psycho move to move the games around?
It just seems very OCD.
Probably,
like,
it probably is.
I need the Chiefs Dolphins top left. I need Texans Patriots top right. I need Jacksonville Vegas bottom right.
Yeah, and if
it's just put them wherever.
Yeah, and if you don't know multi-view with YouTube TV, if you're thinking about getting it, making your decision, you can. Beyond that, obviously, you can also pick the sound you want to hear. You just move
you just hover over
the cursor over or whatever, and you can do that. So that's new for this year for people who are going to have the Sunday Ticket package. No more complaints about them making you watch a certain. Okay. There will be complaints.
No complaints about this specific
thing. You can yell about other things. Why don't I have the option to watch 8 games at a time?
We will complain.
Sir, I've seen your TV. You can't watch 8 games and actually see what's going on.
That is the ultimate limit, I feel like, is 8. Never mind that I actually believe that it's impossible to watch 8 different games.
It's nuts, yes.
You're not going to be able to watch
no.
games 6, 7, 8 as
no chance
as intently as you're watching the first 5.
Not a chance. Not a chance. I'm trying to think. If I put 8 games on my screen, would I catch more than one play from any of those games at a time? Like, could I? I think I would. My mind would make me focus on one game.
At a certain, yes, that's what happened. As someone who's watched on quad box before, like even on 4, really 2 take priority. 1 or 2 take priority. The other 2 is just kind of checking in on during commercials or whatever.
Sure. I don't think I'm going. It would be a lot of Panthers versus, I don't know,
the NFC South.
Chargers.
The NFC South will not be featured.
Yeah, Panthers versus Saints probably isn't going to get my eye line. It's going to be something my eyes focus on when there's other games to go on. And to be honest with you, the 8-box, 4-box thing, which will be on YouTube TV, is worthless to me because if I cared that much about the 4 games going on, I just put on Red Zone.
That's what I was going to say, especially once you get past 4. 4 is like the bare minimum of you're not watching all 4 games. You're watching maybe 2, and then you're just keeping an eye on the other 2.
Yeah, I mean,
where if you need any more than that, like you said, you can watch 1 and then put another TV on red zone or put a laptop on red zone.
Do you really need to see the 3rd and 6 between Panthers Saints in the first quarter from the 25-yard line? Do you need to see that?
I need to see Derek Carr throw short of the sticks on 3rd down.
Alvin Kamara furious because he got drilled by 2 linebackers because Derek Carr led him into it. Do I need to see that? Actually, I might want to see Kamara's reaction, but if I'm not getting that, I don't need to see it. So there it is. YouTube TV has answered some of your complaints. You'll be able to pick and choose what games you watch for the low, low price of like $800, depending on when you signed up. There it is, which always seemed like a crazy amount.
I always wondered how they get to that number.
They have to decide, okay, we're giving them $11 billion for this. How do we make it worthwhile for us? And the technology, I guess, we're putting in to make it all work, the $800 amount fits what we want. In fact, it's probably $400 more than we need to charge, but we're going to do it.
That's what I was going to say. If they offered offered it for $900, how many fewer people would buy it?
Instead of like $8.99 or $7.99. Why pick 99 as your
or even if they did $999, like that extra 100. If you're already paying $800, you'll pay $900 for it.
Yeah. What's the point? What's the breaking point for people who have decided $800 is good? They're good with $800.
Yeah.
The round number of 1,000 is too much for you. Maybe. I think
seeing the comma.
I think 1,000, 4 numbers.
Yeah.
I think that would be too much for people. All right. Really? But $8.99, you got me. I'm in. So I have overstated the package just a little bit, but not by much though. According to John Orion, YouTube will play Sunday Ticket on the Apple app. If you want to go through the App Store on Apple, if you want to watch your iPad or phone, it'll cost $679.99 this year. And if you want Red Zone attached, it'll be $739.99. So if you're not going through YouTube TV for whatever reason, well, the reason would be you already have a live TV package. Those are the prices, much like a cell phone. Like if you just want to buy a cell phone not attached to a new plan, new deal, this is your option for Sunday Ticket. The price was much lower if you want to go through YouTube TV earlier. I'm not sure what the price is now for that. They're not getting me. That's cool. I can watch the Texans on one TV and then maybe use my laptop for ulterior means if I need to watch something else.
Yeah, the Texans being good and local
makes it very easy not to get suckered into that. Yeah. And guess what? Our job requires us to talk a lot about the Texans, so our focus should be on the Texans, which validates the reason. I wish we could write it off though. If I go into Todd's office and go, "Hey, it's for work,"
you might be able to on your taxes.
On your taxes.
Yeah.
I don't think Todd's going to reimburse me.
No,
for that.
I doubt it. Never hurts to ask, but
it might.
It might hurt to
go
ask.
in there and ask.
That is true.
Get out of my office. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You should.
I think you
haven't
can write
never
it off on
tried
your
it, but you
taxes.
should be able to write it off.
Yeah.
It's an expense for work. TV. See if I try it. I mean, it wouldn't be great for the
I
IRS.
just forget. I think.
Yeah, I've
come
never.
April.
I never remember it. What's the IRS going to get out of me if they audit me for that? Oh no, we're gonna have to go through your stuff. Don't worry about it. There's a lot of like Chipotle receipts you're gonna have to go through, and Chick-fil-A. That's all. Those are the big purchases for me, and maybe a plane ticket. At points. Oh, I did buy a TV and a PlayStation 5 this year, so maybe the IRS has something to gain from coming after me.
You should throw that on
as an expense.
Yeah.
It's show content to buy the video game, the PlayStation 5, right?
Yes.
Yeah. We'll get back on track, at least Texans-related stuff. You'll hear from Kamari Lassiter on Derek Stingley and the favorable Acho we've determined. Sam talks about the Texans and what they could be this year. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay. Yesterday, the Texans spoke. We heard from D'Amico Ryans earlier about Kamari Lassiter, and getting a Georgia player is good. Kirby does it right down there. We've seen Kamari Lassiter go from second-day pick to immediate starter opposite Derek Stingley. Well, here's Kamari Lassiter talking about who's CB1, Derek Stingley, and what he provides for the team. And he calls him, well, you'll hear it right here.
Second to none, honestly. I haven't seen a defensive back have as good as ball skills as he has. Like, it's just like a superpower. He is like, he's just able to just snatch it up out the air. Like, it's just something that you really can't teach. You can't coach that. That's something that God blessed him with, and he uses it all the time. And it's just crazy to watch. I'm like, hey, that Sting right there. I told him on the side, I'm like, yeah, you that one for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, if you think back to his time at LSU, there was a thought of him playing both ways after his freshman year. Of course, it all fell apart there with Ed Ogeron, but he's so great with the ball in his hands and even just attacking the football that there was, after how great 2019 was, that, you know what, we're losing guys. Is there a chance that we run Stingley out there as a dual threat? Of course, COVID happened and things got switched up, but that's the level of athlete he is, and he showed it. Now, Daniel Jones threw the ball right to him. Twice, actually. Stingley was so early on the first one, it hit him like in the forearm. He was, he was so surprised that ball was thrown to him, he didn't catch it. But the second one, it wasn't a well-thrown pass either, inside and short, and he made the play. Very easily made the play. That he looks a guy who's comfortable with the ball in the air, which means, you heard Kamari Lassiter talk about it, anytime that ball's thrown in his area, there's a real shot he's coming down with it, which, turnover is such a big deal. It's great to have that particular guy out there in the secondary who will turn a good play into a great one with his ability to go attack the football. So Stingley is one of the guys that has people very high on this team, and rightfully so. And we've deemed him the favorable Acho, or the good Acho, I guess, when it comes to Achos in the media space. Sam Acho of ESPN discusses what he thinks of this Texans team and where they are in the pecking order.
How far do you think they can go in the postseason?
Oh, this is a Super Bowl caliber team, without a doubt. Why do I say that? Look at their defense. You start with Donnell Hunter, had 16.5 sacks last season. That was a career year. They also brought in Danico Autry, 11.5 sacks as a defensive tackle. And then your reigning defensive rookie of the year, Will Anderson, all coached by D'Amico Ryans, who in his second year as the defensive coordinator for San Francisco, coached them to a #1 defense. That's just on one side of the ball. Haven't even started talking about some of the offensive superstars, the studs, that this Houston Texans team has. I got a chance to run into D'Amico Ryans a few months ago, and we chatted about this year and this season, even last year. He said, man, I have a sense of urgency. I am not waiting for anyone. There's no such thing as a rebuild. I did it as a player. I wanted to win then, and I want to win now. I expect Super Bowl expectations for the Houston Texans.
I was waiting for the entire time for that music to hit. We flipped to some B-roll on the screen. Let's play the music. It's my pet peeve. I don't get it. Isn't necessary. I guess if you're flipping away from the guy and you want to show what he's talking about, you have to throw in the generic rock music, the non-copyrighted rock music, so you can enhance what he's talking about when you see the team on the screen. Yeah, it's just another opinion that falls in line with what everyone else is saying. Just so much positivity. I'm not one that, it's too positive. Things have to go poorly. We've talked about this. They're a good team. They're a good team. The schedule's really strong. I'm not sure what that'll mean for them. We don't say that about the other good teams. I don't know exactly where the Ravens rank as far as their schedule is concerned, but no one is saying the Ravens are good, but their schedule's tough, so they won't be a contender. You're either a contender or you're not. So if you believe in the Texans, you think all the things that people are saying about them is correct, don't throw any of those caveats in about, the quarterbacks they're playing are too tough and the schedule doesn't line up for them. No, good teams go out there and find a way to win. or you're like, you think they're what the Eagles were last year, where the numbers, even no matter how good the record was, the numbers said this team was playing above who they are. And it turns out late in the year, we saw the Eagles do that. Hell, the Dolphins have how good their offense, no matter how good their offense was, there are some questions about them, and we saw them down the stretch still make the playoffs, but fall apart against good teams. You can think of the Texans in two ways. Either they're one of the real contenders or one of those teams who will overwhelm the worst teams and then not beat the good teams. I don't subscribe to the second one. If they're good, they're good, and they'll find a way to beat good teams throughout the year. They just have to prove it, go out there and prove it, which speaks to a belief in them, but that has to be shown. The Chiefs and the Ravens have what I would call institutional belief. They've just been really good franchises for years now, so people are just going to trust that their process, and it's going to work out for them. The Texans are only a year plus into this new version of them, so got to go out there and prove it. But at least right now, there's real belief in them that they can. I did want to get to this before we go to break. Sean is someone I would say he's not a starting college quarterback, but he's a doppelganger of one. He doesn't like the comparison so much. Okay, I get it. He doesn't want to be compared to this guy. Understood. But, Sean, can you guess who was the oldest starting quarterback in college football this year?
I saw this stat, and I could tell from the way you brought it up. It's Cam Rising.
Cam Rising, the former Texas Longhorn, much like Sean was.
At the same time.
At the same time.
We shared a campus.
Sean's in his upper 20s. Cam is slightly younger.
He's in mid-20s.
Mid-20s, which says all you need to say, that is the fact that he's still starting college football games. He sat out last year. It was a will he, won't he all year last year. He's much like an Astros pitcher. But last year, he didn't play. He's back for another year. He's 25 years old. He is the oldest starting quarterback in college football. And apparently it's a Big 12 thing because Alan Bowman, yes, that Alan Bowman who you've seen at Tech and Michigan is now at Oklahoma State for a second year. In fact, wasn't he the quarterback of the second-place team in the Big 12 last year? They lost to Texas in the title game. He is back at 24. Tyler Shook, 24 years old at Louisville. Dylan Gabriel, he of former Oklahoma and UCF fame, is 23. KJ Jefferson, now at UCF, is 23. Graham Mertz, 23. DJ Uiagalelei, 23. What do they all have in common? Transfers. That's kind of the way it plays out, and redshirting even after transferring. The fact that Alan Bowman is still hanging around, in fact, he tweeted out a picture, I think, or put it on Instagram, that he's going into the 19th grade. It's the first day of school for him. 19th grade. It feels
Seventh year of college.
It feels like he's been around. No, it feels like he's been around longer than that, to be honest with you.
It does feel like it's been a while.
Because Alan Bowman has started football games for teams. You think at some point the eligibility would run out. Now there's a COVID thing, and you can sit a year and all the stuff.
Yeah.
But it feels like, God, he's been around for a decade.
Because he started as a freshman.
Yeah.
He started as a freshman at Texas Tech, again, while I was still in college.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He was a quarterback when the Longhorns are at Tech in Lubbock when they were up 2 touchdowns like 2 minutes ago and blew the game. He was the quarterback like either shushing the Texas crowd or doing horns down. I forgot what it was.
That was the second thing.
Yeah. Serves them right for blowing that game.
Exactly.
You don't do horns
That's
down.
What happens.
Yeah.
No, I am conflicted about this because it does feel like it's part of the last little flickering of like, I'm still young.
Yeah.
I'm still hip.
Cam Rising is still playing college football.
I went to college with these guys.
Yeah. You love it, right? Cam Rising is still out there. Alan Bowman is playing, and I was in college when he started playing.
Yeah.
I'm not old. I'm not getting close to
But
old
on the
age.
other hand, I am a little bit like,
get a job.
Come on, dude.
Man, I've been in the workforce for years now. Get a job.
What are you doing?
Although, to be fair, as NIL has come about.
They probably make more than I do.
Yeah. Probably? Starting at Power 5 schools? You think probably?
Well, we don't know.
Kind of know, considering what Mike Gundy was talking about. We'll get to that maybe a little bit later. Him complaining about guys, agents calling for more money. I think we know. I don't know if Alan Bowman's one of those guys. Yeah. But you look at some of the oldest quarterbacks in college football, they are on teams that are expected to be pretty good outside of Graham Mertz. That Florida team is not expected to be good. But the rest, Utah ranked, Oklahoma State ranked, Louisville ranked, Dylan Gabriel at Oregon ranked, and DJ Uiagalelei with Florida State ranked as well. So they may have been around a long time, but they are going to be the starting quarterbacks for some of the best teams in the country, and we'll see how that plays out. La Salsa, we'll get to you. You want to talk Astros on the other side. Anyone else, certainly you can get in, 713-780-3776. Now, I'm going to be out next week, but I'm going to let you guys know this week, when I come back, we're going to do Plant Your Flag Week because it'll be the lead up to the first major weekend of college football. There's some games this weekend headlined by Florida State playing Georgia Tech and Ireland, but it's like 4 games, although it is a top 10 team playing. And when I come back, you're staking your claim. So also, you can do it now. I'm not sure you're a college football fan, but everybody who calls in that week is going to tell us who they root for. We're a college football show, if you haven't noticed. Sean and I are very clear in our allegiances. Sean more positive, and rightfully so, about his. I'm definitely afraid of my head coach's meatheadness, just the way I feel. We'll see how it plays out. Talented roster. Don't trust the head coach. Where I stand. Everyone else, we know some of you have told us who you root for. That's happening. You can start it this week too, but we're keeping a list. That's Sean's job. I'm not doing it. We're keeping a list. Sorry, I just shocked Sean. We're keeping a list because this show loves some slander, and we don't want you calling in being so thrilled with your team and talking about them if we don't know beforehand. You can't call in about how great Tech season is if we don't know you're a Tech fan beforehand, because then you can hide if they're bad. Stake your claim. Between now and, August 30th, you start staking your claim to who you root for, because this show, particularly on Tuesdays, because Monday's going to be NFL week, at least once the NFL season starts. It'll be NFL day. But that Tuesday's going to be a lot of college football stuff. So stake your claim before August 30th, or any of your cheering about your team is null and void on this show. I'm not going to respect you coming in after your team's starting a great year. What's that about? You can begin trashing us that Monday if maybe not Sean. Sean's team's not losing that first Saturday. My team got a real shot.
Always got to respect your opponent, Dell. I respect Jay Norvell and what they're building over in Fort Collins.
You don't have to worry. You don't have to respect them. Your team does, for the purposes of not having an embarrassing loss. So you can talk as much trash to Jay Norvell as you want. It doesn't matter. Although I would say, cover Torrey Horton. I saw the Texas corners in the spring game. They weren't covering anyone. And Torrey Horton's going to be a problem if they continue that. So we'll get to that. We'll get to La Salsa when we come back. He wants to talk Astros. Maybe. Hour 2 begins with La Salsa. La Salsa, you want to talk Astros? What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Delvin Tito? I didn't go to this school, but I come from a family of Sooners, and I picked the Longhorns as my team when I was 12. So I've been rooting for them since I was 12. I am 36. I wish that the Astros would have a series win tonight, but as in your professional opinion, I know Paulie G would be last on the list. Who has the most Riz at the station? Later, Dilly Jelly.
It's not my name. So you went against your family to pick the Longhorns. I respect it.
Good man, La Salsa.
And he's a Texas guy, so Sean all in on La Salsa. So you guys can commiserate after losses and wins together. So most Riz, and he removed Paul from the equation quickly. Harsh to Paul, but I'm just going by La Salsa's standard. So Paul's out. I'm not making that decision.
You don't make the rules.
Paul, La Salsa did. So Paul, you're out. No Riz for you. You know, as insulting as he is of me and I am of him, and I would throw in inappropriate for him as well, I think I put Granado top Riz. Because I don't understand him. I don't understand why people like him, but people do. So I think I rank him number 1.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, he is someone that, despite all his buffoonishness, it's not a word, I think. Buffoonery, there it is. Buffoonery. People love him. So the Riz is there for John. I am one who thinks it's unexplainable, but it's there. So after him, Riz. If you don't know, because you're an old, it is short for charisma. But the kids like to say Riz because, God forbid, you just say the word, right? Right, Sam? God forbid. He says yes.
He says right.
God forbid I say the full word.
4 letters.
It's easy. Riz. It's the language people understand of his age, so they say it to each other, I guess. So now the rest of them. This includes producers as well. Sean, you got a cool bandana thing you got going on, the long hair. I think that helps your cause.
Thank you.
But then you have with Paul out of here, I might put you at 2.
Whoa.
Because
thank you.
Lance ain't got no Riz.
High praise.
Yeah, what a group you're second in.
I thought, there's a chance to go, well, producers are in the mix. Well,
I mean,
got BMAC.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you got the part-timers too.
Yeah, that's true. AJ.
Yeah.
AJ's 2. AJ's 2.
I was going to say.
AJ's 2. In fact, AJ's probably 1.
Self-scouting.
I forgot about him. AJ's probably 1. John's 2. You're 3.
Still got a medal.
AJ's, you're unless the Romanians come and take it away from you.
Me and Jordan Childs.
Well, for now. Wait till I get to the rest of the list. We'll see. So yeah, that's your top 3. The rest of the guys, take it or leave it. Branham and I don't remember his name, so his Riz can't be there. Joel Blank. Whatever. Pick and choose 4 or 5. I don't really care. BMAC and then Zerline.
Whoa. No Joe?
Joe, then Zerline.
Okay.
That's your top 8 right there, I think.
Wow.
I think that's a reasonable one. I forgot about a weekend part-time guy like AJ. Yeah, it's number 1. That's a clear one.
Yeah.
Clear.
Cam Smith probably up there.
Yeah, Cam's still around, right?
Yeah.
All right. See, you're off the medal stand now. You keep bringing up names. Now you're off the medal stand. Cam is a guy who interned for me. I just didn't know he was still working for us on occasion. So, yeah, Cam's on the list, too. Cam Smith. Yeah, AJ Cam. It's a certain complexion that's leading the league right now.
Oh, no, Cam Smith is white.
Oh, I'm talking about – no, not Cam Smith. The other Cam. Cam, who was an intern for me. Cam Smith was never an intern for me.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, Cam, if we're the 2 Cams, AJ the 2 Cams, John then you.
Okay.
There it is. The rest
top 5.
At this point, you're off the medal stand. You're not even in the medal round to try to win a medal. Beat it. You got eliminated in the group stage. The rest of you guys didn't even make the quarterfinals. And if we had enough, a lot of you guys wouldn't make the round of 16. Like if it was like the new World Cup where it's like 48 teams, a lot of you guys would have got knocked out in your regions. Even with all those spaces available, some of you are like Trinidad and Tobago, never had a chance. Serbia, Montenegro out there, that's Lance. And I'm probably doing Serbia and Montenegro a disservice.
Yeah, you're gonna have Serbia and Montenegro at your throat.
Lance is one of those,
because I think it's just Serbia.
Yeah, that's what it is now. You're right. They've divided. Lance is what am I thinking? Obviously, they just saw them in the Olympics. There was no Montenegro part of the Serbian team. It was just Serbia. You're right about that. Lance is one of those teams who gets beat. Hey, look, Spain is coming to town for their one
Moldova?
time.
He's Moldova?
Spain's coming to town for the one time they visit us because it's World Cup qualifying, and they beat us 15-0.
Liechtenstein?
He wishes.
Luxembourg?
Maybe. There it is.
Right part of the world.
Yeah, we found the team. He's Luxembourg when it comes to this. But there it is. An impromptu Riz rankings where I mentioned a couple guys some of you've never heard of, but still, the rankings are the rankings.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't count the part-timers.
Because it's tough for the list. But
Yeah.
for the people, I would
Give me my medal back.
It's your fault that you brought him up. I would stick with John, then you, and then whoever's at 3. I don't really care. Who's the bronze medalist? Without Paul, I think it's Branham probably. I heard Branham on those play-by-play stuff. He's got a little bit. Got a little bit.
Yeah.
The rest of you guys, doesn't matter. You didn't win a medal. No one's going to remember your names anyway in this Riz list. You didn't win a medal. It's cool.
You're the Jamaican guy in the 100 meter.
Yeah. The one guy, not the guy who didn't lean in, the other guy.
Yeah, the other,
the second Jamaican
the guy
sprinter.
who's talking trash beforehand.
Yeah, the guy who looked at Noah Lyles in the preliminaries or the semifinal heat, whatever it was. So there it is. The Riz rankings for ESPN 975. The full-timers, I think Granado has everyone beat. Sean's on there too. Part-timers, they get pushed down, but hey, you guys don't know those guys. What else to get to before we get into a break and go to our second segment? So we talked about the oldest starting quarterbacks to end segment, at least the last segment is hour one. I didn't want to get to this as far as the Astros are concerned. Yainer Diaz, the powers come back for him, which is really nice because we were wondering where that went. Last year, he was a guy who a lot of people think, particularly Astro fans, that if Dusty Baker wasn't holding him back, that could have been a real Rookie of the Year candidate, if not winner. Also, maybe if Yainer got more regular at-bats in the postseason, we're not talking about losing to the Rangers in the ALCS. I mean, that's up for debate. There was a couple close games early in that series at home, so maybe if he's getting regular bats, he changes the course of the series in the game, particularly. I mean, if we're going back to Game 7, Christian Javier was Christian Javier that night, and not in a good way. So I don't know if anybody was helping the Astros win, but I could see it. Maybe you take one of those games, and we're talking about a potential defending World Series champion. But Dusty had his ideas, and now we're thanking him for what Yainer is today, I guess. But so if you talk about this lineup I can't say when healthy because I don't know when Kyle Tucker's coming back. The Yainer finding his power back. Dubon came through again yesterday, so that was nice. And then you think about who Pena can be in certain moments. Bregman's hurt. That is what it is. There's always going to be one guy, no matter what the momentum is. One guy, at least in this season, they're gonna miss a guy for a couple games. It doesn't feel like it's long term, but we know the history of talking out of our ass when it comes to Astros injuries. When we think something is the case, it turns out to be the opposite. So we hope to have Bregman back sooner rather than later, but let's say no guarantees. He's not playing tonight. That, I believe, came from Espada himself. So Bregman's going to miss the first 2 games of the Red Sox series. But all of a sudden, although Trey Cabbage has been recalled and Leon's been optioned, all of a sudden, you're starting to see what this lineup's fully capable of when they're pseudo-healthy. You just hope that you can get Bregman back quickly, and then Tucker gets back whenever. And then you're talking about 1 through 6 of no breaks as far as a playoff series, where the guys are going to be playing it every day, and Is Yiner going to play some at first base? If Caratini needs to be catcher, and you can maybe DH. If this is assuming Kyle Tucker's back in the outfield, you can DH Jordan and throw someone else out there in left field. You may see a lineup 1 through 6 who is untouchable as far as comparing them to the rest of baseball, if they're at their best. You just have to hope health-wise that happens, and we're still waiting. And just add another guy, not on the IL, not yet for Bregman. And I say not yet because you just never know. But right now, the positive thing is it feels like a short-term injury, and hopefully he can be back pretty soon. So when we come back, we'll get to the Mike Gundy story. Mike Gundy is tired of his players asking for money, which is funny because the Oklahoma State Cowboys will be wearing a special thing on their helmets to induce people to pay their players more. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We all know the business of college sports is changing. There's a story about Bama paying their football GM $850K and holding off USC who was trying to grab him. What a football GM does, it depends on the program. We know the coach is the head man in charge. They decide, for the most part, along with their coaching staff and scouting department, who they want to recruit, who they want to grab from the transfer portal. In some cases, the GMs have a say in that too. And that's a more recent thing. Sometimes the GM is like a person who is more an executive as far as administrative things, logistics. They make sure the coach gets this or gets that. They're discussing things with the athletic department on the coach's behalf. And in other programs, the GM is legitimately like a GM in the NFL, where he is the head of the scouting department, or at least partly, maybe co-headlining that with the head coach, and they're making determinations on athletes as far as, does this guy fit what we want to do offensively and defensively? Does he meet all the requirements of what we want at the cornerback position? Just like a GM on the NFL level. So now those guys are getting paid $850K, and Power 5 programs or Power 4 programs at this point are trying to snipe them away from other Power 4 programs. Why that needed to be reported in the news, I'm not sure. It feels like the GM in question floated that, hey, Bama's giving me $850K. I'm not sure Bama was looking to let everyone know that the price tag for their guy, it cost us $850,000 to keep Courtney Morgan around. I'm sure Courtney Morgan's agent's like, guess what? Look how much it costs for our guy.
It definitely is a weird story to come out because I don't feel like Courtney Morgan is
a big enough name for people.
A huge name.
Yeah, for it to be on the second story on the side panel for ESPN.com under something about a steroid ban and above Tua calling out Flores from yesterday. The Bama GM, by the way, they know he's not a name brand because they don't mention his name in the headline. Yeah, it just goes Bama agrees to record deal to keep GM. It feels like a story that got floated for whatever reason, and ESPN was like, you know what? It's big enough for us to talk about.
Yeah, and I do think that that GMs, it's going to be interesting how college football deals with this because every other sport has GMs that help not just like pick the players, because I do still think that the head coaches will pick the players, but just deal with the kind of numbers game aspect of how many guys are coming into the portal, how many guys of our guys are going into the portal, who can we get out of the portal, that there's going to be probably a necessary kind of branch that has to grow for these college football programs of dealing with the personnel and how often it shuffles around.
And speaking of that, Mike Gundy, yesterday, he was thrilled that football season's coming up because he no longer has to deal with players' agents calling him asking for more money. He says it's football season, that's off the table. Excuse me? Ask an NFL GM about that particular aspect of it. You can set the line and go, hey, you know what? I don't have to talk about this anymore. I feel like that's still going to be a thing you have to deal with now. The players probably won't hold out. They probably won't take it to that level that the NFL players do. But you are still going to be getting asked about, hey, guess who called us? TCU's in our mentions called me and said, hey, at the end of the year, they're offering this. We'd like to get something finalized before the end of the year, or we might be taking our talents to Fort Worth. I don't think Gundy, I think the world he's living in, it's a nice world to think about that this is over for 5 months, but it ain't over. He's always going to have to, he can say, no, we're not negotiating. He could try that. It might not go well for him because the other teams are still going to keep asking your players, are they interested? And they're telling them, we got a deal in line for you after the year's over. It'll be this, and maybe it will go up depending on the demand and how well you play.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about guys actually getting in the portal during the season, but a lot of the groundwork can be laid
where they don't even give you a shot to counter because the deal's so good and maybe you weren't open to communication that they decide after this year, I'm heading out. I'll go play someplace else and I'll be fine with it.
But Gundy, he has a way to combat this.
What's his way?
Well, do you see the story with the helmets?
Yes, I mentioned that. The QR codes they're putting on the back of the Oklahoma State Cowboy helmets is interesting.
Boom. Right there.
So
from your couch, you just pull up your phone, zoom in.
Yeah, how well is that going to work?
Back of Ollie Gordon's helmet.
On the tight shot of Alan Bowman. First of all, I'm not giving Alan Bowman any more money. You're 24 years old. Beat it.
Job.
I'm not, yeah. I don't know. This is all about making the players happy because at this point, Ollie Gordon, he is not going to be back next year. He's too good of a back to be back. I don't even know if his eligibility is up. But even if it wasn't, he's too good of a back to come back. So this is more about, hey, we appreciate you, man, for what you're doing for our program. I see your QR code. I'm going to give you a couple extra bucks. It ain't about retaining a guy like Ollie Gordon.
Well, to be fair, it's mostly just for this right here, for Brett McMurphy to tweet it out and for us to talk about it.
Sure.
Because, yeah, I do wonder how much that's actually going to drive people sitting on their couch to, again, pull out their phone, zoom in on a QR code, and then be putting in their credit card information or whatever to pay, throw into the slush fund for Oklahoma State. Because I think it just goes to like the
Yeah,
general.
it doesn't. It's not to one specific player. It goes
Yeah.
to the general fund for every athlete on the roster.
And it's going to be something that, at the very least, the first handful of games this season,
It's talked about.
they'll talk about it. They'll do the thing where they have a video. They're zooming in on a video of the back of someone's helmet. I think it's the fact that it's the back of someone's helmet makes it even funnier. That it's not. There's no way to show it that's not intentional. You don't accidentally catch a glimpse of the direct back of someone's helmet
No.
in a football game.
No, it'll have to be.
It has to be a replay of, I don't know, behind your offensive line.
A targeting
guess.
call?
That'd
A targeting replay? And that's how you see it as clear as possible. That Oklahoma State safety could be out of here.
Yeah, I was gonna say so. Oh, I thought it was the other way around. Like some safety from Baylor just laid out an Oklahoma State wide receiver, and as you're watching him get concussed, you're like, you know what? Let me donate some money.
Yeah, it's tough sport out there. It's rough out there. Let's
Here's a 20.
Let's tip him. Hey. or you're big into bounties. And if one of your guys knocks out one of the players, you see the QR code and go, you know what? I like that hit.
There's some bounty gate. There's some bounty gate potential.
There
here.
really is. There really is. If we see an influx of money to the Oklahoma State slush fund, if they knock a quarterback out of the game, you know what?
Nice hit on Donovan Smith. Ugh.
You don't make it public, but if you're an Oklahoma State booster, you're like, guys. I mean, it's going to be under the guise of giving it to the general fund, but you can make a couple big hits.
Yeah, I'm sure they can see, oh wow, who was the player of the game last game? Oh, and we got way more donations during the game from people sitting on their couch.
Yeah,
which is like, that's the most absurd part. Is that, I mean, we talked about paying $700 for Sunday ticket.
Sure.
Just regular people paying that, and regular people now paying Ollie Gordon because he got a first down in the third quarter. It's like, how much money? It's going to be $10 here, $10 there, I imagine.
Yeah, they avoid.
I can't imagine anyone puts in a comma.
Yeah, who's given four figures for? Oh, he scored a touchdown in week 1 against South Dakota State or whoever the hell they're playing. They did avoid some of this by making it a general thing, because if it was individual QR codes and you could look, well, Ollie Gordon, that spin move broke off a 20-yard run, we're going to drop a couple bucks into the fund. It does become a slippery slope of we're paying players for performance and plays, although they're doing that anyway. But actually in-game doing it.
Being so direct and on such a small, micro level.
Yeah,
is
even
crazy.
me, open to everything. I don't care. I don't really hold college football. I love the sport, but I don't hold it in some high esteem where it's this clean, untouched thing. Even at that point, I'm like, ugh, we're just handing out cash because he got a sack. Little too much, even for me. I understand that's a thing, but maybe don't make it so public. So I will take the general slush fund over individual payments being made to players because they made a play. Trust me, my school did that way back when. It didn't go well.
No, it didn't.
As far as the NCAA was concerned.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the players were great. They loved it. They kept making plays, too.
No complaints.
No complaints for them. They kept making all the plays. So those Saturdays were great. The ensuing issues that came from it, not so great, and affected the Saturdays in the future. So that's out there. Gundy doesn't want the agents of his players calling him. He thinks it's over. I would say maybe make way for a little reality, Mike Gundy. That's not going to stop because the other guys aren't going to stop calling about your players. So you're going to get those calls. But at least you'll have them throughout the season. You don't have to worry about them dipping on you. And the likelihood of a holdout happening seems very, very low. We got a couple more segments to go. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. We'll be back. But, we'll be back. Did I miss the MyBookie thing? I did. So we'll do the MyBookie thing now. That's operator error for 2 people. Or maybe 3. Maybe that was your job. Intern in training. But either way, let's talk about MyBookie. Now, maybe you don't want to send money to Oklahoma State slush fund. Maybe you just want to bet on them. You can go to MyBookie for that. You like Ollie Gordon to win the Heisman? You can try that out too. because my bookie lets you bet on anything for the most part. Whether you are into Major League Baseball, you want to start betting, you want to bet on baseball tonight. Maybe you like a certain team in this town having a good night tonight. You can try your luck there. Also, from the PGA to soccer, with the Premier League being back and La Liga, all the major European leagues are back in action. You can bet on that as well. Tennis and the WNBA, all things you can consider on MyBookie. Remember, the promo code is Bet975. We talked a lot of college football this show. College football is back on Saturday. If you like, or not Oregon, if you like Florida State versus Georgia Tech, one way or the other, that game's in Ireland. Maybe you think it'll be a weird game for the number 10 team in the country, and you like Georgia Tech there, bet on it, because MyBookie lets you bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. Just go to MyBookie. Remember, the promo code is Bet975 for current and new customers. It takes care of you, makes your money go further. That's MyBookie. Just go to mybookie.ag.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Something that we didn't get to, Jimmy Ward got an extension from the Texans. He is under contract now through 2025, gets more money. We know he's a guy DeMeco likes. He brought him over from San Francisco. Now, Jimmy Ward has missed at least 5 games the last 2 years. So availability is a problem for him right now. And, of course, the first comment under the Aaron Wilson report was, an extension for what? He's going to be on IR by week 5. So people not kind hearing the news. And Jimmy Ward is going to be dependent on. Now, Petrie's going to go back and forth between safety and linebacker, but that probably is a bit dependent on Jimmy Ward's availability. If you can depend on Jimmy Ward being a part of that safety rotation, then you can start to move Jalen Petrie around and utilize him in the best way. We saw as he was going back and forth between nickel and safety on Saturday, he had a really nice game. Part of that has to do with Daniel Jones and his ineptitude, but he made a nice play in space against Devin Singletary, and of course he had the run stop on the run blitz against Singletary as well, as he got there almost before Jones can get the ball to Singletary on the handoff. So Jimmy Ward gets an extension, and you might be like, yeah, why are we giving him new money? Why are we giving him more money for a guy who doesn't play? Well, DeMeco Ryans thinks a lot of him. Here's DeMeco Ryans on what Jimmy Ward brings.
First off, it's the communication piece. He's a great communicator, and Jimmy is versatile. I always loved his versatility. He can come down and play man coverage. He can play in the deep half of the field, like making plays. Jimmy is a very versatile player. I think that opens up a variety of things that we can do defensively when it comes to game planning wise.
And this is a coach who now has a guy on the second level and the third level of his defense who is very familiar with. And you would imagine that a defensive coach in his second year wants guys who can convey his thoughts on the field at any given moment. And he has those guys in Azeez Al-Shaair and Jimmy Ward. So if we're talking about, and if you have any complaints about why we're giving more money to a guy you don't expect to play, these are the reasons. Beyond what Jimmy Ward brings as an actual football player, the physical attributes, it's him teaching that defense and communicating that the defense and what DeMeco wants on a play-to-play basis to the guys who are less than familiar with it. Jimmy Ward's going to help Bullock in the safety position. And Al-Shaair will certainly have the young linebackers who are either on the roster now or maybe upcoming on the roster. And the guys like Christian Harris who only have a year into the system. And hopefully we'll see Christian Harris here shortly. So defensive, well, it's not strictly a defensive coordinator thing. Coaches are going to love guys who know how their defense and offense runs, and they're going to hold more value than a safety who has no real history with him. So if Jimmy Ward was not a former 49er, would Jimmy Ward get more money? Probably not, even if DeMeco liked him as a player. We know that they have brought in corners that DeMeco likes because of their physical ability in C.J. Henderson and Jeff Okudah. If they miss a lot of time this year, they're probably not getting new money, they're not getting re-signed, particularly with the emergence of Kamari Lassiter. They don't have any real background in this defense. There are bodies to hopefully find a guy who could help, but they have found that guy in their own draft pool. So Jimmy Ward gets more money, right or wrong. As long as he's healthy, he can be a real help. Of course, it's always going to be that major caveat. So I hope Jimmy Ward stays healthy, and obviously you want that for everyone on the team. It's a team that probably will only be derailed, maybe something to do with the interior of the offensive line and injuries. It's really the only thing you can point to and say that could be a block from maybe not accomplishing and winning a Super Bowl, but being a contender. I think injuries may be the only thing that stops them from doing that. We'll get to this quickly before we wrap it up. Sometimes you need someone to look out for you, Sean. And that's what Rich Paul did for LeBron James and his legacy. There were reports early in the offseason, kind of a recap of what was of the NBA season. There was a report that LeBron James was very close to being a warrior. We know Draymond has some what I call a weird fascination with LeBron. I don't know, but Draymond loves him some LeBron James. Loves him some LeBron James. And Draymond Green was pushing for LeBron James to get traded to the Warriors before the trade deadline. And it got to the ownership level where Joe Lacob and Jeannie Buss were involved in conversations about what it would mean to make that trade happen. Apparently, Rich Paul got involved and said, nope, let's not have that happen because it makes LeBron look bad to go to another team. So one of the primary reasons LeBron James didn't put on a Warrior uniform this past season is because Rich Paul said he's done enough moving as far as teams. We can't make it happen again. And Adele doesn't like Oakland or San Francisco.
Do you buy that? Do you buy that reasoning from Richard Paul?
Sure, let's call him Richard. I don't think it matters. Not that as far as if that's the real reason or one of the reasons why he got involved, I don't think it matters. People who love LeBron aren't going to care. Yeah. And the people who have already decided what they feel about him, he moved to Golden State. That's just that's who LeBron is. No one's going to care at this point. I think we're way past criticizing him for that. No new people are going to criticize him for that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We're going from I guess it would be his third team, but
yes,
he played for the Cavs twice.
Yes,
but,
making another move.
Yeah, going from move 4 to 5, team move 4 to 5 isn't really that big of a deal. I will say though, where I think this is more true, that it is worse for his legacy if this February LeBron got traded for Andrew Wiggins and Kevon Looney and Jonathan Kuminga, where that is, if we're doing this stupid game of what's a bad look for your legacy,
yeah, as if it matters, yeah.
Being able to be like, you got traded for Andrew Wiggins.
Well, that's what I guess he would have maybe got traded for Clay last year. I'm trying to think who would have gone, because it would have been Steph and Draymond and LeBron. Maybe Clay would have gone in the trade. That was a possibility because Klay Thompson wanted out. I guess so. Yeah, getting traded. Now he got traded early on
for Brandon Pajimski.
Yeah,
not my goat. You know what? My goat didn't get traded for Brandon Pajimski.
Yeah, he just took some time off for issues. If you're a big fan of Michael Jordan, yeah. But his first trade, if people forget because of Dan Gilbert's letter, he got traded to the Heat because he wanted the full 4 years and all the money, and of course he left, and it cost the Heat a lot of draft picks, and they're still kind of on the deficit from that. They've been trying to find their way back as they've been trying to compete, but yeah, it was like draft picks and filler or whatever to get him to Miami. But yeah, getting traded for Pajinski and Looney and Wiggins. In the trade annals, it'd be like, oh, well, okay. I mean, it's not exactly a king's ransom for the Lakers, but you would understand it as far as from the Laker perspective. They already got picks, and if LeBron wanted to go, which he seemed agreeable to, you need to make a deal happen, and maybe you really like Kuminga. Broke down Kevon Looney and Andrew Wiggins ain't a great haul.
Because Wiggins basically has to be in it to make the money work.
Make the money work, yeah.
Either Wiggins or Clay, I guess.
At least this deadline, yeah, Wiggins would have to be in the deal.
I would assume, though, if this past deadline you're trading for LeBron, you're thinking, so we'll just bring back the old, because you're making a trade to get older.
Yeah.
So you're at that point, you're like, yeah, sure, Clay, let's do it.
At that point, yeah, why if you're not trading Clay in the initial trade deadline deal and he's around, why not just bring him back? You're old as hell. Unless Clay was so disenchanted with being benched that he wanted out no matter what. I think Draymond talked about how he was happy Clay left because he was no longer happy in Golden State. So maybe that would happen either way. It wasn't like I'm happy he's gone because he stinks.
Beat it.
Because he stinks. It's much different from the
that sourpuss out of here.
It's much different from the Draymond KD interactions where he wanted KD out and he called him. Well, you know what he called him. He called him an unkind word in a huddle, and that was the end of their relationship. Clay is his brother, and he wanted him gone. Okay, let me clean that up. He didn't want him gone. He was okay with him leaving because Clay wasn't happy anymore. But bringing in LeBron would have made Draymond very, very happy.
Made him more happy, maybe.
Yeah. Draymond, for all his personality off the court, like, LeBron's the one guy he pays deference to for whatever reason. Of all the people, he's like, I love me some King James. In fact, he calls him King, which is a little nuts. It's a little nuts that Draymond will refer to a grown man as king who's not actually a king. Hey, down with the monarchy here, Draymond. It's not what we're about. It's
Also,
America. We don't believe in that stuff.
Not just calling another grown man king, but like a man that you're competing with.
You are a contemporary. He's not even one of your OGs. Yes, he's old, but he's like 3 years older than you. Why are you calling him, for basketball terms, old? Why are you calling him king? You know what I'm not calling? I'm not calling anyone here king. Like Lance tried to get off the Three Kings at one point. That used to be like a silhouette of him, John, and someone else. They used to call themselves the Three Kings. You know what I never did? Hey, King. Never did it.
But you were one of the kings.
No, it wasn't me. It was someone else. I forgot who. I think it might have been like a sales guy or something. I forgot who it was. But they used to call them. Lance was like, you know what would be cool? To have like a silhouette of all of us, and we're the Three Kings of sports talk. You know, you ain't going to get that out of me. As it's made clear by his phone, by his contact in my phone being trash ass Lance. Yeah.
Trash ass King Lance.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Deposed king, the usurper.
The pretender?
Yeah, Lance Zierlein, exactly. That's exactly. So Draymond calling LeBron James king is nuts. But we were one Rich Paul concerned about LeBron's legacy from having Steph and LeBron join up before the Olympics. Now you got your moment in the Olympics. Don't worry about it, guys.
It would have been kind of cool for them to play together.
Sure.
On an actual team.
I wouldn't have been bothered by it. It wouldn't have destroyed his legacy because I don't care about his legacy.
It'd be minus 250 legacy points, but I think overall
he would have been able to survive.
It would have been fun, yeah.
Yeah, I think LeBron James and his multiple MVPs and titles would have been able to survive a trade to the Warriors to go play with Steph.
Yeah. Just know, LeBron, I am keeping track of every move you make and adding or deducting legacy points.
How did his legacy, either negatively or positively, how was it affected by adding Bronny?
Plus.
Swinging it around to get Bronny on the team?
King moves.
Draymond would think so. Does he call Bronny Prince?
That's how you know. That's how you know Bronny is not thought of highly as an NBA player. That no one has tried to get off. Well, you got King James, and now you got the Prince. It's like he is Bronny.
In private moments, when they're hanging out, does Bronny get called Prince by Draymond and Savannah James get called Queen? How far do you think Draymond takes it?
Maybe Savannah. Again, no way. No chance that Bronny gets called
If
Prince.
you're calling a grown man king, you have to call his son Prince.
If the Prince has to average 10 points per game.
Oh, so it has to be basketball related. He's treating him like royalty.
LeBron got to be called king because he was good.
True, but some princes aren't great. And you know they're going to be terrible kings. You still get called Prince.
I guess.
What happened to Amon and Aegon? They were called Prince before they did anything. So if we're going by Game of Thrones rules or House of the Dragon rules, Draymond should be calling Bronny and Bryce Prince.
Bryce going to push him off a dragon. Spoilers.
Whatever might happen, Draymond better get used to calling the progeny of LeBron James Prince.
Progeny is a word that I feel like only gets used in royal settings.
Of course, that's why I had to pull it out. That's right, Prince James. Draymond, learn how to treat the Royals. His Majesty. Maybe call LeBron on the court His Majesty at some point. Since you're going to go that far. We got one more segment to go here before we wrap it up. Don't call me king, but maybe call Sean. What would you? The hand of the king or whatever. Not for this show, for Gallant George. We're in the council together on this show.
I think Masters of Whispers is a great name.
That's not bad.
It's just a great name.
Yeah, it's not bad. Masters of Ships sucks. I don't want to be called Master of Ships. Master of Whispers or the bank. I'll take that. I would love to keep doing this, but we do have to go. We got one more segment. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
It's been I wouldn't even call it training for the morning show because Abigail's done it before, but it's been kind of a training day. Got an intern in there running the board. I blame him for doing my bookie spot late. I mean, it's better to blame you than me or Sean for that.
Can't be doing that.
Yeah. What are we doing? Not going to do that. So I don't know if that's going to happen from 12 to 3, but we are a teaching environment here.
It's training day.
So
and King Kong ain't got.
So you are the Denzel character. Okay, I was trying to figure out. So you're going to set him up to get maybe killed in a bathtub later today?
What happens.
I don't know. I don't know if what you did earlier before you got here. If you saved some girl from getting assaulted, that's the only thing that's going to save you. I don't know if you've seen Training Day. It might be before its time.
He has not seen Training.
Yeah, he doesn't get the references. But just be aware, Sean making those references suggests he's going to pin something on you and then have you killed, or at least attempted to be killed later.
Hey, just after Gallant George, I do need to meet with some Russians. They seem pretty mad at me.
You owe them some money, and then you beat up some guy in their casino. You better watch yourself. Sean Mapes, the night life of Sean Mapes, a little different than what he does here from 10 to 3. Okay, so we got a couple holdouts in the NFL still ongoing. The reporting now suggests that Jamar Chase is willing to sit out the year. He has not practiced with the Bengals. Now, T. Higgins got into camp. He's practicing. The Bengals have not had a lot of continuity with their big three when it comes to weapons. Joe Burrow's still dealing with an injury. He's throwing in practice, but they're bringing him along slowly, so he's ready for week 1. Jamar Chase is a guy who the expectation was, because none of these guys ever sit out, the expectation is that he would be in camp. You know, he has 2 years left on his deal. And Mike Brown said, we talked about this on the show earlier in the summer, that Mike Brown, their team president, said they weren't going to be giving him a deal at this point in time. It's something they would consider after the year, and they probably have a leg to stand on. You're still under contract for a couple of years. Why are you putting us in this position? Jamar Chase looks around the league and sees guys like Jalen Waddle getting money. Justin Jefferson, his teammate at LSU, got money. He wants his now too. And he can watch CeeDee Lamb not get his. But for this year, wide receivers have gotten their money. Devontae Smith, Amon-Ra St. Brown. So it was supposed to be the summer of the receivers getting money, and Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb are a couple guys who are not. So there's a chance, I think it's a slight one, that Jamar Chase sits out. It would be, I won't say nuts because it didn't happen with Le'Veon Bell, but it generally does not happen with these high-profile guys. They bend, or the team gives them their money, and things work out. We've seen Brandon Ayuk hold the 49ers to the fire, and they were going to trade him, but then they thought to themselves, wait a minute, we like this guy. Let's just pay him. They haven't agreed to a deal, but it went from him being imminently traded to they're trying to work something out. So now the expectation is that Ayuk will be back. If I gave you, it's not an if, I'm going to do this. Rank the likelihood, or let's say who is the quickest to come back, whether it be because of a deal or they say their team is operating in good faith, so they want to come back, and they'll position it as, I'm really focused on winning a Super Bowl this year. A deal will get done when it gets done. You know, the PR stuff to keep fans from getting upset with you for holding out. Who is most likely to come back first? CD, Ayuk, or Chase? And that's my phone thought I said Siri when I said CD. So rank them.
I think Chase most likely, just because it feels like that's the one that we've heard the least about. It seems the least like outwardly contentious. Also, another year on that deal. And then I'll go, I think I'll do Ayuk and then Lamb, because I think the Cowboys are down to get messy with this. That's part of it, is that the team a lot of time is like, we don't want to deal with this.
That's true.
No excuse or no distractions, whatever. Jerry Jones, I'm okay with a couple distractions.
His public comments are like, well, if it happens, it happens. It's kind of the feeling. And Jerry Jones is familiar. He did this same. I say did this. He was involved with this with Emmitt Smith now like 30 years ago. Of course, they lost the first 2 games and they signed Emmitt, and then they went on to win the Super Bowl. So I don't know if he holds CeeDee Lamb in that regard. We'll see how the Cowboys season begins. If they lose a couple games, maybe CeeDee gets a deal. We'll see. We're done. Gallant and George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Remember, this weekend when I come back from vacation, it is Plant Your Flag Week. Tell us who your college football team is. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We did it!
Yiner hits one high. Ball game over. Jordan sent something to Yiner on his way back to the dugout, and Yiner crushed one for the winner. Hey, bartender.
Yeah, that's a Yiner bomb, dude. Put that in your chowder, you frickin' losers. Oh, we're from Boston. We got the Red Sox. Play dirty water because your team is dirty. They're getting the ass kicked by our Astros, dude.
No Yana bombs in Boston.
Nah, they don't do that.
No, they don't. What a game that was. What a weird game, Paul. What a weird baseball
Are you
game.
happy with it?
I don't know. That's a great question. I'll take it.
I saw your show notes in our shared rundown, and we like to just raw dog it. We come in here and just plop it on the table, see what we've got. I saw your notes, and it doesn't seem like you're that happy with the 11th Astros victory in their last 12 outings.
No, I'll take it.
You will take it, okay.
Yeah, I think this is what great baseball teams do. You find a way to win games you shouldn't win. You shouldn't win a baseball game in which you have 4 errors. In which
Probably not.
Jeremy Pena is just, scuffling the ball all around the diamond. You shouldn't win that kind of game. You shouldn't win that game when Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman are not in the lineup, when Ryan Presley's not available. You shouldn't win those games. But that's what I would say what great baseball teams do. But it was a weird one.
You got to win your clunkers. Joe's right. You shouldn't win a game where you have 4 errors, but spin zone. Stats are for losers. The final scores for winners, even when it comes to errors.
That is a good spin zone, Paul. I like that.
It was a very bizarre game. I watched it at Bobcat Teddy's with Josh Innes and Mike Meltzer and some other old school Houston radio folks who used to go and get me drunk when I first moved down here, and I was making $15 an hour to work at the flagship on call. The ball off of Whitcomb's glove with 2 outs, extra run in the first inning against Yusei Kikuchi, who allowed a home run on his first pitch to noted homophobe, at least in the eyes of many, Sharon Duran. Jeremy Pena had the error at shortstop that Joe mentioned in the second inning. Victor Caratini had an error in the 5th. 6th inning, Jose Altuve has a high throw that leads to another run. But the Red Sox did some dumb Red Sox defense things, which they've been doing a lot of over the last 5 years. He had that play where Victor Caratini hits a single. He ends up all the way over at third after a couple of absolutely horrible throws. And honestly, Caratini might have been able to score all the way from first base if he ran a little bit further or faster because there was nobody there. It was a bizarre game. Chas McCormick actually did something of note. I mean, that was neato to see.
Yainer Diaz struck out because he put his hand up twice.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I mean, they were 3 for 11 with runners in scoring position. They've been worse. So if this wasn't the worst day with opportunities to score runs, but they have 2 runners on in the 6th with no outs, just 1 run out of it. And as Joe said, there's 2 runners on with 1 out in the 7th. Diaz gets auto struck out for asking for a second timeout because he felt something in his eye with 2 strikes. And then Pena, K's looking. They should have lost. They won. And even better, the Mariners lost to our new friends, the Los Angeles Dodgers, at least for the next 2 days.
Yes, they are. We're frenemies with the Dodgers for the next 2 days. So Keith from LA, what's up? Oh, welcome into the show. We're just a weird one. Like you take what you can. You find a way to get wins in a stretch like this. The Red Sox are kind of unraveling. I would say at this
completely
point,
unraveling. They're done.
And
Put
you
a fork in
started
them.
it. Yeah, the Astros started it in the last series when they swept them. But because I can imagine, like I can't even imagine what Boston radio sounds like today.
They don't care.
Think about the Patriots.
They don't care about the Red Sox anymore
because they're irrelevant.
No, it's they don't like the ownership. They feel like the ownership has a lot of money and they still cheap out. And they do. And they focus a lot of their attention to Liverpool. They're also a bunch of sensitive little wusses who in the local newspaper. And for those who don't know, I grew up there and I don't like them anymore. And I mean, think about that. A Boston sports fan who doesn't like the fabric of the city anymore. They don't really care. And it feels like at this moment in time, this is what they expected to happen ultimately. So Boston's coming back to earth, and you're seeing some other teams come back to earth too. We talked about how wide open all of Major League Baseball is. I think the Braves suffered another pretty serious injury as well. So you're looking at Atlanta with a bit of a side eye too. Everything is going in the Astros' way right now.
Yeah, they're just, the momentum swing is just changed. It's wild. Like even to think back to where we were 2 months ago, 10 games back. Now you're 5 games up on the division. And as the Red Sox are unraveling, so are the Mariners. It just keeps getting worse for them. I mean, they're 2 games from being a 500 baseball team. at this point, and they had a sizable lead, and they're one of the 4 worst teams in baseball over the last like 2 months since that really. I think it was since June 18th. Only like the Nationals, the White Sox, and one other team are worse than the Mariners. They've completely unraveled this season. So you take what you can, and that's what you want to see. Like the Astros should be focused now on win the AL. Like go after the AL.
I don't know about that though. I feel like you got to take things a day at a time.
Yeah, and hopefully you see a lot of Kenley Jansen.
You got a lot of this now. I'm happy that you're happy with the win, but you got a lot of this premature deal going on.
Think about that. Like
give Yusei Kikuchi a contract already.
He was good again last night.
Let's focus on winning the top seed in the American League. They still have to play the tough part of the schedule.
I know.
The Red Sox are just dead. They have a good record, so hey, take the wins where you can get them. But
I guess I just feel like the Mariners are just dead, and that's part of it.
They are lacking a pulse. I do think that once they're done playing the Dodgers, things get a little easier for them. But they did lose 2 of 3 to the Pittsburgh Pirates over the weekend.
Yeah. But like Yainer Diaz, what he's done too, how he's elevated his game this season is just that's been so impressive as well. That he has completely turned into the best hitting catcher in baseball.
Completely turned into the best hitting catcher in baseball.
I mean,
honestly, I'm too lazy to fact check that, so I'm just going to agree.
Well, statistically, he is up there with batting average and your favorite stat, which I also
Klondor?
don't. No, the WRC plus.
Oh, that thing. Okay.
I saw he's first in that.
Well, there you go.
So
I refuse to learn what that means, but that sounds awesome.
He's first.
Hell
That's all that
yeah,
matters.
dude.
But he's been great. That walk off last night. I am curious. I know they exactly what Yordan Alvarez said to him in that moment, but he is just Yainer is awesome.
Yordan said, "Don't let the timing of Kenley Jansen disrupt your timing."
Okay.
Because Kenley Jansen's a bit of a weirdo up on the hill.
Kenley Jansen. I saw this yesterday. StatMuse put this out. In his career, he's 2-3 with a 7.04 ERA against the Houston Astros.
Man,
that's his highest ERA against any single team in baseball.
Does that include against when he was with the Dodgers?
Yes, but it doesn't include postseason.
Right, because that's where I remember going into the 2017 World Series and everyone was talking up Kenley Jansen. And it's always fun to be somebody who just doesn't pay any attention to the baseball teams outside of Houston, because when you end up being right, those people get so furious thinking like, yeah, well, Kenley Jansen's one of the best closers in baseball. And you watch that series and you're like, is he? Nah, you suck. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know ball. I do, because I only watch the good team.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things with the Astros is whether it's Kenley Jansen or Aroldis Chapman, 2 guys who at times since 2017 have been considered 2 of the best closers in baseball. The Astros just throttle them like any chance they can.
Yeah, they bully them.
They bully them real good.
It's fun to own a closer. I know when I was a Red Sox fan, it was very hilarious that all of a sudden the Red Sox had Mariano Rivera's number, who amazingly is the only unanimous inductee into the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame.
It's very stupid.
I can't believe it.
My biggest issue with it is Griffey.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr. Who didn't vote Ken Griffey Jr.? That person should be shot.
At least lose their vote. But you know what, Paul? For today, I'm with you.
You're cool with murder?
I'll go with it.
I mean, yeah. Listen,
Paul started it. I
meant with a squirt gun. I didn't mean an actual. Listen, you're like, yeah, let's get a gun and just blow his head off.
Maybe a Nerf
like how I
gun.
turned that on you, even though
You turned it real fast.
You know what's funny? Yesterday, I saw Will Kunkel tweet out something, and it had apparently the gun emoji is back. Because remember on Twitter, or not on Twitter, just on all apps, they got rid of the gun emoji. They replaced it with a squirt gun.
Oh yeah, this looks like a nice gun.
Yeah, this is like a Beretta or a Desert Eagle or something like that. I mean, it's a big old pistol. So I guess Elon Musk, who Will Kunkel called an alpha, has brought pistols back. Well, he told me that. I said, "Oh, guns are back. Let's go." Yeah. And he was like, "Yeah, Elon's an alpha." And I said to myself, inwardly, okay, interesting.
Sure.
I mean, bringing back gun emojis is the most alpha thing possible.
Yeah, it's just stay away from Rocket's Twitter and
No, I mean the Rocket's Twitter. That was they put a real pistol to that horse's head.
They did,
because they wanted to put him out of his misery, like you do with horses. Sorry, people in Houston know about horses. Have you seen the cutaways at every single Houston sporting event where they show some random cowboy riding on a horse in the desert, even though Houston is nowhere near a desert.
Yeah, the Astrodome are always the go-to. The Be Someone sign are always whenever.
Have they even put the Be Someone sign on the network broadcast when they do the cutaways? I don't think they have. I don't think they No, I don't think they know about it.
Oh, I guess I just assumed that
I think
it's on.
real ones know. So
Okay.
I mean, like if it's a Houston local broadcast, I would assume that they would have a cutaway of the Be Someone sign. But anyone else, I don't know.
Yeah, but the Astrodome and the random horse or something rodeo related is we'll be seeing a lot of that with the Texans this year in primetime. I might have to do a bingo card.
A bingo card?
Yeah, just like what we hear and what we see during a national television broadcast when there's a game here in Houston. The Be Someone sign, the Astrodome, a random horse, even though there's no desert, like you said. It is very weird that they do that. I don't quite understand.
That's what's weird is, hey, all right, show someone riding on a horse in downtown Houston or something like that, and all the road ragers who are debating pulling out a gun and shooting said horse with a gun emoji.
Once again, the Rockets guy should not have been fired for that. Soft.
Yeah, that was rough. Bring violence back. It's not real violence.
It's just a tweet.
It's emoji violence. Come on.
It's just not real.
Some comments here. A couple people are saying they hate the Red Sox more than the Yankees, more than the Dodgers. That's interesting.
Huh.
I guess it's because, one, the Red Sox did beat the Astros in a series that mattered to win the 2018 World Series, and two, the Red Sox may have been doing just as much sign stealing as the Astros, and yet they seem to get a very light punishment, or at least light damning from the national media.
Yeah.
When compared to the Astros. I mean, look at Alex Cora and the extension he just got as evidence of that.
Yeah, I guess it is 2018 that people are upset about. The obviously with the Benintendi catch in left field, where you could have advanced in that moment if he just misses it by a half an inch. So it has to be that. And you see, even with the punishment stuff though, Paul, like Kike Hernandez when the Dodgers were here, he was with the Red Sox when all that was going on. He was one of the guys that has just been like, it's over. It's not a big deal. The players, I do feel, for the most part, who were there because they were then with Alex Cora, because they more admit to what they did. I don't view the Red Sox that way, but I could see it just because they've actually beaten you, unlike the Yankees and the Dodgers, in a meaningful series. So I could see that.
Astros, bang!
I forgot about that.
Too slow, yeah.
One more time?
Sure.
Astros, bang! A little more Breen into that one. It is Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. And by the way, make sure that you go to the Rock the Mic playlist and vote for who wins Rock the Mic on Friday. We're going to be at Carbach all afternoon to crown the winner. Coming up next, Kyle Tucker was doing something new yesterday, but I don't know if it means he's going to be back anytime soon. Plus the latest on Alex Bregman and Justin Verlander. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Some comments from the text line as far as things that you will see on a national broadcast from the city of Houston to make it seem like, yeah, we've gone around the town to check out everything. The Galleria water wall, yes, that's right down the street from us.
That's a good one.
I think it's a war memorial of some sort. I honestly don't know. I drive by it from time to time. The Dome. Yeah. Ugh. Looks like a wart next to NRG. NASA.
Yes.
That's true. NASA's also underwhelming. I was so disappointed when I went there for a tour because I didn't get the cool tour. Be Someone Bridge. I don't think they know about that. Cowboy stuff, random horses, the Buffalo Bayou, the San Jacinto Monument, and maybe Battleship, Texas.
Okay. That's a pretty good list. Yeah, NASA is very underwhelming. Went one time until my son's old enough to go again, like to go for the first time. Probably won't ever go.
Yeah. I hated that there was an Angry Birds playpen. First thing I saw when I stepped in. It's been a while, but this was back in 2014. And I saw that, and I was like, do you have no shame, you whores?
Like
I get it.
That's very weird.
NASA needs funding, and that's why those 2 astronauts are stuck up on the space station, and they're going to be there till February because Boeing screwed something up. But come on. Can we up our game a little bit? We also have some people commenting about Red Sox fans. Junior Bronco says, I hate the Red Sox because their fans are East Coast trash. Well, drunk on rock stars who chain smoke menthols.
Okay.
Rockstar energy drink?
I guess so.
Huh. I don't know about the menthols thing. I feel like Parliament is Boston's Siggy, the Boston Dot of choice. B. Hannon says Boston's a bunch of racists. I do think that it gets a bad rap for racism that's deserved, but I don't think it's that much worse than the rest of the country. But perhaps that's because I'm from there. And another comment says, hating the Sox, nah, that smug Boston sign kid attending 10 championship parades, and he noted he was only 15. Bleep off. Well, that was me. So
that
kid's me.
He does cause a lot of ire.
That was me.
That's you?
Yeah.
Because so there's been 10 championships? No.
It's been way more than that already.
I forgot about the Celtics.
It's probably been like 6 more since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So, yeah, there's a lot of jealousy in people's hate for Boston
Mhm.
because they've won so many titles.
Yeah.
Which I understand.
Just remember, when you hate a Bostonian, just remember, it gets dark at 4 p.m. in the winter.
Gross.
It snows. There's ice, outrageous taxes, terrible traffic, narrow roads, and most importantly of all, the women there are not attractive.
Besides,
but they think they're very attractive.
Is there any like good food in Boston? Like, what's like the go-to food in Boston?
Yes, seafood.
Okay.
And
Seafood
there
is
is
good.
some good Italian food. But
Okay.
For the most part, it's hit or miss.
Yeah, you figure, with the mob, being there.
Well, it's the Irish mob.
Oh, that's right.
The Italians are in Providence. Have you watched The Departed? Clearly not.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Maybe too long. Maybe tonight.
By the way, just of note, the Astros could potentially sign Hector Neris. I'm very curious about that. The Cubs released him, and he did clear waivers.
Yeah, I would go for it. I mean, why not?
8-4, 17 saves, 3.89 ERA. Is this related to the Cubs being out of contention and maybe they want to make good by him? Because it seems like he's having a decent season.
He has been very, very, very bad in closing situations.
Gotcha, but he's not a
to
closer.
where they had to put him in that role, take him out. They kept going back and forth this season. He had a $9 million option that I just think they're cheap and didn't want to pay it. And my guess is he knows he has a chance to get picked up by a playoff team, so he's probably good with this too. I'd bring him back. He's better than Caleb Ferguson.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you need somebody who's good against lefties, and I mean, that was his calling card, if I'm not mistaken.
So get rid of Caleb Ferguson, which is a waste of a trade because he's not good. He doesn't need to be here. So bring back Hector Neris. If you can fix everyone, he shouldn't be hard to fix because you just do what you did last year, even though Maldi's not here.
We miss Maldi. But as a texter points out, Yainer Diaz has become pretty good defensively, it seems, over the course of this year, at least in terms of framing pitches, because these pitchers are all pitching a lot better, and see how Fromber has all of a sudden developed a rapport with him. All right. We have some updates on the Astros injury front. But as always, we don't really know what they mean. It's time for another episode of Astros ER. I saw a video from Adam Spillane, Texans flagship Houston sports reporter, showing Kyle Tucker out on a field. The caption reads, "He's not running yet, but Kyle Tucker is hopping."
He's hopping.
And then there's a 15-second video of Kyle Tucker hopping.
Would you rather have Kyle Tucker be the DH for the Houston Astros and hop to the bases than have Chas McCormick or Jake Myers in the lineup? So he can't run to first, but he can hop to first.
Yeah, if he's only hopping to first, I mean, is he going to even be able to make it for a single hit to the outfield?
No, that's the problem. But if he hits a double, he'll get a single, but he'll get thrown out at second.
He has to hit all doubles and home runs. It would be very funny to see him hit a home run and hop around. He'd definitely get beamed the next at bat, even though because he's crippled.
And now I just like him just hopping from home to home. It would take so long.
I mean,
it would take so long to get there.
That would also eventually hurt your knees. I am surprised though that no one's done some just absolute asshat celebration like that, or like in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, a trot around. You ride your baseball bat all the way to the end.
I'm all with that. I'm with that.
Get someone from the dugout to follow you with some coconuts.
But these soft ass baseball players would be so upset. I mean, they all threw a temper tantrum when Alex Bregman like carried the bat to first base, basically. So, but I'm with this. I think we just, I know Chaz got a hit last night, but Kyle Tucker hopping to first base as your DH. He's in the cage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I also watched Spollane's video of Kyle Tucker in the cage. I don't think a single ball in the video that he posted would have been a fair ball.
Okay.
Every single one he hit was a foul ball.
Oh.
So I know he's in the cage, but is he ready to actually do something with it? I don't know. It's the Tucker stuff just gets weirder and weirder. And now that he's doing these warm-ups at home and he's just hopping around out there, makes it even stranger.
Another Astros injury update. We were told on Friday, after a lot of buildup, that Alex Bregman slept wrong and had a sore elbow. Bregman has not played since Thursday. Check that. I guess they didn't play last Thursday, right? He hasn't played since Wednesday. Bregman hit and took ground balls yesterday. And Joe Espada said, Bregman saying, quote, "Put me in, coach," end quote. He'll check in on him to see if and when he'd be available. So if Bregman's asking to play and Joe Espada has to check in on him to see if and when he'd be available, who the hell is making the determination of when Alex Bregman's back out there?
I guess this is making, like, you're watching out for your players because you don't want them to rush back. But it also seems like he's out because of his own diagnosis for the most part.
But he says he wants to play.
And after Shea Whitcomb's play at third base last night.
Oh, God, that was rough.
I also would like to see Alex Bregman play. Now, I did find Chandler Rome's tweet interesting where he said Alex Bregman's not playing tonight, nor was he ever playing tonight. So I know the Astros are saying he could have been available for this series or he could be available, but they're obviously not very forthright with information very often. So Chandler's speculating that we'll see Alex most likely during the Orioles series, and he will not play today or tomorrow, which it is what it is. That's fine. persevere, figure out a way to win this series, and then get Alex back for the Baltimore series. But if he wants to play and he's not going to have structural damage, then just let him play. Let him be the DH at least.
You do have such a lead in the American League West now, which is ultimately the most important thing the rest of the way, is to make sure that you maintain that American League West lead where you can, more than you could a couple of days ago, maybe afford to sit guys for a couple of days. Just something to keep in mind. But we would like to see Bregman back out there, and this is yet another confusing update. The only good news that we have in Astros ER, Justin Verlander will start tomorrow for the Stros against the Sox.
Good. They're going to the 6-man rotation. JV's back. They said there's no pitch count. Like officially that they're going to tell us, because Joe Espada said that, you know, Justin Verlander can surprise them with how far he can go in a game. I believe that's what happened the last time he came back from a rehab start. They gave us a pitch count number, and then he went past it because he looked good and he felt good the whole game. So it'll be nice to see him back on the mound tomorrow. They need him. Like as much as this series and this lead has grown over the Mariners, if you do have aspirations of chasing down the top seed or a top 2 seed in the American League, Justin Verlander is going to be a huge part of that. So I'm excited to see JV back tomorrow, and hopefully his neck is okay. Not stiff anymore. Also from sleeping?
Do you believe it was his neck?
No, because he said it himself. It was also his shoulder. But maybe they just need like new beds.
The neck bone is connected to the shoulder bone.
Probably.
Them bones. What a song.
I haven't heard that song in so long.
The knee bone's connected to the thigh bone.
Oh.
The thigh bone's connected to the hip bone.
You know, it just made me really sad. That just made me realize that, like, I'm probably like 6 months away from like my son finding that song. It's probably just gonna be on in my house all the time. It's gonna be stuck in my head. I'm gonna have to ban that video on YouTube.
I feel like it's dated to the point where
I hope so.
It won't catch.
I hope so. I don't want him to just be walking around singing that song all the time.
Do you have the baby shark epidemic in your place?
No, we've avoided that somehow.
My sister avoided it with my godson for a little bit.
And then Uncle Paul.
No, I didn't do anything. I wouldn't do that. No, I do get my sister toys that are extremely noisy just to be annoying. I'm like, oh, I had no idea it does that. Smirking. But he apparently discovered it on his own.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, some terrorist put that into his brain.
I agree.
My poor sister and brother-in-law. All right, it's Gallant George. That's Astros ER. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean is behind the glass. Up next, everything that you missed over the weekend in the world of sports, including Texans color commentary getting canceled online, and the Cleveland Browns, they are really good at being the villain. First, let me tell you about my friends in MyBookie and mybookie.ag. You go to the website, you enter promo code BET975. They are going to match your initial deposit up to $1,000, and you get to play with that right away. You can go to the live casino with real dealers, and you can bet on blackjack. You can bet on poker. If you're a real DGen, you can bet on the third and final preseason game for all the NFL teams out there. I can't believe some of the lines are the way that they are. I mean, why are the San Francisco 49ers 5-point favorites against the Las Vegas Raiders in a preseason game? Why are the Jaguars 7-point favorites on the Falcons? Doesn't that seem crazy? It's the preseason. We're making lines that big? I don't know. Maybe you look at those and think there's no way they cover. And then you look at the Colts favorite to beat the Bengals by 5.5, and you think to yourself, I'm going to do a parlay for all the teams who are the dogs to cover these outrageous spreads. Don't they believe in third stringers? It's mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Only with MyBookie, and if you use that promo code, you'll get an awesome deposit bonus. mybookie.ag. Was cool to see over the weekend Ken Caminiti, the late Astros player, get inducted into the Astros Hall of Fame. His family was there for him to receive it in Players Weekend for the Astros.
Yeah, it's one of the. I'm glad the Astros did their own, Hall of Fame. It's something that has been a really cool thing to see over the last couple of years, and to see his family there. I'll be honest, I didn't know a lot of the story because I was pretty young when he passed. So I was doing a lot of reading this weekend and kind of like, learning more about actually what happened. So to see his family there, hear Blum talk about the family because, they kind of grew up, their kids are about the same age. So that was a cool thing. But it's one of my favorite things the Astros have been doing over the last couple of years for sure.
His career really took off in San Diego, but he was an all-star in 1994 for what it's worth. In the Texans-Giants preseason game over the weekend, some took issue with this comment from 1560 legend turned Texans color commentator, along with ND Kalu and Kevin Kugler for the Texans preseason games. Johnny Harris with a shot at Josh Allen while calling a C.J. Stroud completion.
Rip, and that's really tough for a young dude to handle. On 3rd and 2, oh, what a strike. Fits it in perfectly, and Stephon Diggs announcing his arrival to the Houston crowd. Kevin, this Wednesday in practice, you'll see this just get inside your DB and CJ will hit you. I don't know Josh Allen would have, but CJ will put that ball right on the number. But when...
What do you think he meant by that? I don't know if Josh Allen would have, because I know that Warren Sharp randomly went scorched earth on John, as did many of the online fan group known as Bills Mafia. I felt like John was trying to say that Josh Allen wasn't throwing it as much to Stephon Diggs towards the end of the year.
Yeah, that's kind of what my interpretation of it was as well. Not that Josh Allen couldn't make that throw.
Right.
Because, Warren Sharp and others pointed out, statistically, Josh Allen had the best completion percentage within 5 yards last year because, they just threw a bunch of screen passes when their offense started being a lot better last year. Regardless, the reaction was funny because people were so mad. Bills Mafia was very triggered.
Yeah, I would imagine, given that John is working for the Texans, that John has had conversations with Stephon Diggs or somebody close to Stephon Diggs who have probably said that he took issue with moments where Josh Allen didn't throw him the ball. And if you take a look at the numbers down the stretch, there was a bunch of games in a row where his numbers were down. Was that a byproduct of the Bills changing their offense in the middle of the year? I would say it was mostly that. But I imagine that Stephon Diggs, who clearly has had issues with Josh Allen in the past, probably thought to himself that I'm getting frozen out by Allen to a degree here, and I don't like it.
And it wouldn't shock me if, in Stephon Diggs' mind, that he doesn't think Josh Allen would have got him the ball there in that moment, or that Josh Allen couldn't make that throw. I mean, he was pretty vocal on social media about what he thought about Josh Allen as a quarterback. So if that's what he's telling people is, yeah, I don't think Josh Allen can make this throw that CJ Stroud can, then people sometimes just start parroting that a little bit. But yeah, I thought John Harris was getting unfairly crushed for this one by Bills Mafia.
Yeah.
They act tough, but they're pretty soft.
Mm-hmm. We'll see if there's anything more from them, but I feel like this was pretty innocuous and everyone got a little bit too worked up because it's the preseason and we are all trigger happy right now. Remember Michael Hall, the Browns' second-round pick? They got another statement from the victim who he assaulted, allegedly, through Cleveland police over the weekend. He's due in court on September 10th. Body camera video of Hall's arrest has been shown. We haven't gotten much more than that, but we know the allegation is pretty terrifying. He pressed a gun against a woman's temple, threw a baby bottle at her head, and dragged her out of the house. Kevin Stefanski, I believe on Thursday or Friday, was asked multiple times by Browns media about what's going on with Michael Hall, Brown's second-round pick, who clearly is giving the organization yet another black eye. Here is how Kevin Stefanski handled all of those questions.
I know you guys have questions about Mike Hall. Respectfully, I don't have much to add. I'm going to let legal proceedings play out. I can't get into all the details, guys. I'll just tell you we're going to let the legal proceedings play out. I understand the question. I would tell you we really just have to respect the process. I understand what you're asking, honestly, but for us, we have to trust in the process, and really it's that. I think, again, I'm not going to look into – I'm going to not talk past today. I just tell you, we need to respect the process here. Yeah, I can't get into specifics, Mary Kay, other than to tell you, we'll continue to let the process play out.
The process. You got to let it play out.
You really don't, though. A lot of those questions were about why he was practicing. There's nothing wrong with saying X player has legal issues. He's going to be away from the team until they are solved. There's no reason why he has to be out there. And if he's out there, you're going to get asked questions, and a million of them, apparently. I'm reading the transcript version of what Pro Football Talk put out, because I guess the Browns probably sent it out like the Texans do. It's very funny because he just keeps saying the same thing over and over again, but he doesn't have to be out there.
Stefanski shouldn't have to answer those questions. This is how NFL front offices hide themselves. They force the coaches to take these questions. I remember back in 2017 when Deshaun Watson was down for the year and I think Tom Savage was hurt. People were asking whether or not the Texans would sign Colin Kaepernick.
I remember that.
I mean, Rick Smith should have been getting those questions, but Rick Smith doesn't make himself available on a regular basis, and Bob McNair wasn't making himself regularly available either. You know, those questions are for the people upstairs, and sadly they're never there. So poor Kevin Stefanski has to answer the question. And this is on brand for the Browns, who have their own little Baghdad Bob guy. And I hate this guy because he wouldn't let me ask Deshaun Watson any questions after the Texans-Browns game back in 2022. So this Baghdad Bob guy clearly thinks so little of Kevin Stefanski that he probably told him, hey, just keep on saying we got to trust the process, in the same way that he clearly felt that Deshaun Watson, who I'm not sure is the smartest guy, could not be trusted to say anything but the same thing over and over again. So I actually went back and I found some of the audio that I have, because, yes, I am this petty, of whatever the Browns Baghdad Bob told Deshaun Watson so that he would avoid putting his foot all the way in his mouth. Here's Deshaun Watson's apology montage from his introductory press conference with the Browns.
What are you apologizing
for? Everyone that was affected about this situation. There was a lot of people that was triggered. Well, I apologized beforehand. I think the second time I spoke to you guys, I actually apologized. But I think for some people, it didn't maybe register as I was apologizing. But, I just wanted to clarify, I was apologizing to all women and people that was affected about this situation, because it's, it's definitely a tough situation. I feel like through this whole process, we've been trying to tell my side of the story, but a lot of people wasn't able to, or didn't really pay too much attention to it. But one day we will. Only time will tell. And, like I said before, just continue to keep being the person I am, keep showing the community how good of a human being I am. Have I always been, how I was raised, and I just want to continue to show that and, keep pushing forward.
So that's his apology montage.
I forgot that very first answer when he said he's apologizing to the people that were triggered.
Yep.
I forgot. What an idiot.
Do you want more Deshaun Watson?
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Sometimes I think back to like that time in sports radio. I was like, it sucked. All we talked about was the cheating scandal, COVID, and Deshaun Watson. But now I don't mind hearing the Deshaun Watson stuff and dunking on that idiot.
This is from 2022 in March. Here is Deshaun Watson standing on his innocence a million times over the course of a press conference because the Browns Baghdad Bob clearly believes that he's a dumbass.
Well, I've always been able to stand on my innocence. I've always stood on my innocence and always said that I've never assaulted anyone or disrespected anyone, and I'm continuing to stand on that. I'm going to continue to stand on my innocence. I've always, stood on not disrespecting or sexual assaulting anyone. Yeah, I'm moving on with my career, with my life, and I'm continuing to stand on my innocence. Just because, settlements and things like that happen doesn't mean that a person is guilty for anything. I feel like a person has the opportunity to stand on his innocence.
I've always stood on not sexually assaulting people as well. So credit to Deshaun Watson for taking a bold stance there.
Stand on his innocence.
Do you want more Deshaun Watson?
We can do more Deshaun
Okay,
Watson.
Here's every single time Deshaun Watson said that he needs to push forward. like it's Attack on Titan.
And I'm looking forward to just moving forward with my career and being able to get back on the field as soon as possible. But yeah, that's the plan, is to continue to grow as a person and individual and keep pushing forward. I'm gonna have to continue to push forward with my life and my career. And for us to be able to move forward, you know, I have to be able to take steps and put pride to the side. You just have to be able to move forward, and that's the plan. You know, I have to be able to move forward with my career, move forward with my family, with my personal life and everything. Like I said, I have to continue to move forward with my life and with my career. And, you know, things happen on the legal side that you got to continue to just keep pushing forward and moving. Well, I have to do what's best for Deshaun Watson at the end of the day. And I know what happened. I was in those situations, but I have to continue to push forward and keep moving forward. You know, I just have to continue to push forward as a person, as an individual. And, yeah, that's it. And we're just going to continue to push forward as an individual and as a person. Like I said before, just continue to keep being the person I am, keep showing the community how good of a human being I am. Have I always been, how I was raised, and I just want to continue to show that and, you know, keep pushing forward.
So there you go. This is what the Browns do when they bring in a D-bag. They just tell that person, hey, you just got to deal with a couple of press conferences, say the same thing over and 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 over again. And by the time you're done saying the same thing over and 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 over again, everyone's going to be so frustrated and annoyed by you that they'll never actually ask you those same questions over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Hashtag stand on my innocence. Hashtag I'm sorry for disrespecting those women, even though I didn't disrespect those women.
Yeah, he contradicts himself in those apologies or whatever those are, because they're also not apologies.
Yeah, he's the worst. The worst. Not here anymore. Thank goodness. Deion Sanders and CBS are fine.
Oh,
in case anyone cared, here's Deion Sanders in the middle of a press conference saying that the beef is over.
Is the guy here from CBS?
No, sir.
Who's here from CBS?
Romeo was.
God bless you. Tell him. He know. I know. Yeah, but I want everybody to know we're good. We was good then, but they seemed like we wasn't good. We're good. I love him and I appreciate him. Tell him I'll do a sit down one-on-one with him. We're good. We're good now. Yeah, we've been good, but we're really good now.
He know, I know. Now everybody knows.
Hey, you get a sit down, you know, you get called out like that. Everyone's talking about you for a day for doing nothing wrong and just trying to ask a question. And now you get a one-on-one interview with Deion Sanders. Worked out for that guy.
It honestly, it did.
It worked out well.
He didn't do a damn thing. He just was, I worked for CBS Denver. A couple more in case you missed it, all the things you might have missed over the weekend. Joe, the first lady of Chicago Bears football, who had a husband on the team, the Chicago Bears, Jonathan Owens, who hasn't practiced with the Bears so that he could go watch the Olympics. His wife showed loyalty to the Bears, allowing him to go watch her at the Olympics by wearing a Green Bay Packers jacket to a Bears game on the sideline. Now, it was a Jonathan Owens themed jacket,
but you got no. Okay, Jonathan Owens, bad husband. Okay,
Jonathan Owens, bad husband.
This is not Simone Biles.
It's not Simone Biles.
This is Jonathan Owens. You have to be a better husband and get her new gear.
Okay.
So she doesn't have to get eviscerated by Bears fans unrightfully.
Wouldn't you be an egomaniac, though, if you get a jacket and it's just a bunch of different pictures of yourself in black and white or something?
I'm going to guess it's her idea.
Okay.
But you have to know as a Bears player now that she can't wear that.
Yeah.
She can't.
She can't. But she's the first lady of Houston, so she's okay.
And now she's the first lady of Chicago because she said, go Bears, bear down, and now everyone loves her again.
Oh, okay. I like that you blamed it on Jonathan Owens. Do you think he should be cut for skipping practice to watch the Olympics?
No, because I like him as a football player. So
you do?
Yeah, he's a good backup.
Honestly, I don't know. Oh, he's a backup? He's a backup and he's skipping time? What is this?
I think he'll be a backup this year unless there's an injury. Or he'll be like a rotation guy.
It's just a gross misallocation.
He was a great husband for going to support her. Now, you got to help her out here a little bit.
One last thing, in case you missed it. Noah Lyles sucks. I hope he starts podcasting, but he sucks. So over the weekend, Noah Lyles said that he doesn't know who Tyreek Hill is. Tyreek Hill, of course, challenged him to a race. And then he also said that he doesn't know who Nikola Jokic is.
He's just trying to stay relevant because he'll be irrelevant now for probably ever. I don't know if he'll run in the next Olympics.
Track people acting like they're more relevant than the real sports, no offense. It drives me crazy. Play a real
100%.
sport. Play a real sport. Oh, you're fast, cool.
Anyone in the
Olympics,
Olympics, like you're
gold medal.
really only relevant every 4 years.
Yeah. Oh, I won a gold medal. How many SEC championships you won? Oh, none? Cool.
No, unless you're Katie Ledecky, and she has.
Well, that's different. That's for the ACC.
ACC championships now.
She did it for the ACC.
Okay, I guess her actual championships say Pac-12, but now she did it for the ACC.
No, she did it for the ACC.
Yeah, where champions are built.
It is Gallant and George. We're just going to go straight through to 55 here. The Houston Texans did make a move yesterday. They gave an extension to Jimmy Ward, who is a safety and who played 13 games last year. It felt like he missed more than just 4 games last season. I thought he looked great against the Giants on Saturday. He was hitting people, putting them into the turf. So I like that they have him on the team, somebody who has played for D'Amico Ryans before in San Francisco. He and Azeez Al-Shaair do seem to be adding a physical component to this defense. But I do also look at extending Jimmy Ward, who missed some time last year, and I look at how they gave Joe Mixon an extension before he even played it down for the Texans, and how they did the same thing with Shaq Mason before he even played it down for the Houston Texans. And it is a little noteworthy that they like to assign people to extensions before they actually, I don't know, play out their contract. Now, it's a 1-year extension, so it's not that big of a deal. All I'm saying is it's an interesting trait of Nick Caserio to pay guys who maybe have injury issues before they need to.
Yeah, before they make even a big impact on the team, like because he's different than Shaq Mason and Nixon because those guys hadn't played at all on the team. Now you acquired both of them via trade, but you signed Jimmy Ward in free agency, so this one surprised me as well. I guess I just didn't see it coming. I'm with you where it felt like he played a lot less games. Maybe he missed more time in those games, and that's why we view him as not being on the field as much. I do also agree. Him and Stingley, that first two possessions on defense were really strong together.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably just the leadership and the familiarity with the defense to why they want to do this. Doesn't this feel like more of a D'Amico decision? It would be more.
It could be.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. I don't totally get why they're doing this. Why they are extending these guys before they really need to.
I don't think they need to.
Yeah,
I would let it play out. I would have let the Mixon thing play out as well. Hey, they don't feel the need to. Okay. I just hope that they stay healthy all year.
Yeah,
injuries happen, and I imagine that maybe this gives them a little bit of flexibility. Maybe it's not a fully guaranteed year. You would assume it would be, though. I mean, why would you sign an extension if you're Jimmy Ward if it's not going to give you something like that? It has to be favorable in some way to Ward.
Yeah, and probably not as much in the Texans' favor besides just having him on the team. It's an interesting philosophy that the two things we really know about Nick Caserio is he doesn't like to do deals that are longer than 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're a veteran player and they acquire you, they're going to extend you before you really make an impact on this team. They're also the positive side of this though is that they're not deals that are going to blow up in your face. You can get out of the Mixon deal. You can probably get out of the Jimmy Ward deal.
I would think so.
I would imagine you can get easily out of the Shaq Mason deal if you needed to at some point. So they are not doing this. They're not Jose Abreu contracts. They're not that. They're not Rafael Montero. They're not doing that stuff. So it's just an interesting philosophy that they seem to have.
He is Joe. I am Paul. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call and to text in. The Astros have now won 11 of their last 12. They are a season best 12 games above 500. They are a season best 5 games ahead of the Seattle Mariners for first place in the American League West. And something interesting was said last night by one of their players that makes me feel like we're going to be seeing him for quite some time. Who is that? You'll find out next. Stick around.
That's too far. He goes on a swinging strikeout. That's 6 for Yusei.
There we go. Little delay on the Lisa Loeb.
Oh, yeah. Third time Casas has been called out on strikes. I love it. And Joe Espada says 5 1/3, 5 2/3. That's enough. As Yusei will be lifted here.
Nice outing for Yusei Kikuchi again. Still not quite able to get into the 6th inning. It always feels like 5 2/3 is about as far as he'll ever go, but he did give the Astros 5 2/3. He only allowed 1 earned run because there were some bad moments from the Astros defensively, and then Taylor Scott came in and was unable to seal the deal for Kikuchi there. But 7 strikeouts, struck out his last 2 batters faced, 6 hits, helping the Astros stay around long enough for them to ultimately get a 5-4 walk-off win, their 11th win in their last 12 games. Now 5 games ahead of the Seattle Mariners in the American League West and a season best 12 games over 500. I thought that he said something interesting after the game through his very young-looking translator, who I'm not convinced is over 18. Not an issue. He just looks very young.
He does look very young.
He looks very young.
He does know the game, though, because I love when he was at the mound yesterday. He was covering his mouth, so no one could pick up what they were saying. I like that.
That's smart. Okay. He knows that some people are looking for any advantage they can possibly get. And he came to an organization that might be known for that. So in the write-up, it talks about Kikuchi, the pitches that he used. He threw the 4-seam fastball 40 out of 99 pitches, 14 changeups, 10 curveballs, slider 35 times. And I thought it was interesting hearing Kikuchi say this because we've talked about some of the other pitches that he has been heavily relying on in previous starts since joining the Astros. I was able to use the slider to get ahead, pitch, and hitters counts too. I think that resulted in them being off balance and hitting ground balls. Ever since I came here to Houston, the emphasis has been on throwing the slider. I think that helps. Was it the curveball in the first outing that we heard?
I think it was the changeup.
Maybe it was the changeup. I get confused because I know it's Ronald Blanco's changeup. It's Hunter Brown's sinker and or 2-seam fastball. But once again, it feels like whatever the Astros are telling a pitcher, it's resonating there. And I feel like the Astros are going to be able to get a favorable deal with Yusei Kikuchi in the offseason. Do I think that they should go and make it happen? I still don't know. I feel like what we're going to learn about Yusei Kikuchi in his next start against Baltimore, with that 4-game series in Baltimore coming up, and on top of that, potentially seeing him in a series against
probably Kansas City.
Kansas City, right?
Yeah.
Like that's where I feel like we're going to feel a lot better before the postseason begins about maybe having him stick around for one more year. The postseason's going to mean the most, but
that's a good start. Like if he goes out there and pitches well against Baltimore and Kansas City.
Yeah, I mean, because
it's a great start.
The last month of the year, the Astros really do have a cupcake buffet. So if they get through these upcoming tough games against Baltimore and Philadelphia and Kansas City, things are going to be looking very good for them. But just something to keep in the back of your mind. I'm not going as far as you and saying, hey, I want to give Kikuchi an extension, but I am in favor of them trying to find a way to convince him that this is the best place for him to pitch. They understand how he works better than anywhere. And obviously this team wins. So maybe he'd be willing to take a little bit less money.
And you would think that at some point, Paul, people, players, agents that see pitchers come into this organization and flourish and then leave and struggle. Just at the bullpen this year, Maton has not had a great year. Neris has been DFA'd. Stanek has not been good. He's been a disaster since he was traded to the Mets. You see these guys leave, and they don't often have the same success. So it's what you're saying. At some point, you would think, hey, maybe I take a little bit less money, stay in Houston. I'm going to have more personal success, which could lead to more money down the road. It can lead to potentially winning championships or being in contention for championships versus going elsewhere. You would think that will help the Astros keep these guys, because I am pro keep Kikuchi right now. I think your point is very valid that if he struggles in the playoffs, if he struggles against the Orioles and against the Royals, and this is a little bit more smoke and mirrors than it looks like right now, then you definitely reevaluate it. But he's pitched very well. It is interesting that they've gone from the changeup to the slider to be what they're emphasizing the most. But that also just shows the intelligence of the front office, of the coaching staff, of the catchers, that as they're learning more about this guy, is what is more effective for him. And that'd be nice if like the defense helped him out a little bit. He should have got through 6 innings in his last 2 starts, at least the 6 innings in his last 2 starts, or through 6 innings, because in the previous start he got 5 2/3. Altuve botched the ball, and then they yanked him. And then this start, you had all the errors happened while he was on the mound, and led to 99 pitches and not being able to finish 6 innings. So help the guy out a little bit. Come on.
I like what I'm seeing to this point. I really want to see more. I saw Leah Van, the person that everyone tried to cancel before she started her job with Kron, had this tweet. NHK, the Japanese public broadcasting station, will be televising the Astros game live for the first time. They televise 200 Major League Baseball games a year, but mostly the Dodgers. This will be the first time Japanese fans will see Yusei Kikuchi pitch live in an Astros uniform. I went online and I spent way too much time
trying to find it
because there's nothing that I like better than the foreign calls of baseball.
They're usually pretty good.
Yeah, we've played in the past calls from the Korean Baseball League. I think that we have also played calls from Japan. I'm not sure for who. I just feel like there's a lot more energy, and while I don't know what's necessarily being said, it just sounds a lot more fun. And I don't know, maybe it's because I watched Tokyo Vice on HBO, or it's because I watched Shogun.
But it's your vibe.
Yeah, I mean, I am an expert on Japan because I watched both of those shows. And as someone who watched those shows, I'd also like to have the option while watching a Yusei Kikuchi start for the Astros to have Japanese play-by-play.
That'd be very fun. I feel like you probably play them for when they won the World Series, because I feel like that's typically when we hear them the most, is when you get the Japanese calls.
I think it was either that or the World Baseball Classic.
Yes.
When Japan and the U.S. played.
That was it.
There was a lot of Ohtani stuff.
Yeah, but so this is good marketing for the Astros if they're going to be on there more. If they're going to start carrying these games, there are always players coming over from Japan that are getting deals that might be too rich for Jim Crane.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So that's part of the problem.
Jim Crane's not going to pay the whatever it is, the transfer fee, the finder's fee that it seems like you have to get a player from Japan. He'd rather raid the Caribbean.
Yes, where it's $500,000.
It is cheaper. Well, I mean,
it's $500,000 less to get Ronald Blanco.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be perfectly honest. It's an absolute effing mess down there, which is why there's such a mass migration heading north. Like Venezuela's president, with the home of Jose Altuve. You see what's going on there? Holy crap! If you haven't, go look for yourself. It is a mess down south. That's all we're saying. So when it's a mess in certain countries, and you're a baseball owner who has taken advantage of the mess down south, well, it's a little more advantageous to sign a guy who is playing in a country that's falling apart as opposed to signing a guy from Japan.
Sorry, $5,000 for Ronald Blanco.
That's it. Good God.
Yeah, I was gonna say normally I think Fromber was like $10,000.
It's it's crazy. And you see these guys coming over from Japan, and they're getting who's the pitcher from the Dodgers? He got a 10-year contract.
Yeah, he got
before ever pitching a game in Major League Baseball.
$300 million.
Yeah,
well, the guy for the Red Sox who hit a home run last.
Oh
night
yeah,
too.
Yoshida.
That guy got a huge. His team got a huge payment. He's like a very middle of the road player. He's very average. They paid a ton of money for that guy. It's expensive.
Junior Bronco wants to know: do you watch anime, Paul?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
DBZ.
I missed DBZ.
And Attack on Titan. Those are the only two I've ever watched, but I really enjoy Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball, and Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan was very good.
Dragon Ball Z was like my go-to growing up.
Who was your favorite character?
Gohan.
Oh, come on.
What?
Gohan.
Gohan's
lazy. He didn't work hard enough.
You know what? You are right about that.
He's super lazy, soft boy. Like, he only fights well when somebody beats up his family.
But yeah, hey, you know what? He's a family man.
He is a family man, that's for sure.
So.
And that's honestly more important. Goku's a deadbeat dad.
That's a fact.
People don't talk about that nearly enough. Goku is one of the worst dads in the history of the world. even though he's a fictional Japanese character. Vegeta, great dad. Now, he did try to kill everybody a lot. And
Yes.
did a lot of bad things, but Vegeta, great father and a hard worker.
Lone Ranger, just call me a beta for that take.
Damn, dude.
That's tough.
That hurts. That hurts.
That's bad.
Perhaps a little bit too far into anime talk here. So let's talk about,
Thought this was a sports show.
Yeah,
Paul.
like they talk about sports. Don't be talking about no country who attacked us in 1941. Don't be talking about that. Wait, I don't forget. All right, fine. Hector Neris is available. Why not?
Go for it.
Why not?
They should sign him. I don't think there's really any question. Like what you've seen from the bullpen this year, the bullpen's been solid for most of the year. Josh Hader's obviously been incredible in save situations. Presley's on the 15-day IL. Because it's a back injury, I think it would be a mistake for the Houston Astros organization to assume he's back in 15 days. I know they said yesterday, Joe Espada said that he's already feeling better, but it's still a back injury. And Neris is better than Caleb Ferguson, a lot better last year. So bring him in. The guy. Take a flyer on him. This is not Maldonado being DFA'd by the White Sox, who's not playing baseball. Hector Neris is going to be signed to a playoff team this season to make a push.
And they loved him in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
And I mean, we talk about a little bit earlier this segment how maybe it'll be a little bit more favorable for the Astros to try to bring back Yusei Kikuchi. I mean, I think it would be very favorable for the Astros to bring back Hector Neris, unless there are some hard feelings perhaps about negotiations between he and the team. From what I remember, because he was a free agent for a while, a very long time this past offseason, I feel like he might have been asked about a return to the Astros, and I think he sounded like he wanted to actually come back, so maybe they moved on from him. I don't know why they would have, but
I guess the price tag, that's what it is.
At this moment in time, come on. This is finding a $20 bill on your couch.
Exactly. And if you lose it, oh well. Like, because it's found money. If you bring him in,
I'd be mad if I lost it though.
Yeah, maybe it's not $20.
What?
Maybe
I mean,
$5.
I mean, $1 doesn't matter anymore. Thanks, Biden. Yeah.
I mean, what can you do with it? You can't even get like a cheeseburger from McDonald's.
You can't even get a drink from our terrible vending machine here.
Was it like $1.50 for all of
Yeah,
us?
it's all almost $2. What are we
tough.
doing here?
That's tough.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's the worst case scenario? He's terrible.
He gets canceled for getting in someone's face again and saying something homophobic.
Oh, well, bad press for the Astros.
His jerseys will probably be the most popular jersey in baseball if Jaron Duran is anything to base off of it.
That's a good point.
He does that again.
Yeah, just bring him back. Unless for some reason the Baltimore Orioles are like, hey, we'll give you $3 million for the rest of the year, which is unrealistic. It's a 6-week contract plus the playoffs. Bring him in, see if he's got any juice left. And what if he does? If he does, then you go into the playoffs where if you can get Hector Neris of last year or close to last year, so you have Neris, Scott, Presley, Abreu, Hader. You have 5 guys that you could reasonably trust on in the playoffs. Then all you need to do is ask your starters to give you 5 innings. And if they give you anything more than that, then it's just candy.
It's just candy.
It's just candy.
Piece of candy. A piece of candy. Yeah, I mean, I trust Neris more than anybody else that the Astros have in the bullpen to go up against lefties. And I'm not going to act like I know this is the guy that you need to use in these specific matchups. Like I'm not going to act like I know any of that stuff. I just know that this was the guy that Dusty Baker used against lefties and it seemed to work out pretty well. From the 3-4-6, am I wrong for thinking Latin players have the best bat flips? Alternatively, American players have the best swings, like Ken Griffey Jr., Mark McGwire, Barry Bonds, and All Holler. That's from Lawrence inside Stafford. What? Why are you laughing?
Nothing.
It's from Lawrence inside Stafford. He sent that text in. First off, I don't see race. I don't see color. I don't hear accents. I'm really, when it comes down to it, the most open-minded person in the history of the world. However, if I were to see race or ethnicities or things like that, I would say that the best swing is 100% by Japanese and Korean players.
Shohei Ohtani's swing is beautiful.
They have such a cool swing. Why don't we? I mean, we are a country that likes to do things because they look cool. Why is nobody in the United States of America started to try and swing a baseball bat like Japanese players, like Korean players do.
But Jordan's is pretty sick. King of Twitch points out Juan Soto has both. I agree. I mean, but the best bat flip in the game right now is John Singleton, isn't it? I don't.
It's so undeserving.
But they're electric every single time he does it.
He does it so often. I don't like it, to be perfectly honest.
Really?
I mean, I'm not saying I don't dislike it enough. I don't dislike it enough to have someone throw at him. I just feel like you should have an OPS that's north of average. You should have a batting average that's north of the league median, if you will.
Yeah, he probably would get thrown at if he hit more home runs. So because he would do it all the time. But since they're more, once a week, once every 2 weeks kind of a thing, I love them. They're electric.
They are fun. But then I look at his average and I'm like, why? Come on, man.
Now, yeah, to your point, like if Jake Myers started bat flipping like that, huge problem.
Why Jake Myers?
And Chas McCormick.
What? Why the two white guys?
Because they stink.
Racist.
They suck. They're not good.
I'm not going to go that far.
They're no bueno.
What does that mean?
Not good.
I don't speak Spanish either, even though I take Duolingo.
Well, I was like, liar. 94 straight days? This is going to be really weird if I get this right. Because I feel like you said 93 yesterday. I remember
it's
you
still at 93. I haven't done it yet.
Oh, okay. So I will be right.
Theoretically. I have a streak freeze. I don't have to do it today.
What does that mean?
Gosh, you're so uncultured.
Yeah.
Hating on white players who theoretically might have a bat swing or a bat flip someday. Unbelievable. Chas McCormick can't do it.
What's a streak freeze?
Jake Myers can't do it. No. You don't get to change the subject, Mr. I hate the whites.
I know. I have a follow-up question. What's a streak freeze? That sounds soft.
It's when you forget to go on the app and your streak stays going.
Oh, that's soft. I know. That's soft.
The streak is so... Duolingo is such a BS app. It really is.
That's a soft thing. They got to get rid of that.
It's just a mulligan.
Yeah. Essentially, yeah. You have to spend your currency on it.
So they made it... Oh, my God. They made it with like in-game transactions.
Yeah. People are calling me a hypocrite because I can't hear accents or see color or ethnicities because I do an Irish one. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never spoken with an accent in my life. That was Joe every single time.
What? I get blamed for everything now.
Yeah, I know. And I just want to see how much I can get away with. Clearly, I can't get away with much. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. The Astros own the Red Sox. 7 straight wins. Do they own the Red Sox more than they own any other quasi-contender in baseball? We'll discuss. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. We have, Sully from Somerville is calling in. Sully?
Yeah, kid, this is Sully in Somerville. First off, Joe George with your f***ing King's last name, you.
Oh, wait, hang on.
Did I say you could talk? Shut the f*** up. Second, Gallant, you fruitcake, you. Can you two losers answer a serious question? Does Yaina Diaz even have a green card? How the f*** does he get to play in last night's game? We should build a wall on the border in your state, and you guys let this guy in here to hit a home run off my Red Sox. F*** you, and f*** your city, too.
Well, that's very on brand for a Bostonian.
Sully.
A lot of racism.
A lot. And anger. I mean, I can't. They got to have people in Boston with two first names. I can't be like a. There's got to be people like me in Boston. Sully, that was really mean.
They think.
Go land a plane. Okay?
That's a New York man.
Oh, damn it. You're right.
But there was a guy named Sully who landed a plane in the Hudson River. That was a noble act by that Sully. I think he's an Irish person, okay? As someone who has the Irish curse, is self-loathing, constant guilt from being a Catholic. And on top of that, we've got the curse, if you will. And these people, because they see your last name, Joe, they see that your last name is an English name.
That's not true.
George, George is an English name. Yeah.
There was an O on it.
I know, but now there isn't.
Well, that's not my fault.
I think it is.
No. That's the people.
Change it back.
That's the people of Ellis Island's fault.
So was George O?
Oh, George.
Oh, George. Man, you should bring it back.
Just bring it back.
Although it is a little embarrassing if you're George.
That's it doesn't work with Joe.
You're like, and then the name of the king. It's like, okay, well, we're still subject to the tyranny of the British Crown.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than being like a Canadian at this point. But yeah, like I understand, but I'm Irish.
Yeah,
I have the tat to prove it.
Oh, you got the shamrock tat?
I do.
You would fit right in Boston.
I probably would.
You would. You're
Except for the racist part.
Okay.
Because I know a lot of stuff gets put on me on this show. I want to distance myself from that one ahead of time.
No, Joe just hates white people.
Joe, not racist. Can't confirm.
He's just ashamed of who he is. But it's fine. Hey, it's okay. We all are. We all have our demons.
You're right. Sully, you're a jerk.
Yeah, man. Sully in Somerville. We haven't heard from him in a year. Glad to see he's, crawled out of a Sam Adams bottle.
Ooh, I do love Sam Adams, though.
Yeah, again, you'd fit in Boston. You'd be one of the tallest. You'd be one of the tallest people there.
If I was single, then
you'd clean up.
You said they're all ugly, right?
Well, yeah, Boston 10's Houston 5.
Oh, then I'm good.
Yeah,
hard pass.
But they've got such attitude too. It's easy, hun.
Yeah,
little Boston lingo there.
Yeah, I don't need to be like getting yelled at every day for nothing. So I'm good with Houston then.
You wouldn't be into Blake Lively's character in The Town?
Oh,
who the FBI agent played by John Hamm is clearly trying to bang.
He 100%.
Obvious.
It's so obvious.
If
it wasn't written that way, then John Hamm was just trying to do that himself and communicate it that way.
We would be so lucky in Boston if there was some white trash hot chick like that. Nope. No. There is no Blake Lively, who, by the way, getting canceled.
I saw that.
Apparently she's like Ellen DeGeneres when she does interviews. And one time she said tranny, which you're not allowed to say.
Wasn't that interview a while ago?
Yeah, it was. But guess what? You say anything ever, you're effed.
Yeah, I just think there should be like a statute of limitation for canceling. Like if you don't catch it in the moment, it's hard to go backwards.
Man, you sound just like that Galveston serial killer guy. He thought there was a statute of limitations too.
Did you watch
what's
part
in
2?
Joe's past?
Did Did you watch part 2
I
of
haven't
that?
watched either of them. I just know that the guy confessed while
Idiot.
taking a leak.
Biggest idiot move I've ever seen. I can't believe they caught him on
Maybe he wanted to get caught.
I don't think so. I don't think that was his plan. But just to confess to killing people while you're on a hot mic, stupid.
Yeah, man.
Very not intelligent thing to do.
It happens.
Oh yeah.
Things like this happen.
Got another example.
Tom Brenneman.
From the 281.
Happy anniversary to Tom.
Yeah, that's why I was fresh.
Oh, yesterday was the anniversary?
Yeah. I just saw that.
How many years was it?
Was that
It was 2020.
Yeah.
So he made it. 4 years is how long you stay canceled.
Yeah.
Good
Now
to
you just,
know.
now you do. ACC football on the CW.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
Yeah, that might be a step up from Reds baseball.
That's, you know what? Touche.
You might get to call some Katie Ledecky swimming as well.
Yeah, but
She's
they get
graduated, though.
the CW gets like the worst ACC football games. Like it's all
Yeah,
gonna be like
they don't
Cal,
get-
West Virginia.
They don't get the pick of the West Virginia's not in the ACC.
Oh, you're right.
My
bad.
We should do a pop quiz. Who's in
Who's
what
in the
conference?
ACC now?
No, but you might get Syracuse, North Carolina State. It's a good matchup.
Syracuse, Stanford. Isn't Stanford in the ACC now?
Yeah, you might get Cal, SMU.
Rivalry.
That's Cal.
That's an
SMU.
ACC matchup.
I like it. It's just, because nothing embodies the culture of the ACC like $30,000 millionaires who somehow got into SMU in Dallas and raging libs from Berkeley on the West Coast. I like it. It's just one identity as a conference.
How can you not love a conference that has a team in in Dallas, Boston, almost Miami, and in Berkeley?
Well, why don't they bring back Conference USA? Why do they have to stay the ACC?
They still have Conference USA.
Conference USA still exists?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has
Who the hell's
Liberty.
in that now?
Sam
Liberty.
Houston.
Sam Houston.
Is it a Conference USA team now?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's in the Sun Belt now?
That's like Coastal Carolina, Georgia State,
Marshall.
Oh, Marshall's only in the Sun Belt? All right.
Texas State.
Texas State.
Who's being predicted to make the college football playoff this year?
Arkansas State, I think.
How about the MAC? Who's in the MAC now?
Northern
Untouched.
Illinois.
Untouched?
By realignment.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Because Maction lives forever. You know, like there's nothing like
That's why.
that's real degenerate gambling right there. It's Tuesday night Maction.
It's totally not because the Big Ten's like, we're good on Michigan schools. We're good.
How many directional Michigan schools are there? There's a Eastern,
Central.
there's a Western, no Southern, no Northern.
So there's 3 in Michigan State.
I bet you there is. We just don't know about them. Like they're not.
Oh yeah, there probably is like an Upper Peninsula one.
Yeah, they're probably like D2 schools.
Yeah.
It would have been funny if we got that with Texas, because Texas State used to be Southwestern Texas State, and they were like, hey, everyone's an alcoholic here and doing lines off of their books. Let's change the name of this school to Texas State, because people will forget that the people of San Marcos are part of a party school where everyone just has a grand old time at all moments possible. But we never I don't think there's a Northwestern Texas State or Northeastern Texas State or a South Texas or right? Oh wait, there is a Texas Southern.
There's Texas Southern. There used to be Texas Western.
That's true. UTEP.
Yeah.
Texas El Paso. They won a national title. Hell yeah.
Glory Road.
This is riveting.
That was the movie.
Glory Road. You're right.
I don't remember if it was good or not.
I don't either. All right, guys. King of Twitter says it wasn't Southwestern Texas State. Well, I can't read, okay? I went to Texas State. Boom, roasted. I'm just kidding. I love the Texas State people. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. Up next, we are 16 days away from the start of the NFL season, meaning, 1, we have to remember one of the best plays in NFL history. 2, we have to remember one of the best sideline interviews in NFL history. Stick around. 16 days away from the start of the NFL season. The best number 16 in NFL history is Joe Montana. And this is the most iconic moment of Joe Montana's career. 3rd and 3 against the Dallas Cowboys with Vin Scully on the call.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Clark caught it! Dwight Clark!
Vin Scully let that bad boy breathe. The Cowboys won that game 28-27, January 10th, 1982 at Candlestick Park.
It's still weird hearing Vin do other sports, even though I know he did before, but I'm just so used to him only doing baseball. Will Patrick Mahomes pass Joe Montana, do you think?
What do you mean?
Like second best quarterback of all time? Because Tom's number 1, Joe's number 2.
It is interesting that Joe is considered the number 2 quarterback of all time.
I think it's because of Super Bowl success, right?
Yeah, it is based off of Super Bowl success. I mean, yeah, Mahomes is very close.
Yeah.
Man, how old is Mahomes? Is he even 28?
Ooh, it's got to be like at least 28.
I think he turns 29 this year.
Okay.
I think.
Goodness gracious. Not even 30 yet.
I still have an issue with the ketchup steak thing, but whatever. So be it.
Some people have strange choices in their diet. Also, number 16. The reason that the NFL exists, if we're being perfectly honest, because he... You know what? What am I doing? Never mind. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not even going to say it. I don't know why I thought this person had the number that I thought he did.
We'll do this on Monday.
We'll do it on...
We got excited.
I don't know why I thought it. This is one of those mornings where I woke up and I was like, number 12 is like number 16. Oh. Yeah, for some reason I thought Joe Namath. I thought Joe Namath was number 16 for some reason.
That's a tease for next week.
That's gonna be Saturday. So we're not gonna be on the air.
Oh, do you want to play it?
So who's play it?
Here's Joe Namath being drunk.
Yeah, who wore number
Paul
12?
Paul was drunk when he thought Joe Namath was wearing number 12 in his career. Here is Joe Namath, not number 16, number 12, hidden on Susie Colbert.
I believe everything that anyone else has watched Chad play impresses me. The same thing impresses them.
What does it mean to you now when the team is struggling?
I want to kiss you. I couldn't care less about the team struggling. I want to kiss you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take it as a huge compliment.
You know what?
Joe Namath, part of the 4-decade team.
Susie's a pro. Susie Colbert for transitioning out of that.
Yeah, I give her credit for, because even trying to like stop the interview right away and just he would be more upset or he would get upset. But she's a pro's pro. Very funny. That video is very funny to watch.
I remember seeing that live because there was a Patriots-Jets game.
You're talking about Chad Pennington?
Monday Night Football. I just remember watching that game and seeing it happen. We saw it happen live and we were like, wait a second, what?
Struggling.
This was before the internet where you could react to it right away. All right. Tua Tagovailoa, starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, was on the Dan Le Batard show. Brian Flores, who used to be his head coach and was canned, I guess not the best person to work for based off of what Tua had to say.
If you woke up every morning and I told you you suck at what you did, that you don't belong doing what you do, that you shouldn't be here, that this guy should be here, that you haven't earned this right, and then you have somebody else come in and tell you, dude, you are the best fit for this. You are accurate. You are the best whatever. You are this, you are that. How would it make you feel listening to one or the other? You see what I'm saying? And then you hear it, regardless of what it is, the good or the bad, and you hear it more and more, you start to actually believe that. I don't care who you are. You could be the president of the United States. You have a terrible person that's telling you things that you don't want to hear or that you probably shouldn't be hearing. You're going to start to believe that about yourself. And so that's sort of like what ended up happening.
Terrible person.
Because this is different than hard. This sounds different than hard coaching. This is you suck. Because I saw a bunch of the aggregator accounts yesterday try to take a Tom Brady quote out of context from when he was on Pat McAfee's show. And he talks about hard coaching, and they tried to say it was about Tua, which it was not. But
about Brian Flores.
About Brian Flores, which it was not. But this is not hard coaching. Like, this is someone who's just being a D. It sounds like.
From the sound of things, for what it's worth, Kevin O'Connell on Brian Flores, who is now with the Minnesota Vikings. Kevin O'Connell said of his defensive coordinator, I don't particularly have a comment on something that took place with another team, but I can tell you, I know that the players that Flo works with, he's got great relationships here. Degrees of separation from Brian Flores. There is a world where if Brian Flores doesn't sue the NFL and name the Houston Texans in the lawsuit against the NFL, where the Texans might have hired Josh McCown as their head coach instead of hiring Lovie Smith. Who knows what happens that season with Josh McCown running the show? Who knows if Jack Easterby is still around? Who knows if Hannah McNair gets a little bit more hands-on with the organization? Who knows if they would have CJ Stroud? Who knows if they would add the new uniforms? There are so many what-ifs. And Brian Flores is somebody that you probably should thank as a Houston Texans fan for naming the Texans in that lawsuit.
Yeah.
Because, look, I don't know what Josh McCown's ultimately ever going to do as a coach, but it felt like he was very unqualified to potentially be the next head coach of them. I would say that hiring Lovie Smith, not exactly like the best move as it was.
But they probably don't bail on Josh McCown the way they bailed on Lovie.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, even though he got fired, less than a full season into his coaching career, to be fair. McCown did.
McCown, yeah, you're right.
He got fired during the season last year.
He was with the Carolina Panthers. There was a thought that Josh McCown, because I guess he had a fun handshake with CJ Stroud, that the Panthers wanted CJ Stroud.
Yeah, there was the conversation about playing basketball.
Right.
When he gets to
That's what I'm
Carolina.
talking about,
Yeah. And he's not in coaching now, so thank you, Brian Flores.
Thank you, Brian Flores.
Thank you. Because that would have been tough. I don't think we'd be here today doing
tip of the hat.
CJ Stroud and could he win a Super Bowl one day content.
Yeah, look at you. You're wearing a CJ Stroud Battle Red jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would you guys even be wearing the hat that you guys are wearing?
No. Nope.
No, we wouldn't.
We are matching hats.
No, I would have showered and done my hair.
It is
up.
adorable.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled.
Now I
about
feel
it.
left out that I'm not wearing.
I don't want us to have the same hat on.
You can take yours off.
No, I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it. I'm bald.
I didn't
as hell.
shower.
This is.
I'm going bald.
What a standoff.
I didn't shower.
No, you take your hat off.
You take your hat off. I didn't shower.
Maybe I'll see if we have free hats somewhere. One of us.
Oh yeah, I think there's still some in the bullpen.
Maybe.
I feel like this is the first time in a while that I've seen you not wearing a free T-shirt.
I didn't wear a free T-shirt yesterday.
You didn't?
Nope.
What was it?
Astros T-shirt.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I wear them like once or twice a week. I know. I'm aware. I understand.
Listen, I'm not hating. I just noticed.
I acknowledge. I don't deny. Free stuff is better. If it's free, it's for me.
Yeah, I've spent so much money on clothes, sports clothes.
I just can't anymore.
I barely wear it. I have them all hanging up. No, it's honestly pointless. I remember my aunt was helping me move out when I was moving to Seattle, and she was like, "What is wrong with you? Why do you have so many clothes?" And I was like, "Damn." At least you didn't call me gay, but hey, I'll leave that for you guys.
Have you done like where you decide to donate them, or when you move? Like when you moved, did you do that?
I actually have sold most of my Seattle stuff on eBay.
Oh, nice.
But like
move.
for $7.
Okay.
And then I go to Walmart to go get an envelope, and it takes me like 3 hours to get out of Walmart, even if I do self-checkout, because Walmart is hell on earth.
Yeah, it's the worst.
This advertisement was brought to you by Walmart. We are hell on earth and want you to hate yourself and your life.
And there's always
Walmart,
weird people there.
always smiling. If
Most
we did drugs before we got on the clock. All right. Speaking of things that you got to buy, up next, let's talk about things in sports that have gotten too expensive. I am blown away by how expensive it'll be for you to watch your favorite team if they are not the Houston Texans in the NFL this year. You'll find out. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. So, I've only had NFL Sunday Ticket once in my life. It was part of my agreeing to move with my mom to Florida when my family broke up when I was just 14. I wanted the ability to watch the New England Patriots if I was going to live in St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay.
So my mom and I made a deal where if I did all of the household chores, mowing the lawn, changing the pool filters, et cetera, I would get to have NFL Sunday Ticket in this back house that we had in the place that we moved to in Florida. So I don't know what it cost. I know it was probably fairly expensive. I had no idea, though, that NFL Sunday Ticket has gotten to this point. Via John Orand, the out-of-market game package for NFL Sunday Ticket is $679.99 for the full year. When packaged with Red Zone, it costs $739.99. Now, I'll be honest. I don't know what it cost last year, and this might be just a result of NFL Sunday Ticket breaking away from DirecTV. But I felt like with DirecTV, it was about $300. I could be wrong on that.
No, I think you're right. I think
that
last
is insane.
Last year, I thought it was under 400.
That's what I thought as well.
So this says, oh yeah, okay. So here's last year. Last year, full price was $349 for the season, but you had to also have YouTube TV.
Gotcha.
So that's an extra $75 on top of that. So
okay.
And I guess DirecTV would have been the same, right? Like you would have had to have DirecTV and then get Sunday Ticket on top of it. I've also only had it once, and I didn't pay for it because I had Sunday Ticket for a year, or I had DirecTV for a year, but the weather here sucks in Houston, so the TV will go out all the time. And then when I went to cancel, they were like, "Hey, we'll keep you for a year. We noticed you don't have a Houston area zip code on your phone number or whatever area code. We'll throw in Sunday Ticket for a year." And then I canceled and they've never gone back. It's a huge waste of money, honestly.
You think so?
You can find streamings. I've watched every Bears preseason game this year.
I hate
paying for it.
I hate watching it through the streaming apps because I don't trust them and I feel like it's going to F up my network security and all that stuff.
That's fair.
I was raised by a security software salesman, my dad. So I am by nature paranoid of all of these streaming links.
Yeah, you're probably right. I probably
When
probably not making a wise decision, honestly.
I stay away from it. I would love to. I would certainly be saving a lot of money. Fubo TV is an absolute scam. So it would be nice.
It's a total waste of money. I mean, so you have this lawsuit that
$739 a year if you have it with Red Zone via the Apple App Store. And if it's that through YouTube TV, I highly encourage you, if you were somebody who is getting NFL Sunday Ticket, do YouTube TV. You're a crazy person if you're getting it through the Apple App Store. That's insane.
Yeah, maybe that's a separate fee than what it is through YouTube TV. I'm hoping
it might be. I think there's a 30% fee for anything that it sells on the store, but I can't believe that Apple is charging that much.
Yeah,
for NFL Sunday Ticket.
It's just not. It's really hard. Now, look, they're trying. I give them credit for what they're doing with Sunday Ticket for the first time. They are. I was watching something today from Front Office Sports where they're. Last year if you had it, you could have 4 games on at once. They're now letting you customize those games. Before it was like a preset of 4 games. But YouTube TV is doing that with college football as well. Where last year you could have A&M, UT, and 2 other games on. Now you're able to pick and choose. For Sunday Ticket, they're also allowing you to sync your fantasy football team. So you can have like real-time stats and choosing games of like your main players are in on TV. So they're trying to do some creative things with it.
Okay.
But it's still way too expensive. And they still...
People still buy it, though. That's what's crazy.
It is.
That's really the craziest part of all of it. I think you will get a lot of people who will actually sign up for this.
It looks like YouTube TV or Sunday ticket through YouTube TV,
Cheaper.
it's $349
Correct.
a season.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're saying it's about half.
Still though.
Yeah,
still
no,
a lot
it's
of
still
money.
a lot.
I'm. How many things have increased in price the same way that this has? And obviously everything's more expensive these days, but this is to the point where, especially since the Patriots suck now, where I'm like, oh, hard pass on NFL Sunday ticket.
Well, I
And
mean,
since Joe does nefarious things to watch his Bears,
yeah, because even like if you're watching, like Netflix is going up, right? We all know that, but it's not going up like this.
it's going up again.
I think,
I know there's commercials now, and I'm like, I didn't ask for this, but I'm not paying any extra for it.
Yeah, the hard part about it is like if you're specifically watching for one team, and they're a good team, like we talk about, like let's say you're listening out of Houston, and you want to get it. Well, the hard part is that you're not even getting all your games because they play on Netflix, where you don't need Sunday ticket. They have 2 games that will air on Peacock. Multiple games that will air on Peacock. It looks like the Bears game, the Lions game, and the Chiefs game will all air on Peacock.
Wait, what? Oh, for the Texans?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's NBC.
All the NBC stuff is on Peacock.
So like you don't even need Sunday ticket for those 3. So that's 4 games. You don't need it when they play the Dallas Cowboys because it's on ESPN. That's 5 games. And you don't need it. You need Prime Video when they play the Jets. So 6 of the games this year, you don't even need Sunday ticket if you're trying to watch the Texans outside of Houston. It's just it makes that price even less beneficial because yes, you can use that same platform for all of it, but it just seems like a giant waste.
I hate that the NFL is still married to the idea of network TV, and I suppose somebody has to be married to the network TV channels, but this is done so that the vast amount of money that these networks are paying to play NFL games is worth it for them so that the local games are still on. But I mean, you should be able to watch what you want. And I mean, this is the only way that you can do it. There's a monopoly on it. No competition, of course, is going to drive the prices up. But it's a lot. I think a lot of people, especially if you see the App Store price, you're definitely walking away from that. If you want to do it through YouTube TV, you can. But it is a bummer just how expensive it has gotten to watch sporting events. As a texter correctly points out, I mean, you may as well get season tickets if you're gonna pay for NFL Sunday ticket.
Yeah.
I mean, half a season worth of tickets is probably cheaper than what Apple TV or what the App Store is charging for Sunday ticket.
Yeah, and I think the most annoying part is because like not everything's uniform. I really liked YouTube TV when I had it last year. And I would just kind of find a workaround to watch Astros games. But then it was at this point where I was like, I'm not watching Astros games in the way I should. So I bailed on YouTube TV because you can't get the Space City Home Network on there. So it's like, if everything was available on every platform, maybe I would feel differently. But like the fact that you can't have Sunday ticket and Fubo to watch the Astros and Sunday ticket without paying for both of them, it's just stupid. Like the original idea, like a la carte, was a good idea. We've gone way too far. We have jumped the shark.
I've heard there's a way to do a la carte legally with the Astros where you get MLB.TV and a VPN. But
Yeah.
for all I know, they have found a way to stop that.
That's also that's legal, but that's also, you're getting into the nefarious waters a little bit by doing that.
Yeah, I mean, we still have people who call in and ask what time the game's on. So a lot of those people can't use VPN.
We don't get those calls. Or at least I don't get those calls.
Yeah. I used to get them daily in the 3 to 6 hours, whether it's here or the other place.
Really?
Yeah.
That's good.
Don't, if you're listening to this, don't start calling again.
Yeah, please don't.
I don't know the answer. I assume 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still see people tweeting it's really one person. So I don't want to generalize everyone.
You don't? Why not?
Because I see people.
I see a person still tweeting every day asking what channel the game's on. And it's on
Yeah?
the same channel every single day.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I love Lamont, but he tweets it every single day, and I don't understand.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, you going to get that?
Hello?
Joe, what time is the Astros game tonight?
7:10.
What channel is that?
What network do you have?
I don't know. What channel is it?
I don't know. If you have Xfinity, it's 6:39.
You work at a sports station. How do you not
goodbye.
know what the channel
Goodbye.
is on?
It's 7 o'clock.
Damn, man. You're Picking up the phone in the middle of a show.
Yeah, just gotta, when I see Paul Gallant's calling me, answer.
It's so annoying. I remember I used to run the board over at the flagship every now and then, and yeah, you would get a call, and I would generally say Google, and I got yelled at once because I said Google.
Same. Someone complained about me.
It's like, oh, he doesn't tell me what to do.
I'm like, I'm sorry, you're 80 years old and like you can't read the TV guide anymore. why am I getting yelled at?
That's funny, but that's sad mean. Hey, they can't control their eyesight.
Okay. No one under the age of 60 calls the radio station and asks what channel the Astros game is on or what time it's on.
I was looking at the TV guide and it doesn't say what time the Astros are playing. What's this Apple TV, Joe George? What is this right here?
It's the worst.
Sorry, Joe, can you make the game start a little earlier so that I can actually stay up and watch it? At 7:10 every night is when I put my dentures in before I go to bed.
I think my favorite though is always when people call in and they don't want to go on the air, but they're asking for like in-depth like rule explanations.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Like why did Yainer Diaz get struck out last night? And you're just like, I don't have time for this.
I should call Sean right now. Hey, could you explain lowercase w, uppercase RC plus?
Weighted runs created plus.
Whoa!
He at least knows what it
I'm forgetting what you said. I don't ever want to know what that means. That's Sean behind the glass. Joe to my right. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coming up next, we're going to talk a little Houston Texans with DJ Bien Ame about everything that went down over the course of the last week. Preseason game number 3. Stick around. We are so close to the end of the offseason. 16 days away from the start of the NFL season. A few more days than that. I don't do math. That's lame. From the Houston Texans beginning their season, and with us in studio, the man who covers the Houston Texans for ESPN, it's DJ Bien Ame. DJ, what's up?
I'm doing all right. I just want the audience to know that Paul is a boomer and he was hating on Little League baseball because the kids were celebrating after getting a ground ball out.
Yeah.
That just shows the character.
Everything.
That just shows the character of this guy.
Well, sorry, unwritten rules say that the next time one of those kids comes out, he needs to get plunked. That's how it works.
That is crazy.
I mean, that's just baseball, DJ. I understand you're a football guy, but in baseball, if you get shown up, you get to throw a ball at the guy. Now, what's ironic about being able to throw a ball at a guy is that the batter can't do anything with the bat against you.
No, right?
He has to just take it and then hope that he has the opportunity to somehow get you back in a future plate appearance. Baseball's unwritten rules. Confusing. Football, less confusing. On Saturday, I thought that Jalen Petrie was the star of the game. I thought he looked really good in that nickel role. And I'm guessing this all but confirms that he will be in that spot for the most part this season.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's taken very little reps outside of the nickel. Sometimes he's been back deep, but he's been in the slot the majority of camp, and obviously every single snap he's taken throughout preseason has been in the nickel, and he's looked good. Right, he had the pick six, and that was just him just continuing to fight to the ball, and he had a TFL. He had one play where even though I think it was a dead play ish. He met Devin Singletary at the sideline. So, yeah, he's looking more like the guy that we saw in his rookie year. I guess like the better version, because when he's around the box, he just feels more natural there. He feels more disruptive there. And it's funny, like last year to start the season, he was around the box a little bit more. That's when he ended up getting hurt because he blitzed Lamar Jackson and Lamar put up his knee and kneed him in the chest incidentally. But even in that game, you could kind of feel throughout that first quarter, he was flying around the ball, and that's when he's at his best. So, again, Petrie looks like the guy that we were high going into last season. And looks like he's going to be able to continue on that trajectory and not be the guy that was kind of like, what happened here last year,
But
the
New York Jets, you covered them. You covered the worst part of the Texans. Is Daniel Jones the worst quarterback you've ever seen? Because that throw sucked.
No. I've seen way worse quarterbacks.
What, Kyle Allen?
Tim Boyle.
I mean, Tim Boyle's here. Yeah, Tim
He's
Boyle's
in New York too.
That's true.
Tim Boyle's here.
What's his touchdown interception ratio for his career?
It's like
1 to 16,
2 to 19 or something like that. I mean, Zach is way worse than Daniel Jones though.
Zach Wilson.
It's not even close.
Okay.
Like they're not even in the same planet.
Jones just got paid.
He did.
That's what changes it a little bit.
And yeah. So that's it's just a little more disappointing. But Zach couldn't play at all. So Daniel Jones. Okay. I've seen way worse quarterbacks than Daniel Jones.
So we did see that when the starters were out there on defense, though, that now with Petrie in this new position, we saw Kalen Bullock getting reps with the ones. Is that something we're going to see, you think, pretty consistently? Like he's going to maybe not start the game at safety, but we'll see a pretty heavily active role for Bullock as a rookie for this team?
Yeah, I can see by week 4 he's in the starting lineup permanently.
Wow.
I can see by week 4. I mean, at this point, because they're rotating, it's only a matter of time at this point. It's kind of inevitable. And it's not like the guy that's holding on to the spot is like a decorated, accomplished player. Like it's a solid player in Eric Murray that's gonna do his assignment and literally just do that, but won't really step outside of it and make plays, et cetera, et cetera. So Bullock has already shown the center field ability to be able to run across the field and make plays on the ball, and he just has a knack for finding passes down the field, things of that nature. So I mean, it's only a matter of time. It's just when. It was kind of similar to when last year when CJ and Davis were having a quarterback competition. It was only a matter of time that CJ won, right? And he won it pretty early, so I think Kalen, it might be a little bit later, but he'll eventually be the starter. I think by week 4, probably he'll be starting.
Gallant George, ESPN's DJ Bien Ame, Houston Texans beat reporter, in studio with us. Joe George, Paul Gallant. The Texans' running game has struggled throughout training camp and in these preseason games, and at least early on, that struggle continued. I know that when I asked him about it Sunday after preseason game number 2, D'Amico said that the blocking needs to be better at the second level. Based off of what you know from both watching and from talking, what's the big issue for the running game right now? How much of it is Dameon Pierce? How much of it is the actual offensive line?
Yeah, it's 50-50. There's some plays where Damien's vision is lacking, and there's some plays where there's nowhere to go. So I know people are like, let's get Cam Akers with the ones, but like he probably did like a little bit better on a couple of plays. Cause remember, he only really got like a couple of carries there. But if the blocking is exactly the same, then you're not going to have much success. And I think at the end of the day, like we have to, at a certain point, we have to accept the Texans' O-line for who they are, right? Like if we go back to last year, they couldn't run the ball efficiently throughout the entire season. Like Devin had some moments, but when they went against better defensive lines, it was null and void. So I think it is what it is, right? Like this is just kind of who this O-line is, right? Like even with Joe Mixon, like I'm not saying,
That's what I was about to ask. Does Joe Mixon change that?
I mean, he can only change it so much, right? Like that's just not a strong suit of theirs. And it kind of is. It is what it is at this point, You're going to have two fairly young players at center and left guard. And like that, obviously that's probably a big factor in terms of one, they don't have that much chemistry to working together, so that plays a little bit of part into it. But even when they run like powers and things of that nature, like it doesn't really yield much. The only silver lining point is they haven't played with Laramie, so once they get Laramie, maybe it looks better. But it wasn't like the run game looked better with Laramie last year, So it just kind of it is what it. Granted, it was Laramie and a bunch of injuries, but along the offensive line outside of Shaq, but I've kind of resigned to the fact that because even against the Steelers, right, they didn't play T.J. Watt, they didn't play Highsmith, and they still couldn't run the ball with the starting unit. So, they are who they are, and like now we have three different versions. We've seen them against the Texans defensive line can't run the ball, Giants defensive line can't run the ball, Steelers backup defensive line can't run the ball. At a certain point, you just can't run the ball, So would Joe Mixon make it better than Damien has or Cam Akers has? I mean, could Cam do better than Damien? Sure, but if you're going from like a 2 to like a 4, is that gonna make that much of a difference? Not necessarily.
Is this something that when you think about, the future of the Texans this season, how far they can go, is this a red flag in terms of how great this team can be because they can't run the ball?
Yeah.
Or is this something you think that because of CJ Stroud, they can overcome?
Who's the last quarterback to overcome and make a deep playoff run like the Super Bowl or something like that without having like some semblance of a running game?
Because Pacheco's been good.
Yeah.
Rashad White was good. And Leonard Fournette when Tampa won it. So they've had something, but you got
playoff Lenny.
They've got nothing.
Lenny.
Right?
Yeah. Like you can't. The defensive coordinators, defensive players in the playoffs are too good to put it all on the shoulder of your quarterback. They're just too good. And at that point, would be 4 months in, they would have seen every single play that you have outside of maybe 2 or 3 that you're holding. They would have seen every single play, understood every single situation, know what you like to do in this situation, that situation. And so if you're just gonna put it all on just CJ Stroud, who's gonna be 23 at that time, shoulder, then I think that's gonna limit the ceiling of how far this team can go. So until they can get a better running attack, and they don't have to be a top 10 rushing attack. They just have to be top 20. And then it's all right, But if it's 23rd, 24th, and you're averaging 88 yards rushing a game, that's just not sustainable throughout the course of a year. Because you look at the majority, most of the actually, you look at the 4 teams that made the conference championship. I don't know exactly where the Chiefs finished last year in terms of rushing per game, but I know the Lions, Ravens, and Niners all finished within the top 10. So, and then again, even in that playoff game with the Cowboys and Packers, Jordan Love made some throws, but their running game ran all over the Cowboys, right? The running game really neutralizes great pass rushes. It neutralizes defenses because you're on schedule. and your whole playbook is available to you. You can run whatever you want to run when it's 2nd and 5 versus when it's 2nd and 9. You could try again. You don't get much now. It's 3rd and 8, and there's only so many plays. You can only live in 3rd and 8s and 37s for so long.
Texans reporter for ESPN, DJ Bien-Aimé, with us in studio. I'm Paul Gallant. He's Joe George. To stay with the running offense, at what point does this fall on Bobby Slowick? Last year, the offensive line had a lot of injuries. Understandable excuse. Devin Singletary ends up being their lead running back by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
This year, it looks like the offensive line is going to be full strength. But from what I understand, generally, a Shanahan offense, whether it's Mike Shanahan back in the day or Kyle Shanahan, some variant of that offense, is supposed to make running the football very easy regardless of your personnel. That's a simplistic way to look at things. Is Bobby Slowick, though, his biggest weakness, at least right now, that running the football has been difficult here?
No, I'd probably put it more on the offensive line coach. Because
okay.
I mean, that's what it usually comes down to. Like, how good is your offensive line coach to be able to develop the guys that you need to the point where you can have an effective rushing attack. So I would put it more on him because, again, like, you know, Damian looked like a 1,000-yard back with this basically the same offensive line, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had the same pieces, like three out of 5 pieces. Kenyon Green, Laramie, and Titus, and he was almost a 1,000-yard back. Obviously, scheme plays a big factor into that, so that falls on Slowick, but I think a lot of it still falls on the offensive line. I think Chris
Strauser,
so.
and he has 2 assistants, it seems, Cole Popovich and Zach Yensen.
Because I remember, like, again, like, you know, with Miami, the first year they couldn't run the ball under Mike McDaniel, but then they got a new coach, and they finished as a top 5 rushing attack, top 10 rushing attack in 2023. So a lot of it does fall like on how good your offensive line coach is. If your offensive line coach isn't that good, you know, then I think that plays a bigger factor. That's why we always hear about Bill Callahan. Wherever he is, the offensive line looks good and they can run the football, you know. So I think a lot of that falls more on a position coach than anything.
We talked last week about, you know, Mechie, and you talked about his confidence and what you were seeing in camp, and we finally saw in this game this weekend against the Giants that he broke out a little bit in preseason action. Is this like John Mechie confidence is back? Is where you view him on this roster change now because of that performance against the Giants? Like, what's your view right now on still the most complicated part of the Texans roster cut down, the wide receiver room?
Yeah, no, I think, you know, that game, I'm pretty confident he'll make it now. He might play it next week, but might not have to play that much. But I'm pretty confident he'll make it now because Ben Skoranek, he's been hurt, so he's not gonna make the team.
Robert Woods, he gonna make it?
So I think it depends on if Noah Brown is on IR to start.
Is that a possibility? Because I know he's been out for a little bit.
He's been out for a little bit. You know, there's been buzz that he should come back soon, and like he was running sprints last week at practice. He's running sprints, so he should be back fairly soon. So it might not be necessary. But if that's the case, then, you know, I think Robert could be on the way out because it'll be between Hutch and Robert, and it's like, are you gonna pay? You know, like Robert doesn't have much guaranteed money on this thing. Hutch is a rookie. He's gonna be in year 2. So
Xavier Hutchinson for those who.
Yeah. So it's like, would you rather go with the guy that's cheaper, that isn't gonna, you know, get on the field that much, but it gives you special teams value? Robert doesn't give you much special team value. He might be a veteran presence, but you got Noah Brown, you got Stephon. Stephon can give you the veteran presence. So, you know, I think that's the decision there. You know, but I think Mechie did what he needed to do to be on a team in that regard.
Texans beat reporter DJ Bien-Aimé with us in studio on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on Twitch, at ESPN 975 on YouTube, at ESPN Houston. So as we get closer and closer to this team finalizing a roster, we still have one more preseason game to go. I know. I feel the same way.
Good.
What would be the most surprising person that doesn't make the team?
Desmond King.
Desmond King, interesting. That makes sense with Jalen Petrie playing in that slot corner position.
And he's not the first guy off the bench for the nickel. It's Miles Bryant.
Wow. Interesting. Okay.
Yep. So, last game, like he literally, like Miles Bryant was the first guy off the bench and got in. So he'd be interesting. He'll be a surprise one for people because I don't think people have like discussed it that much. But yeah, I could see him possibly being a guy that gets cut. I think CJ Henderson could be a guy that gets cut.
I barely know he's been out there.
Yeah,
Same thing with Jeffrey Okudah.
yeah.
Something we touched on this a little earlier this week. I'm wondering about the depth at cornerback because once you get past Derek Stingley, who has not the best injury history, and Kamari Lassiter, it's Chris Boyd and Mike Ford who are the first guys in. And Mike Ford has had a rough camp. He gets beat deep a lot.
Yeah.
And Chris Boyd, okay, he's been out there, but has he been impressive? It makes me wonder with some corners that are still available if that's something that they think about signing a veteran.
Yeah, I think that's what concerns me the most about this team. Like the more that I've watched them, the more I realize they're just pretty top heavy, right?
You mentioned that with the offensive line before, and secondary, same thing.
Yeah, like the only position where I'm like they got a lot of depth there is receiver.
Pass rusher.
And I can say run. No, not really.
Yeah.
You got Will and you got Daniil. Who else you have?
You don't feel good about Barnett? You don't feel good?
Nope.
Really?
Why would I feel good about Barnett?
I mean, he was a pretty good
Contributor
impactful player
down the stretch
last year, and then he's looked pretty good in preseason so far. He's not a 10-sack guy.
I think
Jeremiah Hughes.
He's long in the tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm just being honest. Like,
Sharp teeth.
Like.
So you think the Judon going after Judon stuff makes sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense because they don't have that much depth at edge rusher. Like when you really think about it, like who, like again, outside of Will and Daniil, if one of them misses any time, that D line becomes very average, if not below average.
What about Ali Gay?
Like that's what I'm saying. Like when you actually go through the names and look at the production. And the fact that the majority of the D-line is on one-year deals, it's like they can't afford injuries to Will or Daniil. Like now if they have both of them, all right. Now you got a very prominent pass rush. But if one of them is out, which Will has been for a while, now it gets tricky. Because even on the play that Barnett made, you know how long it took for him to get there? 5 seconds. That play is 150% on Daniel Jones. People might see him, but he, blah, blah, blah. It took him 5 seconds to get there, And again, like Daniel Jones had a clean pocket majority of the game when he was out there. And that speaks more to the depth concerns. And it's not that Giants have they're not known for having great O-lines, even though they invested a lot in it in the offseason. But yeah, it's just me being honest,
fair.
The depth at O-line and D-line, it's top heavy. Like if the main five are healthy, Will, Daniil, Laramie, Shaq, Titus, all right. But if injuries start to happen, which you never know, then it can get tricky because the guys behind them either aren't ready because they're too young, or they've just been journeymen throughout their career. And I would not start to expect them to do anything more. Now, obviously, Nico will be back, and that'll be a massive plus. That'll be a massive plus for Texans defensive line, which is why it was a big loss.
Power ranking needs. So defensive line's up there. Offensive line's up there. Cornerback's up there.
Yeah.
Linebacker, I'd imagine, is up there, too, because what the hell's going on with Christian Harris?
Yeah, exactly. So
any clues as to what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, he's got calf injury.
Same calf injury before.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if,
he's not going to be gone for 8 months like Kyle Tucker.
Hypothetically, let's say, Aziz had to miss a game. And obviously Christian Harris wasn't back. Now you have Jake Hansen and Henry To'oTo'o starting at linebacker. This team they're gonna really have to be healthy to make, that type of run that people think that they can make, right? So, and again, you can't overcome it. I think Buffalo, they were able to overcome it. They were decimated on the defensive side, and they made it to the divisional round. But that took an epic choke job by Miami by blowing their lead in the division. So I mean, again, it's like their depth for sure. They're top heavy, but if people are healthy, then yeah, they can make a Super Bowl run. But if they're not healthy and they're missing guys in certain spots, like hypothetically, like Laramie had to miss an extended period amount of time, the offense is going to become like a quick game, drop back, pass offense, and like eventually teams are going to be able to pick up on that, and that's going to limit how explosive they could be throughout the year.
I saw you reposted a video from when you were on, I think it was with Will Kunkel and Stutz in July, and you gave a hot take. Derek Stingley Jr., Defensive Player of the Year. How you feeling about that after this preseason game?
Yeah,
Pretty
I mean,
good?
you know, I'm feeling pretty good about that.
Listen to him. Yeah, I'm feeling very good about that.
I'm feeling very good about that. The only thing that
no ball. You know.
if he has a lot of interceptions, the only thing that can hurt him is it's gonna come down to like, because Defensive Player of the Year is a team stat also. It's kind of like MVP. MVP is also a team stat.
Stats are for losers. Final scores for winners.
Yeah, says the Patriots fan. I get it. That's the only way. That's the only way they look
Win
at
a
it.
playoff game in the first round.
I get it.
Wait, you can't.
I get it. I get
Dolphins
it.
blow.
But
I'm Tua. My coach need to be.
Well, Flores was tripping. But anyway,
I know he even admitted to it.
Yeah. What was I saying? So you threw me off.
Something about Stingley.
Stingley.
Sorry.
My CT kicked in because Paul knocked me upside the head. Yeah, like, you know, it's a team stat, right? Like Myles Garrett got Defensive Player of the Year last year, and his defensive unit. They were like number one total defense in the league. So that's usually how it goes, right? Lamar got MVP, even though he didn't have the best stats across the board at all. Actually, and there wasn't a single stat he led in. I don't even think there was anything he led. He was even in top 5 in. But his team, you know, had the best record, you know, arguably the best record in the league. So that was that. So Stingley, I think he'll have the play of a guy that's a top tier guy, but with the interception thing on nature. But the defense is gonna have to be a top 5 unit for him to really get that buzz. Because again, it's a team stat more than anything. Like it's a, you know, I think it's a team stat as much as it is individual.
It's sort of, I feel like in basketball where it's hard for a guard to win Defensive Player of the Year, it's hard for a corner to win that too. You're going to have to be on a great defense and you're going to have to put up some numbers like Stephon Gilmore all those years ago.
Yeah. Like I was just thinking that. Like they had the number 1 defense in the league and he was the best corner in the league. So boom. You know, that's a good combination there. I remember Xavier Howard finished 3rd in 2020. I think Miami had like a top 3 defense in the league. Even though they give 56 in that Week 17 game to Buffalo, but I digress. That's a Flores-led defense, by the way. People won't talk about that. Anyway, but he finished 3rd, you know, and he had like 10 picks that year. So, you know, like I think Bland would have had a really, really good shot last year if he didn't start giving up a boatload of touchdowns.
Bland, the touchdown machine.
Yeah, he started giving up a bunch of touchdowns while he was, you know, scoring touchdowns. He was giving up a bunch of touchdowns. But I think if he would have not been getting cooked on the national stage, he could have finished in the top some. So it really just comes down to how good your defense is and what are your stats like. So I think, you know, if the defense stays healthy, Derek could be in that. He'll be in that talk for sure.
I bet on Daniil Hunter to win Defensive Player of the Year.
What? Why would you do that?
Because he finished 5th in the NFL in sacks last year.
Yeah.
He did, but he doesn't.
If he finishes with 16,
biceps too.
If he finishes with 16 plus sacks again last year, and they're one of the best defensive units in the NFL, he's going to have massive numbers. Because if Minnesota was good last year, it was a little bit of money. It was not a lot of it of money. But I just think if you were a top pass rushing group in the NFL, he had more sacks than Myles Garrett. Why wouldn't he win it?
All right.
Biceps,
so I just pulled up. All right. So another thing too, like
they're so big.
We are talking about
veiny.
You know, it is a media award where, you know, you have people with implicit biases. Daniil's not a big enough name to win Defensive Player of the Year.
It does hurt it.
Yeah, like I'm gonna go through.
That's your fault, DJ.
I'm gonna go through
media.
since 2000. Who's won? Ray Lewis, Michael Strahan, Derek Brooks, Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Brian Urlacher, Jason Taylor, Bob Sanders, James Harrison, Charles Woodson, Troy Polamalu, Terrell Suggs, T.J. Watt 3 times, Luke Kuechly, Khalil Mack, Aaron Donald, Stephon Gilmore, Aaron Donald again, T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, and Myles Garrett.
Yeah, Sanders is really the only one that stands out because there's like he had a 2-year run where he was
right.
That's a good point.
My counter: C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans are going to be on primetime 6 games this year. So if Daniil Hunter balls out in those games and has 3 sacks for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys,
he's just going to be known as Hunter.
Yeah, he's going to be known Hunter. Like I don't think he has like the buzz to get that type of.
Well,
award.
I'm making that buzz because of his biceps.
Yeah, Paul's all about his
liberal
biceps.
media doesn't want to talk about his biceps.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
DJ's intimidated by his biceps.
well,
I just want to know what he does.
But like 16 sacks, I mean, I just don't know if that would get. Daniil is just not a like from a name perspective. Like it's just hard for me to envision people because
Like
honestly,
Will Anderson's more likely because of
if
the
he
name.
had
Because
so
of the name.
if Will had 16, Daniil had 16, Will has a way better shot of winning Defensive Player of the Year.
All right.
It's not, and it's not even. And I'm not saying it's fair or not, but we are talking about people that people that vote, who don't necessarily. I won't say they don't watch all the games. Well, they actually don't. They actually don't. They actually don't
watch all the games.
They don't watch all the games. Actually,
They can't watch all the
They
games.
can't, and that's not fair to them. So like, Texas will be on prime time a lot, which will help. Which could help your argument, but it's still like Daniil Hunter. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, Damar Hamlin did not win comeback player of the year after dying on a football field, and they give it to Joe Flacco because Joe Flacco just stunk the year before. He came back. It was a cooler story. He's a bigger. Well, I mean, Damar is a bigger name per se, but in terms of on the football field, Joe Flacco as a player is a more renowned player. So like,
that's fair.
Like all that stuff plays a factor into it. That's why
Yeah, Hamlin was a special teams player.
Yeah,
that's part of it.
Yeah, but I mean, he should have won the comeback player. He died on the football field. I like that was one of the most egregious mistakes in voting history.
Here's the problem with it: is that they had him finish second, and John Mechie wasn't in the top 10. He overcame cancer.
So that's fine. Those two, it should have been between those two. It should have been between those two. Like, period. It should have been between those two. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, if Tank Dell does not win comeback player of the year, then we should get rid of the award. He got shot and he broke his leg. It should be minus 30,000 for Tank Dell to win comeback player of the year. But he won't. He might not because for whatever. Brian Robinson didn't win comeback player of the year. And he got shot in season while getting robbed. Yeah. But hey, if you have some quarterback that just sucked the year before, he throws for like maybe 2,500 yards, he'll win the award. So like
it's gonna be Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, exactly. You can already forget about it. All Aaron got to do is like throw 23 touchdowns, 3,800 yards, 5 picks. Oh, comeback player of the year. He popped his Achilles.
He's the
and he came back.
He overcame skipping mandatory camp for Egypt.
It's like
that's a lot.
But what about Tank? Tank got shot and he broke his leg. So Aaron Rodgers, he's a quarterback. He's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like like that.
He was almost the vice president.
He was almost exactly. I hate the fact that DeMar didn't win comeback player of the year. I think it completely refutes and like poops on what the award's supposed to be. Like they oh my God. They just man, that was
we got DJ worked up because he's clearly over the preseason, but all right, now we know your triggers. We're gonna get you next time right away. I'm gonna give a long thought out take about why Damar Hamlin didn't deserve it.
Okay.
I'll go full Skip Bayless on it. He's DJ Benjamin. You can catch his work for ESPN covering the Houston Texans. Always a pleasure, DJ. We'll see you next week. Stick around. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Astros have won 11 of 12. They beat the Red Sox last night 5-4 thanks to a walk-off home run by Yainer Diaz. And tonight, it's Ronel Blanco on the mound against Nick Pivetta.
I'm excited to see Blanco back out there again. He was really good in his last start. And I was, we thought maybe he was slowing down a little bit. So nice little bounce back start last time from Blanco. So see if he can do it again.
Can you roll your R's?
No, I cannot.
Ronel Blanco.
That's part of the reason why I bailed on Spanish.
Yeah, Duolingo has not taught me how to roll my R's. It has not.
Spanish, I failed Spanish so bad.
You failed it?
Really?
Yeah, it's not good.
What year?
In college.
Gotcha.
Because I took it for a quarter in high school and then was exempt for it the rest of my time in high school.
You didn't have to take a language in high school?
We had to take a language or a fine arts class. So I took one semester of Spanish and then didn't have to take it again because I did choir.
Huh.
So I got out of it. And then when I got to college, I was required to take Spanish, but they only spoke Spanish.
Yeah.
And all I knew was my alphabet.
That's how it goes.
So I didn't do very well. It was slightly challenging.
Okay. So you can't roll your R's, but can you sing falsetto?
Not anymore. And probably never.
You said not anymore. And probably never. I think you used to sing falsetto.
Yeah, before I went through puberty.
My name's Joe George. I was in choir class.
At some point.
I didn't know how to speak Spanish at all.
I never. Yeah, I guess at one point I could have sang falsetto before I grew up a little bit.
Okay.
Before my voice dropped.
But you don't sing anymore?
No. Man. Not really. Just the ABCs. To my kid.
Okay, gotcha. So it's Ronel Blanco.
Ronel Blanco.
Oh,
Ooh.
Sean, that was sexy.
Show off, Sean.
Damn, dog.
I didn't want it. I was waiting for Paul to ask me.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I didn't want to assume anything.
He doesn't try to embarrass you.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to embarrass
you know, embarrass is a bad word.
It was an honest question.
I don't. I'm trying to do it, and I'm clearly failing. I don't know how to do it. I asked somebody who speaks Spanish fluently once, like, how do I do it? And she says, oh, you just got to move your tongue around. And then I tried to do it, and it's like I sound like I'm choking on my own blood.
Yeah, you don't want to sound like that.
Like,
it's not gonna help you pick up the language.
Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
No, that I don't think Duolingo accepts that.
It does not. Hector Neris is a free agent. I would like to see the Astros bring him in.
I would also. Bring Hector. There's no risk. There's no risk to it. So if you sign him and he sucks, you cut him again. Whatever. Or he just doesn't make your playoff roster.
Now, come on, he's an Astro leader from last year.
That's
what the articles all said, that they're going to miss his leadership and Martin Maldonado's leadership and Michael Brantley's leadership. He's a leader.
Really just missed the celebration.
Yeah, I want that.
Yeah, the double play or the strikeout.
People in Seattle got really mad at me for saying that was my favorite moment of last year's Astro season to that point. But, I mean, in my defense, okay, just because he may or may not have said something that is culturally frowned upon in the greater Seattle area, just because he said that is no reason to say that wasn't the best moment, because striking out Julio Rodriguez in the midst of him having an awesome year and then getting in his face at that point was the best moment of the Astros season, because it had been a bad one.
I also agree. You also didn't know when you probably said it that he said something bad, to be fair.
In the immediacy, no.
Yes.
I just thought it was awesome that he got in his face.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, I was supposed to believe that what happened was a tragedy upon all humanity.
Yeah, we need him back just for those moments. Just give me a couple big outs in the regular season, maybe some in the postseason. Won't ask too much of him, but he had a good year. He just was very terrible in closing situations, and he also wasn't great in Philadelphia in closing situations. So this isn't breaking news that he's not built for that. It seems
it's interesting that certain pitchers, they just can't do it in another role. It has to be specifically in one way.
Yeah.
And for a lot of guys, they just cannot do it in those save situations. I don't understand it. There's enough people that bring it up where I feel like I should put some stock into it, but there's a part of me that pushes back on it and thinks, pitch the ball. this should not be that much different than another situation, you know?
I definitely agree with that. You're right. There's enough people that bring it up and say it and how different it is. But I guess we just should assume that all those guys who can't handle it suck in the playoffs. But like Hector Neris is good in the playoffs. What's really the difference in pitching in the 7th inning of an ALCS game versus closing a regular season game? One means nothing. One means everything. Like, because it's the ALCS.
Sean, can you say Neris with a rolled R?
Hector Neris.
Oh yeah, dude. All right, I like this.
Is this just gonna be
the Sean's new roll?
We need to add a little flavor to the show.
Okay.
And sometimes that flavor is just a rolled R.
Yeah, that's all we can provide right now.
We don't do that.
We can't force it.
We're both very white.
Yeah, Irish.
Yeah, that's true.
Rafael Montero.
Hell
I was
dude.
I was trying to think of a guy whose name he had an R name.
Let's think of some other ones. I'm just gonna make Sean pronounce things with a rolled R for us. For the
Alex
rest of the
Bregman.
Yes, let's go.
I don't know what Rafael Montero's up to these days.
Just chilling in Sugarland, probably.
Yeah. It's a nice ballpark. It's
Yeah.
just hot.
I think it's like over under 1.5 for his ERA. I don't know. 2, 3. What's a good ERA number for Rafael Montero?
0.00.
Well, that's what it is.
Hell yeah.
Woo.
See? He's back.
But he's only pitched 3 innings.
Move over, Hector Neris.
He's only pitched in
Good job.
3 innings
It's time
since he went down there.
for Rafael Montero.
Good start.
What
He's
is he
working
doing
on-
down there?
He's working on stuff. He's working on stuff.
Yeah.
It's all right. I don't really want him back, so he can stay down there with the spacers.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass rolling R's for us. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You thought Cicada infused Malort was bad? Well, we're going to find a drink that will, I think, be appreciated in your liver. What are we talking about? You'll find out on the other side. It is Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right. So yesterday, the cicada infused Malort was frowned upon by Illinois.
Yes.
You can't have that anymore. But guess what? We got a new drink here in H-Town, thanks to Beyonce.
Okay.
Beyonce is introducing a new whiskey, Japanese whiskey, called Sir Davis to honor her moonshiner great-grandfather. So it's cool, right? There's going to be a Beyonce-themed whiskey.
Mm-hmm. I guess expensive.
When I discovered that my great-grandfather had been a moonshine man, it felt like my love for whiskey was faded. Sir Davis is a way for me to pay homage to him, uniting us through a new shared legacy. Here's the problem, and far be it from me to push back on something Beyonce's doing. Beyonce, babe, you got to make some moonshine. It's got to be moonshine. You can't honor your moonshiner great-grandfather by making whiskey. That's classy. You need to make moonshine.
That was my thought as well.
Yeah. I mean, a moonshine, it can be good.
Have you ever had good moonshine?
Yes. It was like apple. It was like an apple pie moonshine.
Apple pie moonshine.
Or they put like the cinnamon sticks in there.
Did you make it yourself?
A buddy of mine did.
A buddy of your
He brought it to a bachelor party in a gas container. It was awesome.
So her paternal great-grandfather, Davis Hogue, was a moonshiner during the Prohibition, and he would stash his bottles in the knots of cedar trees for friends and family to find and enjoy. You got to make it a moonshine then.
Yeah.
Sorry, Beyonce. I'm canceling this drink before it even comes into stock, unless you pay me to endorse it, which I gladly will.
I will say it's only $90 a bottle, so it could be worse.
Whoa. Yeah, that's honestly the most surprising.
I
part
was
about all
expecting like
this.
Beyonce alcohol $300. Like
yeah,
$200 minimum.
It'll be available at retail stores and select airports, LAX, JFK, and SFO in September. Why not IAH or HOU?
Yeah, what about us?
Will it be available in specs? That's all. That's all it really matters, I feel like.
You know, Beyonce's, I can't remember the last time she sang the national anthem before an Astros game.
Good point.
I'm just saying I can't remember. She might have done it before, but
I
feel like it's been a while.
After they started being in World Series games, she was already like super famous to where it's like hard to get her to do anything.
But this is home.
Megan Thee Stallion's not super famous?
She's not Beyonce famous.
She's not Beyonce.
I mean, 50 Cent is at every game.
Yeah.
I feel like Beyonce has become a little too cool for Houston.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
I've been here for 10 years now, and I don't think I've ever seen her like do anything in Houston.
I don't think
concerts. I'm sure.
I don't think she puts on for Houston sports in the same way Clay Walker does.
No.
It would be nice if she did. Don't come after me, Beehive. I'm just wishing.
It's also been a while since the Texans or other than the Astros. If the Texans or Rockets have been like really, because now that I'm thinking about it, the only like Rockets courtside I remember was Travis Scott. It was like the only like famous person that was consistently courtside.
And that's just because he was hanging out with James and going to strip clubs. After.
Yeah, and it was also very 2018.
Continuing in garbage time, Oklahoma State's going to wear QR codes on their helmets.
I have so many questions.
Now, the reason they're wearing the QR codes is because it links to the general team fund for every student athlete on the roster. So I guess you could basically donate to these players if they zoom in close enough
That's
on a
my
replay
question.
and take a picture and you donate them. Like, hey, here's $10. It's like a super chat.
But like, I have a hard time getting like a QR code to work sometimes at a restaurant with my phone and the QR code right there. Like, it's supposed to work through our TV.
I'm guessing, yes.
I think it also doesn't go to like the specific player. I think it just goes to the like general fund for all.
Okay.
So it's just a general donation.
That sucks. I think it should be a specific player.
Yeah, I like that too.
If a player gets a sack, I want to donate to him.
It would definitely be cooler. It also would. Dell and I talked about the potential for some Bounty Gate type activities to happen through this, where they're replaying a targeting call and you can see the back of his helmet and you snap it and it's like, hey, he got kicked out. That was a good hit on the Baylor quarterback. Let's give him a 20 for his troubles.
I mean, It's probably happening anyways.
A lot of fans would love to do that.
It'd be
and
awesome.
not admit that they did that.
It'd be awesome, but it's also I can see where it goes. It gets pretty. The waters get deep.
A little shady.
Yeah.
College football kicks off this weekend. Delaware State is playing at Hawaii Saturday night, and it seems that they might not reach Hawaii at an hour that they'd like because they missed today's 10.5-hour flight to Honolulu from JFK Airport after, quote, a bus snafu, end quote. SNAFU.
Now, the game's not till the 24th, so they got some time. But, yikes.
I'm trying to think about what happens here because I'm assuming Delaware State doesn't have that much money. Do they drive back to Delaware from JFK? Because I'm assuming that's probably a 2.5, 3-hour drive or so. You got to drive all the way through New Jersey.
I imagine you get a hotel
for the whole team.
Can they afford that? I mean, I feel like these. I feel like
can you afford the tickets now?
Yeah, I feel like the players, because they got to buy. You're right. They got to buy new tickets as well. I feel like too the players are gonna have to sleep at the gates. They're gonna have a practice.
That might be
in Terminal A.
Yeah, like a walkthrough.
I would love that. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't know there were
Hawaii's
sports
gonna
radio
get caught
stations in
stealing
Hawaii.
signs from them. There are. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
either.
because this news was broken by someone who is a sports talk show host at ESPN 1420 in Honolulu. So, guys,
How do I get that job?
The Lulu, ESPN, the Lulu.
I mean,
Can we have an exchange program?
like during like the dog days of summer.
Yeah.
When there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Do they want to talk about Astros baseball? I'm more than fine.
Yeah.
Getting on the plane.
Hell
What do
yeah.
you think they talk about on a day-to-day basis?
Luau's.
On a sports radio station in Hawaii.
I
Probably football, man.
It's just the NFL. I guess it was the national
yeah
show.
football. I'm sure they're LA fans probably. Like you're probably mostly Lakers and Dodgers.
It's a good question. I actually don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know that. But
Marcus Mariota, what's up with him?
Why did Marcus Mariota work out?
Shane Victorino talk.
Manti Te'o.
Hey, he's on the NFL Network now.
I saw. He's. I'll give him credit. He is leaning into the things he was made fun of for in the past. Good for him. He's having a nice little second, a Teo Sans, if you will. Anyway, that's going to wrap up today's edition of Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Big thanks to Sean, to Joe, to the listeners, the texters, the callers, Twitchers, and YouTubers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Yiner hits one high. Ball game over.
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's B-Rod behind the glass. Hey, he's in for Brian. It is a Tuesday edition of the Killer Beast. Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Beast. Yiner Diaz being the hero yesterday for the Astros after he was the GOAT in the previous at-bat. Another win for the Astros, who, unlike the beginning of the year, Blankers, they find ways to win. They're just getting it done. They're finding ways to steal victories from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal win that looked like, they didn't lead until the walk-off home run. They were, clawing, scratching, doing whatever they could, except for their defense, which was awful. But for the most part, this kind of erases another one of the games where early in the season you might say that's one that I'm gonna hate and I'm gonna remember for a while, or one that got away. This is one that I'm not gonna say you stole it, but the fact that you were able to go and get it the way you did just builds more momentum. This team is red hot right now. You're right; they're finding ways to win, and it's exciting every single time they take the field. Doesn't matter what they get, what happens defensively, pitching-wise, hitting-wise, they're finding a way, and it's fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, like all of you Twitchers will have for the next 3 hours. A lot of takeaways from the game yesterday. I mean, Yiner's home run is obviously the lead story. Plays hero again, continues to be one of the best offensive catchers in all of baseball, maybe the best offensive catcher in all of baseball for the last couple of months. The other day he got robbed of a home run, and I sent the tweet at Jeremy Branham. I said that fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And he hit the home run later in the game that just cleared every wall. It was the same thing here because Yiner came up in the situation in his previous at-bat, go ahead, run up. Actually, just a tying run on base, a chance to take to tie the game up. And Yiner had that pitch clock violation for strike 3. Didn't like strike 2, was unhappy with the call, took his timeout, gets back in the box, and then takes another timeout, which you can't do. Yiner had to know better in that situation, but then he atones for that specific spot and gets the redemption that he wanted, hitting the walk-off home run. So it's like he screwed up in his previous at-bat, and then he gets the atonement, hitting the walk-off home run, and then everybody's celebrating, and everybody forgets about the time clock violation.
Now, what's weird is, I went back and watched it again this morning. Did you see him ever? I never saw the camera. Shin didn't have it. They went to a graphic, I think. So I wasn't sure if they did give him the first time out after he was upset with the inside low pitch.
Mm-hmm.
But that had to be what it was, right? Because there was 14 seconds on the pitch clock.
Yeah, I can math. So, yeah, he called the timeout. There was no way he didn't. Like, it wouldn't have been where it was if he didn't take the timeout. Like, He stepped out of the box. He was yelling at the umpire, and then he's back in, and there's 14 seconds. He took the timeout.
Okay.
It just wasn't caught on the broadcast.
Yeah, I didn't catch it on the broadcast. I mean, I can do math, too. I thought that they would make some kind of reference to it, and they seem to be confused as well. But just the way it ended, too.
I think Blummer was the only one confused. TK was like, well, you probably called it earlier, and there's no argument from the dugout. I think Blum was the only one confused.
Okay. Then the fact that the little conversation with Jordan kind of giving him the tip on the just the timing or whatever it was, that was fantastic. It doesn't always work out that way, but the fact on the very first pitch, he just absolutely annihilates it. He's on fire right now. He's doing everything you need him to do, especially with Tucker out. He's been picking up, and especially with teams that, unlike the Red Sox, who probably should with the way that Jordan has destroyed them, they're not really pitching around him. He had a big night, but then, Yiner comes up in the big moment and shines yet again. The dude is just he's fun to watch, but he's doing more than what we saw earlier in the year and the things that we were talking about, runners in scoring position, the ability to go the other way, not chasing as much. He's really in a groove right now.
Yeah, Jansen was blowing Jordan away with 92-mile-per-hour fastballs. I think it was very much the timing thing. And then Yiner took heed to whatever Jordan had to say, and then he hits a blast immediately, the very first pitch that he sees. I think it was a timing thing. You could even see Jordan do the kind of whenever the hand leaves the glove, kind of the extension there, the release. And Yiner had him timed up perfectly without ever seeing a pitch from him. So that was really cool.
Stroman sometimes does it. Montero used to do it sometimes where they and Nestor the Molester in New York would do it. Sometimes it's effective. It looks like it's gimmicky and you don't think that it would work. But, yeah, Jensen's got that little hiccup sometimes where he pauses. And evidently you're right. I mean, I wouldn't think 92 was getting by Jordan. But the fact of the matter was that whatever he said and whatever Yiner did was fantastic.
It wasn't a very good game that the Astros played either, I don't think. 4 errors, first time they've done this in several years. Like, everybody was committing. You commit an error. You commit an error. Shea Whitcomb with an error leads to a run. Jeremy Pena makes a bobble. Jose Altuve gets credit for an error on a high throw that Yiner probably didn't have to leave the base for. It kind of shows his greenness over at first base. Lack of footwork again. We saw that the first time, too. I think Victor Caratini makes a bad throw that prolongs an inning. The Astros defense was the worst it's been all year, yet you still win the game. So it's easier to, kind of, look at the not that they're watching film in baseball, maybe pitcher versus hitter, things like that. I doubt they watch film on their defensive miscues. But it's easier to swallow whenever you commit 4 errors in a game and then you win. Like, it's a much easier punishment to learn whenever you win the game and then you're trying to correct these defensive errors. But we don't ignore them. The defense wasn't very good yesterday.
No, it was awful. And I think that they mentioned that the last time they had 4 errors in a game, they actually won that game too. But yeah, you don't expect to win games like that when you're giving away runs, especially against a good team that's doing their best to try and stay in the playoff race as well. But you got their number. You got another win. You would you 5 in a row now that you've won against them, and keep the momentum going now. Only 1 loss in their last 13 games as they go into tonight. So yeah, it's not often that a team can kind of overcome 4 errors in a ball game, especially when runs are scoring on those errors. But yeah, a hell of an effort by them to come back and win it.
What did you think of Kikuchi's performance yesterday?
I really thought it was good. I mean, we're talking about the errors. I mean, when you look at it, and overall, he gets to 100 pitches. He got more than 5 innings. He had some bad luck with the defense, but I'll take everything. The walks, we had 1 walk. I'll take everything that he's given you yet again because he's keeping you in ball games. He's better than what you had prior to the trade for him. And I think he's been a much better pitcher since he's been an Astro. I thought it was good.
What did you think of the hook? I thought Kikuchi was good too. I thought the key inning was the 4th inning when he had runners at first and second, nobody out, gets a strikeout, double play, keeps the deficit at 2 runs. I thought that was the critical point of that game when you look at it from a Kikuchi perspective. I was pleased with how he pitched. I mean, of the 3 runs, only 1 was earned. You mentioned the walks. That's kind of a bugaboo for him at times. He had 7 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 5 2/3. So yeah. I'll take that performance from Kikuchi. And his ERA with the Astros is under 2.5 in his 4 starts. And the Astros have won every single one of the starts that he has made. He's 2-0, but the Astros are 4-0 in his 4 starts. He's been very good, has been very impactful for the Astros in 2024. Certainly makes the Astros better as a team in 2024. The controversy was the hook. Pulling Kikuchi at 99 pitches, knowing that Yoshida would be a pinch hitter if you brought in a righty. Sure enough, he's the pinch hitter when you bring in a righty. I went back and watched the condensed game, and the Red Sox like, what is Espada doing? Why in the world would he bring in a righty to face Yoshida, who's one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball? And he is. And Yoshida immediately hits a 2-run home run that put the Red Sox in front 4-2, broke the tie. So a lot of people are critical of Espada, especially Boston radio and Boston TV. The fact that Espada pulled Kikuchi at 99 pitches, 5 2/3, brought into everyday Tay, knowing that Alex Cora was going to bring in Yoshida, and then Yoshida made Espada's poor decision, if you believe that, pay immediately.
I was fine with it because he was, again, we know that he's been struggling to get into the, more than 5 innings. And at 99 pitches, he's probably emptied the tank already. And if you've got Taylor Scott warming up, you know that he's been nails for you all season long. I'm never going to feel bad about bringing Taylor Scott into a game to get an out in that situation, regardless of who he's facing. So I had no problem with the move, no matter what anybody else might think.
I thought it was a poor decision. I'd rather have Kikuchi versus Connor Wong, go Cougs, who he had success against, rather than face the hottest hitter on the Red Sox. So I thought it was a bad decision by Espada. 99 pitches makes it kind of borderline because you don't really want him to get to 100. He hasn't gotten through 6 innings in any of his 4 starts with the Astros. So I do concede that the pitch count was a concern, but I really don't want to face Yoshida in that spot. And bringing in a righty, you're going to face Yoshida in that spot. And then if you want to play the hindsight 2020 game, Yoshida homered right away off of Taylor Scott to break a 2-2 tie. I think the underrated guy yesterday was Josh Hader, quite frankly. We lose Hader in the shuffle a little bit in yesterday's game because of the Yiner walk-off, because Kikuchi pitched in that game. But Hader came on, pitched in a non-safe situation, which at times this year has been his weakness. And Hader, 1-2-3, no issue at all on the top of the ninth. A stress-free top of the ninth inning. Josh Hader has not allowed a run since July 29th. 10 straight scoreless outings. 16 of his last 17 outings have been scoreless. And it put the Astros in a position where, okay, get a run and let's go home and have a win.
I think the other thing that it put him in a position for that I kept watching was the fact that especially first pitch one out pop-up, but then he had, the 10-pitch second hitter before he got him out. But I'm looking at it going, if he can keep his pitches down, if they go into extra innings, I would think that this is another situation where he's going to consider trying to go to Hader another inning, and he could give you the 10th to make sure that, gives you your best chance with a runner on second base. It didn't come to that, but that was one of the things that crossed my mind was the fact that he's done it before. He's been effective. He could keep his pitches down. He might be able to do it again, but, he ends up doing exactly what you need him to do and walks himself into a win.
Yeah, that was good to see Hader do that. The improbable run in the 8th inning stood out to me. Like, you get a leadoff man on. Jake Myers, why are you not laying down a bunt? Jake Myers, I think, is the worst runner-driver-inner that has ever existed in Houston Astro history. Anytime that there's an RBI situation, Jake Myers is abysmal at driving in these runs. I thought he should have been bunting in that spot, even though you're down a run. But he hits into the double play. 2 outs, nobody on. You're down a run. You have 4 outs left to play with. It doesn't seem good in that moment. And then Chas McCormick, who entered the game earlier, gets an end-of-the-bat bloop single into shallow right, still second base. Mauricio Dubon, who's not been good in the summer, line drive into left field, scores the tying run. That might have been the most improbable sequence that we've seen in the month of August. 3 things had to happen perfectly in a row. Chas had to reach base, which, hitting below the Mendoza line, that has been a daunting task. Secondly, he had to steal second base. He's not a great base runner. I think a good throw might have got him. But he had to steal second base, the second of 3 perfect things that had to happen. And then Mauricio Dubon, who's had a bad couple of months, had to get a base hit. That was maybe the most improbable run that we've seen this entire month.
Yeah, nothing that you could have expected there. And the dugout, and they were talking about how everybody was celebrating just Chas getting the flare just to get on base, let alone to set the table with the stolen base, and then Dubon coming in, driving him. Sometimes when hot teams, are riding the wave, everybody has to get involved. I mean, you mentioned Jake. Jake, to me, I cringe at any time he even has to bunt. I don't think he's a good bunter either, but he's horrible in those situations. And the double play is exactly what you didn't need. But the fact that those 2 guys in particular who have been really scuffling were the guys that stepped up to get you that run that tied the game was just a shot in the arm.
Yeah, that was improbable to say the least. A spot of pinch hitting Singleton for Cabbage in the 6th inning was big. Got the sacrifice fly. He didn't do that for Chas the other day in the 6th inning, and I criticized him for that. So, hey, that's cool. He learned his lesson, perhaps, listening to the Killer Bees. And then Victor Caratini needs to play more. Victor Caratini should, not to say he's an everyday guy because he's a catcher. He's better as a lefty, they think, than a righty. But he reached 4 times yesterday, was 3 for 3 with a walk. Like, that guy should be playing almost every single day with this current lineup that you're running out each and every day.
And we talk about riding the hot hand, and whether it's we were talking about, too, even as it relates to the outfield platoon of Earn the Burn, but the fact that he's earning the right to be in the lineup as much as you can possibly get him in there because of the fact that, yeah, he's a switch hitter and maybe he's not as good from the right side. But the bottom line is if he's getting on base 4 times, he's getting 3 hits for you. There's no reason to not have him somewhere in that lineup with the other options that you have. And he was huge.
Yeah. Anything that stood out to you?
I think that covers pretty much all of it to me. Everybody got a hit, including Chas. The only guys that didn't were Jake and Cabbage.
Yeah, Jake is abysmal. Love his defense. He's been very bad offensively since like that hot June. What was it, June or was it May? I can't remember. I think it was June. I think it was a really hot June, and then he's been awful for the last 2 months. It might have even been May. It might have been a really hot May, and he's been bad June, July, and all of August. I can't quite remember. To me, he's a 9-hole hitter. I have no problem with him being an everyday guy. Like I tweeted out yesterday, he should be a 9-hole hitter, and people are like, oh, he shouldn't be on the team. Okay, like this offense isn't very good. Why not play your best defensive guy? Like if you don't want to play him as much, I get that, but absolutely he should be your primary center fielder.
He has to be. I mean, when you look at just about how limited your options are across the outfield right now with Tuck out, the fact of the matter is he's the one guy, especially from a defensive perspective, that gives you what you need to cover a lot of ground in the outfield. You just have to take whatever he can give you offensively whenever he decides to contribute.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts on Game 1 of the series yesterday for the Astros. We'll dive into some Texans, too. Cal McNair was doing an Ask Me Anything on Reddit. The best thing that Cal McNair had to say were the Texans in terms of the depth. And we'll also talk to Larry Durker coming up at 4:15. Get his thoughts from the former skipper with where this Astro team is at. He was at the Hall of Fame weekend as well for the Houston Astros. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers is Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We give a lot of credit to Murphy and Miller. We could do this all year. We have to have this conversation again. How can you possibly doubt the law firm / pitching coach that is Murphy and Miller? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to break, a moment for the good people at MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is the place that you need to be if you want to wager on sports, if you want to place casino games without flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana. They are the answer for you, and they take care of you in so many ways. They love to take care of their customers to make sure that they're appreciated and they want to stay. And that's what they're doing yet again right now. They're doing a bonus for you when you sign up and put money into your account. All you have to do is when they ask for the promo code, put in bet975. It's what I always tell you to do, and you're going to cash in. Immediately, no matter what you put in your account, they're going to put more money on top of it, up to $1,000 based on what you put in. And you have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And they've got all the sports and everything going on a continual basis. On the website, there's chats. There's ways that you can talk while doing in-game betting. And the fact of the matter is, even when there's not games going on and sports to bet on, there's always casino games available to you with live dealers standing by. You can play poker, you can play blackjack, and so much more. That's all I tell you to do is go to mybookie.ag and always use the promo code BET975. That's how you get that extra bonus. Check it out today, but always go there. It's the only place I tell you to go where you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, and always where I tell you to do it. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's the final week for Rock the Mic. We'll crown the winner of our 2024 podcast competition this Friday. Gallant George and the Killer Bees broadcasting from noon until 7 at Carbach Brewery. That's right, extra hour of the show. Competition will be starting in the 5 o'clock hour. Plus, we're officially announcing that September 20th, a month from now, will be the 2024 listener party. If you come to Rock the Mic on Friday, you'll get early bird access to our VIP tickets. So we'll see you this Friday at Carbach. Cannot wait. All right, 713-780-3776. Astros lineup is out for today. No Bregman. Bregman's still out. Altuve, Jordan DH's, Yiner back in the 3 spot. Pena, Singleton, Dubon. Dubon earned that burn. So did Singleton, quite frankly. And then the bottom 3, Myers, Wood comes back over there. And then Chas McCormick, who found his smile. Chas McCormick has found his smile, and he's in right field batting 9th for the Astros. Still don't really understand why Chas McCormick plays right field and Dubon plays left field when Dubon has a far greater arm. And it's flip-flopped. Like Espada picks the ballpark. I imagine it's probably a ground they have to cover thing because there's less ground in left field at Minute Maid. There's more ground in right field, but you can kind of position the outfielders differently to overcompensate for that. But I imagine that's what it is, but it still triggers me. It's still something that bothers me. I like a strong arm in right. I don't like the noodle arm Chas McCormick in left. And if they're both your corner outfielders, I would have Dubon in right field every single time.
Every time they do that and flip it, I just think noodle arm because of you always using that. And then the other thing that crossed my mind when one of the listeners said that they thought that he was thick, his running last night, I was watching him going, he wasn't as quick as he used to be in terms of it. He had a little piano on his back around at third base.
His sprint speed stuff though is it grades well.
Is that right?
And his range grades really well. Like his range is as good as it's ever been. So like it doesn't add up whenever like you look at the advanced numbers, but he does look a little he's never been a great base runner though.
Yeah, but he looked like he was laboring coming around third.
He's not good at stealing bases. He's really not. Like look at his career caught stealing, stolen base, and it's not fantastic. He's not a great base runner, but his speed is like high and then his range is high. So I don't think there's an injury. But Chas has found his smile back. He said after the game, he said, I haven't smiled in a while. It's good to feel that after he got a bloop single off the end of the bat. But hey, improbable run, stole second base, and scored on the Dubon hit.
And essentially there he's admitting he's been pressing what we've seen. I mean, the body language and everything else, it's got to be tough when you know you're dipping under 200. Your team is red hot and you're not contributing, but yet due to injuries, they're forced to play you on a consistent basis. He was beating himself up mentally, and so maybe this gives him just a little bit of space where he can kind of settle in and try and just get comfortable.
Yeah. The law firm of Murphy and Miller, they get criticized quite a bit. And it's amazing what Yusei Kikuchi has done in his first 4 starts. I would have never imagined this, and I'll be the first one to admit that. Yusei Kikuchi in his first 4 starts has a 2.42 ERA. 2.42 ERA. Astros are 4-0 in those 4 starts. Yusei Kikuchi in his previous 12 starts with the Blue Jays had a 6.87 ERA. Like that's not like a small sample. That is 12 starts. That's more than a third of the season. Starting pitchers, if you last the whole year, are going to make somewhere between 30 to 33 starts per year. He had the last 12 starts, he had a 6.87 ERA. In his last 4, he's got a 2.42 with the Houston Astros. You can never doubt the law firm of Murphy and Miller. It's amazing what they're doing with Yusei Kikuchi. I think the 2 biggest benefactors that we've seen from the Astro tutelage over the years, I think Christian Javier was a huge benefactor of the Astros tutelage, was never a top prospect, never somebody who threw all that hard. Like he didn't have an upper 90s fastball. He might be able to touch 94, 95 at his best. All he really had was another curveball, but they taught him, hey, live high in the zone, throw the curveball. We're going to keep hitters off balance. And he had a couple of really good years. And this year, I think the biggest benefactor of Murphy and Miller is Ronel Blanco. Ronel Blanco is in the top 3 in ERA in the American League. It blows me away what this Astros pitching coach staff have done with arms that have either struggled other places or arms that, quite frankly, weren't that highly decorated or thought of.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, when you start thinking about the Hunter Brown situation from early in the season to now, you mentioned Javier, you mentioned Blanco, Taylor Scott, a guy that was just basically signed as an arm to see what he has and just to see how effective he's been. And then it was almost like, you know, I'm the same way as you. I'll be the first to admit as well that when he had, you know, over his last 10 starts, he had a +7 ERA. And I'm going, it was almost like somebody said, hey, challenge time, hold my beer. Here's Kikuchi. See what you can do with him. I wasn't expecting anything near this. I was expecting better than Bloss. so that at least you had a veteran at the back end of your rotation that might be able to hold water and do some things. The fact that he has done what he's done just is the icing on the cake for how good these two guys have been. I know that everybody, and rightfully so, love to crown Strami and always makes mention of Strami. But there was a bunch of Astros fans that were clamoring to get rid of Miller and Murphy early in the season because they were putting the struggles of this team on their shoulders. Now, in retrospect, when you look back and see the success stories, it's hard not to give them their flowers.
The Astros were dead last in ERA for a couple of months. It was nothing to do with Murphy and Miller. It had everything to do with throwing guys that weren't big leaguers, the amount of guys you were using, struggles from guys that you're now counting on. Hunter Brown was abysmal in the first couple of months of the year to the point where, like, hey, he probably needs to go down to Sugar Land to work on his craft. And he went all the way from needing a demotion to now suddenly one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Framber Valdez has kind of reinvented himself again, too. Like, Framber has always been a guy with great stuff, finished top 5 a few years ago, threw that curveball a lot, and then kind of started to venture away from the curveball, I think because he has trouble commanding it, and he was trying to work on his command. And now it's like, hey, why don't we add that to a weapon again when you're ahead of count so you can get more swing and miss? And he is getting tons of swing and miss. It's pretty incredible what they do.
And I think you'd agree with me. Throw Arrighetti in there as well, because when Arrighetti got called up, Arrighetti wasn't pitching the way he's pitching now. Arrighetti had to figure some things out, and whether it's when to use what pitches in terms of his sequencing and things like that. But as he settled in, those guys worked with him, and you could see a complete transformation in Arrighetti as well.
Yeah, they and it seems simple, and we've talked about this too, with Kikuchi, where it's okay. He doesn't throw the curveball, doesn't have good success. The Astros are going to limit his usage with the curveball. His changeup has better success than the amount that he's actually throwing it. Why don't we start throwing that more? So they do a lot of the keep it simple, stupid stuff. But then on top of that, and stuff that we probably don't see is, okay, how are we going to attack hitters? Like, how are we going to figure out the weakness of a guy, how we want to attack, the sequencing of what they do, because the sequencing is one of the most important things. Like, what is the oldest adage in baseball when it comes to a pitcher? Keep the hitter off balance. How do you keep a hitter off balance? With elite sequencing. You have really good sequencing, your hitter's going to be off balance. All of a sudden, it's a fastball that's 93 at the top of the zone. Good sequencing. It looks like it's 96, 97. We saw it a little bit with Jordan yesterday, more with the timing than sequencing, though. But it was off balance. Jordan was off balance, and he's late on 92-mile-per-hour heaters, which he's never late at 92-mile-per-hour heaters. So I think that what we do see in the obvious, they're really good at eliminate bad pitches, throw more of the good pitches. But then on top of that is we're going to be really good at sequencing, and we're going to be really good at attacking hitters' weaknesses, because they do have a long history. And even with Strom, I think it's an organizational philosophy that predates Strom. It's just taught to everybody that coaches pitching in their organization. You saw it with Garrett Cole. You saw it with Charlie Morton. I mean, Justin Verlander was not having a great year whenever he came here. You've had some veterans who've had their best years in Houston, the names that we mentioned. So this organization is really good, great, maybe elite at getting the most out of pitchers.
And I think you and I have talked about it throughout the year, too. When you think about and go pitcher by pitcher, it's different with different pitchers. And like you mentioned, Kikuchi, they knew that he had big league pitches that were above average, but they also knew that he had a tendency to leave fastballs and pitches right in the middle of the plate when he missed, and his curveball was a problem. And they fixed that. You talk about Arrighetti and the fact that he started to command the inside part of the plate, use his fastball a little bit more, and he had his success. Hunter Brown with the two-seamer and the fact that he also was commanding the inside part of the plate. Blanco only threw his changeup, I think, like 7% last year, and all of a sudden the changeup became an out pitch for him that made him much more effective. And you can go on and on. I even think Seth Martinez was a guy that went from mop-up to a guy you could really count on, because they did the same thing with him. And it's the amount of detail they put into, yes, it's the analytics and the spin and a lot of that kind of stuff, but it's also, like you said, getting down into marrying the lineup that you're facing with the pitches that you offer, and then never being the same in terms of the sequencing from the first, second, and third times you see it. First time, if you're using, primarily a lot of changeup, then mix it up the second time around and either go to the curveball or go to the fastball. But it's working, and you can't turn the other cheek and say, yeah, it's just the pitchers themselves and their ability. No, it's these guys doing what they need to do, doing their jobs well, so that these guys can be the best they can be.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to the best of Cal McNair's Ask Me Anything on Reddit, because he's a cool cat these days. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You need a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. School is back in session, so you need the kids out in the driveway, in the front yard, shooting some hoops whenever they get home from school for a couple of reasons. To allow them to, get the stress off their mind after a long day, and then get them out of your hair as you're making dinner or whatever you're doing. Get a goal from Pro Dunk. They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware, height adjustable. They have the highest quality basketball goals you'll find, unlike anything you'll find in the big box stores. And all of those things gives you that true, authentic feel whenever you see these goals in the pro gyms or the college gyms. And we mentioned it's height adjustable, didn't we? 5 feet to 10 feet, anywhere in between. And their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goal with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories are great, too. LED light kits for night play. Kids are in school, might not be able to play until the evening, probably want to wait until the sun goes down anyways because it's hot in Houston. Well, get LED light kits so you can play at night. Backstop nets, you don't have to waste your time chasing after the basketball, pull pad lettering, and lots more. You can order everything online, including professional installation. That's right. It's idiot-proof. You're not going to screw it up because you're going to get the pros to do it for you. The pros at Pro Dunk will install your goal, perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't have to lift a finger. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do the installation for you. Give them a call right now at 281-351-9822, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cody on Twitter, not taking away from anything y'all are saying, completely agree, but I wonder how big of the culture is part of this, the expectation of winning, knowing Jose's in the dugout trying to get to another ALCS, et cetera, et cetera. I never gave much weight to that. Maybe the expectation of winning, coming into a good clubhouse, a good culture, I think that probably carries some weight. I don't know if I'm going to put more weight in that than elite, like, pitching tactics and pitching strategy, though. Like, I mean, Kikuchi's a really good example of it because we just rattled off the 12 previous starts. We had a 6.50 ERA. Last 4 starts, he's got under a 2.50 ERA, and it's like, well, what's changed? Like, and people are, well, it's mechanics. No, that's too quick. That's too quick to be tinkering with your mechanics. They might have done like one tinker, but it's more about pitch usage and it's about pitch sequencing. That's the difference between Kikuchi with the Astros and Kikuchi with the Blue Jays. And it's more than just like, hey, this pitch is good, throw this a lot. Hey, this pitch is bad, eliminate it. They do that, but it's also the sequencing. It's also how they're attacking their hitters. I would say that the culture in the clubhouse matters. I just don't think it compares to getting the tutelage of what the Astros are instructing their pitchers to do.
I think there's two different things. I think there's a standard when a guy goes into that locker room and realizes, hey, there's an expectation that we're going to win. There's an expectation of how you're going to carry yourself and go about your business. When it comes down to your craft itself, I could see when they mentioned Verlander working with Hunter Brown a little bit, or a veteran being able to kind of suggest something here and there. But your coaches are the ones that are watching every pitch, literally charting everything that you do and the spin that it has and where the pitches went. And they're the ones that are going to be the first ones that do your bullpen sessions, that work with you in between, that show you the video. So, no, I think it's two different things. I think there is something to the culture in that locker room as it relates to these guys, the changes they've made, the success they've had. I don't think it's nearly where a veteran is able to make a difference. I think it's the two guys that are literally working with every guy in that staff.
Yeah, I mean, it predates them too, because obviously Brent Strom had it, but I think that's part of the organizational development. They picked it up from Strom. Strom picked it up from what he was being taught whenever he came here too. It's just an organizational thing. I mean, Strom even mentioned whenever he left, he's like, well, all these new guys are really Murphy and Millers anyways, so they're not going to miss a beat. And they didn't. Astros led the league in ERA the first year of Murphy and Miller. They went backwards a bit since then. They had a bad 2 months to the start of this year, and they've been on fire since.
The other thing too, Jeremy, is everybody that comes in, and Kikuchi and even Ferguson were the two guys that Espada mentioned. Hey, if they trust us, if they allow us and listen to us to give them the suggestions and they implement them, we're confident that they're going to have success. Because you can sit there and know what you think a pitcher needs to do, change, work on, but if they're not willing to listen to you and they're set in their ways, especially veterans, then you're not going to have any chance of getting the results that you need. But because they were open to the suggestions, Kikuchi is reaping the benefits. At least Ferguson had a 1-2-3 inning last night. But you have to be open to it in order to get to the point where a lot of these guys got to.
Yeah, it's gonna. You have to be coachable. There's no doubt. You have to be coachable. 2180. I think there's something to that last texter. Every non-Astro pitcher is a loser until they come to Houston. Become losers again when they leave, unless named Greinke and Morton. I mean, Garrett Cole was really good when he left the Astros. This year he hasn't been good because he's hurt. Space City Kev, being a lead at that pitching strategy on the coaching level is one of the things that led this team to be a winner, which is how you can have the expectation of winning so no one feeds the other, and the others and ones that expect is there, and it's in the culture. It's huge. I do think that there is the momentum aspect of it, too. 3109, Singh, around the league, teams know that the Astros can change an average pitcher to a top-tier pitcher. Does that quality become a disadvantage when it comes down to the trade deadline? Do you think the Astros will always get fleeced by other teams at the trade deadline when trading for a pitcher? No. I mean, trading for a pitcher is tough because they're expensive. Doing it at the deadline when there's a premium price on it is tough because they're expensive. I think that they could be a little bit better at maybe signing some bargain guys in free agency so that maybe they're not as desperate at the trade deadline, but they also just got crushed in the injury department at starting pitcher. So It's hard to put a whole lot of blame on them.
And it is. And every year situationally is different. I mean, you mentioned the injuries. If you're working with injuries or guys that suddenly are struggling that you've relied on in the past, even in this case of Montero, and suddenly you're looking, everybody knows and the writing's on the wall for what you're desperate for, what you're looking for. And in this case, in this scenario leading up to the deadline, we knew that the premium was pitching and the price was going to be hefty if you were going to be, in the competition for one or more pitchers, starter or reliever. And we saw that play out. That's not the same to say that it's going to be the same thing every year. And we know that the changes and needs of every team year to year are going to vary. But you're right. The combination of the injuries, some of the guys that were less than, and the fact that they were desperate to get back into this race, there was a lot of things happening in a short period of time where they had to pay a very high premium.
Yeah. Cal McNair was doing it, asked me anything on Reddit yesterday. His reputation much different than where it's been like 2 years ago. And again, I was first on it. Everybody wanted to call him a buffoon, a doofus. No, he's cool cat Cal McNair. And look, me being an influencer now, everybody believes that Cal McNair is a cool guy. He was on the Ask Me Anything yesterday. Some of the things that his favorite dinosaur is a T-Rex, which it's a cool dinosaur. What's your favorite dinosaur?
I would go that route.
Of any dinosaur that you look the most like, what would it be?
Probably T-Rex.
T-Rex? Yeah, I don't really know enough about dinosaurs. I don't know what they're
Got
called.
a big melon, and he's
They have short arms.
Yeah, and
they're athletic.
They're one of the most powerful, and biggest dinosaurs. I don't know. I know pterodactyl.
You don't eat a whole lot of red meat, though. We get to go. What are they called? The ones that don't eat meat? I forget what they're called. They're called something.
There's a dinosaur that doesn't.
There's a lot of plant-eating dinosaurs.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think like half of them are only plant-eating.
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't around. Hannah McNair crashed the party. Someone asked if Slowick missed a game, could Hannah McNair fill in? And she said she would blitz all day, in which Cal McNair said he calls the offense, babe.
Exactly.
It's starting to feel a little bit orchestrated, though. Like, it's starting to feel very scripted. Like, I'm kind of seeing through it. I like Cal McNair. I like the turnaround of Cal McNair. Hannah McNair has been instrumental in the turnaround of Cal McNair, I believe, and getting rid of Jack Easterby, I believe. But a lot of this is pretty scripted that we're starting to see.
I don't think it's just coincidental or just now. I think I've seen a lot of it, but to their credit, as an organization, whoever's helping them, however they've gone about this, it has been a stroke of genius the way they've handled everything. Because to your point, not everybody thinks that he's cool cat Cal now. I still think he is exactly who he is. He just has buffers, and Hannah should be the real unsung hero that gets a ton of credit, because once she got in the picture started to change, and she has been such a huge positive from the fan base to the things that they're actually doing. And I think the combination together has made them more lovable from the fan base's perspective too, and kind of helped it to kind of accelerate the process of turning it around. But look, Cal plays his part really well. She does too. She interrupts when she has to or when she wants to.
Is it getting to the point where it's a little cringe, though?
Oh, yeah.
I think so, too.
I think it's already been.
I think it's a little cringe. But, like, it's okay. It can be cringe, though, because they're good and because they're winning. Like, you can kind of do whatever whenever you're winning. It's forgivable when you're winning. If the Texans disappointed and going like 4-13 this year and they're still doing that thing, I think people are going to start pointing out the cringe a little bit more.
Well, you mentioned it. It's like the what was it, the wrestling open that they did?
Mm-hmm.
That's great when you're winning. But that gets really corny and attacked in a hurry if you're a losing franchise and you're doing it. But also the fact that they've been willing to own it as their shtick, it works for now. But how long are people is going to go before people tire of it? If you keep winning, they'll take whatever you're throwing out there.
You can do it forever. And really, if you spend, too, like if you're willing to spend and open up the checkbook and kind of get out of the way, I think you can kind of be forgiven, too. I'll take the cringe over the guy that's like, dying on the hill for Jack Easterby, though.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think the other thing, too, Jeremy, is that they're not going to take the negativity if something would go wrong, because they're not the Dan Snyders and the Jerry Jones, and I got my hand in the cookie jar and I'm dealing with everything on the football side. When things go wrong, on like football side of things and personnel things, it's just going to be Nick Caserio, D'Amico, whatever. Whereas when you get these other owners that want to meddle too much, that's when people start getting a lot of negativity towards ownership.
Yeah. Herbivore is the word I was looking for. Herbivore only eats plants. Carnivores eat the meat. There's a lot of herbivore dinosaurs. This texture said, "What is what?" He says, "What is unherbivore?" That would be what is a herbivore. He said, "Come on, man. I tell you this all the time. I am not smart. I don't know why you guys think that I'm smart. I really don't understand."
When did we study dinosaurs in grade school? I used to have some of the little plastic dinosaurs and
I don't
stuff
even,
when we
probably.
Yeah, but I mean, and I might be able to name 5 back then. I don't think I can name more than a couple now.
Yeah, but I'm not even looking for excuses. I'm just dumb. Like, I don't know what the listeners expect of me. I am not a smart person. I've told you this forever, and I prove this time and time again. I prove this every single day. I did watch A Land Before Time when I was young. I think it was Littlefoot. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, and then what was it? There was way before your time, but was it The Land of the Lost? Was the dinosaur kid show?
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, but I could, what is it? Pterodactyl, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Triceratops. I think that's where I end.
Branham Kid could tell you every single dinosaur that's ever existed.
Is that right?
Yeah, he would sweep us off our feet when it comes to this. All right, 713-780-3776. Is Cal McNair cringe? What do you think of him being on the Ask Me Anything on Reddit? Also, when we return, is the Texans' depth good enough? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at helping you get your hair back, and it's literally your hair. It's not the sprays and the creams and the foams that mask the problem. It's actually your hair taking from a place where you're never going to lose it, and he explained it to me. Genetically, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other places. And he can take some of that, repurpose it, put it where you need it most. The NeoGraft is that procedure, and in no time at all, you have your hair back. It's the same color. It grows in the same direction. Everything falls into place literally, and you have a better appearance, more self-confidence, and it's going to stay with you for a lifetime because he's taking it from a place where it's never going to go away. You could have a bald spot up on top and back. You could have a hairline that's sadly going up and up and up by the day, and he can fix it. That's the biggest thing. And the other big thing is, because you listen to us and you're interested in what he has to offer and to see if it might be right for you, you can go to 975hair.com and get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150 if you just are walking in off the street. But if you go to 975hair.com and set up the appointment, they're going to take care of you with a free consultation. They'll explain to you what PRP is. It's like fertilizing your lawn. There's hair there. It's just, it needs to be thicker and stronger. The PRP can do that. You've heard about it with athletes using it for their elbows and their knees and such. You can do it with hair too, and they can explain to you how. And the NeoGraft procedure. If it's just already gone, there's no hair left, and you want to get hair back, the NeoGraft is the way to do it. And because you're listening to us and you go to them, no obligation, no signing on the dotted line, no fees that you have to pay, just a question and answer session after they explain the two procedures, and you can decide for yourself if it's right for you. It was right for me. It was right for so many others. You could be next in line. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. The word cringe is cringe. Yeah, I can see that. Land Before Time, only real ball knowers are familiar. I agree. That was Land Before Time was awesome.
Okay.
Great show. Wheat straw dinosaurs feel different to me, nor that we think they had feathers instead of scales. Okay, this is getting a little too deep here. 2753, also let Cal cook. Yeah, let Cal McNair cook. Let him cook by getting out of the way and letting the football people make the football decisions. Let Nick Caserio handle the roster. Let D'Amico handle the coaching, and Cal McNair can worry about his image. Yes, let's let Cal cook. I agree.
Yeah, no, let him keep flipping burgers and dogs and doing what he needs to do to keep the peeps full and happy at and around practices, and let the football guys do what they're paid to do. And the fact that we don't know what we don't know about how it all went down when they got Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud and who said what and how many people were involved. But at the end of the day, if they said their piece and stayed out of it and let those guys get those two guys too, then keep going with that system.
What do you think of the Texans' depth? Can they survive critical injuries? I mean, obviously, if C.J. Stroud goes down, they're doomed. Like every NFL team that loses a starter outside of Nick Foles, they're doomed. But what about other positions? Is the Texans' depth good enough?
Yeah, the thing that I was thinking about in all of this was the fact that even when you have impact players, a lot of times like a Parsons in Dallas, if you lose him on defense, their defense is in shambles. When you think about losing Autry for the first 6 games and you still have pass rushers across the board, and it's not just going to be Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., but you've got guys that showed that even from a Jerry Hughes that seems like he's on the back 9 of his career, he's found something enough to be able to be effective. That I was thinking about, aside from CJ, because everybody knows if you lose the quarterback, you're pretty much probably done, no matter who your backup is. But have they created enough depth and talent that we didn't see in years past to where even if there was a guy on either side of the football that you lost, that they're going to be okay? And the first thing that came to mind was you lose Autry. But who are the guys that are going to be that impactful? The only guys that really came to my mind, first and foremost, was Laramie Tunsil. Because if you lose Laramie Tunsil, now left tackle is such a valuable position that if you don't have Laramie Tunsil, no matter who you try and fill those shoes with, no matter whether it's your first round pick or anybody else that you're looking at, I just don't know. Is it Fisher? Was he second round pick? Yeah. I don't think that's the one guy that came to mind that he would be so hard to replace as Laramie Tunsil. And Stingley might be on the other side. But when you think about it, there are some guys that you're a little cringeworthy if you lose. But unlike years past, this team has so much more depth. We even went with it with the offensive line last year with the guys they lost, and they had to scramble before the season and try to pick up some veterans, where I think that they've created a lot of depth right now, which should be appreciated too, in the fact that they're not going to be hopefully in that same situation no matter what happens with injuries.
Yeah, I mean, depth at running back, probably not there, but can you survive without it? Probably. Receiving has plenty of depth. I think tight end has depth. Could you miss a few games with Dalton Schultz? I think so. I think you could live with a few games without Dalton Schultz. Tunsil, I'm with you. I like Fisher. He's not ready to fill in for Laramie Tunsil. Now, if it was right tackle, I think you're fine. I think you can survive a couple of games with the interior offensive line. Like, you don't want Kenyon Juice and Shaq Mason to get hurt. But the guys that are backing him up played a lot of snaps last year. Kendrick Green played a lot of snaps. Jared Patterson played a lot of snaps. So I think you could survive that. Defensively, even if like an Anderson or a Hunter went down for a little bit, well, you still have one of them. You're going to get Foley back after 6 weeks, so at least you have reinforcements on the way. Defensive tackle, I think, is you have your top guys, Foley, probably Edwards, but you have some guys that can fill in there. I would point to Stingley. Like you did. I think you would have a significant drop off from Stingley, and it's not so much that Lassiter would be the next guy up. It's more that if Stingley gets hurt, now you're having to play like a Cooter or Henderson, right? And the drop off from Stingley to a Cooter or Henderson's pretty great. So Stingley would be at the top of my list. I think you can survive everywhere else.
I got one for you.
Pretty
I was going to say. So you said the two sleepers for me, because I think the ones where it's just most significant would be Stingley and or Laramie Tunsil. But the two sleepers to me, if anything happens to Mixon, your depth at running back is not great. And the guys that you need to do at least something like Joe Mixon can do it. I don't think, with the exception of maybe Cam Akers, but with the injuries, I don't know how much you can use him to be an every down back. And linebacker's the other one to me. If something happens to El Shair, I'm like, boy, they need some depth at linebacker, because if he goes down, with as much as they're relying on him to be the quarterback of that defense, be the run stopper, be all over the field, I think that they could look to add some depth at linebacker.
Yeah, the linebacker is something that is a little bit worrisome, especially with the current state of Christian Harris.
Yeah.
With Harris being as banged up as he has, and he hasn't really practiced. Like, he got back out on the field and then immediately was like limping off the field before he did anything of consequence. That's the linebacker spot's where I'm more worried about the linebacker spot than any other spot.
Yeah, I think linebacker to me and running back were the two that I think kind of get overlooked when you think about how impactful Stingley and everybody talking about how great he can be and taking it to another level this year, and how valuable Tunsil's been as being one of the best left tackles in the game. But you got two guys in this offseason that you are relying so heavily on that I don't think enough has been put into, just in the rare case, but on the what ifs, if something happens to one or both of those guys, that could greatly alter what you do on both sides of the football.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Have you watched the Steve McNair documentary? It's good. I've not watched that yet. I did listen to a podcast, The Fall of a Titan, a few years ago that I imagine is very, very similar, that I really enjoyed. So I probably will watch it. 8341, I think the depth, that would be hard. The most over injuries will be the offensive line. They work so close together. Defense, you're kind of out there on an island by yourself. You work together with the schemes and all, but man, your offensive line, if you take a couple of injuries, it's going to be tough. I think especially if it's a key guy. Like, I would have Laramie Tunsil high on that list. Laramie to Fisher is a huge drop-off. I don't think Titus Howard to Fisher is that significant, though. I think Titus is a better football player right now, but could you survive 3 weeks if Blake Fisher's your right tackle instead of Titus Howard? I think so. I think the next highest guy on the offensive line that I wouldn't want to lose is Shaq Mason, because he's just the veteran in the room. Like Kendrick Green, if he had to play it instead of Kenyon Green, is it a drop-off? Sure. But is it significant? I think it's moderate. I wouldn't say it's that substantial as going from Shaq Mason to somebody else. I think Patterson can fill in a pinch. So I would say Laramie Tunsil the most important on the offensive line. I would actually say Shaq Mason number 2. And then after that, maybe Juice, because he's your center. And then Kenyon Green, Titus Howard might be a toss-up. I don't want to not say Titus Howard because people think I'm biased.
At least with Juice, if he goes down, you got Patterson to back him up. I think the scary thing would be if you're relying heavily right now on Kenyon Green, and Kenyon Green, again, falls short or gets another season-ending type injury. That could really screw everything up, too, with the continuity of the line.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I'm tired of hearing this narrative about the Chiefs, that they have this ability to flip the switch. We'll discuss it when we come back. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So I'm tired of hearing this narrative on the Kansas City Chiefs. I hear everybody talk about how Kansas City last year they were able to flip a switch. They just flipped the switch and then they took off. Why are we ignoring the fact that Kansas City was dominant defensively all last year? They might have flipped the switch offensively. I'm willing to give you that their offense was kind of mediocre. I wouldn't even say mediocre. It was kind of like not as elite as we thought the Kansas City offense should be because Kansas City has Pat Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid. So you automatically think Kansas City should be a top 5 offense in the NFL. And they finished 15th last year in points. So pretty average, I guess. Above average slightly. But it's like, well, they flipped the switch when it came to the playoffs. Other than the offense, that's not the case. They were really good defensively all year long. They were second in points against in the entire NFL. You can't be second best in points against in the entire NFL by flipping a switch. So I don't like the narrative that exists about Kansas City. Well, who cares? It's Kansas City. But the whole idea that Kansas City's football team flipped the switch and then had this, great run through the playoffs is such a myth. They were a dominant defensive team that went 11-6 and won the division, and then offensively in the playoffs they started to heat up. But even then, they scored 26 against Miami, 27 against Buffalo, 17 against Baltimore, 25 against San Fran. So it's not like the offense all of a sudden started to go lights out. They were a defensive team first, and defense carried them throughout the entire season.
Well, and you think about it from an offensive perspective, there is a correlation for when Kelce got back and then got healthy. With as much as everybody said they could flip a switch because of Patrick Mahomes, and we knew that their receivers weren't great, at least on paper they didn't look great. The fact is, early on when they were struggling, Kelce was out, he was getting healthy. He wasn't who he was going to end up turning out to be yet again. But when you have a healthy Travis Kelce and a Patrick Mahomes, the receivers are secondary anyway, and the fact that they showed that they were able to run the football. But you're right, their defense, which everybody early in this kind of dynasty-type run that they're putting together, their defense was always, there's question marks. They can't do this, they can't do that. Well, they had a lockdown corner that ended up going for big money at the end of the season. You had the defensive line was one of the better defensive lines in all of football, and they showed that they could do whatever they needed to do defensively. Spagnuolo did everything and pushed the right buttons. It was basically primarily that everybody thought the switch would flip because he didn't have great big-name wide receivers like Tyreek Hill and the guys that he's had in the past.
I think it has something to do with that, and I think like in the larger view, it's about the offense. Because the offense was middle of the pack in the NFL, when you had the expectation that Pat Mahomes was going to lead the NFL in passing, he was going to lead the NFL in touchdowns, Travis Kelce was going to catch 20 touchdowns in front of his boo, Taylor Swift, that Pacheco was going to run for 1,500 yards because Andy Reid is the greatest offensive mind we've seen in NFL history. Because of that being kind of who you expected Kansas City to be, and they didn't do that offensively, we kind of ignore that they were just under the radar, a dominant defensive team all year. And then they win a bunch of games in the playoffs, and again, they weren't lighting up the scoreboard in the playoffs either. They averaged around 23 points per game in the postseason. That's not like this elite offense, but what were they doing in the playoffs? They were limiting points like they did the entire regular season. So I'm not a big fan of the Kansas City flipped the switch last year and then turned it on when they had to. No. They were a mediocre offense, really, even in the postseason. They had a dominant defense throughout the entire year, and it's not like they were a 9-8 team that lucked their way into the playoffs and then went on a run. They were 11-6. They were 11-6 last season. They weren't some luck box team that was just happy to be there.
Why don't we think about the one interview Mahomes did after a win on national TV when he made the statement and everybody was like, and he said, this may be the best defense that I've had since I've been a member of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
And everybody, because they were overlooking it and just thinking, that's his way of deflecting, but it's all about the offense. He was right. I mean, when you talk about the guys that they have and all the things that they were able, with Snead on the outside, all the different guys that they were able to do things with that in the past maybe they didn't have. But he was right. As a unit, this was the best defense Pat Mahomes has had since he's been quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, that's that people I remember that interview. I'd forgotten about that. their defense was just better than their offense last year. And people can't comprehend that because of the star power they have on offense. So then what do they say? Well, they just got hot in the playoffs. No, they were just more of a defensive-oriented football team, which is bizarre because of the pieces that they do have. They had the second best defense in the NFL last year. That's not a team that all of a sudden flipped a switch. You can't be the second best defense in the NFL and flip a switch.
You also mentioned it as it relates to how intelligent the people in the room are. When they're playing in cold weather and snowy weather and things like that, they know that as long as you have Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce and whoever else you have as a supporting cast, they're going to be a pass-heavy offensive team. But when the weather changes, when the snow comes down, when they're in Arrowhead in December and beyond, a guy like Pacheco getting you the extra yards, able to grind it out, hand the ball to him, get out of the way, and you know he's going to get you positive yardage. You didn't have to use him all year, but when you did choose to use him, they could ride him because he was so effective. And that also goes to an offensive line, which in the past has had issues, and they've let big names go. Their offensive line did exactly what they had to do as well and don't get enough credit.
I wonder what Algerius Sneed does with the Titans this year. I kind of just feel like that's going to be a regression. Like, I feel like he played his absolute best last year, got paid. The Chiefs are like so long, and then the Titans give him all that money. I mean, I'm sure he'll still be good, but will he be as good as he was last year?
Well, and you think about it, they signed Diggs. They're always going to try and make their defense kind of like their calling card, especially now that they lost Derrick Henry. Defensively, it's always get the veterans, be tough, do the things like Vrabel used to do. But I'm not sure those guys are going to do it. I think in the case of Sneed, look, he got a ring, and then he got the bag. And so at that point, some guys want us to just hang on to being a part of a dynasty. They'll take less. They just want that winning feeling. Other guys just say, once you get me that ring, I'm just going to get as much money as I possibly can to be comfortable.
Yeah. I don't blame a guy for that, obviously. No. I'm just curious what it looks like for the Chiefs. Like, I don't think the Chiefs are going to be the second best defense in the NFL this year. They lost Snead, obviously a big piece for them. Now they lost Tyreek Hill and then won 2 other Super Bowls, but you had Pat Mahomes throwing the football around. I still think Kansas City's fabulous. I think they're going to dip a little bit defensively. I still think they'll be like a top 7 defense, but I think they improve offensively.
I think you're probably right. I mean, I think, look, they drafted a wide receiver in the first round. They've upgraded their wide receiver to where they had Marquez Valdez-Scantling and his lack of ability to have any kind of hands, no matter how fast he was. But he also stepped up big when they needed a guy. Tony was a guy that they let go, got back, and he had his moments. This year, I don't think you have to worry about guys that just have moments. You've got guys that could be more consistent for you offensively. So I think that's going to help Mahomes no matter what. You assume he's still going to get a lot out of Kelce and Pacheco and the guys that have been around. But that offensive line is steady too. And as long as Mahomes has time and he can go off script, they can do whatever the hell they want offensively.
Chewy says the KC defense is meh, pass defense studs, but not a fan of the run defense. They couldn't slow down the run. Formula to beat them is to run it down their throats. Branham is wrong on the KC defense. Talks so well on the pass defense. They were number 2 in the NFL. They were number 2 in the NFL in pass and defense in two different fronts. They were number 2 in the NFL in yards allowed, and they were number 2 in the NFL in points allowed. And their run defense wasn't as good as their pass defense. They were 18th in the NFL, but still number 2 in the defense.
I should say number 2 overall. All you got to be is close to the middle of the pack in one or the other, and just really good at the other. And I think the one to Chewy's point, though, I would look at linebacker and say that's one area that you really got to pay attention to with the Chiefs. But overall, they got a really good defensive coordinator in Spagnuolo, and they've got enough pieces that they can do something with to still be as effective. And with that offense, with that bad man at number 15 at quarterback, they don't have to be number 2 every year. But again, if you're going to upgrade on the offense a little bit with the receivers this year, then you don't have to necessarily be as staunch as you were on the defensive side a year ago.
Yeah. You see CeeDee Lamb apparently wants more than $33 million, which would be the second highest contract given to a receiver. Jefferson's at 35, and then you drop down to A.J. Brown, who's at 32, and then you have Chase, who's in the mix here, too. I bet you Chase wants 35 at least, or maybe 35 and $1. I guess CeeDee Lamb wants the Justin Jefferson deal.
He does. And look, this goes back to, remember when we were talking about when Verlander hit the market and Verlander and Scherzer were going to get their contracts, and Scherzer already got the 43, and Verlander might want 43 and $1 extra, but that's what he's targeting. That's what he got. And if you're CD Lamb, there's no reason why you shouldn't do exactly what quarterbacks do. It doesn't matter if you truly are talent-wise the best quarterback out there. If you're the next quarterback up and your contract comes up, well, the target you're eyeing, just like Tua and Jordan Love and the guys that came up right after the last contract was signed, that's the number I'm chasing. That's why we said CJ is going to get to a point where he's going to get 60+, because when his contract comes up next, it's going to be in that marketplace. Receivers can do the exact same thing. When you think about Cowboy fans clamoring for he should give you a deal, why should he? The fact that this should be on Jerry Jones. This should be on the fact that Jerry Jones is trying to, at least he's giving the outward opinion that he's cheap, because you need him, you got to sign him, and the market's going to dictate within $1 million or $2 million what you're going to pay him. And the fact that he's not with you now only slows you down coming out of the gates to try and do what you're expected to do as the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, I think it's all posturing. I think they'll figure it out. I think they'll figure Dak out when they absolutely need to. I think they'll figure CD out. I think Chase is going to get paid. I think AU is going to get paid.
I think Dallas will sign Parsons too eventually.
I don't know. That's going to be tough.
I mean, those are 3 big contracts, but I mean, like I said, that's a guy where he makes your whole defense go. He's so disruptive that I have a hard time thinking about the Cowboys letting that guy get out of their room.
If you had to let one guy go, though, who's the guy out?
Yeah, I think you have to. He's the first guy that has to go, just because of the fact that there's no other quarterback that's going to come in and do anything near what Dak's done. And the thing that is Dak's security blanket every single time offensively is where CD Lamb.
Yeah, I rather spend the money on offense. You look at who wins in the NFL. It's usually offenses. And Kansas City might have bucked the trend a little bit. And it's Kansas City with Mahomes. That's the team that bucked the trend a little bit. NFL is also considering still tweaking the touchback rule, which is what are we doing here, guys? The NFL season starts here in a couple of weeks. How are you still tweaking this? This is it's insulting to these special team coordinators who are trying to figure out the best way to go about it. I hate that they made this change. It looks terrible. And now, weeks before the season, you're still tinkering it? It's awful.
It doesn't give you a confident position to say that they know what they're doing and they feel good about what they've seen so far. And again, because we just talked about this yesterday and you had brought up, hey, a touchback should be more along the lines of the 35 or the 40. And now they're talking about the 35-yard line as a possibility. They're not leaning that they're going to try and make that abrupt of a change before the start of the season, but it's not off the table. And then they're tweaking other things to go with it about having a 12th man on the field to be able to hold the football or how the football is placed on the tee. It means it's too gimmicky. And if you're worried about this now going into the start of the season, this is stuff that should have been experimented with and considered and deeply thought about well before training camp started. But now that we're almost through training camp, you can't make changes.
Yeah. Just reverse it back to the way it was. There's not many people who like this.
No.
I think you ask some returners in the league, and returners be like, yeah, I like this because they probably have more opportunity. That's probably it. That's probably the only people that like it are returners.
Well, you think about it. The last big change they made was the distance on the extra point. And even then, there was pushback.
I don't like that either.
And I wasn't big on that because it wasn't broken. It was exactly what it was for how many years, and there wasn't a problem. Then suddenly you thought this would make it more exciting, so you bumped it back. And as it relates to history and statistics and everything else, it's going to have an impact. This right here is just, it has nothing to do with scoring. It has everything to do with just, it's too gimmicky, and it literally looks like you are the king of the hill and no one's knocking you off. And you went to the minor leagues and decided, I think we should take that. Why?
Yeah. They would tell you injuries, excitement to a boring play. Who cares? Let it be boring. Let it be boring. We want to see the offenses anyways, right?
What were the stats last year? Most kickers kicked it through the back of the end zone every time anyway.
Yeah. Which play in football would you rather see? A kickoff, old rule, kickoff, new rule, or the offense playing the defense?
Yeah.
Give me offense,
defense,
defense. That's what I want. I don't want to see specialists. I don't need to see Steven Sims running the ball all the time. I want to see Stroud in the first-team defense. I want to see Lamar Jackson in the first-team Texans defense. That's the matchup that I want. I don't need to see this undercard of specialists. No offense, John Weeks. I love you. 713-780-3776. HRP listener line. Let's talk to the old skipper, Larry Durker. Astro Hall of Famer. He was there this weekend as they inducted Ken Caminiti. Let's get the old skipper, Larry Durkin, talk about the Astros and how they're currently performing as well. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Vanderford Air. Look, we're in triple digits, and it's going to stay that way for a while. You have got to rely heavily on your AC, as we know, being Houstonians, and that means you need a backup plan if it goes down. If your HVAC system and your AC goes down, you need somebody that can be there quickly and fix it the right way the first time. That's why I always talk about Vanderford Air. VanderfordAir.com is going to tell you all the things that they can do. They do plumbing, too. They do water heaters. They do a lot of different stuff. But right now, as it relates to Houstonians, you got to have people that are quality that you can lean on when it comes to your AC. And that means they're going to put everything in writing. That means they're going to back up everything they do. And they do it so well that they're even going to guarantee you that when you call them within 24 hours, they're going to be out to see you no matter how busy they are. And right now, AC companies are jammed with customers. You don't have to wait for days, let alone a week. They're going to be at your door within 24 hours, and they're going to do what needs to be done. They back it all up. It's like I told you about. Everything is guaranteed. You call them, 24 hours later, they're there to see you. And then they have a 5-step guarantee on everything they do. They're going to put everything in writing. They're going to tell you what it would cost to just replace the part that might be broken, and they're also going to put in the price to put in a new system. Either way, that system or those parts, guaranteed. The work that their guys are going to do, guaranteed. And the fact is, your satisfaction is guaranteed. If you ain't happy, you get your money back. And that's what I love about these guys. They put their money where their mouth is, and they put it all on the line to make sure that you are pleased as a customer. When you're dealing with companies that do services, that's exactly what you want. Check them out today at VanderfordAir.com. But 281-557-COOL is a number that you need to lock into your phone. Whether you want them to check out your AC before it could potentially get even hotter out, or you need them now, and you need them to do what needs to be done to fix your AC. 281-557-COOL gets you on the books, gets you on their call sheet, and gets you to have them there within 24 hours. Check them out today, VanderfordAir.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
B-Rod's efforting Larry Durker. If it was Brian, I think Larry Durker would be on, but no, B-Rod. I'm kidding. You know what it really is? Larry Durker's getting back at the Killer Bees for never coming through in the postseason. That's what it is. Ooh. That's what it is. 713-780-3776. 2180, what is dumber, the NFL kickoff rule or the extra inning baseball rule?
I'm going to go extra inning baseball rule. We cannot stand the Manfred man rule for a reason. You talk about gimmicky and going against what has not been broken for a long period of time, no matter if you thought the games went on too long or not. If that's your only excuse, then miss me on all of it. It's got to be the Manfred man rule.
Yeah, they're both pretty bad. The more gimmicky of the two, though, I think, is the extra inning baseball rule. So I'm gonna agree with you. I don't like either one of them, but I feel like the extra inning Manfred man rule is like not baseball. At least this is still football, but like it just in a different alignment, really.
Yeah, and the skill of it's one thing if you're trying to get an extra 5 yards on a kickoff or something like that. But when you literally are putting a runner in scoring position, you are altering the outcome of a game that way. Not just a play on a kickoff that can give you some yards. It's essentially deciding the game a hell of a lot quicker. And I don't like that.
Yeah. The kick returns are electric. Sorry, boomers, says 6761. Blankers is a boomer. I do identify as a boomer, so you are accurate there. 409 Josh, I think once Tyreek Hill and other dynamic players are back returning kicks in key situations, it will generate highlights and excitement. Okay. If Tyreek Hill is back there in a key situation, I withhold the right to change my opinion. It would have to be a very, very specific situation for guys that good to be returning kicks, in my opinion.
Have we not thought about what we harped on about how we never wanted to see Tank Dell blocking again?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing you don't want to do is put one of your best players in harm's way. If it was necessity, emergency, you're down, the clock is running out, you need a return to try and put your offense in a position to have a chance late in the game. Maybe it's that big of a situation that you would do that. But let's be smart about the fact that you're not going to put your best receivers in that situation in a blender, so to speak, to try and do something big and possibly get hurt.
I mean, the only time that you would ever think about like a Tyreek in that spot, or specifically for the Texans, like a Nico or a Tank, would be if there's 2 seconds left on the clock. Like you don't have a chance for an offensive play. And maybe like 8 seconds where it's, okay, this is our final chance to score. This is our only chance to win a game. This is the only time you're going to do it. Because if you have enough time, and we saw C.J. Stroud last year against Tampa, didn't need a whole lot of time. If you have more than like 30 seconds, you're not going to do that. Nope. You're just going to let's get it in the hands of our offense and try to do something quick.
Yeah.
So it's going to have to be very, very niche to see something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think that you nailed it. If it's like 22 seconds, 18 seconds, and you at least want to get the offense a chance to get one completion and a chance at a Hail Mary or whatever, however, depending on how many points you're down, then maybe you look to get something in a return game. Other than that, you just want the ball in your offense's hands to get close to the sidelines, and you'll run the risk of putting everything on the shoulders of your best player.
Yeah. Few news items coming from the Astros today. Alex Bregman could be available off the bench tonight.
Okay.
So that's good news. I don't even need to see Bregman. He was taking ground balls yesterday. He was hitting in the cages reportedly. Now, he wasn't throwing a baseball across the diamond. Maybe something to read into.
I had heard the interview with a spotter that said he kept kind of doing the put me in coach thing.
Yeah.
He really, after warming up, he wanted to, and they're bordering on being cautious, and I don't blame him.
It sounds like that he's close, though. So, that's good news. It seems like his return is imminent, and if you have a 5-game lead in the division, give him 2 days after he's 100%. Give me the old Dusty Baker. You didn't have this luxury 2 weeks ago, but now, you won yesterday. Mariners lost yesterday. You have a 5-game lead in the division. Make sure Alex Bregman has an extra day or two after being 100%. The Astros have also claimed Ben Gamel off of waivers from the Mets, who – Gamel this year, 23 big league at bats, 217 average, 96 OPS plus. Played with he didn't play in the bigs last year. Played with
Pirates and Brewers.
Pirates in 22, 232 hitters, 693 OPS. This to me seems like a hoping that he's an upgrade from Trey Cabbage because he's a left-handed bat, can play all three outfield positions.
This is exactly that. It's my platooning outfielders right now while I'm waiting for Tucker to come back ain't great. If I could find someone that might be a little better than the ain't greats I got to take a chance. I got to take a flyer.
This is like maybe he can be a marginal upgrade, and if he can be a marginal upgrade, then we're boosting up our team because they are very right-handed heavy. That's why they brought Cabbage up yesterday and sent down Pedro Leon. But the problem is Trey Cabbage isn't very good. The other problem is that he might be better than the guy they sent down. So they're just looking for a minor upgrade. And Gamble might be that over Cabbage, who really hasn't done anything this year. 212 average. He strikes out all the time. OPS plus is 66. So I trust that Gamble's an upgrade over Cabbage. We'll see if he gets called up at some point. And then the news this morning that was going around social media in Houston was Hector Neris. Hector Neris not only was DFA'd, but apparently he's already cleared waivers.
Yeah.
Like, it's weird how we get news on these guys. Other guys, it's like, okay, he's been DFA'd. Now we have to wait a few days for him to clear waivers. Now he's cleared waivers. He's a free agent. That he's already cleared waivers. So Hector Neris is available for any team in Major League Baseball.
Look, if you're the Astros and whether it was the stuff that we've talked about previously, whether it's the culture, it's the locker room, it's the pitching coaches, he was comfortable here. And when he was comfortable here, he was good. And if you consider him to be better than what you have at any one of your relief pitcher spots, or you just want a little bit more depth because he knows everything that goes on here, he liked it here. I'm all about looking at Hector Neris and saying a prorated a portion of the veterans minimum to bring him in for the rest of the season. Is he better than, in my opinion, a Caleb Ferguson or some of the guys that you have in your bullpen? Yeah, then I'm all about bringing him in too.
Hector Neris has been incredibly mediocre this year. I could go either way on this because the Astros bullpen is a bit crowded. Like, you have some guys there that I don't dislike. Like, I kind of like where the Astros bullpen is at. Neris was obviously really, really good for you last year. He's been pretty average this year for the Cubs. Maybe it's one of those things where, like, hey, we still like his stuff, and we think that he can be better than the guys we have there. And if that is the thought of the Astros, cool, bring him in. I'm not going to be upset about that. But if the thought of the Astros is like, he's 35 years old, we feel like we got the best out of him, there's a reason we didn't bring him back, I'm also okay with Dana Brown saying, yeah, we're okay. We're good without Hector Neris. I could go either way. Like, this is one where in Dana Brown I trust. Like, you've earned the benefit of the doubt on some of these guys for me. You've given me the eye test. I believe in your eye. If you think that Neris is washed and he just doesn't have it anymore, okay, let's ride out Caleb Ort, who throws 100 miles per hour. He was a righty. Maybe they want to give Forrest Whitley a crack because they think he could be a weapon down the stretch. So I'm going to not have a take on this, which is not anything you should do on sports radio, and say that I simply will take the word of Dana Brown when it comes to Hector Neris. If he's in on him and he brings him in, cool. Let's bring the vibes back. If he's like, we like our other arms better and we think Neris at 35 is worst, okay, Dana Brown, I trust you.
Yeah, and that's fine. I you know how much I've been a fan of Hector Neris when he was here. I wanted them to bring him back. Of all the pitchers that were the relief pitchers free at the end of the year, that's the guy that I wanted to see find a way to come back to this team. He had great success here. He was a fan favorite as well, which doesn't hurt. And he talked about how much he loved pitching here. Mm-hmm. I'm fine with that. If you're going to do a gamble move, then I would consider the Neris move too. And like you said, look, the guy's no talent. When it comes to Dana Brown, he knows talent. So that's fine. But for me, if I have the chance to get a guy like Neris, and I'm not a big fan of Caleb Ferguson, and I don't think he's been very good since they brought him back. I understand he's a lefty, but if I can get Neris, who's a experienced ex-closer, high-leverage guy, no matter what he's been in Chicago, and think, hey, fresh start for the rest of the season, guy that really had success here, I'm going to get that guy.
I think it's very important to note that Hector Neris this year is not who he was last year, though.
Right.
His performance, like maybe he comes back to, we just talked about Murphy and Miller. Maybe Murphy and Miller get their hands on him again, and then all of a sudden he reverts back to who he was last year. That's why I'm giving the benefit of the doubt and just this decision on Dana Brown, where it's like, okay, we can get that guy again. Okay, Dana, I trust you. You did it with Yusei Kikuchi. If you think you can do it with Neris, I'm going to trust you. If you're saying that we like Caleb Ort's 100-mile-per-hour fastball, and Hector Neris is 35 and washed, and his whip's up to 152 from 105 last year, okay, I trust you, Dana. So yeah, I'm wishy-washy on Hector Neris, and again, it's a dangerous place to be. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's cash him or trash him. What are your hot takes? What are your overreactions? You want the Bees to cash or trash? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Cash them or trash them with the Bees. Blankers, what are you cashing? What are you trashing?
I went negative a couple times. I feel bad about the Luis Garcia news, so I'm going to go positive, Jeremy, and I never thought I'd be saying this. The Astros are going to end the regular season with the best record in the American League. And I think it's challenging because of the fact that they have injuries. And I know that there are good teams out there, but if we keep saying that this team's been there, done that, and that they have the experience and the locker room and everything else, I believe.
I'm going to trash it, but just barely.
Trash.
I think it's in play. I think it's like 60-40. I would say they're going to finish with a top 2 record, though. Which
get the bye.
It's almost as good, right?
Yeah.
You get the bye. The only time it would come into play is if you have to play the top seed in the ALCS, so then you wouldn't have home field advantage, which maybe isn't the worst thing in the world with the Astros and the batter's eye, although their home record is better than their away record this year. That was not the case last year. Of course, lost every home game in the ALCS. Sorry to bring that up. I think they're going to fall just shy of the top record in the American League, but I do think they'll finish top 2 and get a bye. So I'm not – this isn't like a huge trash because I think it's in play. I'll go with the second seed, though. So a minor trash.
I'll take that, though. I mean,
absolutely.
Look, as long as you get the bye and it can avoid the wild card, I'm great with it. But when you look at, I looked at the standings this morning, and you start looking at the fact that what seemed to be so grossly out of reach is now, 4 games? You're 4 games out? Then it's realistic.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's in play. It very much is in play. Now, the trouble here, I guess, is that the top record in the American League is shared by the Yankees and the Orioles. Well, I guess the Yankees are a half game up, but 73-52, 73-53. So you're chasing both of those teams. So it's like you're in third right now because the wild card can't be the third seed, but you have to climb 3 different teams to get there. That's why I think that they fall shy of the AL East winner, because it only takes one of those teams finishing really good down the stretch. I think they catch the Guards. I think the AL East winner will be the 1 seed. I think the Astros will be the 2 seed. And I think the Guards, who will be caught by the Astros, will be the 3 seed.
And I think the other thing to keep in mind, too, is the fact that you're going to have the AL East beating each other up a lot, too.
That's true.
Yeah. So I think that's something to factor in.
It is unbalanced this year, so that comes into play. And you do take on the Orioles here coming up. So that could be a factor into this, too. And that's this weekend. So, yeah, that could come into play. All right, here's my cash or trash him. Cash or trash him. The AFC South will surprise and not be a bottom 3 bad division in the NFL.
You had to throw 3 in there, didn't
Bottom
you?
3, because a lot of people say that. I didn't want to go above average, because I think they're like right in the middle. But I don't think there'll be a bottom 3 division in the NFL.
So the bottom the NFC South,
no doubt about it,
would be number 1.
Number
at the
1.
very, very bottom feeder. And then it starts factoring into who could they sneak up above.
See, I don't think the AFC West is very good. The problem with the AFC West is they have the Chiefs. So, like, how are you deciding this? Are you talking about just the depth of the division? Because I don't think the depth of the AFC West is very good, but they have the best team in the NFL. The AFC East is really good. The NFC East. I think that the NFC East is a little overrated. I think it could be a little bit overrated.
It's all dependent, I think. The 2 teams I think are pretty good at the top. I think the Eagles are going to be there.
I don't know. I'm not a Sirianni fan.
I think it all sits in the lap of the Cowboys, because I don't think Washington's very good, and I don't think the Giants are very good. But we do have too many teams. We have divisions that are top heavy. You mentioned the Chiefs. I look at the NFC West too, and look at it's the Niners, and then can the Rams duplicate what they did a year ago, or can the Rams regress and come back? Because I don't believe in the Seahawks and I don't believe in the Cardinals to have enough. So I'm going to trash it, because I think the South is right there, but I think they're still going to be one of the bottom 2.
They're overrated. I mean, they're underrated. They're underrated, the AFC South. I like this division. I think it's better than people think. Colts
you
are
like
better.
A guy that quarterbacks in Tennessee a little bit.
He was the second best rookie quarterback last year.
I'm not denying that.
Their defense is much better too. Like they're going to be in games. They're going to be in games.
About
and Jacksonville's scary too. Like look at Jacksonville's weapons. You have Trevor Lawrence. You signed Gabe Davis, who's meh. Christian Kirk has been a little banged up last year. They love Brian Thomas. Evan Ingram had one of the better tight end seasons of anybody in the NFL last year. ETN's a good young running back, and their defense is solid.
See, I think it's going to be close, because I think we can all say that there's a top-heavy team or 2 in every division. But when you start thinking about it, if the South has 3 potential playoff teams, that's better than most. If the NFC North and everybody's projecting Bears, Packers could fall on their face. Caleb Williams could not be there yet. You guys could start believing me about Jordan Love as it relates to the Packers. And I just don't think Minnesota with that quarterback situation is going to be great. The North could slide right into that discussion of one of the bottom 2-3 teams in the division. Then you're going to be spot on.
The West divisions in both conferences are weird, because they have one dominant team and then the rest are kind of like eh. And I would say more so the AFC West. Texter saying cash or trash, the AFC South will produce 2 playoff teams this year. I'm cashing that.
I'm cashing that as well.
Then how do you think they're a bottom 2 division?
Because I think that there's a lot of teams I think there's a lot of divisions where you could get 2 teams in the playoffs. I think, to me, the Cowboys and the Eagles are a no-brainer in the East. I think the Packers, Bears, and Lions are all going to be in it in the North. I think that the AFC are loaded with teams that are going to be that you could have every team in the AFC North with the Browns, Bengals, Steelers.
Yeah. I'm not a Steeler guy this year. They have some quarterback issues.
Their quarterback issues are there, but they have at least 2. I just think that
the North is strong. The North is probably top to bottom the deepest league, the deepest division.
I think that 3 number you threw out there. If you say 2, okay, maybe we'll have a discussion.
Yeah, they're going to be not one of the worst 3. 713-780-3776. Poncho on Twitch says, let the new producer, he's not new, he's just filling in, Boston Rodriguez, let the new producer come up with a cash it or trash it take. Nothing can be worse than B-Max. Boston, you want to give it a shot? You have a cash it or trash it right off the cuff?
I've got nothing prepared right now.
That's all right. If you
think
of
about
one,
it before the end of the segment.
If you think of one, hop on in here. 30-39, cash or trash. Texans will use their available cap space to trade for an impact player at the trade deadline.
I'm going to trash that. I think that they will use some of their money before the season starts if they find the right player or players that they are interested in. I don't think it's going to happen right by the trade deadline. I don't think it's going to be a big, impactful guy. I think all those big spends already happened.
Yeah, we don't see as many big-name players traded at the deadline in the NFL compared to other sports, but it is growing. It is becoming a sexier deadline than like 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, I'll trash it too. 6860. Bleacher Report had the Texans at 12-5, number 1 seed in the AFC this year. Cash or trash?
Trash that.
Yeah, I don't.
Trash.
12 is going to be hard to
Yeah.
get to, and then the 1 seed in a conference where you have the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills.
Well, and think about that. You just got done talking about how easy the AFC West looks for a team like the Chiefs. So their divisional schedule is already easier, and then you look at all the first place schedule games that the Texans are playing. No, I'd love it, but it ain't happening.
Yeah, I mean, they could go 5-1 easy. They could easily go 6-0.
Yep.
In that division. Although the Raiders give them trouble at home for some reason. Corey, 2 of the big 3 Houston sports teams win their division, and all 3 make the playoffs this season. So you'd be looking at the Texans and the Astros to win the division.
And all 3 make the playoffs?
Yeah.
That's where you got me on the trash.
Well, I wonder if you can't count the play-in. Like,
No,
you
it
have to
doesn't
win
count.
the play-in to be in the
Yeah.
playoffs.
And I don't think they're going to be in the playoffs. They might be in the picture in the play-in,
Yeah.
but that's where you lose me.
See, I think they'll be in the picture in the play-in too, but I would say they have a less than 50% chance to make the playoffs. So I'll trash it too. I can see it happening, though. I think it's in play. 0265, cash or trash. Tank Dell will lead all Texans receivers in yards and touchdowns.
Trash that.
Trash. It's easy to say trash. Like, both of them is difficult. Staying on the field might be difficult for him. So you have to have more yards than both Nico and Stephon. You have to have more touchdowns than both Nico and Stephon. And I don't see that happening.
I don't
see that
No,
happening.
I can see touchdowns, but on his own team. But, I mean, yeah, I just don't see the combo.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to do. I'm here for it, though, if it does. Go Cougs. 8341, the Astros will lose one more key pitcher before the end of the season and lose that pitcher for the remainder of the season. Why are you texting those?
Yeah, why do we need to hear that? That's trashing it immediately, and stop thinking those nasty thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Who would it be if you...
Probably Verlander.
I was just going to say, it's probably JV, and then the outside shot is Blanco.
I hope not.
No, you don't want it to happen. That's why I hate having the bad juju of even talking about it. But Blanco, we keep talking about how he's never pitched this many innings before. Last guy we talked about like that was Luis Garcia.
Yeah, that's true. Blanco's just like, he's built like a brick house. But so is Luis Garcia.
Luis Garcia's thick.
Yeah, they're kind of the same build, really.
Fromber, too. People don't realize how thick Fromber is.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. 2851, cash or trash. JV only lasts less than 4 innings tomorrow.
I'm going to trash that.
Trash. Less than 4? See, I think he'll go 4.
Yeah,
I'll trash it too.
I don't think they're going to throw. I mean, I think he's going to be on a pitch count, whether they admit it or not. I don't think he's going to be looking to go deep in the game. I think the maximum he goes is he enters the 5th inning. So, yeah.
8437, Yiner Diaz finishes his career as the best catcher the Astros have ever had.
It's not really hard to do, right? Because Biggio wasn't a catcher his whole career.
Not that long.
Yeah. I mean, if he ends up playing, the other key is, does he end up playing catcher his whole career?
I think that's the question.
So I'll trash it.
I'm going to trash it too, because I do think that they're going to. I think they're going to move him. I think they're going to move him to first base.
Yeah.
Like, they've started to show some signs of doing it this year. Secondly, fast forward to the offseason. Are the Astros going to want to spend a lot of money? Probably not. So you already have Caratini under contract. You could easily fill him in as one of your starters. And then you need a first baseman next year. Oh, okay. We have 2 capable starters behind the dish. One of them is better defensively, Caratini. One of them we might want to move over to first base long-term anyways. I think that Yiner's going to be a first baseman next year. I think Yiner Diaz will be the everyday first baseman for the Astros next season.
And in part, some of the errors we saw last night could be just basically tip of the cap to growing pains, that he's getting experience on how to move his feet and how to actually learn how to make the right plays at first base. And that as he goes on, those are going to be corrected, and he's going to be a better defensive first baseman.
Yeah, I think the mistakes that he makes with his footwork can be taught in an offseason. And he's a good enough athlete. Like, he's a good enough athlete to be fine there. Hockley Dan here kind of leads to this. Cash or trash, Yiner Diaz will be the Astros full-time first baseman next year. I'm
going to cash that as well.
Yeah, I think it's obvious.
Yep.
Cash or trash, Zion is on Ozempic.
I haven't seen him to know if he needed. I mean, everybody was criticizing anyway, but his weight has been the crux of all the issues he's had in a lot of ways. So I hope he's losing weight. I don't know if it's Ozempic driven. I do give him credit for the fact that, one, he was going to have a camp where he was going to charge $100 and some bucks a kid. And right before the camp started, someone got in his ear and he decided the best thing to do was do it free.
It's good for him. Yeah, probably. He probably is on Ozempic.
You seen a picture of him?
Yeah, he's pretty skinny. That's like all the rave right now is Ozempic. 90-62, Cash or Trash, Yiner Diaz wins a Gold Glove at catcher this year.
Are you kidding me? I mean, are we even considering that?
Let me fix it for him. Yiner Diaz wins a Silver Slugger as catcher this year.
Cash that.
I feel like he's not going to get the vote because he's not popular.
Because he's going to be Rushman?
Probably.
Yeah.
And his numbers aren't as good.
Well, Sal Perez is always pretty good offensively.
Yeah. I just feel like Yiner's not going to be popular enough yet to win the vote.
Well, he keeps as
he
hot
should,
as he's
though.
been. Yes.
He would have my vote. I'm biased, though. Does Barkley, he's talking about Saquon Barkley, does Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry lose value and touchdowns because of their quarterback's rushing ability?
I don't
Fantasy
think so.
football perspective.
I don't think so. I don't think Lamar's ever had more than 5.5. I think that's the number right now for him.
Yeah.
So I'll trash it.
I will cash one of them. I'm with you on Henry. Like I don't think that they're going to want to use Lamar a whole lot running the ball. Like he's also lost weight this year, so I don't think that they want him taking quarterback sneaks up the middle, like on these goal line situations. So I'll trash this for Henry. I'm going to cash this for Saquon.
Trash.
What do we know about the Eagles? The tush push.
Oh yeah.
You get a first and goal at the goal line. Inches to go. They're just going to tush push it across. Although they did lose Kelsey, so I think it will impact Barkley. I don't think it'll impact Derrick Henry. Dana Brown drafted the best catcher in the draft, even though it'll still take him a couple of years. See, I don't think that matters when it comes to
You got
Yiner.
Caratini for another year.
One more year, but I don't think that matters in Yiner moving positions. Like Major League Baseball draft, you're not drafting by positional need. Even first rounders don't have a great hit rate of making it to the bigs. You're not drafting guys in baseball because of positional need. Like, don't read too much into that.
Kid they draft is already hitting tanks.
Yeah, I mean, he should. He's playing like rookie ball.
Yeah, but I mean, at least he's an offensive catcher that I think they're going to fast track.
I think he's more defensive.
But they like his bat.
No,
he's got his bat.
I think he's got a big league bat, but I think of the two skills, I think he's better defensively. 29-20 will end on this one. Cash or trash, Jose Urquidy will be an Astro next year.
I'll cash that.
I don't know where he's going.
Yeah, I'll cash that.
They could non-tender him.
Yeah.
That's possible, actually.
Yeah, I think he'll be an Astro next year.
You know what would be smart is to non-tender him and sign him to a 2-year deal.
Yeah.
Sign him to a cheap, try to buy a year for his free agency. I'm going to cash that he'll be an Astro next year, though. All right, that does it. Did you have one? B-Rod?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's hear it.
The Astros will go out and get Hector Neris.
Oh.
I'm going to cash it because I want it to happen.
I think they're going to say he's washed and not do it. I'll trash it.
I won't say he's washed. If they don't, I won't say it's because he's washed. I think they're going to say that they believe in the guys they got because the guys have been showing up.
His baseball savant does not look good.
ERA in the threes.
It's 3.89, but his whip's 1.52.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, his baseball savant is as cold as the Antarctic. It's icy. I think they're going to think he's washed. All right, 713-780-3776. Kikuchi had like electric stuff though.
Yeah, but in a different way. Think Kikuchi. They're going to turn it back around. He's going to get right back where he was here.
I don't think it's going to happen. Can the Texans get by? Can the Texans be good despite being a bad running team? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, I got to tell you about this great event that's coming to Houston. The Red Bull Show Run coming to Houston September 7th. I cannot wait. That Netflix show has turned me on to F1. I'm sure it has you too, and I'm fired up about the Red Bull Show Run. You know what's cool about it? It's free for everyone. Free for kids, free for you, free for everybody. Thanks to Red Bull. Red Bull bringing F1 to Houston September 7th in the heart of downtown Houston at Discovery Green. See championship-winning F1 cars doing sprints, burnouts, and much, much more around Discovery Green on a custom-build racetrack. This will be the first time ever, not in Houston, not the first time in Texas. This will be the first time ever in the United States where you witness dual appearances with two championship-winning F1 cars racing across downtown. In addition to that, explore the Red Bull Fan Zone that features local vendors, all the Oracle Red Bull racing merch, racing simulators, and free activities for racing fans of all ages. They're going to introduce you to the exciting world of Red Bull. Single-day, admission-free event open to everyone. Tickets are not required. Bring the family for a day of F1 fun. All day, September 7th, downtown Houston at Discovery Green. It's free. To learn more, visit redbull.com/showrunhouston. That's redbull.com/showrunhouston.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Hockley Dan, why did you add an R to wash? That's how they say it in the South. They say it wash. Never heard people say that? Bunch of Southern old white men. They say wash.
They say it in the East Coast, too.
Do they?
Philly, Washington area, it's birthday, washed, naked.
Maybe it's an old white man thing.
Maybe.
It's all of that. All right. Can the Texans survive? Can the Texans still be good despite being a bad running football team?
I think they did it a year ago in a lot of ways. I mean, Singletary had his moments, but I think that when you have the weapon that is C.J. Stroud, and then now you've surrounded him with all these other weapons in the passing game. I mean, we've talked about it in the past with other offenses and other teams where the running back is an afterthought because of how good the passing game can be, and I think that that's where the Texans are. If they have Joe Mixon, if they have another quality back or decent back, they're not going to abort the running game. But I think that even without a running game, the offense is just too loaded with talent to not still be successful.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like my concern is more not that they will have trouble moving the ball. My concern is more if they get into the red zone, can they punch it into the end zone? Like, is this going to be a situation where they're 5th in the NFL in offensive yards, but they're 9th in points? Kind of like the Astros, who are, tops in batting average, but then they're like 7th or 8th in runs. Like, once they get into these opportunities to score, are they punching it in because of their ability to run the football? I don't think that they have to be a good running team to be good. And I think your point about last year is a good one. Like, they weren't a good running team last year, yet, I mean, they were 23rd in running last year and won the division and got to the divisional round with a young football team that I think had some holes that have hopefully been covered up this year. If you look, at the past 10 Super Bowl champions, all but 3 of them have been outside of the top 10 in running. Last year, Kansas City was 19th in the NFL in running the football. They won the Super Bowl. 2 years ago, Kansas City was 20th. They won the Super Bowl. 2021, the Rams were 25th. They won the Super Bowl. Tampa Bay was 28th. Kansas City 23rd. Now, you had 3 years where you had good running teams. The Patriots in 18 were 5th. The Eagles in 17 were 3rd. The Patriots in 16 were 7th. Then Denver 17th. New England 18th and 14th. So of the last 10 Super Bowl champions, all but 3 have been outside of the top 10 when it comes to running the football. So I think we are overstating that. The Texans must be good to run, like, to be a good football team. They have to run the football well. I personally don't think so. Now, they have to be good in the red zone. I think that's where you can notice it. But, hey, you have 3 receivers that you think are supposed to be really good. You have Nico Collins, who you paid. You have Tank Dell, who is phenomenal as a rookie. You have Steph Diggs, who you traded a second-round pick for. That's going to have the opportunity, more times than not, of being your slot receiver in 11 personnel going up against a nickel corner. That's a huge advantage. You have Dalton Schultz, who you paid to bring back, who you re-signed. So, I don't think... And we spent a lot of time talking about the Texans running game. I think that they can get by being 23rd in the NFL in rushing. Kansas City won it last year being 19th. Texans were 23rd, and you think that they should have improved running the football. So I think we are overrating the Texans needing to be good on the ground in order to be a good offense and a good football team.
And there's so many different ways to do it, especially when you have an offensive mind like Bobby Slowick. And I think back to the teams that I've seen when Rodgers had no running game for several years and Aaron Jones was hurt. And if you go back into the pistol or you start in the gun, you can at least move the pocket, and then whether you want to do a pitch or a short pass, you can still get running like yardage without literally after turning around and handing off the football as often. There's ways around this, just the way you set your offense, because you have tight ends, you have talent that can be used in a variety of ways. When even if you want to use, and cringe at saying this because of what we saw last year, even if it's not blocking, but you can do, the power sweeps, you can do receivers in motion. There's ways that you can create the illusion of a running type atmosphere, but you're getting running type yardage in a different, more creative way.
Yeah, this text says that I'm worried about the Texans had a weak schedule last year, cannot be one-dimensional against a good defense. I hear that. But the Texans are going to have so much going for them in the passing game. I think you can be multi-dimensional through the air because you, again, like we just listed out all the targets, even like running backs out of the backfield. I think you can be multi-dimensional through the air. I think you can use a short passing attack as a way to kind of run the football or add an extra dimension to your offense. Because if CJ Stroud throws the ball 40 times a game with these big 3 and Schultz and Mixon coming out of the backfield, is that the worst thing for an offense?
No, and you get them in space. That's what you want to do anyway. And sometimes in years past, and maybe even with like a Singletary back, though he did, again, I'll preface this by saying he had good running games. But if you have a running back that you just don't think is an every down between the tackles type back, well, the best way to maximize his ability is if he's got quick twitch and he's got good burst, well, then get him out in open space and move the pocket and have CJ roll a little bit, then dump it off on a short pass or a pitch. Next thing you know, he's got the space he needs. He clears the first round of level of defense. And if he gets into the second level of defense, you did exactly what you needed to do.
Yeah, I think you can be multidimensional with different aspects of the passing attack. And if the Texans are forced to throw the ball 40 times a game, I trust that they will be just fine because I like the weapons you have in the passing game. 6005 sure would be easier to tell if we ever get to see our number one running back in a healthy offensive line. Yeah, but that's kind of selfish. Like, do you want the offensive line healthy in the regular season and Joe Mixon fresh and ready to go, or do you want to see him in a preseason game?
Well, that's my biggest thing. Do you want to see Joe Mixon in the preseason, or do you want to see Joe Mixon ready to go week one? Because when the games matter, that's when I need to see Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon's been there, done that long enough we know what he's been in the past. We don't know what he's going to be like in a Texans uniform. You can only assume with the fact that they locked him up and they're counting on him that he's gonna be impactful when he's ready. So then just make sure he's ready week one and stop worrying about everything else.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 0315. A running game takes pressure off Stroud, throwing 30 to 40 times per game. I agree with that. Like I would rather the Texans be good running the football than be bad running the football. Let that be very, very clear. I just think that the Texans can survive / still be a very good football team if the running game does not come around to where we want it to come around to. They were 23rd in rushing last year. If the Texans finish 23rd in rushing this year, does it mean that they're going to have a losing record? Absolutely not. And I think that they're actually more suited this year to overcompensate for a poor running attack if it is a poor running attack.
And that's the thing, too. Ideally, you want balance because balance keeps the defensive unit on its toes, and they've got to be aware of the fact that, yes, if you have to respect the running game, there's a lot less you can do to try and take away the passing game. But at the same time, when you have the weapons the Texans have and they're going to be able to create space and you can't double team everybody, they'll still have plenty of opportunities regardless of how they rank offensively running the football.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. 713-780-3776. 6060 says, where do you think the running game will rank this year? They're 23rd last year. Chiefs were 19.
I think they're going to be 18.
Okay, I was going to say top 20. Can they go to an AFC championship with a top 20 running game?
Yes.
I think so, too.
Absolutely.
I think so, too.
I mean, a year ago, I'd say no. With those weapons. With this year, with the weapons they have now, yes.
0979, play action going to help the receivers go deep. You're right. That would help the receivers go deep. You know what else will? Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell eating over the middle.
Yeah.
Like that also helps. I mean, yes, it would be awesome if the Texans' running game is good. They will be just fine, even if it is not.
Yeah, slants and everything that you can do to, again, just get the same kind of yardage that you would get from a running game. If you run a slant and it gets you 7 on first down, it's the same thing.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. Anthony, it does help that you have Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady and 4 or 5 Super Bowl winners. We're hoping CJ gets to that level. Yeah, and that's I'm not saying that CJ's Mahomes. But CJ has a better receiving core than Mahomes has had the last 2 years.
It's also imperative, though, that it puts more pressure on CJ if you don't have a running game to be as good as he was a year ago or close to it.
I mean, that's kind of I don't know because he has better weapons, though.
He does, but he can't regress in the standpoint that he has to at least be able to put the ball where there's no way that you should assume or expect he's only going to have a handful of picks this year. But he's got to make sure that he gets the ball out and puts it in the right places the majority of the time so that you can succeed whether you have a running game or not.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We'll take your thoughts on this. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Can the Texans survive with a poor running game? Can they win with a poor running game? Can they be an AFC championship contender with a running game that's meh? ESPN 97.5, proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. It's time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, it's simple. Dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. Started on August 1st. It runs through September 2nd, so get out there to these restaurants now. You're running out of time. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all of the participating locations. 713-780-3776. Can the Texans be just fine? Good. With a meh running attack, with a poor running attack. 23rd last year. Haven't been good in the preseason yet. I've seen some flashes from some guys. Akers, the British Bulldog, Jawar Jordan. Jordan was better through the air than he was running the ball. Damian Pierce,
Taylor.
Not good. Taylor's look good.
Yeah, he looked pretty
Taylor,
good.
I put him on my 53-man roster because I'm biased. I have a J.J. Taylor bias.
I mean, obviously, you know, as a friend of the show, we're pulling for him. But when I've seen him on the football field, there's not much to not like about the fact that he can be serviceable.
No, yeah. He's the one thing I think going against him is that he's a little older. He's a little older. Well, that's going against him too. But I mean, if you're producing, it doesn't matter how small you are.
True. I mean, look at Singletary's a small guy, and he was effective. But yeah, I mean, how old is he?
If they're all like 26, 27, whereas the other guys are rookies. So if it's a tie, let's say they move on from Damian Pierce, which is still, I think that they will, but I don't know. It's not a lock that they move on from Pierce. But if they do, it opens up another spot. You would have Mixon, Cam Akers, Dare, and then a fourth spot. And if it's tied between Jawar Jordan, a sixth-rounder, the British Bulldog Brooks, who you signed as an undrafted free agent, a rookie, or a 26-year-old J.J. Taylor, if it's a tie, they're not going to go with a 26-year-old.
Right. You're either going to look good because you got a steal in the sixth round, or you're going to say, hey, maybe the sixth rounder doesn't make it, but we got another undrafted kid that's the same thing. It's going to work out.
Yeah. I'm, of course, rooting for J.J. Taylor, friend of the show. 7428, Matt Schaub was who he was because of a great offensive line and a good running back. Okay. Was that a running back making the quarterback, though? Because I don't think Stroud needs to be made. You know what I'm saying? Like, Stroud, to me, is going to be a good enough quarterback where he's not going to, need a great running game and a great offensive line to succeed. Again, not calling Stroud Mahomes, but Mahomes can still be good despite not having a good running game. Stroud last year had one of the greatest rookie seasons a quarterback has ever had, and the Texans were 23rd in offense. So where Schaub needed that good running game to be a top 5 caliber quarterback, I don't believe Stroud does.
No, that's the key. I mean, as good as Schaub was, he needed his other elements, both running and passing the football, to be as good as he can be. We've already seen that CJ is a tier above a Matt Schaub, and that he looks like he's the kind of guy that's going to take the position to a new level in terms of the history of this franchise. That's what you're talking about. That's why you can do without running the football as much or having it being as effective, because now you give him more weapons than you had a year ago. He did what he did as a rookie with less than what he's got this year at all the different skill positions. There's no reason not to believe that he can be even more successful, whether they can run the football or not.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Tracy, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Tracy?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing, man? Hope it's been a good day. I woke up today. It's been blessed and then some. But talking about these Houston Texans, I think they with a decent running game. But the biggest thing is we need a healthy offensive line. I don't know if it was to like week 10. But even then, we were still lost the games that we could have won, Atlanta being one, Carolina being something like that, and we didn't have all of our guys. If we end up having all of our guys, a healthy offensive line that can end up making the push and being better than just a Band-Aid than what we had at the beginning of the year last year, I think we're going to be more than okay, especially with the weapons that we had. Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate the call, Tracy. I'm with you. Like, a good running game, of course, makes the offense better. My point is I still think they could be a really good team despite having a poor-ish or below-average running attack. They were last year. And if you look at the last 10 Super Bowl champions, 7 of those 10 were outside of the top 10 in rushing attack. It is not imperative It is not a necessity for a good offense or a winning team to have the running attack that most people want the Texans to
We've
have.
talked about the Chiefs. We've talked about teams in the past. If you have the right offensive minds and you have the right people in the coaching positions, you can overcome your shortcomings. Whether it be, we talked about in the past too, sometimes teams don't have great defenses and they have great offenses, or vice versa. Those teams are successful too. On a different level, if you've got the right offensive coordinator and he knows that he has weapons in the passing game, he can make up for a less than running game. Yeah, you'll still run the football. Yeah, you're still going to take your chances to run the football because you need to create some balance and have the defense at least respect it. But overall, if those guys know how to get their weapons in the right positions, you're still going to be successful offensively.
Yeah. Space City Kev, if Arian Foster was on this team, they would be Super Bowl favorites, no doubt. Yeah, maybe so. Arian Foster at his
prime,
at his peak with this offense would be pretty incredible. But I mean, there's really no sense of thinking about that. It's just gonna make me disappointed. Space City Kev,
and he could catch the football too. Look, I think Arian Foster put into any situation like that with talent in the passing game is going to make any team better. So, I mean, yeah, from a Texans perspective, would he make you better no matter what Joe Mixon brings to the table? Sure, probably.
Yeah, I think he's just living like in an alternate reality. Like, oh, what could be if Arian Foster was right now? He'd be perfect for this. Which you're right, it would. Give me a reasonable progression from CJ with a top 20 running game and a top 5 passing game, and I feel that's a recipe for a deep playoff run. I do too. Like, I think that's where you want to be. Top 5 passing game, top 20 running game, maybe a top 7 offense. Everything clicks defensively. You're primed. Like, you're in position.
Yeah, and I think of all of those things, I think the running game has the biggest chance to either improve or be less than. I mean, I think there's the biggest amount of variables that are in play with the running game. It could run the gamut more, but I think the passing game is going to be solid, whether it's top 5 or not. I think it's going to be really, really good, and that you don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I think that there's the most amount of fluctuation is going to come out of the running game.
Texter saying, how did the Texans run the ball in the playoffs last year? They had 76 yards against the Browns, and then against the Ravens, it couldn't have been good.
And then they were behind, right?
38.
Oh, boy.
38 yards against the Ravens. But you got by with it in the first game because you threw the ball over the yard, and you were really good throwing the ball. Like, the point of offense is to score points, right?
Yeah.
Does it matter how you're doing it?
No. I mean, look, a lot of times, too, teams got offensive points because their defense was so damn good because their offense had a lot of weaknesses. You just have to make sure that you maximize what you do well and minimize how much you get exposed for what you don't. If you can't run the football, you still run it minimally, but when you do run it, hopefully you gain some yardage and do something.
1-6-4-2, passing attack will make the running game better. No team will be able to stack the box against us. That's a good point.
It is true.
And you add the element of having a third receiver this year that you didn't have last year to the caliber of Diggs. So if they stay healthy, I would agree with that. And even last year, you had a big chunk of the year where you only had one good receiver. Ocho, Canary and Foster make people miss like Singletary did. Foster was very good, but I don't remember him as a shake and bake running back. No, he's more one cut, kind of beat you. Maybe didn't have the shiftiness. Now, comparing him to Singletary I think is disrespectful. Arian Foster is pretty dang good. I wouldn't say that Foster was like shaky, though. Like, I wouldn't say that he was all that shifty. He was more hit his cut, explosive through the hole, maybe run over a guy or two. Not bad shake and bake, but not elite shake and bake, but just incredibly productive.
I think the biggest thing is, unlike what we were talking about with Pierce, he could get into the hole, but he could still pause before he made that first cut.
Yeah.
And that way be effective. Whereas, yeah, he's not going to head and shoulder fake you and try to leave someone holding their undergarments in his wake. But he was really, really good at picking the hole and hitting it at the right time.
See, he wasn't like a freak athletically, though, because if he was, he would have been drafted. Like, his best attribute was his vision, and that's probably why he went undrafted. He was a little bit banged up at Tennessee. His vision was his best skill, which is hard to pick up, film, combine, et cetera, et cetera. So, the Texans found a gem with him. 0315, Foster was good because of Kubiak. I think they were a perfect marriage. Kubiak's offensive running scheme helped running backs, but he was like the perfect marriage for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I think that's the thing that I was talking about earlier, too. You can be good, but you can be better with the right coaching staff and the right scheme. So even if you have less than in terms of what you think on your roster from, let's say, from the running back position, if you are put in the right situations to where when you do run, that you either are moving the line, doing some things so that you can maximize the skill set of your running back, then that's how you can take it to another level.
0979, a good running game eats up the clock and keeps the defense off the field. See, that's like an old school thought, and I don't think it's outdated. I don't think it's antiquated because it is true. But why couldn't a short intermediate passing game also do the same thing?
Right.
Like if you're able to convert on 3rd and 3 by throwing the football and you're throwing it, 65, 70% of the time, but you're picking up 4, 5, 7 yards here and there and you have a 12-play drive, you can also eat up the clock. Like there's more than one way to cook that egg. Yes, like the easier way is like a good running game, but if you have that same sort of efficiency with the passing game, you can also eat up clock.
Yeah, if you're running wheel routes and slants and you're staying in the middle of the field and you're keeping the clock running, same stuff, different way, and there's nothing lost.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN, 3667. If the Ravens were the stopper last year, the Texans pick up the pieces to get past them. I mean, a team like the Ravens, they're going to have to win a shootout. Like, they're going to have to throw it. Well, I mean, their defense is better. They're going to have to throw it 40 times, and because I don't think you're beating that Ravens run defense. You're just going to have to beat them through the air. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, running back question while on the topic of running backs. Would you rather keep Dameon Pierce and Cam Akers on this roster or swap them out entirely for Dalvin Cook and Jerick McKinnon?
Yeah, I'll take Pierce and Akers.
Will you?
Yeah.
If price doesn't matter?
He said both of them, Pierce and Akers, Cook,
Yeah.
McKinnon. You can get Cook and McKinnon right now for free. I mean, for veterans minimum, not for free, of course. They're
Right.
free. They're free agents.
I think free and signing them for the veterans minimum, I think they might give you more production than Pierce and Akers.
Of those 4 guys, I think Akers is clearly the best.
You just don't know how long you're going to have them, too.
You don't know if Cook and McKinnon are going to be productive.
Boy,
they were awful last year.
McKinnon was really limited in when they used him, but
that's who he is. Like he's a scat back.
Yeah, I'm not expecting him to go between the tackles all the time, but I think Dalvin Cook, well, he was supposed to be. So yeah, of the two, it's not a great choice, but I think I would actually lean to Cook and McKinnon.
Yeah, I would go Pierce Akers and cut Pierce. But I think Akers of those 4 is the best, and I think he's the best for the scheme too. So give me Pierce Akers. If I had to pick Pierce and Akers or Cook and McKinnon, yeah, I'll go Pierce Akers because of Akers. All 4 are not ideal. 8-3-4-1, every team wants a good running game. The question wasn't, do we want a good running game? The question was, can we win without a good running game? And the answer is yes. All you have to do is look at history and look at last year and the pudding on the cake. There you go. Thank you, 8-3-4-1. I'm surprised to hear you guys praise Shaw when he was the overwhelming weakest link on several stacked Texans teams on both sides of the ball. He had a couple of good years. A couple of good years. Now, was that because of who was around him? I think it's a fair point. Honey Glazed Branham, what are the chances Davis Mills turns into a Matt Schaub for another franchise?
Slim, but it's possible.
Yeah, I would go pretty low.
Yeah.
I would go pretty stinking low. All right, 713-780-3776. There are signs. We know that Jose Altuve wants 3,000 hits, right? We all agree that Jose Altuve really wants to chase 3,000. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
There are signs showing that Jose Altuve is already trying to chase after 3,000. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. So I think we're starting to see signs of Jose Altuve chasing after 3,000 hits. And look, it's important that we have to kind of walk on eggshells when we bring up a Jose Altuve. We have to be very, very delicate of how we bring this stuff up. And look, I think Jose Altuve is still fantastic. Jose Altuve still a plus player for you. No problems with him in the leadoff spot. He's been great. He's been very good. He's been above 300 this year. There are just some clues because we know that Jose Altuve really wants to get to 3,000. He's flat out said it. He said it'd be a huge accomplishment, wants to do it. He signed that 5-year extension, although he's probably going to take him longer than that 5-year extension to get it. Altuve currently sits at 2,197 hits. He's 803 hits away from 3,000 in his career, and he's had a ton this year. He leads the league in singles. But here are some clues, and tell me if I'm losing my mind. 713-780-3776. Here are the clues we are seeing where Jose Altuve has 3,000 on his mind. One, he is chasing everything. He is swinging at everything that is thrown at him. And he's always been a free swinger, like we know that. But he's went from the 28th percentile last year to 6th this year. A significant jump to how much that he is chasing and swinging. Why is he doing that? Because you can't get base hits if you're not swinging at pitches. The walk rate is down 10.7% last year. It was 10.9% the year before. This year, it's down to 6.7. It's down 4%. So he's walking less. Why would he walk less? Because you can't get hits if you're walking. Also, the power's down. OPS 915 last year, 922 years ago. This year, it's 792, which is still good and still fine, but it is down. It is down. So is he trading power for contact in an effort to get more hits? I think those three things point to Jose Altuve seeing 3,000 hits in his career.
Well, there's no doubt he wants it. I think that the other thing that factors into all this is, does he know how bad a lot of the guys in his lineup is to where he's doing a lot of those things, not just to get hits to chase 3,000, but because he knows he's got to do it because he doesn't trust a lot of the guys in the lineup that can? I don't know. I don't look at him the same way as I look at Verlander, who's basically been outwardly, aggressively, as we've talked about, chasing the strikeouts in the 300. But I think that any baseball player that loves the game and values history and wants to be a part of that, they're gonna be mindful of achievements like this. I just don't see him as a guy that plays the game on a night-by-night basis with that kind of mindset.
I don't know why it would be different than Verlander. Verlander, you're saying that he's chasing strikeouts and chasing wins. Isn't that the objective of a pitcher?
Well, I think Justin Verlander in his heyday was chasing strikeouts. I think Justin Verlander is a different pitcher now, so I don't think he's chasing strikeouts the same way he would rely on strikeouts earlier in his career. But I also think that, it's from everything, when you look at the two guys, I think the more selfish-minded guy of the two.
I don't think it's a selfish thing. I'm not saying it's a selfish thing. I think that it's more because, early in his career, he was a guy who had high average, never walked, swung at everything, and it led to power. It led to his power being gone. He had no power early in his career because he wasn't swinging at great pitches. And then, as he progressed as a professional hitter, 3, 4, 5 years into his career, he became a hitter that stopped swinging at everything, tried to be a little bit more selective so he got better pitches to hit and did more damage with those pitches that he got in the zone, which led to more power, but it also led to his average slipping. I think he's going through the metamorphosis of reversing back to who he was as a young player, where he's willing to trade away some of the power. Not that it's all gone. He's still a better power hitter now than he was as a rookie or a second year in the league, but now he's surrendering some power for more contact in an effort to get more hits.
Yeah, but what I'm saying when I was talking about the more selfish of the two is Altuve's given team-friendly deals, and he's taking less. He's staying with the Astros, win or lose or draw. This is what Verlander is chasing wins by going to the best team that also is going to give him the most money, that's done things in his career as well. Whereas they're just kind of different in their makeup and mindset. But they're all chasing their place in history, and they want to reach those milestones. I just think from Altuve's perspective, it could be factored in the lineup and the lack thereof of a lineup that he's had in the past that maybe has changed some things. I also think that he's never going to change completely about being a free swinger.
Well, he's been a way bigger free swinger this year than the last 2 years. Like it's gotten worse. Like it's in the proof's in the pudding. It's there. I don't know if the contract situation has anything to do with.
I was talking about in terms of the selfishness. I was just pointing.
But I mean. He's agreed to team-friendly deals. Verlander has not, I guess, is the point. But I don't know how that's like chasing numbers.
No,
I don't know. If
I think that
Verlander
he's never made it a secret that those are things that are extremely, extremely important to him that he wants to get to. And if it means, as he goes later into his career, where he plays and the situation that he's in is going to matter more. Whereas I think Altuve is going to we know he's going to be an Astro no matter what.
I just don't know how that translates to numbers.
Well, because
I don't know how it translates to this conversation.
If the Astros window, if this golden era starts to come down a little bit, and he doesn't have quite the lineup around him, I mean, it's going to be different pitches to hit, and it's going to be in a different situation if he's truly chasing and getting close to 3,000. He won't have the same kind of support, maybe see the same kind of pitches, but he's not going to go chase another team to try and be in a better situation, to try and be in a better lineup.
Yeah, I just don't know how that pertains to this conversation. 333A, keep the GOAT's name out of your mouth. Geez, he's hitting 300. What else do you want? I'm not criticizing Altuve. I'm just saying that there are some clues here that he is 3,000 in sight. He is looking at it more. Walking less, swinging more, power is going down a bit. Not that he's a bad offensive player. I still think I love Jose Altuve. He's my favorite player. Ocho, there's absolutely no selectivity in Altuve's batting approach. The dude makes Vladimir Guerrero look like Tony Gwynn. It's actually gotten worse this year, pretty substantially. 8217, it's embarrassing watching him chase ridiculous pitches. There are some embarrassing swings from Jose Altuve. Now, he has elite contact, but there are times when he looks pretty stinking mad.
Well, that's the thing. Sometimes he hits a ball that's an inch off the ground that ends up being a base hit, and sometimes he doesn't hit that ball, and he looks pretty stupid doing it.
It's who Jose Altuve is, and it's our Jose Altuve. It's our free swinger. But, yeah, it looks like 3,000's in sight. I feel like Jose is just trying to produce on a team that had wavering offense all year, but wouldn't that mean that he's trying to hit for more power? Like, if you're trying to be more of a run producer, wouldn't you want to hit more home runs and have more power? Wouldn't you want to get on base more often for the guys that are behind you, like a Yordan Alvarez, who currently is batting second directly behind him, or batting third, who would be, on deck after he drew a walk? So, like, he still has one of the better offensive players in all of baseball behind him. Bregman's been solid. And then, Kyle Tucker's been hurt since June 3rd, but Kyle Tucker was on a tear at the start of the year.
Yeah, look, I think whether he's trying to hit a home run or not, I think a lot of times he realizes if he has his runners in scoring position, all he needs to do is get the single. But a lot of times, especially lately, some of the pitches he's swinging at when you need him to have a single in those situations have not been good.
Yeah. Dre, the end of game at bat on Friday night was absolutely brutal. The ball was in the other batter's box. It was in the other's batter's box. I think it skipped on the way to the catcher. Chalupa, there's embarrassing swings from every player. That is true, especially against nasty pitchers. 5798, is there any player in baseball who bunts for hits more often than Altuve? Probably. I mean, I don't watch other teams as closely as I watch the Astros, so I couldn't answer that for you, but I'm sure that there is. I'm sure that there's really fast guys who don't hit a whole lot that maybe bat in the bottom of the order that try to bunt a lot. 713-780-3776. 7218, would I like Jose to get to 3,000? Yes. However, he doesn't need it to be a surefire Hall of Famer. 2,500, 2,600 hits puts him in the Morgan and Alomar range. My guess is around 2,600 is where he will end it. I want him to get to 3,000 hits, but I'd rather the Astros win games than Altuve get hits. Now, I do think they're mutually exclusive. Like, I think they work hand in hand. The more hits Altuve gets, the better chances the Astros have to win. But just a couple things I've noticed. Walking less, swinging more, power is down. I think he's trading a little bit of power for contact. Not that it makes him a bad player. Don't put those words in my mouth.
No,
he's still a very good offensive
like
player.
The fact that regardless of what his power numbers have been in the past, too, if he sees the kind of mini shift that teams are putting on him in the third baseman's back, he's been more apt to lay the bunt down this year and take the base they're giving him. And I love that because he can set the table, like you said, for Bregman and Yordan when they're behind him.
You can't get base hits if you're walking and not swinging the bat. And he is not walking, and he is swinging the bat more than he has since he was a young player in Major League Baseball. 713-780-ESPN. This offense is goes through waves, ebbs and flows. A couple of weeks ago, it was awful. Starting to trend a little bit better. Could certainly use some improvement. I mean, Dana Brown picked up Ben Gamble today because he probably thinks he's an upgrade to Trey Cabbage and what he has on this bench. Are there other ways for the Astros to help this offense? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Gotta be very delicate whenever you say something about everybody's favorite player, the greatest Astro of all time, because they'll come at you when you start to say that. I'm not saying anything bad about Jose Altuve. Just a few observations I've had where I think he's chasing some hits. 3863 trying to get more hits is bad? Question mark. Well, you can look at Jose Altuve's career. Jose Altuve, 3-4 years into his career, tried to actually get less hits. He tried to get less hits, see better pitches in the zone, walk a little bit more, which led to more power in his game. So there are times whenever, you try to be a little bit more selective, you don't wave and flail at pitches way out of the zone, that maybe it leads to more power. So sometimes less hits are actually good. Yainer Diaz is kind of doing it right now. Yainer Diaz, it's like, okay, his power's down a little bit. How do you get that power back up? Well, stop swinging at pitches out of the zone, which guys like Yainer and Altuve do it because they can actually hit the ball. They can hit a breaking ball that's 3 inches off the outside corner. They can hit the ball that's 3 feet off the outside corner, but you can't do damage with that. So if you look at Altuve's numbers over the course of his career, Altuve's batting average started to dip, but his power started to increase. Why? Because he was trying to lay off worse pitches that he couldn't do damage with. He was swinging at pitches he could do damage with, which led to more home runs. Now we're starting to see that reverse a little bit where his zone is expanding, his chase is expanding, his walks are going down, he's trading the power away for more base hits. So they're not bad, but not all hits are created the same.
No, but at the same time, think about what Jeremy Pena has gone through in his transformation, too, where for a while there, everybody said, well, where'd the power numbers go? And he was swinging for the fences, but he became a worse hitter overall, and he kind of aborted the power game for a while to try and just make sure that he could cover the outside corner, not swinging as many bad pitches, try to do some things with it, and now you're seeing the best of both worlds where he's kind of settled back in, where he has occasional pop, but he's got a better eye at the plate. He's swinging at better pitches overall, and he's swinging for base hits first.
Yeah, his power, Pena's power is still not as good as it was his rookie year. But you're right. The other stuff, his average is way up, his on base is way up, which I'm good with. I'm good. If Pena hits 15 home runs instead of 22 like his rookie year, but he's hitting 20 points better and his on base percentage is 30 points better, I'll take that trade-off. So I'm not saying it's a bad. It's just an observation where he's trading a little bit of power for more knocks. He's swinging more, and he's walking less. Just an observation.
Yeah, you got a lot of big boppers in this lineup to where not everybody has to have consistent long ball power all the time. If Pena and Altuve are setting the table and you've got your full complement of Yainer and Jordan and Tucker and Bregman, you're in a good spot.
Someone saying, what is his walk rate? Last year it was 10.7%. The year before that, it was 10.9%. This year it's down to 6.7. That's almost cut in half. It is almost cut in half. So it's pretty substantial, how much the walk rate has went down, how the chase rate has went up. Just noticing that. All right, 713-780-3776. How, if any, can this Astros offense get better? Is there any way to improve this Astros offense August 20th post-trade deadline?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different ways. We talked about a former all-star catcher in Diaz with Colorado that's still out there, that cleared waivers. That's a guy that if you seriously think that Yainer is going to be playing him a lot of time at first base and you need another catcher on this roster, whether it's just to back up Caratini or because of the fact that you want Caratini's bat in the lineup, doesn't have to catch all the time, want another guy that can do that and is a pretty decent catcher, you can go that route. You saw the Braves lose Austin Riley. Gio Urshela cleared waivers. Is he phenomenal? No. But is he a good guy to kind of fill in until you're getting a guy back from injury? Hint, hint. Yeah, he's good. And so you're waiting on a Tucker. You know how bad these outfielders are going. I put this on there, and then they actually went and got a Gamble today to where at least they're trying to find an outside solution that may be better than what they have. And that's all I'm asking for, because it's ironic. You mentioned the guy that if it comes out of your mouth and it's a negative or it's a perceived negative at all in Jose Altuve, everybody's going to jump all over you. Well, the other guy that is such a polarizing figure that's out there that's getting a lot of run on social media is Uliel, because he's hitting 300 in AAA, because he's got some numbers, and because immediately people are like, that's the guy. And they have to remember, it's different with Yuli because he hasn't played in the bigs all year, and that he's older, and you don't know if he's got anything left, and we've been down this road before, whereas some of the other guys that are going to be let go and DFA'd by teams are still good enough to where they could help you this year.
Yeah, you're not going to get much help at this point of the year. You're really desperate. if you're trying to make changes at this point. And like Ben Gamble, is he an upgrade over Trey Cabbage? Time will tell. Would Yuli Gurriel be better in 2024 than Zach DeZenzo? Yeah, it's in play. It's possible. Now, I think that one thing we never talk about whenever the Yuli Gurriel conversation comes up, and I mean this by like everybody that brings up Yuli Gurriel, we don't know what his minor league contract is. Like, does he have an opt-out of his deal? Why do we just automatically assume that the Astros could get Yuli Gurriel? They could trade for him. Well, why would the Braves trade him?
I thought they said I thought they let him go.
No, Yuli
today.
Gurriel's not been DFA. That YouTuber was wrong.
Okay.
That commenter was wrong. In fact, they're moving him to third base to see if he can be an option at third base in the big league level because they're desperate. Riley broke his hand.
Riley.
Ursula has been bad all year long. Yuli Gurriel is the first baseman that's trying to play. He was formerly a third baseman, hasn't played there in forever, and now at this age of his life, they're trying to play him at third base because they're desperate for answers at third base. So I don't like how attainable is Yuli Gurriel? Like, I don't think he has an opt-out. If he did have an opt-out, why isn't he opted out yet? Why would the Braves trade him to the Astros whenever he might be their emergency third baseman? So I don't know if Yuli Gurriel is as attainable as everybody makes it seem. Like, I see it on Twitter, like, oh, Yuli Gurriel's hitting this. Why don't they go? They act like Yuli Gurriel's a free agent. They act like they can just be like, hey, Braves, give us Yuli Gurriel back. He's ours. Like, he belongs to another team.
Yeah, my biggest thing has been I've been adamant about always kicking the tires on the guys that are out there if they can even have a chance of making you better than you already are. That's why I still would say kick the tires on Neris and see if there's a chance to bring him back in if you think he's better than someone in your pen. I think that when you're looking for when there's an extra catcher out there, when you know that your two catchers are desperately needed in the lineup pretty much on a nightly basis right now, you kick the tires and you check them out. And those are guys that have played Major League Baseball this year. One, you don't know what it's going to take to get Yuli. Two, you don't know if he can play Major League pitching still yet again. And then you're going to have the whole thing about where you're going to play him, and then you're going to have the whole city's going to be clamoring. Anytime anything goes wrong, got to play Yuli, got to play Yuli, got to play Yuli. No, you don't.
Yeah, it's almost like backup quarterback thing, where this first like Singleton's 0 for 1 with a strike. Oh, Yuli should be there.
Yeah.
So like there is danger in that, like being a bit of a distraction. Now, like, should they kick the tires on it? I'm not opposed to that. I'm not opposed to kicking the tires, but it annoys me seeing fans say, "Oh, go get Yuli," like he's literally a free agent. He's literally not.
One, he's not, and two, you don't set the bar too high to think you're going to get prime Yuli.
Yeah.
He's a couple years past when you last had him, and you forget that the regular season was just abysmal, and he salvaged some things at the end of the year in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, you don't know what you're getting, and he's more disconnected from Major League Baseball than the other guys that are out there that you could, like Urshela was a guy that I would have kicked the tires on if I knew Bregman was going to be more long-term.
Yeah, if it was long-term.
Yeah, but since it's not, then I'm not going to worry about it.
Even then, I think I'd rather play Whitcomb. Urshela's been so bad. I mean, if you
played that ball last night,
if you could get, it was one error.
Yeah.
If you could get Yuli for a bucket of curveballs, then you ask yourself the question: is he better on this roster than Zach DeZenzo? I don't know. I don't know. It might be worth trying, but again, I don't know what it's going to take to acquire him.
That's the biggest thing, because if you're having that conversation at all and you're thinking about it, then you might as well see what he's got left in the tank. Like, this is a move that Correa made a couple of years ago. This is also the Aledmus Diaz move that they made.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you've had success here in the past, would they consider it? Would players be probably pulling for it, like Correa was pulling for Marwin a couple of years ago? Sure. But then don't get your heart broken if the minute you try it, it doesn't work, and they cut bait quickly because they're in the middle of a playoff race.
Even Marwin and Aledmus are a bit different, though, because they can play every single infield position, so it's more like a depth piece, whereas Yuli's probably only a first baseman.
I was going to say he could back in the day, but would he do it now, and would he be decent at it? Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be comfortable playing Yuli anywhere other than first base. I mean, the Braves are throwing a Hail Mary out there with Yuli at third. I think that the answer, I think you answered it. Like, how do you make this offense better? For me, it's Caratini plays more. Like, to me, that's how this offense gets slightly better. Because I'd rather have Caratini in the lineup over Chaz. Some days over Dubon. Like, give me Caratini against a righty, give me Dubon against a lefty. But I'd rather see Caratini over Cabbage. I'd rather see him over Chaz. I just told you how I felt about the Dubon thing. You can platoon them. I'd rather see him probably over Whitcomb right now, although Whitcomb's kind of exciting. Would you rather see Caratini or Singleton? Like, that's another question you can ask yourself. Because, like, I think Caratini's pretty, like, solid offensively. I'd rather see Caratini.
Yeah.
So, like, to me, Caratini playing more is how you get the most out of this offense.
See, and the thing is, though, the reason why, because we mentioned it early on, like Elias Diaz, if he's out there and you want to play Caratini more and you know that you got to have Yiner's bat in the lineup, is he better than Caesar Salad? Yes. Is he a better guy that maybe has at least enough of a bat that you feel good if you needed him in a pinch hitting situation too, but at least he can play catcher as well and give you the backup option of being a good major league catcher? If the answer is yes, then and he's cleared waivers, I'm talking.
Yeah, I'm torn on that one. I'm not sure how much better he is than Salazar. The rapport between catcher and pitcher is pretty important. So, like, putting him, like, here you go, 35 games left in the year, that's kind of dangerous. He's not doing anything offensively, so for me, he'd be a backup catcher at best. I don't hate it. Like, if you wanted to do it, sure, fine. It's a way to get them both in, but maybe they just call Salazar up on September 1st.
Maybe.
And then now you do have that third catcher. And it also hasn't prevented Espada from playing both of them.
Right.
Like, Espada, just because he doesn't have a third catcher doesn't mean he's scared to play both of them. They were both in the lineup yesterday.
Mm-hmm. And he actually made the switch late in the game to where he moved Yiner from first base to catcher.
Which I think we overrate that. People are like, oh, you can't use two catchers in the lineup. What happens if both of them get hurt? When was the last major league game you've seen where two catchers got hurt on the same team?
Right.
It's extremely rare. It might happen once every 5 years. So do you need to burn a roster spot on a third catcher because of that? I think it's overrated. And Espada has shown that he's willing to use both of them even without the third catcher, which I applaud him for. All right, 713-780-3776. What are your car wrecks of the day? 713-780-3776. What are you nominating? Car wreck of the day. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Before that, though, Renell Blanco. We still don't have a theme song for Renell Blanco. It's disrespectful to Renell Blanco, who's been very, very good this year. Good in his last start. See how he does today against a good lineup. What's Blanco do tonight?
I'm going to go, he gives you 6 1/3, gives up 2.
6 1/3, gives up 2. I'll take that with this offense.
I was close last night. I got Kikuchi through 5.
It didn't look good after 1.
I know.
Yeah, that's really good against this Red Sox offense. So I'll take that. Yeah, give me that for Renell Blanco. I'll say he does not do that. I'll take the over, sadly.
On the run.
But I hope he does it.
What do you think he gives up?
You said how many innings?
6 1/3 and gives up 2.
I'll go 5 1/3, gives up 3 or 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean
like
he doesn't go deep into games. He's got a really good ERA. He's got a really good opponent batting average, whip, all that. He's got some long at bats. He throws a lot of pitches in an inning. Everything is a battle. He goes deep into like every single hitter. So him going 6 innings would be a win every time. I think this late in the year.
I'm going to take it. I think he's going to do it.
I hope so. I hope you're right. All right, let's get to the car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
Well, easily the first nomination has to be the Astros defense last night. It was not good. It was something that most teams can't survive, and the fact that we had to witness it for a night, at least we witnessed it with a win.
Yeah, worst defensive performance they've had in quite some time. They're a good defensive team for the most part. That was rare. Hopefully it was an anomaly. Hopefully we don't see it again this year. But yeah, that 4 errors in a single baseball game. That's high school.
Yeah, it is. And the thing is that between Omar Lopez and Joe Espada, they take a lot of pride in it. And he mentioned it after the game to where they were embarrassed by that, and that's not their brand of baseball.
They're also, the 4 errors were, I think, pretty easy plays. Like the Whitcomb play, that was a little bit of range.
Play seemed to be a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think he got screwed up because the runner was running out of the runner's lane, which drill him in the back. Drill him in the back. I am in favor of hitting dudes, period. But if the guy is running inside the runner's lane on the infield grass, drill him in the back. I think Caratini was trying to throw it around the runner instead of just drilling him in the back. But Caratini, that was an easy throw. Just drill the runner in the back. The Altuve play, you could easily say that was Giner's fault for leaving. Yep. That's an easy play. Pena had it in the glove and just dropped it. Easy play. Whitcomb was probably the toughest of the 4, but even that play is an easy play for Bregman. So all 4 of the errors were easy, routine plays.
Yeah, the DeCenzo play to me was one that, it's not like he's diving and having to get up and make a Bregman-type play. It was just a slide to your left type play, and he booted it.
You mean Whitcomb?
Whitcomb, yes.
Yeah, they're easily confused there. I'm going to nominate the ESPN. There was 2 walk-offs in baseball yesterday. Francisco Alvarez for the Mets and Yainer Diaz for the Astros. You know who got more run?
I can guess.
You're right.
The New York team.
New York Mets, who are in 3rd place over the Astros. So car wreck of the day, ESPN, for giving Mets priority over the Astros. Mets are not relevant. Astros have been relevant since 2017, maybe even 15. 8835 nominates Delaware State, missing their flight before an 11-hour flight to Hawaii. This game is Saturday in Hawaii. I saw this, too. I thought it was because of a charter bus issue that they missed their flight. Yeah, but they missed their flight to Hawaii, and they have a football game Saturday against Hawaii.
Ooh.
Now, it's only Tuesday. I'm sure they wanted to get there so they could
kind of
get the jet lag
out. Yeah.
But you're also Delaware State.
And you're probably not
Delaware
taking
State.
first class.
You're Delaware. You know why they were really getting there early was to take in the scenes and the sights of Hawaii.
Probably.
They
That's a once in a lifetime for all those guys.
Yeah, jet lag. You're Delaware State. You're just trying to get there early to hang out in Hawaii.
And you're getting a whole lot of money to play Hawaii.
Probably a buy game. I have no idea how good Delaware State is, but I don't think they're anything. Ocho says car wreck of the day is Espada once again pulling Kikuchi unnecessarily. Let the man pitch. I agree with that one. We disagreed on the hook of Espada there. Kikuchi at 99 pitches, time to get him out. But you just can't face Yoshida. He's been like their best hitter for about 2 months.
But if I'm bringing Taylor Scott in, I feel pretty good about it as opposed to if you brought in Caleb Ferguson or someone like King.
What gives you a better chance? Kikuchi versus Connor Wong, go Cougs, or Everyday Tay versus the hottest hitter in their lineup?
Did you say you looked at the numbers of what Wong had against Kikuchi?
No, I just
previously.
No, I don't. I just know Kikuchi was owning him in the game yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know their lifetime. I thought Espada made reference to that in the post game.
He might have.
Yeah, the fact that Wong had good numbers against Kikuchi when he was with Toronto. But regardless, I understand what you're saying. I just feel like Taylor Scott's good against anybody. I would bet on him. Gucci was at 99 pitches. I don't like him at 100 pitches getting me his best stuff.
You got to get the hitter out.
I know.
Yoshida's a better hitter right now than Wong.
Oh, there's no doubt.
So, keep that guy out of the lineup. I thought I agree with Ocho on that one. 713-780-3776, 5798, 2 nominations for car wreck. Danny Jansen, catcher for the Red Sox, literally throwing the game away into right field last night.
Yeah, after they got Jordan at the plate and looked like they could get out of that inning, he basically did them a solid.
Yeah, that was poor play. Caratini was off the bag. It was just the first baseman, I guess, wasn't there. Errant throw. He probably had him. A good throw probably gets him. And he also nominates Brian Flores in his Hawk Tua beef.
It's still going. Flores tried to address it today, I guess.
Yeah, Flores took the high road.
He did.
Flores, he said he's happy for Tua. He's wishes him well. He's happy with all the success he's had. He hopes he does well for the rest of his career. Probably smart for Flores to handle it.
He wants
that
another
well.
job. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a smart way to handle it. Remember when he was up for the Texans job though?
Oh yeah.
I'm happy.
I think everybody should be.
For 2 reasons. D'Amico, I'm happy they hired
that's the main
D'Amico.
thing.
That's the main thing. Keep the main thing the main. That's the main thing. But yeah, I never understood the Flores interest.
I don't more experience, I guess.
Yeah, I never really understood.
Yeah,
that.
I
was
don't get it either.
happy that didn't happen.
I think the Astros defense wins.
Yeah, I'll give it to the Astros defense. They won the game though,
which is the silver lining.
Yeah. So congratulations, Astros defense. They're just winning. Either winning even when they're bad. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to B-Rod, Boston Rodriguez, filling in for Brian. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.